The world ended overnight. Cities fell. Zombies took over. But the real nightmare was other humans. Food? Gone. Shelter? Rare. Trust? Dead. Survivors fought zombies for scraps, risking everything just to stay alive. But one squad? They had a different plan. When others gained random abilities, he got a choice. Yao Guang, Kai Yang, Yu Heng, each star lit up, each power unlocked. And with every upgrade, he didn't just survive, he evolved. No supplies? Rob them. No powers? Steal them. No base? Take it. While others fought zombies, they robbed everyone. Bases collapsed overnight. Warlords disappeared. Entire factions vanished. A super base leader trembled. I'd rather face 1,000,000 zombies than them. Across the sea, even hardened survivors panicked. Why send them? They're worse than the apocalypse. Zombies destroy bodies. But this squad? They destroy everything else. While others fought zombies, they robbed everyone. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where survival isn't about fighting monsters, it's about becoming one. Chapter 1: The Crimson Star appears. This story is purely fictional. The characters and locations depicted are unrelated to the real world. Furthermore, this world does not have nuclear weapons. September 23, 2029, Sunday, Xinjiang, a prestigious university. Yang Bin, having just finished a day's part-time job, returned to school in high spirits. He had earned 300 Yuan over the weekend, enough for a week's living expenses if he was frugal. Back in his dorm, he saw his two roommates engrossed in playing games on their phones. Yang Bin, you're back. Log in quickly. Wen Liang totally screwed me over, he just couldn't carry me. Seeing Yang Bin return, Lu Bo was overjoyed, as if he'd seen a savior. Who's carrying whom? Look at your own stats. 1 to 8 and you dare say you're carrying me? Hu Wenlian retorted speechlessly. It's all your fault. Every time I help you gank, you don't go in yourself, you insist on last hitting those two minions. The minions are already under the tower, couldn't you wait for me to last hit them before going in? By the time you finish last hitting them, they've already run away. Then if you go in yourself, you'll just get killed. Yang Bin shook his head and laughed. Alright, stop arguing, you two are evenly matched, neither of you can blame the other, you're both bad. By the way, hasn't Chen Hao come back yet? Yang Bin asked. No, he went on a date, he might not be back tonight. Hu Wenlian said. Okay, speaking of which, you two just stay in the dorm all day? Don't you know how to go out and find girlfriends? You're already a junior and still single, how can you be so shameless? Girls aren't as fun as games. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time playing a few more games? Lu Bo said. Exactly, don't criticize us, you're the same way, I haven't seen you find one either. Hu Wenlian said. I'm broke. The little I earn from part-time jobs is barely enough for myself. If I have any more mouths to feed, I'll starve, Yang Bin said helplessly. With your looks, comparable to a reader's, why would you need to spend your own money to pick up girls? There are so many rich girls at school, you could easily hook up with one, wouldn't that be better than your part-time job? I have good teeth, I can't live off women. He took out his phone and dialed Chen Hao's number, but it was switched off. Yang Bin frowned. This kid, going out on a date without even charging his phone? Shaking his head, Yang Bin didn't bother with it anymore. He played a few games with the two of them, helped them win a few, then took a shower and went to bed. It was impossible not to be tired after 2 days of hard labor. Late at night, the dormitory was quiet, everyone was asleep. You are my little apple. A loud ringtone suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night. Startled, Yang Bin quickly covered his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered immediately, whispering, Huzzy, where the hell have you been? I've been looking for you all day, and I can't get through on the phone. There was a long silence on the other end before a voice said, Brother Bin, can you come over and have a drink with me? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? I have class tomorrow, Yang Bin said speechlessly, but still asked, where are you? The rooftop. Holy crap. Yang Bin instantly sobered up, flipping out of bed. Don't be impulsive, I'm coming right now. He quickly threw on his clothes and ran out of the dormitory towards the rooftop. He and Chen Hao had known each other since junior high school, their relationship was so close they practically shared underwear. Hearing that the guy was on the rooftop late at night, Yang Bin was naturally worried. He ran straight from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor. Students weren't normally allowed on the dormitory rooftop, the iron gate was almost always locked. However, this didn't deter some resourceful students, who had probably made countless copies of the lock. Someone had somehow gotten their hands on the key, and by now, the rooftop gate was open. When Yang Bin reached the rooftop, he saw Chen Hao slumped on the ground, a pile of beer bottles beside him. Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief, then said somewhat angrily, What are you doing here in the middle of the night? I thought you were going to jump off a building. Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin, whose face was angry but whose eyes were full of concern. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, and he said softly, "I'm sorry, Brother Bin, I made you worry." Yang Bin shook his head, walked over, sat down next to Chen Hao, and casually picked up a bottle of beer and took a sip. "Tell me, what happened?" Chen Hao took a big gulp of beer, a look of pain on his face, and after a long pause, he spoke. "I broke up with her. 3 years of relationship ultimately lost to reality." Yang Bin's hand paused, but he wasn't surprised. Seeing Chen Hao's dejected look, he had guessed it. This guy was too deeply in love with that woman. In relationships, people like that often lose the most. Patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, Yang Bin comforted him, "Take it easy. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged women are a dime a dozen. You've got a long road ahead of you. You're not ugly, why worry about not finding a woman?" "But, I really love her," Chen Hao said, his voice trembling with tears. "Have some self-respect. Can love feed you?" "Yes, looking at her makes me not hungry." "But she still cheated on you. How do you know?" "With your personality, if she hadn't cheated on you, would you have broken up with her? Come on, tell me, who did that woman sleep with?" "Brother Bin, are you just rubbing salt in my wounds?" Chen Hao said, looking at Yang Bin speechlessly. "Of course not. I just want to know which bastard had the guts to cheat on my brother. This revenge must be taken," Yang Bin declared righteously. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao's eyes lit up with emotion again. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's that bastard Wang Yuehao. He's got money to burn, and he actually set his sights on Xia. What I find hardest to accept is that Xia actually betrayed me because of him." "So it was him." Yang Bin nodded. "Don't worry, brother, I'll break his 3rd leg for you later." "No, Brother Bin, that's illegal, it's not worth it," Chen Hao quickly said. "Yeah, that's true. Then I'll help you cuckold him too." "But he's already with Xia." "Brother Bin, are you going to go after Xia too?" Chen Hao's eyes widened. "You're overthinking it. That guy has plenty of girlfriends. Lu Xia isn't even on the list. Why would she betray me for someone like that?" Chen Hao cried out in anguish. "Because he's rich." "Brother Bin, are you really here to comfort me? I feel like you're just here to make me angry. You're rubbing salt into my wound." Chen Hao broke down. "Haha, I'm just telling you, that kind of woman isn't worth it. Remember, you're a man, you have to be able to let go. Don't lose yourself for a woman. Come on, tonight, I'll get you drunk, and we'll start over tomorrow." Yang Bin patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. "Yeah, but Brother Bin, I have class tomorrow morning." "Never mind, brother comes first. Brother Bin, you're the best. Get lost, stop being so mushy. Close the door, or the teacher will catch you." "Okay." The college was quiet late at night, except for occasional whispers from the dormitories, indicating that some people were still staying up all night. Playing games all night and going to class the next day was a common occurrence in university. The moonlight was unusually dim tonight, but the starlight was exceptionally brilliant, illuminating the earth with dazzling light. On the rooftop of dormitory building 21, 2 boys lay on the ground, a pile of beer cans scattered around them. In a daze, Chen Hao suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Brother Bin, don't you think the Big Dipper is especially bright tonight?" Hee hee, you're really drunk. I've only ever heard of the Big Dipper having 7 stars, there's no such thing as a 9-star Big Dipper. Yeah, looks like I really am drunk. Ha, it seems there are 9. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Really 9. Haha, looks like we're all drunk. Yeah, the feeling of being drunk is so strange. I even saw the North Star falling down. Me too, I saw it, with its long tail, so spectacular, much prettier than a shooting star. Ha, how come another North Star is out? It really is, and it's even red. Haha, I'm really drunk, I can't take it anymore, I'll sleep it off, everything will be alright tomorrow. Chen Hao said and fell asleep immediately. Yang Bin was also tipsy, but he stared curiously at the crimson North Star in the sky. After a long while, Yang Bin finally succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. After the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, it seemed as if some kind of restriction had been lifted. Countless streams of spiritual energy suddenly surged forth from all parts of Blue Star, quickly covering the entire planet. However, this newly emerged spiritual energy carried a trace of decay. Ultimately, the spiritual energy pervasively seeped into the bodies of all living beings on Blue Star. Some people showed no abnormalities, but most underwent physical mutations. Their eyes turned blood red, their bodies began to rot, and even their consciousness was swallowed up, ultimately turning them into mindless zombies who only knew how to devour. A very small number of people gained special abilities, and these people were mostly those who had been directly illuminated by the Crimson Star. Chapter 2: The End of the World. September 24, 2029, early morning. Ah! Help! Monster! Countless screams and shrieks shattered the morning tranquility, filling the entire academy with desperate howls. Why is it so noisy? Yang Bin was awakened by the screams downstairs. He rubbed his still aching head, groggily got up, and walked to the edge of the rooftop to look down. What he saw immediately sent chills down his spine. Below, in the open space in front of the dormitory, lay mutilated corpses, the entire floor stained crimson with blood. Figures covered in blood were gnawing on severed limbs, their mouths stained with blood, their bloodshot eyes and rotting skin a gruesome sight. Yang Bin quickly retreated. Even with his strong will, he was now utterly terrified. I must still be dreaming. Yang Bin shook his head and pinched his thigh hard. Ah! A scream rang out, instantly waking Chen Hao. Brother Bin, why did you pinch me? Chen Hao asked resentfully. Does it hurt? Of course it does, try pinching yourself. Wasn't it a dream? Yang Bin frowned, forcibly suppressing his fear, and stuck his head out again. The scene before him was still the same, a hellish sight that assaulted his eyes. Yang Bin quickly retreated, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked, puzzled, seeing Yang Bin's state. Look for yourself, Yang Bin said weakly. So mysterious. Chen Hao shook his head, then walked to the edge and peered down. What he saw made Chen Hao so terrified he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Ugh! He then collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Yang Bin ignored Chen Hao and immediately pulled out his phone to dial the police. However, the call wouldn't go through no matter how many times he dialed. Yang Bin finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly opened Weibo, where he found countless posts pleading for help. The pictures and videos in these posts were exactly the same as what they were seeing. Everywhere were these zombie-like figures, friends and family members who had suddenly become like this, biting anyone they saw. This situation spread globally overnight, and the entire internet exploded. Many speculated that it might be the end of the world, and these were zombies, as the scene was too similar to what you'd see in a post-apocalyptic movie. This speculation has gained widespread acceptance, and the fact that no official statement has yet refuted it further confirms this viewpoint. Yang Bin examined the images and videos in the post. The photographers were mostly hiding in their homes or in some corner, secretly filming from less than ideal angles, yet the horrifying scenes were still clearly visible. After browsing several posts, Yang Bin's heart sank. He too began to accept the zombie theory. Perhaps the apocalypse truly had arrived. As for why this situation had suddenly arisen, no one knew. After a while, Chen Hao, having vomited until he had nothing left to vomit, finally looked up, his face filled with terror. Brother Bin, what's going on? He asked. The end of the world has come, Yang Bin sighed. The end of the world? Chen Hao's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Check the internet, Yang Bin said. Chen Hao quickly took out his phone, checked for a moment, and then his face turned pale again. Then, Brother Bin, what do we do? Chen Hao asked, somewhat panicked. Let's find something to prop up the iron gate first, so the zombies can't get here. Yang Bin, having survived alone since childhood, had experienced a lot and his mind was still relatively clear. The two searched for a while and finally found a long ladder that a maintenance worker had left in a corner of the rooftop. The two moved the ladder over, bracing one end against the iron gate and the other against the base of the wall at the edge of the rooftop. Surprisingly, it was quite secure. Few people usually come up to the rooftop, so the zombies shouldn't find us so quickly. For now, we're safe. Brother Bin, what do we do next? Just hide here and wait for rescue? Chen Hao asked. Waiting for rescue is definitely not an option. From what I've read online, the whole world is in chaos right now. The authorities are too busy dealing with their own problems to provide any immediate relief. If we keep waiting, we'll probably starve to death, Yang Bin said gravely. Then what do we do? Let's observe the zombies first, figure out what to do, and then we'll figure out a solution. Our location is good, we can observe what's happening below. We should also check online to see if anyone has discovered a way to deal with the zombies. Okay. At this moment, the screams downstairs gradually subsided. Those who screamed were probably already dead. These zombies seemed particularly sensitive to sound, screaming only hastened their death. Besides their dormitory building, the nearby dormitories were in the same situation. From the initial shouting, things gradually quieted down, leaving only the howls of the zombies. Brother Bin, where did all these zombies come from? So many people down there have turned into zombies, how come we're both okay? Are we special? Chen Hao asked curiously. I don't know either. Maybe we're just lucky. After all, although many people have turned into zombies, quite a few are still normal. There are only two of us, so the probability isn't low. After Yang Bin finished speaking, for some reason, the Big Dipper and that crimson star he vaguely saw last night suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be related to this? Looking up at the sky again, he saw nothing of those things and could only shake his head, temporarily putting the thought aside. Yeah, Brother Bin, what if Lu Bo and the others? Chen Hao asked worriedly. Of the 4 people in the dormitory, although he was closest to Yang Bin, he also had a good relationship with the other 2. Naturally, he was worried about this situation. I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head and said, at this time, it can only depend on their luck. Since the two of us are not here, it is only the two of them in the dormitory, which is less dangerous than other dormitories. But if one of them turns into a zombie, the other will also be in trouble. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao fell silent, only able to pray silently. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he quickly picked up the phone to dial. Yang Bin quickly stopped him, asking, "Are you going to call that woman or your family?" "Of course, I'm calling home. I'm worried about my parents and want to ask how they are," Chen Hao said. "Oh, then don't call." "Why? You've seen the situation down here. It's like this all over the world now. If your parents are fine, and you make a call, the ringing phone could attract all the zombies nearby, and then things could get really bad." "Ah." Chen Hao was startled, quickly putting his phone away, somewhat shaken, and said, "Thank goodness you're rational, Bin Ji. If you really want to call, you can call that woman to check on her." Forget it. Although she did wrong me, I wouldn't go so far as to harm her. Since we've broken up, let's just treat each other like strangers," Chen Hao said with a wry smile. "Yeah, I was just joking. It's good that you're okay." Yang Bin smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Bin, I'm not that bad." "Okay, that's good. Brother Bin, do you think your phone will lose signal later?" "Yes, if the zombies destroy the communication base stations, your phone will only be usable as a flashlight. So, while it still works, download some movies so you can watch them when you're bored. What if it runs out of battery? Then it'll only be usable as a brick." Chapter 3 Special Abilities. On the rooftop, the two observed the zombies while browsing the latest news online. Suddenly, Chen Hao looked at his phone excitedly and said, "Brother Bin, look. There's a video of someone fighting a zombie." Yang Bin quickly went over. It was a video posted on Bilibili, likely filmed from a window, and the angle was quite good. In the video, a man in a security guard uniform, wielding a riot baton, was engaged in a fierce struggle with a zombie. The man was tall and strong, probably regularly trained. Each strike of the baton made a dull thud, indicating considerable strength. However, the zombie seemed unaffected, relentlessly lunging at the man no matter how he struck. Fortunately, the man was agile, narrowly dodging each attack and then striking the zombie again. The fight lasted for over 2 minutes, when two more zombies nearby, hearing the commotion, arrived. The man was terrified upon seeing the zombie and immediately abandoned it, turning to flee. However, due to his panic, his reaction was a fraction too slow, and a zombie pounced on his leg, biting down on his ankle. "Ah!" The man screamed and collapsed to the ground. Soon, 2 more zombies surrounded him. The scene that followed was perhaps too horrifying for the filmer to continue shooting, but everyone could imagine the man's fate. After watching the video, both men fell silent. The danger outside was far more terrifying than they had imagined. After a long silence, Yang Bin said in a deep voice, "Judging from the video, the zombie's strength is about the same as ordinary people, but they don't feel pain. They're like cockroaches that can't be killed, which is very troublesome." "Brother Bin, are we going to have to fight these zombies too?" Chen Hao asked worriedly. "What do you think? To survive, we have to face these zombies. If you don't kill them, they'll eat you," Yang Bin said directly. "But, I don't dare," Chen Hao said softly. Yang Bin sighed, "Don't even mention you, I don't dare either. We're just ordinary people, we've never killed anyone before, and how many people would dare to kill zombies? But since the world has become like this, we have no choice but to face it." Yang Bin patted Chen Hao on the shoulder and continued, "Our position is good, and we still have time, but we must overcome our fear during this time. Otherwise, when we actually face the zombies, we'll lose our lives because of fear." "I understand, I'll try my best," Chen Hao said, his face pale. Yang Bin nodded. He wasn't much better off than Chen Hao, he was just an ordinary student. But he had experienced more, having lived alone for so many years. Naturally, he considered more things than Chen Hao. He knew very well that if they couldn't overcome their fear, death awaited them. Looking down again, he could no longer see any living people, only zombies wandering around. Those who were still alive had all hidden themselves, no one dared to come out. Yang Bin frowned. In this situation, it was impossible to leave the dormitory building, but food in the dormitory was limited. If they couldn't leave, they would starve to death sooner or later. "I have to find a way to get out of this mess," Yang Bin thought to himself. He looked up at the girls' dormitory across the way and suddenly saw figures moving around there, seemingly engaged in a fight. Because the boys' and girls' dormitories were quite far apart, he couldn't see the specifics clearly. Yang Bin guessed that someone was probably fighting zombies, which filled him with curiosity. Who could be so bold? Yang Bin stared intently, trying to get a clearer view, but suddenly the surrounding scenery blurred. Then, the girls' dormitory in front of him was magnified, like adjusting the focus of a telescope, becoming clearer and clearer. Soon, the situation in the girls' dormitory was clearly presented before him. In the corridor on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory, 4 tall women were using stools, clotheslines, bedboards, and various other objects to smash several zombies in front of them. Judging from their physiques, these women were probably from the physical education department. The 4 were clearly from the same dormitory, and it was incredibly lucky that none of them had turned into zombies. Despite this, they still dared to leave their dormitory. They were incredibly brave. Fortunately, they had a significant size advantage over the other girls. The zombies in front of them were all shorter than them. The dormitory corridor was narrow, and they waved their weapons continuously, seemingly trying to drive the zombies away. Judging from their appearance, they were probably heading to one of the dormitories ahead. Yang Bin shook his head. These women were too naive. Although they had weapons and a physical advantage, this would only attract more and more zombies, and they would realize their mistake then. Sure enough, as Yang Bin predicted, soon after, the zombies in the other dormitories heard the commotion and came out, then frantically rushed towards them. The 4 women, seeing this, turned pale with fright and quickly retreated back to their dormitory, locking the door immediately. A group of zombies rushed to the door, frantically pounding on the dormitory door. Looking at the door shaking violently, it seemed unlikely they would hold on for long unless something was propping it up inside. Yang Bin looked away, suddenly feeling dizzy and swaying, almost falling to the ground. Luckily, Chen Hao caught him immediately. "Brother Bin, what's wrong?" Chen Hao asked with concern. Yang Bin shook his head and pointed to the girls' dormitory in the distance, saying, "Hussy, can you see what's happening over there?" "Are you kidding me? How could I see that clearly?" Chen Hao said speechlessly. Yang Bin nodded thoughtfully, puzzled. "I'm nearsighted by over 100 degrees. Although I don't need glasses, my eyesight isn't great. How could I see so far away? And so clearly at that distance? This isn't a matter of eyesight. Could it be a special ability?" Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. "But why haven't I noticed this ability before? Could it have suddenly appeared last night? Could it be that this apocalypse not only turns people into zombies, but also grants them special abilities?" A glint of light flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. While superpowers weren't a reality, everyone in the 21st century had seen similar movies. The current situation could only be explained by superpowers. After all, zombies had appeared. The existence of special abilities wasn't unusual. To further verify this, Yang Bin focused his gaze on Chen Hao again. Chen Hao felt a sudden unease, as if he were being stripped naked. His hand instinctively covered his groin, as if that would make him feel better. "Don't cover it, it's not like we haven't seen this before," Yang Bin chuckled. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He had only wanted to test if it was a special ability, but he had unexpectedly discovered a new one. He could see through things. This was an ability countless men dreamed of, and now it was his. Even the usually composed Yang Bin couldn't suppress his excitement. Yang Bin continued to look at Chen Hao, wanting to see just how far he could see. Suddenly, Yang Bin's expression turned to utter astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Chapter 4 Someone's Here. "What's wrong, Bin Ge?" Seeing Yang Bin's expression, Chen Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. "Hussy, show me how invisible you are," Yang Bin suddenly said. "Are you out of your mind, Bin Ge? If I could become invisible, why would I even need a girlfriend? Wouldn't it be better to just hang out in the girls' bathhouse every day?" Chen Hao said speechlessly. "I said you can do it, so you can. Try concentrating and silently chant invisibility in your mind," Yang Bin said seriously. Seeing Yang Bin's serious expression, Chen Hao felt it was a bit far-fetched, but he did as he was told. Soon, Chen Hao's body gradually faded, and in a short while, he completely disappeared from the spot. Bin Ge, I think, I really became invisible." Chen Hao's excited voice rang out on the rooftop, but he couldn't be seen anywhere. Yang Bin also looked at the vanished Chen Hao with surprise, never expecting that he could actually see other people's superpowers. He then focused his attention again on the spot where Chen Hao had disappeared. Soon, Chen Hao reappeared before him, excitedly looking left and right with his hands outstretched. "Haha, I can become invisible. That's great. The girls' bathhouse won't stop me anymore," Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Can't you be a little more dignified?" Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "Dignity? Is watching pretty girls bathe more practical? It's the apocalypse now. There are no pretty girls bathing in the girls' bathhouse, only zombies robbing people. Want to go check it out?" Maybe not," Chen Hao said awkwardly. "But Brother Bin, what's going on? Why can I suddenly become invisible? Is it some kind of superpower?" Sort of." Yang Bin nodded. "But why did I suddenly gain superpowers? It's probably due to this apocalypse. I don't know if it's good or bad, but regardless, since we have special abilities, at least we have a better chance of survival in this apocalypse." "That's a good thing," Yang Bin said. Brother Bin, what's your special ability?" Chen Hao asked curiously. Yang Bin thought for a moment and said, "I can see things that others can't. Like your invisibility." "Damn, aren't you my natural enemy? Chen Hao said speechlessly, looks like I'll never be able to turn the tables on you in this lifetime. What, you want me to call you brother? Yang Bin said with a half smile. No, Chen Hao quickly waved his hand. But Brother Bin, since we both have special abilities, do you think we can do something big in this apocalypse? Chen Hao asked excitedly. It's too early to talk about that now. Let's focus on survival first. Our abilities aren't meant for fighting. Surviving in a zombie-infested apocalypse isn't going to be easy. Yang Bin shook his head. That's true, but I can become invisible, so I can steal food. At least we won't starve. Don't be too optimistic. From what I've observed, these zombies seem to have exceptionally keen hearing. If you can't remain completely silent, your invisibility won't be very effective against them. You need to practice more in the future. Try to walk without making a sound. We'll find a zombie later and test it on you, see if it can spot you. Are you sure you won't just die while trying? No, you have to believe in yourself. Okay. By the way, Hezi, it seems like your clothes become invisible when you turn invisible. Can the things you're holding also become invisible? Yang Bin suddenly asked. I'll try. Chen Hao picked up a brick from the ground, then activated invisibility again. Sure enough, as he became invisible, the brick in his hand disappeared along with him. It really works, Chen Hao said excitedly. Yang Bin nodded, then asked again, then try pulling me along, see if you can make me invisible too. Okay. Chen Hao reappeared, then pulled Yang Bin along with him, activating invisibility again. But he found that not only could he not make Yang Bin invisible, he couldn't even become invisible himself. It doesn't seem to work. Chen Hao frowned. Then it seems you can't bring living things with you, Yang Bin guessed. In that case, will touching a living thing while invisible also reveal you? I'll try again. Chen Hao decisively tested it again. Right now, they knew nothing about their special abilities, so they naturally had to keep experimenting. Only by gaining a sufficient understanding of their own abilities could they better utilize them in the future. Chen Hao became invisible again and then patted Yang Bin on the shoulder. As soon as his hand touched Yang Bin, his figure immediately became visible. Afterward, he tested it several more times. Whether he touched Yang Bin with his body or with a brick, his body would become visible whenever he touched him. It seems so. Touching a living thing will disable invisibility, Chen Hao said helplessly. Well, then you must be careful in the future. Invisibility isn't omnipotent. Never touch anything while invisible, Yang Bin said seriously. Yes, Chen Hao nodded earnestly. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the iron door to the rooftop was suddenly pounded on violently. Who's in there? Open the door. Open the door. There are zombies. An anxious voice rang out from outside, and the pounding intensified. This sudden turn of events startled both of them. Brother Bin, what do we do? Should we open the door? Chen Hao frowned. Yang Bin stared intently at the iron door, his gaze piercing through it to see three terrified men standing behind it. One of the men was frantically pounding on the door, while the other two, one holding an 80-centimeter long steel pipe and the other a high stool, were frantically beating down two pursuing zombies. Because of the stairs, their position was higher, and the zombies that charged up were quickly driven back down by them. Yang Bin frowned and said helplessly, let's open it. Otherwise, if they keep banging on it like this, who knows how many zombies they'll attract. We might not be able to hold up the wooden ladder. But we need to be careful. There are three of them, and one of them has a steel pipe. We have to be cautious. Although they're all classmates, in this apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I understand. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I'll move the ladder away in a bit. You go open the door, and close it immediately after they come in. All right. After they agreed, Yang Bin looked back at the situation behind the iron door. He saw that the other side had once again repelled the charging zombies and quickly moved the ladder away. Chen Hao immediately opened the door. The three men at the door rushed in as soon as the door opened, then immediately closed it. Yang Bin quickly pushed the ladder back up. Soon, a banging sound came from outside the door. Clearly, the zombies had charged up, but the strength of two zombies wasn't enough to push open the iron door held open by the ladder. Huff! The three men, who had survived the ordeal, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, clearly terrified. After a long while, the three men finally looked at Yang Bin and Chen Hao. One of the thinner men, still shaken, said, "You scared me to death. Why did it take you so long to open the door? We almost got eaten by zombies. How can you talk like that? We saved your lives, and instead of thanking us, you're blaming us." Chen Hao immediately objected. The rooftop is a public area, anyone can come up. Blocking the door without permission is a bit unethical, said the tall man holding a steel pipe. That's right. Our dormitory door was broken by zombies. We were planning to take refuge on the rooftop, but you blocked it, almost getting us eaten by zombies. Aren't you just endangering us? Said the dark-skinned man in the middle. Chen Hao wanted to argue with them, but Yang Bin stopped him. You're right, we shouldn't have blocked the door, Yang Bin said seriously, then prepared to move the ladder. Hey, no, brother, let's talk this out, please don't move it. Yeah, brother, it's not worth it. Brother, you guys are right, good job blocking it, brilliantly blocked it. Seeing Yang Bin about to move the ladder, the three men broke out in a cold sweat. There were 2 hungry zombies outside. If they rushed in, there would be no way to survive. Didn't you say blocking the door is immoral? Yang Bin asked, his eyes wide with innocence. No, moral, very moral. Won't harm anyone? Won't harm anyone, not at all. Oh, that's good. Yang Bin nodded innocently, then slowly removed his hand from the ladder. Just as the 3 men were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yang Bin put his hand back on the ladder. I think it's better to move it, just in case someone else comes. The 3 men's breath caught in their throats again. No, no one will come. We live on the 7th floor, and all the dorm rooms on the 7th floor are locked. There are still a lot of zombies in the corridors, so no one will come out, the tall man said anxiously. Oh, then I'm relieved. Yang Bin nodded again, then shook the ladder, frowning. This ladder feels a bit unstable. The 3 of them tensed up again, then quickly find something to block it up. This thing is no joke. Okay. Yang Bin looked at the ladder legs and then at the steel pipe in the tall man's hand. Hey bro, can I borrow your steel pipe? I'll see if it can plug up this ladder leg. Your pipe seems about the right size. Sure. The tall guy tossed the pipe over without thinking much, just wanting to keep the zombies out. Yang Bin smiled, picked up the pipe, pretended to test it a few times, then clapped his hands and said, that's good enough, this is safe. Hearing this, the 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that their weapons had changed hands. Chapter 5 Conflict. With the weapons in hand, Yang Bin smiled. It wasn't that he was being petty, in these extraordinary times, he had to nip any threat in the bud to ensure his survival. We're from room 308. My name is Yang Bin, and this is Chen Hao. What are your names? Yang Bin introduced himself. We're from room 716. My name is Quan, and these are Skinny Monkey and Old Black, the tall man said. Are there only 3 of you in your room? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. There was one more, but he turned into a zombie. Luckily, we found him early this morning, or we'd all be dead, Quan said, still shaken. Impressive, managing to escape from a zombie's jaws, Yang Bin remarked, somewhat surprised. It wasn't exactly an escape. There were 3 of us, and he was alone. He fell from the top bunk, and we all worked together to tie him to the bed with a sheet. That's how he survived. That's still pretty impressive. What about you guys? You're from the 3rd floor, how did you end up here? We were drinking and chatting up here last night, we didn't even go back to the dorm. Okay, you guys are really lucky. I think so too. Yang Bin smiled. The 2 sides chatted for a while, getting along quite well. They were all classmates, and as long as there was no conflict of interest, it was easy for them to become friends. Around noon, a few gurgling sounds were heard. Skinny Monkey clutched his stomach, somewhat embarrassed, and said, do you guys have anything to eat? We haven't eaten anything since this morning, we're a little hungry. Does this look like there's anything to eat up here? Yang Bin spread his hands, helplessly. They had also not eaten since last night, and were also a little hungry, but they had just been enduring it. What do we do? Even if the zombies can't get in, we'll starve to death sooner or later without food. Just bear with it. Maybe official rescue will arrive soon, Lao Hei said. What if the officials don't come for days? That can't be right. Nothing is impossible. We can't pin our hopes on others. We still have to find a way to get food ourselves, Chen Hao said. How? There are 2 zombies guarding the entrance right now. We can't even get out, let alone get food. Maybe, we can let them in and deal with them, then try to find some food in the dorm, Yang Bin said seriously. Are you crazy? If you let them in, we'll all die. The group was immediately shocked. They had fought zombies before and knew how terrifying they were. They had finally found a safe place, and they really didn't want to face zombies again. There are only 2 zombies outside right now. There are 5 of us. We still have a chance to deal with them. If there are more zombies, then there's no way we can get out, Yang Bin said. You're overthinking it. You've never fought zombies, so you don't know how terrifying they are. These guys aren't afraid of pain at all, you won't feel a thing when you hit them. But if they grab or bite you, you're done for, Zhao Kun frowned. Yeah, letting them in is practically suicide. You don't want to live, but we do, the Skinny Monkey shook his head. Even Chen Hao looked at Yang Bin with some worry and asked, Brother Bin, are you sure you can handle this? Whether we're sure or not, we have to take this step. This is a rooftop. Zombies have no intelligence. We just need to find a way to push them off the roof, and that's the easiest way to deal with them. If that doesn't work, then we can forget about getting out. Yeah, Brother Bin, I support you, Chen Hao said firmly. No way. We absolutely disagree with letting the zombies in, the other three shook their heads. We were here first. When did we need your permission? Yang Bin said angrily. Humph, we disagree. Let's see who dares to let them in. Zhao Kun was also furious. He reached for the steel pipe, only to find it was already in the other man's hands. His face darkened instantly. Give me back the steel pipe. Do you think that's possible? Yang Bin sneered. That was mine to begin with. Now it's mine. Damn it, without the steel pipe, I would never have let you let the zombies in. That's not up to you. Yang Bin gave him a cold look, then suddenly kicked the ladder, knocking it over. Holy shit. Zhao Kun and the other two were immediately shocked and used their bodies to brace against the iron door. You're a madman, you're a fucking madman. You'll kill us all. Zhao Kun roared. Rather than stay here and wait to die, we might as well fight. If you're too scared to fight, then hold on. Let's see how long you can hold out. Yang Bin said coldly. Neither side would back down, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Bang, bang. The iron door was slammed again. The zombies, which had been at rest, heard the commotion inside and rammed into the iron door once more. The three men held the iron gate firmly, their faces turning ashen when they saw that Yang Bin and his companion showed no intention of helping. What do we do, Brother Kun? Skinny Monkey said anxiously. We can't hold out much longer at this rate. Zhao Kun's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said to Yang Bin, we can fight, but we need a battle plan. What kind of strategy is it to just kick the ladder away like that? You have a point, Yang Bin nodded seriously, then slowly moved the ladder back and used it to prop up the iron gate again. Phew! The three men collapsed to the ground again. They had thought they would be safe once they reached the rooftop, but they hadn't expected it to be this thrilling. After a long pause, Zhao Kun turned to Yang Bin and said, tell me, how do we fight? Yang Bin looked around and said, Skinny Monkey and Old Black, move the ladder together. Once the zombies come in, you two use the ladder to pin one zombie against the wall. The three of us will deal with the other zombie, trying to push both of them downstairs as quickly as possible. Easy for you to say. Zombies are very fast, and ladders are so heavy. If a zombie gets close, the ladder won't be a weapon, it'll just be a burden, and then they'll be in danger, Zhao Kun retorted. From what I've observed, zombies have similar physical abilities to ordinary people. Their advantage is that they're not afraid of pain, but they also have a fatal weakness, they lack intelligence and don't know how to dodge attacks. As soon as the zombies get in, the two of them can use the ladder to pin it against the wall. I don't think it'll have a chance to get close. If things go wrong with that, then we can only look for our own fault, Yang Bin said. Okay, even if you're right, how are we going to fight the last one? I don't have any weapons. I can't fight zombies empty-handed, Zhao Kun said, looking at the steel pipe in Yang Bin's hand with obvious displeasure. That thing was originally his. There was originally a high stool, but he hadn't brought it in during the rush and it was still at the door. Now he had no weapons at all. There are so many bricks on the ground, just grab a couple as weapons, won't you? Bricks? How did you even think of that? Why don't you use bricks to fight the zombies yourself? I have a steel pipe, I don't need it. Ready? Yang Bin asked the group with a serious expression. Yes. The group nodded nervously. Although Zhao Kun and the other two were somewhat displeased, they couldn't withstand Yang Bin's forceful attitude and ultimately had to compromise. I'll count to 3, Lao Hei, you two move the ladder. Okay. Lao Hei and Skinny Monkey's hands were sweating as they gripped the ladder. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Yang Bin finished speaking, Lao Hei and Skinny Monkey moved the ladder. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron door swung open, and two blood-soaked zombies rushed onto the rooftop. This was the first time Yang Bin and Chen Hao had come into close contact with zombies. Their blood-red eyes were chilling, and the overwhelming stench of blood made them want to vomit. Fortunately, the two had prepared themselves mentally, so although uncomfortable, they weren't paralyzed with fear. The two zombies instantly locked onto the group on the rooftop the moment they burst in, charging straight at them. Old Black and Skinny Monkey quickly used a ladder to pin one of the zombies against the wall. The zombie struggled wildly, baring its teeth and claws, but one person's strength was no match for two, and it was pinned to the wall, unable to break free. Yang Bin and his two companions immediately rushed towards the other zombie. Roar! With a roar, the zombie lunged at Yang Bin, who was at the forefront. Yang Bin quickly moved to the side, dodging the zombie's attack, and then slammed the steel pipe in his hand hard into the zombie's head. Thump! A muffled sound rang out, and Yang Bin even felt his arm go numb. However, the zombie seemed unaffected and lunged at him again. Damn, didn't the TV say zombies' weak point is their heads? This thing's so hard, how am I supposed to fight it? Yang Bin cursed, quickly retreating. Just then, Chen Hao, who had rushed over, slammed a brick into the zombie's head. Bang! The brick shattered, and dark red, foul-smelling blood gushed from the zombie's head. Clearly, this blow was heavier than Yang Bin's steel pipe strike, and the zombie's attention had been successfully diverted. Chen Hao decisively turned and ran. The zombie abandoned Yang Bin and chased after Chen Hao. At this moment, Zhao Kun rushed out from the side, also wielding a brick and smashing it into the zombie's body, but not its head. He struck its shoulder instead. The zombie didn't even glance at Zhao Kun, continuing its relentless pursuit of Chen Hao. The rooftop was a limited space, and Chen Hao was quickly forced to the edge. Just as the zombie was about to catch up, Chen Hao's figure suddenly vanished. Zhao Kun, following behind, stared in disbelief at the sight. Where is he? Yang Bin, however, showed no surprise and gave chase without hesitation. Having lost its target, the zombie quickly refocused its attention on Yang Bin. With the steel pipe in hand, Yang Bin felt somewhat emboldened, relentlessly striking the zombie to keep it at bay. At this moment, Zhao Kun arrived, his face filled with shock. Where's Chen Hao? I'm here. Chen Hao's figure appeared. You, Hao, just suddenly disappeared. Zhao Kun stammered. Look how scared you are, never seen magic before. Chen Hao said casually. You're telling me this is magic? Zhao Kun's eyes widened. What else? Can I become invisible? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. You two stop talking, figure out how to get it down. I can't hold on much longer, Yang Bin said urgently. Zhao Kun suppressed his countless questions and picked up a brick to help. No need to come over, we're on the edge now, one of you can kick it down, Yang Bin said. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun exchanged glances, and finally Chen Hao said, I'll do it. Immediately, Chen Hao stared intently at the zombie fighting Yang Bin, took a running start, rushed over instantly, and then delivered a powerful kick to the zombie. With a powerful kick, the zombie was sent flying off the railing and crashing off the rooftop. Beautiful! Yang Bin exclaimed. The three immediately craned their necks to look down. Thump! A dull thud echoed as the zombie's body slammed heavily onto the floor below, dark red blood gushing from its body. Just when the three thought the zombie was dead, it shakily stood up, looked around somewhat dazedly, and then, like the other zombies, began searching for prey. It's still alive? The three stared wide-eyed. Damn, these zombies are disgusting, Zhao Kun complained. Stop complaining, hurry up and get the other one down too, Yang Bin said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lao He and Xiao Ho were using a ladder to hold the zombie firmly in place, preventing it from breaking free no matter how much it struggled. When Yang Bin and the others arrived, the two were already drenched in sweat. Let go, then we'll use the ladder together to lift him out, Yang Bin said. Okay. 5 people against 1 was much easier. As the ladder was released, the zombie charged wildly towards the group. The group carried the ladder, using it to prop up the zombie to the edge of the rooftop, and then pushed it off. Thump! Another muffled thud. The group ran back to the edge of the rooftop and peered down. They saw the zombie lying in a pool of blood, but it didn't get up. How did this one die? Zhao Kun asked, puzzled. Its head was smashed, how could it not die? Chen Hao said. That's true. Yang Bin nodded thoughtfully. Looks like the TV wasn't lying. To kill a zombie, you really do have to shoot it in the head. Close the door and rest for a bit. The group braced the door again with the ladder, then collapsed to the ground. Although the encounter with the zombie was brief, the psychological pressure was immense. They were just ordinary college students, daring to fight a zombie was already a testament to their strong mental fortitude. Thinking back on it now, each of them trembled. Hiss. A hiss escaped as Chen Hao clutched his foot, a pained expression on his face. What's wrong? Yang Bin quickly approached. Chen Hao carefully pulled up his trouser leg, revealing 3 long, bloody welts on his foot. What happened? Yang Bin asked nervously. I think I got scratched when I kicked that zombie, Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Hearing his words, the air around them seemed to freeze. Then, Zhao Kun and the other 2 quickly moved away from them. Yang Bin frowned, his eyes fixed on the wounds on Chen Hao's foot. Seeing their expressions, Chen Hao quickly realized something. His face turned ashen, and he trembled as he said, Brother Bin, am I going to turn into a zombie? No, don't think like that. You'll be fine, Yang Bin reassured him. Why wouldn't I? The internet says that if you get bitten or scratched by a zombie, you'll quickly turn into one, Skinny Monkey said. Shut up. Nobody's going to think you're mute if you don't speak. Yang Bin snapped. That's the truth, and you won't let me say it. What's the point of deceiving yourself like this? Zhao Kun said. That's my business. If you keep babbling, believe me, I'll make sure none of you can speak again. Yang Bin picked up a steel pipe, his eyes coldly fixed on the group. What? You want to take on 3 of us? Zhao Kun retorted defiantly. He had long been annoyed with Yang Bin. You can try. Yang Bin said coldly. The atmosphere tensed again. At this moment, Chen Hao patted Yang Bin's shoulder and whispered, Brother Bin, there's no need. I know what's going on. Yang Bin withdrew his cold gaze, looked at Chen Hao, his eyes red, and said, Huzzy, I'm sorry. If I hadn't told you to kick it, this wouldn't have happened. Brother Bin, it's not your fault. It's all my fault for being so careless, Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Brother Bin, you know what? The person I admire most in my life is you. Being your brother is the proudest thing for me. If I really am going to become a zombie, could you kill me beforehand? I don't want to become a zombie and harm people. Chen Hao's eyes welled up with tears as he spoke. No, don't think like that. There's definitely a way. Yang Bin activated his special ability, staring intently at the wound on Chen Hao's foot. Soon, a faint wisp of gray energy could be seen steadily eroding Chen Hao's wounds, but a special energy within Chen Hao seemed to be resisting its corrosive influence, resulting in a stalemate. Seeing this, Yang Bin's face lit up with joy. Although he didn't know why Chen Hao could resist the gray energy, he knew that perhaps Chen Hao wouldn't turn into a zombie. Brother Bin, can you promise me something? Chen Hao continued, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After I die, can you go find my parents? They haven't replied to my messages, and I'm worried about them. Yang Bin, however, wasn't paying attention to Chen Hao's rambling. He noticed that the gray energy corrosive to Chen Hao was slowly decreasing, which finally put his mind at ease. He knew Chen Hao should be alright. Brother Bin? Alright, stop dawdling. You should be fine. Really? Chen Hao's face lit up with joy. Who wants to die if they can survive? Yes, trust me. Okay. Chen Hao nodded firmly. You're celebrating too soon. He hasn't turned yet, it's just not his time. I advise you to let him leave quickly, otherwise we'll have to push him down. I can't gamble with our lives, Zhao Kun suddenly said. Try it. If you dare to move, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Yang Bin said coldly. You! Zhao Kun was furious, wanting to fight him, but he was wary of the steel pipe in Yang Bin's hand. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, Fine, you're ruthless. But don't blame me for not warning you, you're closest to him. If he turns into a zombie, you'll be the first one eaten. After saying that, he led the two away. Brother Bin, maybe you should stay away from me too. I'm afraid that if. Chen Hao said worriedly. There's no what if. I said it's nothing, so it's nothing. Sit down, let me bandage it for you. The wound isn't deep, but it's so hot, we need to prevent infection. Yang Bin finished speaking and tore off a piece of his sleeve, then knelt down and carefully bandaged Chen Hao's wound. The gray energy on the wound had mostly dissipated, it should be fine. Chen Hao watched Yang Bin bandage his wound, his eyes red. He didn't say thank you, between them, such words were unnecessary. Alright, get some rest. You'll probably be fine by tomorrow. Yang Bin clapped his hands and stood up, then suddenly noticed Chen Hao's bloodshot eyes and jumped in surprise. Don't scare me, you idiot. You're not really going to turn into a zombie, are you? No, I just got some sand in my eyes. Chen Hao quickly rubbed his eyes. That's good. Yang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Bin, actually, my foot is fine, just a few scratches. As long as I don't turn into a zombie, it'll be fine, it won't affect anything, Chen Hao said. You should still rest more, there's still fighting later. Okay. Half an hour later, Zhao Kun and the others saw that Chen Hao still looked normal and became puzzled. Didn't the internet say that if you get scratched by a zombie, you'll turn into a zombie within minutes? How come he's fine? Yeah, that's not right. Is everything online a lie? No way, I have a video here. It clearly records the whole process of someone turning from a normal person into a zombie. It can't be fake. Then what happened to him? I don't know, should we go ask? I'm not going. That Yang Bin is incredibly fierce. I'm even a little afraid of him. Kun, you go. I already said that. If I go ask, wouldn't that be contradicting myself? Then forget it. Maybe the scratch wasn't deep enough, or maybe Chen Hao has a special constitution. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that Chen Hao seems a bit strange. Zhao Kun suddenly said. What do you mean? You guys probably didn't see it, but just as the zombie was about to catch him, he suddenly vanished. Then the zombie turned around and attacked Yang Bin. Really? That sounds so unbelievable. Skinny Monkey said, looking incredulous. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either, but it's true. That guy told me it was magic. What the hell? Magic? Does he think I'm stupid? Every magic trick needs props. Holy crap, can he become invisible? I don't know, but this guy is really weird. We need to be careful. Yeah, alright, that's enough. Yang Bin is coming. Yang Bin walked directly in front of them and said, I'm going to open the door and lure the zombies up to kill again. What do you guys say? Again. The group's eyes widened. What else? Do you want to starve to death up there? No. Skinny Monkey and Old Black shook their heads immediately. Who's going to lure them? Zhao Kun frowned. I'll go. If we lure the zombies up from the 7th floor one by one and take them out, we can find food in the dorms. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the group's eyes lit up. Even Zhao Kun had to look at Yang Bin with newfound respect. They were only thinking about hiding here and waiting for rescue, but he had already planned how to get food. Most importantly, he didn't ask them to lure the zombies, he went himself. Zhao Kun couldn't find any fault with that. Are you sure you can handle it? If not, I can go. I'm more familiar with the 7th floor, Zhao Kun habitually retorted. Okay, then you go, Yang Bin said. Zhao Kun was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Yang Bin. Yang Bin ignored him and instead picked up a few stones from the ground, stuffing them into Zhao Kun's hand, saying, be careful later. If you spot a zombie, throw stones at it from a distance and bring it up. Just don't attract too many. Zhao Kun took the stones, opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He just wanted to slap himself a couple of times. Why did he have to be so stupid? So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Kun walked downstairs with a look of utter despair. Zhao Kun cautiously made his way downstairs, afraid of encountering AI around the corner. Luring zombies was extremely dangerous, but his own sharp tongue forced him to swallow his anger. Reaching the corner of the stairs, he didn't encounter any zombies. Just as Zhao Kun was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly saw 2 pairs of blood-red eyes staring straight at him from below. Holy shit! Zhao Kun cursed and quickly ran back. Roar! 2 zombies excitedly chased after Zhao Kun. Soon, Zhao Kun was back at the rooftop entrance. How many? Yang Bin asked immediately. 2. Holy shit, didn't I tell you to lure them one by one? I can't control that. Zhao Kun complained. Same method, Skinny Monkey and Blackie used the latter to hold one down, we'll handle the other. Yang Bin quickly assigned tactics. With the experience from the first time, the second time was significantly more skillful. 2 zombies had just rushed in when one was pinned down by a ladder. The other, before it could even react, was struck by 2 bricks and a steel pipe, both aimed at its head. The zombie roared and quickly chased after the 3 attackers. The 3 swiftly lured the zombie to the edge. Yang Bin then used the steel pipe to entangle it, while Zhao Kun and Chen Hao grabbed the high stool Lao He had brought earlier and slammed it against the zombie. They dared not kick it now, fearing they would be caught again. The high stool proved invaluable. It slammed into the zombie, sending it crashing off the roof. Next, the group used the ladder to push the other zombie down as well. The entire process was swift and efficient, resolved in just over a minute. Pleasure doing business with you. Yang Bin approached Zhao Kun, extending his hand. Although there were some past grievances between them, the 3 men didn't resort to underhanded tactics when facing the zombies. They all gave it their all, which improved Yang Bin's impression of them considerably. Ultimately, there was no real hatred between them, just some verbal clashes. They needed to continue cooperating, so they had to put aside their personal grudges, otherwise, trouble could easily ensue. Seeing Yang Bin extend his hand, Zhao Kun hesitated for a moment, but quickly extended his own to shake Yang Bin's hand. He understood Yang Bin's meaning. He also knew that at this time, he had to put aside personal grudges. Since the other party had taken the initiative, he naturally wouldn't act arrogantly. Pleasant to cooperate, but could we take turns luring the zombies? It's quite dangerous, Zhao Kun said awkwardly. Okay, I'll lure them next, Yang Bin said without hesitation. Actually, he had initially planned to lure them himself. He could see through things and detect the zombies in advance, minimizing the danger, but Zhao Kun insisted on that suggestion, so he had no choice but to oblige. Seeing how readily Yang Bin agreed, Zhao Kun couldn't help but look at him with renewed respect. Though reluctant to admit it, Yang Bin undeniably possessed a broader perspective than Zhao Kun. After resting for a while, Yang Bin casually picked up a few stones and went downstairs to lure the zombies. Reaching the corner of the stairs, Yang Bin activated his true sight, scanning the area. This was the name he had given to his special ability, the ability to see things others couldn't. The name True Sight was quite fitting. Seeing no zombies, Yang Bin cautiously descended the stairs. Near the 7th floor, he activated his true sight again, scanning both sides. 2 zombies were wandering around in the dormitory on the left, while the dormitory on the right was empty. Both dormitories were in disarray, as if burglarized. In the corridor, 3 zombies were close to the stairwell on the left, and one was also very close on the right. If he rashly went down, all 4 zombies would likely spot him immediately. Yang Bin thought for a moment, then took out a pebble and threw it to the right, quickly retreating to the corner of the stairs. The sound of the pebble attracted the attention of several zombies, but the 3 on the left only glanced in his direction before losing interest. The zombie on the right, however, walked to where the pebble had landed, tilting its head to look at it. Seeing this, Yang Bin threw another pebble, this time at the bottom of the stairs. This curious zombie walked over again, looking at the pebble with some confusion. Hi! Yang Bin poked his head out and greeted the zombie softly. Upon seeing a stranger, the zombie became excited and quickly rushed towards Yang Bin. Yang Bin decisively turned and went upstairs, quickly returning to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Zhao Kun and the others were on high alert. Seeing Yang Bin arrive, they quickly asked, "How many?" "1. All right. Soon, the zombie chased Yang Bin to the rooftop, but what greeted it was a sweeping ladder that slammed into it. Before the zombie could react, it was sent flying several meters, crashing onto the edge of the rooftop. Just as it got up, the ladder came crashing down again, sending it flying off the rooftop. The zombie hadn't even seen Yang Bin before it launched itself at such a height. Inside a dormitory room on the first floor, 3 teenagers huddled, trembling as they watched zombies continuously fall from above. These zombies are really something. So what? They're not afraid of pain. What's a little jumping? Sigh, looks like we not only have to watch out for the zombies outside, but also prevent them from jumping down from above. At this rate, when will we ever get out? Just surviving is good enough. There's some bread in the dorm. If we eat sparingly, it should last us 2 days. Maybe rescue will arrive by then. Yeah, on the rooftop. My turn. Zhao Kun said, preparing to go downstairs. That's just how he is, he never shirks what's his due. I'll go, Yang Bin said. There were 3 zombies near the stairwell. Zhao Kun couldn't see them because he couldn't see through their magic. If he went down blindly, he might be surrounded and attacked by them, which would be dangerous. Zhao Kun gave Yang Bin a serious look, then nodded and said, okay. Luring zombies was too dangerous, it was best not to do it if possible. Soon, Yang Bin went downstairs again and threw a pebble using the same method. However, 3 zombies actually walked to the bottom of the stairs together, which made Yang Bin frown. After trying several times, the 3 zombies just wouldn't separate, which left Yang Bin speechless. Finally, he gritted his teeth and had no choice but to lure them all at once. As soon as Yang Bin appeared, the 3 zombies excitedly rushed towards him. Yang Bin led them quickly towards the rooftop. Watch out, 3! Yang Bin shouted to the group. Holy crap, that's brutal. The group was immediately startled. Same old method, Skinny Monkey and Old Black used the ladder to hold one off, Huzzy, you and Zhao Kun used the stool to deal with one, and I'll handle the last one. Yang Bin quickly adjusted his tactics. Soon, 3 zombies followed Yang Bin onto the rooftop. Skinny Monkey and Old Black immediately used the ladder to hold one off, followed by Zhao Kun and Chen Hao using a high stool to pin one of the zombies against the wall. Yang Bin led the remaining zombie to the edge of the rooftop and slammed the steel pipe he was holding down hard on the zombie's head. With a muffled thud, this time Yang Bin used almost all his strength. Dark red blood spurted from the zombie's head, the steel pipe in Yang Bin's hand made a buzzing sound, and his arm was numb from the impact. However, this blow did have a significant effect, the zombie's movements were noticeably slower. Yang Bin's eyes lit up, and he smashed the zombie's head down again. With 3 zombies, Chen Hao and the others couldn't help him anymore, he had to find a way to deal with one himself. If he couldn't get them downstairs, he'd just have to kill them. Yang Bin relentlessly smashed the steel pipe into the zombie's head. Hitting other areas was useless, he could only target the hardest parts. With each relentless assault, more and more blood flowed from the zombie's head, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. Finally, under Yang Bin's frantic hammering, the zombie's head was smashed to pieces. The zombie finally stopped moving and collapsed to the ground. Instantly, red and white blood splattered everywhere. Ugh! Seeing this, even the usually fearless Yang Bin immediately collapsed to the ground and began to retch. While fighting, he hadn't thought much, only focused on defeating it as quickly as possible. Now, having stopped, seeing the red and white mess on the ground, he felt nauseous. His stomach was almost empty, this vomiting nearly brought up bile. Ugh! The others, though farther away, also witnessed the scene. They all turned pale and vomited violently. They were just ordinary college students, they'd never seen anything like it before. Moreover, they were in a worse situation than Yang Bin. They were vomiting, but they couldn't let go of the zombie, otherwise, if it broke free, they'd be dead. It was incredibly difficult. After a while, Yang Bin finally got up from the ground. He couldn't bear to look at the zombie lying there any longer and quickly went to Chen Hao and the other man. Looking at the zombie, still flailing its fangs and claws despite being held back, Yang Bin said weakly, let's get it down. Yes. Zhao Kun and Chen Hao quickly nodded. They were genuinely afraid Yang Bin would smash its head too. Even Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin with some fear. After all, he couldn't bring himself to smash someone's head open. Even though it was a zombie, it was still a human in disguise. Yang Bin didn't waste any words. He had the 2 men release the zombie, then led it to the edge. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun used a high stool to knock it away. Next, the group worked together to push down another zombie. After doing all this, the group looked completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground, too tired to move. It wasn't that this time was much more tiring than the previous times, the main problem was vomiting. Especially seeing the shattered head of the corpse nearby made them feel nauseous. After a while, Yang Bin got up and, under the horrified gazes of the others, walked straight towards the corpse. To survive in this apocalypse, this kind of situation is inevitable. I must overcome this mental hurdle as soon as possible, Yang Bin thought to himself. Reaching the zombie corpse, Yang Bin suppressed his nausea and stared directly at it. Seeing Yang Bin like this, Chen Hao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked over as well. Zhao Kun and the others stared at the two of them as if they were perverts. Zhao Kun understood their motives, but he lacked the courage to approach them. After a while, Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao beside him and said, "Hazi, well done. Brother Bin, no matter what you do, I'll follow you." Chen Hao said firmly. "Good brother," Yang Bin nodded, "let's throw it down." Okay. The two of them lifted the body together and threw it off the rooftop. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what they didn't know was that after this experience, Yang Bin and Chen Hao had far surpassed them in some aspects. "Take a half-hour break, then continue," Yang Bin said. Okay. No one objected. At this point, Zhao Kun and the others were genuinely afraid of Yang Bin, even the usually arrogant Zhao Kun. "Could you not bring so many next time?" "I can't handle it," Zhao Kun whispered. "I didn't want to either, but those three wouldn't separate. I had no choice but to bring them all," Yang Bin said helplessly. "How about I bring them next time?" Zhao Kun suggested. "No need. If we lure them down to the 7th floor, I'm afraid you'll attract all the zombies in the 7th floor corridor. How can you be sure you won't?" "I have my own methods. I won't stop you if you insist, but I have to tell you, there are at least 30 or 40 zombies in the 7th floor corridor. If they all swarm in, you'll probably be devoured beyond recognition." Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhao Kun involuntarily shivered, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Then forget it." Half an hour later, Yang Bin went downstairs again. Then things went relatively smoothly. There were indeed quite a few zombies in the 7th floor corridor, but they were quite scattered, not clustered together, and they weren't standing still, they were wandering around aimlessly. Yang Bin hid at the stairwell, securing his line of sight, and used his true sight to observe the zombies' movements. When he saw a zombie approaching, he carefully lured it to the stairwell with pebbles, then led it to the rooftop, where the others would work together to push it off. Following this method, Yang Bin lured over 10 zombies smoothly until the 17th, when something unexpected happened. For the 17th zombie, Yang Bin, as before, hid in a corner, observing its movements through his true sight, and then secretly threw a pebble a short distance in front of it. The preceding steps went smoothly, and Yang Bin used the pebble to lure the zombie step by step to the stairwell. Then, upon seeing Yang Bin, the zombie, like the others, excitedly chased after him. However, this zombie's speed startled Yang Bin. It was much faster than the previous zombies. If Yang Bin hadn't been fast and hadn't been some distance away, he probably would have been caught before even reaching the rooftop. When the zombie rushed onto the rooftop, the group, as usual, tried to use a ladder to knock it down to the edge. But when the ladder struck the zombie, it only swayed a few steps before regaining its balance, a sight that immediately astonished everyone. Next, the zombie charged directly at the group with incredible speed. At this moment, the ladder's weight became apparent. The four men found it extremely difficult to move with it, and the zombie quickly reached them. Without hesitation, the four men decisively hurled the ladder at the zombie and then quickly retreated. The zombie casually slapped the ladder away and continued charging towards the group. At this moment, Yang Bin seized the opportunity and smashed his club hard into the zombie's head. With a muffled thud, the steel pipe was slightly deformed, but the zombie's head was unharmed, and there wasn't even a drop of blood. How could this be? Yang Bin's eyes widened. He had used almost all his strength in that blow, yet not a drop of blood had been drawn. At that moment, the zombie's gaze locked onto him again, roared, and lunged straight at Yang Bin. Yang Bin rolled to the side, dodging the attack, and slammed the steel pipe down hard on the zombie's head again. This blow still didn't do much damage, and the zombie lunged at him again. "Everyone be careful, this zombie is strange," Yang Bin shouted, quickly dodging the zombie's attacks. But this zombie was too fast, making it extremely difficult for Yang Bin to dodge. Several times, he was almost knocked down. Facing this zombie, Yang Bin felt utterly powerless. He felt nothing as the steel pipe struck its head. What was the point of fighting? The others were frantic, but they didn't have any suitable weapons and couldn't help at all. Chen Hao picked up a brick and was about to join the fight, but Zhao Kun quickly stopped him. "Going up there like that is suicide. You can't even break through a steel pipe. What good is this brick? Then you should think of a way. Brother Bin can't hold on much longer," Chen Hao said anxiously. Seeing Yang Bin being chased and nearly killed by zombies, the others were extremely anxious. If Yang Bin were killed by the zombies, they would all be doomed. Zhao Kun looked around, trying to see if there was anything else they could use. Suddenly, he saw a ladder lying on the ground and thought for a moment before saying, "I have an idea. We'll lay the ladder horizontally, 2 people on each side, and ram it into the zombie. With the strength of the 4 of us, we should be able to knock it down. If we do, we'll use the ladder to pin it down." Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Chen Hao's eyes lit up. "That works." The group quickly picked up the ladder, and then 2 people on each side laid it horizontally, ramming it hard into the 2 fighting zombies. "Brother Bin, crouch down," Chen Hao shouted. Yang Bin reacted extremely quickly, instantly rolling to the ground. Bang! The middle of the ladder slammed directly into the zombie, successfully knocking it to the ground. Just as the zombie was about to rise, the four men swiftly pressed down on it with a ladder. The ladder was positioned in the middle, pinning the zombie down, with two men at each end holding it firmly. The zombie struggled incessantly, but its strength was no match for the four men, and it couldn't break free. Well done! Yang Bin exclaimed. However, before they could even rejoice, a crack sound suddenly rang out. To their horror, they discovered that a crack had appeared in the middle of the ladder, causing their pupils to constrict. Seeing this, Yang Bin was also startled. He immediately rushed forward, swinging the steel pipe in his hand and frantically smashing it down on the zombie's head. Thump, thump, thump. A series of deep thuds echoed as Yang Bin struck the zombie's head with all his might. Finally, blood began to flow from the zombie's head, and its struggles grew increasingly fierce. The cracks in the ladder widened, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Ignoring the pain, Yang Bin continued his frenzied hammering of the zombie's head, specifically targeting the wounds. The steel pipe in his hands was bent from the blows, yet Yang Bin dared not stop. Each dull thud sent chills down everyone's spine. Finally, after countless blows, the zombie's resistance gradually weakened, and it finally stopped completely. By this time, the steel pipe in Yang Bin's hands was almost unusable, and his entire body was covered in red and white splatter, making him look like he had stepped out of hell. Except for Chen Hao, the other three looked at Yang Bin with eyes filled with terror. This time, right before their eyes, he had smashed a zombie's head apart. His frenzied display left a deep psychological scar on them. Seeing the zombie stop moving, Yang Bin plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. This zombie was terrifying. If it broke free, all of them would die. That's why he had acted so frantically. His only thought at the time was to kill it, or he would be finished. After stopping, Yang Bin suddenly felt a burning pain all over his body. He quickly looked down and his face darkened. He had many lacerations on his body, undoubtedly inflicted by the zombie's struggle. The others also saw this and their expressions changed drastically. Brother Bin, you'll be alright, right? Chen Hao asked, somewhat fearfully. Yang Bin didn't speak, but instead activated his true sight to look at the wound. He saw gray energy continuously seeping into his body from the wound, but he also had an energy within him resisting it. Seeing this, Yang Bin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that, like Chen Hao, he also possessed energy within him capable of resisting the zombie virus. He just didn't know where this energy came from. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie would turn one into a zombie, that was a well-established fact. But the fact that he and Chen Hao were both unharmed made him feel strange. After thinking for a while, if there was anything different about them, it could only be that they both possessed special abilities. Could it be because of this? Yang Bin wondered to himself. Brother Bin, say something, don't scare me. Seeing Yang Bin remain silent for a long time, Chen Hao became anxious. Yang Bin snapped out of his daze, shook his head, and laughed. It's alright, you're alright, how could I be alright? Phew! Chen Hao breathed a huge sigh of relief. That's great, you scared me to death. Are you sure you're alright? Zhao Kun and the others still looked at him warily. What? You guys wanted to push me down? Yang Bin squinted at them. No, we were just concerned. Zhao Kun said awkwardly. Just kidding, this madman could smash skulls when he got ruthless. Who would dare push him? Brother Bin, what's wrong with this zombie? How can it be so strong? Chen Hao asked, still shaken. I don't know either. Yang Bin shook his head, then activated his true sight to look at the corpse in front of him. He was also curious about what was different about this zombie. After scanning the zombie's body from head to toe, he quickly noticed something different on the zombie's head, a red crystal the size of a grain of rice. Curiosity gleamed in Yang Bin's eyes. He approached the zombie corpse, suppressing his nausea, and reached out to touch its shattered head. Ugh! Zhao Kun and the others, who had been holding back their vomiting, immediately vomited upon seeing this. However, their stomachs were already empty, and they couldn't vomit anything, only dry heaves. Chen Hao's face also paled. He hesitated whether to follow. He had promised to follow Brother Bin no matter what. But, Brother Bin's actions are too insane, Chen Hao thought to himself. Fortunately, Yang Bin quickly withdrew his hand from the zombie's head, and in his hand was a red crystal the size of a grain of rice. Yang Bin carefully examined the crystal, its material unknown. It was warm to the touch and felt comfortable. Brother Bin, what's this? Chen Hao approached and asked softly. Yang Bin shook his head and activated his true sight again, looking at the crystal in his hand. Under his true sight, Yang Bin could see that the crystal in his hand was formed from countless condensed energies, without any impurities. Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, he felt his body seemed to crave it intensely. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, wiped himself on a clean part of his body, and then, to Chen Hao's astonishment, swallowed the crystal. Ugh! Chen Hao, who had been holding back his vomit, finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. It wasn't that he lacked tolerance, Brother Bin's methods were simply too extreme. Zhao Kun and the others, who had just finished vomiting, saw this and began vomiting violently again, even bringing up bile. Yang Bin ignored them, currently focused on the changes within his body in astonishment. The crystal, upon entering his mouth, quickly transformed into energy, merging into his limbs and bones. Yang Bin felt incredibly refreshed, his body seemingly constantly strengthening. After the energy was fully absorbed, Yang Bin felt that his physical abilities were almost twice as strong as before, and the gray energy that had been constantly eroding him was completely cleared away. Feeling the surging power within him, a look of surprise appeared in Yang Bin's eyes. Just then, Yang Bin suddenly felt something new appear in his mind. He closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. Soon, a dim image of the Big Dipper appeared in his mind, with a corner of the first star lit up among the 9 dim stars. Yang Bin was immediately shocked, because he had seen this Big Dipper image the night before. He had initially thought it was just his eyes playing tricks on him from being drunk, but the Big Dipper image in his mind was exactly the same as the one he had seen the night before. Is it a coincidence or karma? Yang Bin pondered. After a long while, Chen Hao finally finished vomiting, and his gaze towards Yang Bin changed. Brother Bin, I know you're hungry, but you can't eat just anything. That thing was ripped from a zombie's head, and you actually dared to eat it. Yang Bin smiled and whispered, it's good stuff, I'll tell you later. He then looked at Zhao Kun and the others, only to find them staring at him with strange looks, as if they were looking at a monster. Yang Bin said helplessly, is it really that bad? It's just eating something to fill my stomach. You're not really going to turn into a zombie, are you? Otherwise, how could you eat anything? Zhao Kun said, somewhat terrified. You're making a fuss over nothing. When you're starving, you might even eat human flesh, Yang Bin said. How could I? I'd rather starve to death than eat human flesh, Skinny Monkey said firmly. That's right, we're not as twisted as you, Old Black said. Yang Bin shrugged and said, I hope you keep your word. Yang Bin had never eaten human flesh, but he knew all too well what extreme hunger felt like. He had even fought wild dogs for a little food. Rest for a while, then continue, Yang Bin said, looking at the group. I can't go on. I have absolutely no strength left. I was already starving, and I just vomited until I was completely exhausted. I probably couldn't even lift a brick now, Old Hay said weakly, lying on the ground. Me too. If we don't eat something soon, I won't even be able to stand up, Skinny Monkey said. Yang Bin shook his head. Who told you guys to have such poor mental fortitude, vomiting at the drop of a hat? The group stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin, thinking to themselves, isn't this all your fault? Yang Bin, let's try to get some food first, otherwise we won't have the strength to fight, Zhao Kun said with a wry smile. Yang Bin nodded. He didn't feel particularly hungry anymore, probably because he had just absorbed energy. However, looking at the others, Yang Bin knew that they couldn't continue fighting zombies in their current state. Alright, let's go down and find some food. The zombies near the stairwell have been mostly cleared out. There's a dormitory next to the stairwell that's empty. Let's try to get in and see if there's anything to eat. Okay. Hearing about food, the others' eyes lit up, as if they suddenly had energy again. I'll go with Chen Hao. You guys stay upstairs, too many people will attract zombies. The others hesitated, clearly worried that the two would eat alone. How about I go with you? Zhao Kun suddenly said. Yang Bin thought for a moment and nodded. He had initially thought that Chen Hao's invisibility would make it safest for him to go with Chen Hao, but since they were now two separate groups, it wasn't really appropriate for the two of them to go. Ultimately, he and Zhao Kun decided to go downstairs to find food, while the others stayed upstairs to wait. The two cautiously reached the 7th floor stairwell. Yang Bin activated his true sight to check, confirming that there were no zombies in the dormitory and that the zombies in the corridors on both sides were quite far apart. Yang Bin gestured to Zhao Kun, then crouched and slowly made his way to the dormitory door. Seeing the door was open, he decisively slipped inside. Zhao Kun followed suit, quickly entering the dormitory. However, he was taller and larger than Yang Bin, and perhaps his movements were too large. Two zombies in the distance glanced at them suspiciously, then swayed and walked over. Once inside, Yang Bin immediately locked the door, and the two began searching the room. The dormitory was a mess, indicating a battle had taken place, but the outcome was obvious. After searching for a while, they finally found 2 buckets of instant noodles, a few sausages, and a bag of bread. That's all? Not even enough for one person, Zhao Kun complained. You're lucky you found anything. Who keeps too much stuff in their dormitory? Yang Bin said. Yeah, shall we go back? No rush. Let's find some weapons. We're too vulnerable without them, Yang Bin said. His steel pipe was practically unusable, and even the ladder was broken. They didn't have a single decent weapon. Although his physical abilities had improved significantly, and he was confident he could handle ordinary zombies barehanded, he really needed weapons against multiple zombies. Yeah, not having weapons is a real problem, Zhao Kun said with deep feeling. But I just searched the dorm room and didn't find any suitable weapons. Where did you get that steel pipe? Yang Bin asked. I got it outside. I hid it under my bed, thinking I'd use it for fighting. I never got into a fight, but I used it to fight zombies. The worst part is, I barely used it a few times before someone tricked me out of it, Zhao Kun said resentfully. How can you call that a lie? Don't you think it's more useful in my hands than in yours? Yang Bin said awkwardly. It is more useful, so much so that it completely ruined my steel pipe. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Otherwise, if the steel pipe isn't ruined, then we're the ones who will be ruined. Fine, I won't pursue the matter of you lying about the steel pipe. This dormitory obviously doesn't have any hidden weapons. Where are we going to get weapons? If there aren't any, then we'll just have to dismantle the bed. After saying that, Yang Bin's eyes fell on the ladder of the bunk bed. The ladder was made of iron, and the length was just right. If they could dismantle it, removing the middle crossbar would definitely give them 2 excellent iron bars. Don't look at it. It's welded in place. You can't take it off without tools, Zhao Kun said. Yang Bin ignored him and walked over to carefully examine the welded points of the ladder. The ladder was on the ground, welded to the upper bunk frame at the top, and a metal pipe at the bottom, welded one end to the rungs of the ladder and the other end to the lower bunk frame. This welding was merely to secure the ladder, not to bear any load. Seeing this, Yang Bin had a better understanding of the situation. In the past, he might not have been able to do it, but now his physical abilities had greatly improved, and he might be able to break it. With this thought, Yang Bin grabbed the ladder legs with both hands and pulled outwards with tremendous force. Then, to Zhao Kun's astonishment, Yang Bin snapped the weld between the iron pipe and the ladder. Holy crap, you bastard, did you take Viagra? Zhao Kun exclaimed, eyes wide. This weld is just to keep the ladder from moving, it's not that strong. A little force and it'll snap off, Yang Bin said casually. Really? Zhao Kun, still somewhat skeptical, walked to the other bed, grabbed the ladder by the corner like Yang Bin had done, and pulled hard. The result, the ladder didn't budge. Unconvinced, Zhao Kun pulled several more times, but the ladder remained as solid as a rock. This is what you mean by a little force and it'll snap off, Zhao Kun said speechlessly. You're probably really hungry and out of strength, Yang Bin chuckled. If it were that easy to snap, the ladder would have broken long ago. With the bottom of the ladder broken, the top was easier. Yang Bin grabbed the ladder and swung it up and down a few times, quickly breaking the weld at the top. Soon, a roughly 1.8 meter long iron ladder appeared in Yang Bin's hands. Yang Bin casually swung it a few times, feeling it wasn't quite right, but he had to make do for now. He'd go up and knock off the crossbars in the middle, leaving 2 1.8 meter long iron pipes. Here you go. Yang Bin handed the ladder to Zhao Kun, then went to the other bed and dismantled the other ladder in the same way. After some work, we'll have 4 iron pipes, Yang Bin laughed. Just then, a series of loud banging sounds came from outside, startling the two of them. Yang Bin immediately activated his true sight and looked over. He saw 2 zombies outside, pounding on the dormitory door. How did zombies get here? Yang Bin frowned. Did they see us just now? I don't know. What do we do now? Zhao Kun asked worriedly. What else can we do? Charge out. Otherwise, if they keep knocking like this, other zombies will come soon, and we won't be able to get out, Yang Bin said seriously. Okay. Zhao Kun nodded. After so many battles, Zhao Kun, who had previously been unconvinced by Yang Bin, no longer doubted his words. Deep down, he had come to acknowledge Yang Bin's abilities. I'll lead the way. You follow behind with the supplies. Okay. After they agreed, Yang Bin tightened his grip on the ladder, then walked to the door and gave Zhao Kun a wink. Zhao Kun nodded and yanked the door open. Before the 2 zombies could react, Yang Bin grabbed the ladder and slammed it down on them. Instantly, the 2 zombies were sent flying. Zhao Kun stared wide-eyed, clearly terrified by Yang Bin's strength. Seeing Yang Bin rush out, Zhao Kun didn't hesitate and quickly followed. The 2 zombies on the ground quickly got up and charged at the 2 again. Yang Bin swung the ladder, the powerful blow knocking the 2 zombies to the ground once more. However, the commotion quickly alerted the zombies throughout the corridor. Immediately, more than 20 zombies from across the corridor rushed towards them in a frenzy. Go! Yang Bin shouted, and the 2 quickly ran up the stairs. Behind them, more than 20 zombies howled and chased after them. Soon, the 2 reached the rooftop entrance, but Yang Bin suddenly stopped. I'll stay here. You take the food up and share it with them. We're already at the entrance, why don't you come in with us? Zhao Kun frowned. That long ladder is broken, it can't hold the iron gate at all. If these 20-odd zombies rush onto the rooftop, we're all doomed. The stairs here are narrower, we only have to face 3 zombies at a time at most. It's best to hold the fort here. I'll hold them off for now. You guys finish eating and come help as soon as possible, Yang Bin said seriously. Zhao Kun glanced at the horde of zombies behind him, nodded, and without saying anything more, pushed open the iron gate and went up onto the rooftop. Soon, a group of zombies rushed up, and Yang Bin grabbed the ladder and swept it away fiercely. The zombies charging in front were instantly swept away by him, and those behind were knocked down in droves. However, the zombies showed no fear, charging forward again after falling. Yang Bin could only keep swatting them down. However, as more and more zombies caught up, the pressure on Yang Bin increased. Zombies falling in front were quickly overtaken by those behind, who then fearlessly continued their charge. The group on the rooftop saw this and, without hesitation, quickly finished their food. Zhao Kun picked up the ladder Yang Bin had taken from the bed, Skinny Monkey grabbed a high stool, while Lao He and Chen Hao simply broke the already broken wooden ladder in half, each carrying a section of the broken ladder to help. It must be said that their survival this far was largely due to their cooperation. Although their relationship wasn't great, they all fought the zombies with all their might, without anyone trying to cheat or shirk responsibility. This was why Yang Bin was willing to continue cooperating with them. With their arrival, Yang Bin's pressure immediately lessened. Although there were only 5 of them, and more than 20 zombies below, their advantageous positions and the fact that each of them was armed prevented the zombies from climbing up for the time being. Brother Bin, here. Chen Hao took half a piece of bread from his pocket and handed it to Yang Bin. He had taken the bread directly when distributing food, but he only took a few bites, leaving the rest. Yang Bin smiled and shook his head, saying, "You eat, I'm not hungry." He wasn't surprised Chen Hao would do this, it was just Chen Hao's personality always thinking of him from a young age. "But you haven't eaten since last night either. You've fought so many battles, you've contributed the most, how can you not be hungry?" "I'm really not hungry. When have I ever been polite with you? You should eat more, otherwise you won't have the strength to fight the zombies," Yang Bin said. "Okay." Chen Hao didn't argue anymore and stuffed the bread into his mouth. "Yang Bin, we can't keep going like this. These zombies don't get tired, but we do." Zhao Kun frowned, seeing the zombies constantly charging upwards. Yang Bin nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "You guys hold them off for now, I'll go fix the ladder." "Okay." Back on the rooftop, Yang Bin picked up a brick and knocked off all 3 crossbars in the middle of the ladder. Soon, 2 iron pipes appeared in his hands. Although the iron pipe wasn't solid, its walls were quite thick, making it sturdy enough. Back at the stairwell, Yang Bin handed one of the pipes to Chen Hao and said to the others, "You guys hold them off, I'll take care of them." After speaking, Yang Bin stared at the zombie charging at the front, and instantly thrust the iron pipe into its head. With Yang Bin's immense strength, the iron pipe pierced through the zombie's skull and penetrated its skull. Instantly, the zombie stopped moving, its body slowly slumping to the ground. "Holy crap! Brother Bin is awesome!" Chen Hao exclaimed. The others were equally shocked. Everyone knew how hard skulls were. Yang Bin had actually pierced a zombie's head with a not-so-sharp iron pipe. How much strength did that take? Yang Bin pulled the iron pipe out of the zombie's head and laughed. "Not bad, works pretty well." "I'll try it too," Chen Hao said excitedly, then stabbed it hard into one of the zombies' heads. The iron pipe hit the zombie's head accurately, but unlike Yang Bin, it didn't pierce the skull, it only left a dent, causing a lot of blood to spurt out. "Alright, you guys hold them off, I'll kill them," Yang Bin said. "Okay." Chen Hao awkwardly withdrew the iron pipe. Next, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Bin used the iron pipe to quickly harvest one zombie after another. As he killed more and more zombies, Yang Bin's technique became increasingly skillful. With each strike, a zombie's head was pierced. However, even though Yang Bin was killing them quickly, the number of zombies didn't decrease, because the noise was too loud, and more zombies kept coming after hearing the commotion. There were zombies hiding in the dorm rooms on the 7th floor, and also zombies near the stairwell on the 6th floor. The stairwell is different from the rooftop. On the rooftop, fighting is almost completely inaudible below. Even if someone does hear something, they'll just look up. Zombies lack intelligence and don't know how to get to the rooftop, but fighting in the stairwell is different. The noise easily pinpoints their location, so not only the zombies on the 7th floor, but also those near the stairwell on the 6th floor rushed over. As time passed, Yang Bin killed more and more zombies, and his arms felt increasingly heavy, almost too heavy to lift. Although his physical abilities had greatly improved, piercing a zombie's head with an iron pipe each time required immense strength. This high-intensity combat would be unbearable even for an Iron Man. Fortunately, as more and more zombies were killed, the stairwell became increasingly filled with their corpses, making it harder for the next zombie to climb up. After a while, the stairwell was almost completely blocked by zombie corpses, and finally, no more zombies could climb up. Yang Bin collapsed to the ground, his hands trembling, almost unable to lift. "Brother Bin, are you alright?" Chen Hao asked worriedly. "I'm fine, just too tired. I'll be fine after a rest." Yang Bin shook his head. Perhaps due to the sheer number of experiences, even with the stairwell filled with zombie corpses, no one vomited anymore. However, everyone's face was as pale as paper, possibly because they had finally managed to eat something and were reluctant to throw it up. the group returned to the rooftop. Except for Yang Bin, everyone else was exhausted. Stopping the zombies from climbing up had been incredibly tiring. Yang Bin took out his phone to check for any updates online, only to find it was dead. He reluctantly put it back in his pocket. Cheap phone batteries really don't last long. Huzzy, check online for any news, especially official announcements. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and most of the apocalypse had passed. The authorities should have released some information by now. Chen Hao quickly checked his phone. His face lit up with excitement, then quickly darkened. What's going on? Such a dramatic expression, Yang Bin asked curiously. Brother Bin, the authorities did release an announcement, but it's not anything useful, Chen Hao said with a wry smile. What did they say? The officials said the zombies aren't that scary. They told everyone to bravely take up arms and fight them. They'll start rescue operations after dealing with internal matters, so don't worry, Chen Hao said. Hee, that's certainly official, Yang Bin chuckled. Looks like we can't rely on the authorities, Zhao Kun said helplessly. But the authorities aren't wrong. If they had weapons, a normal person should be able to deal with ordinary zombies, it's just a matter of whether they dare to do it. Yeah, but there's no shortage of tough guys in this world. I reckon quite a few people have already fought zombies recently, Yang Bin said. Brother Bin, you're right. There are a lot of videos like this online now, and many people have formed small groups to fight zombies, Chen Hao said. There are also a lot of videos on the campus network. Several dormitory buildings have spontaneously formed teams to fight zombies, Skinny Monkey said. Don't we have any in our building? Chen Hao asked. Aren't we? Yang Bin laughed. Alright, it seems like hoping for help is out of the question. Not necessarily. Maybe people on the lower floors have already started moving. Let's rest for an hour, then try to go down and clear out the remaining zombies on the 7th floor, see how many people are still alive, and find some food and water. Yang Bin said. Okay. Everyone nodded and immediately lay down on the rooftop to rest. Facing dozens of zombies at once had exhausted them both physically and mentally. An hour later, Yang Bin sat up, raised his arm, which was still a little sore, but at least he could fight. During this time, Zhao Kun also modified his ladder, turning it into 2 iron pipes, one for himself and one for Lao He. As for Skinny Monkey, he picked up the steel pipe that Yang Bin had bent earlier, straightened it with a brick, and made do with it. Let's go, Yang Bin said, then walked towards the stairwell first. The stench of blood in the stairwell was overwhelming, a nauseating odor that filled the air upon entry. The group forced themselves to endure the foul smell and looked down. Below the stairs, piled high with corpses, 2 zombies were still relentlessly climbing upwards, but the stairwell was blocked, preventing them from reaching the top. How do we get down? Zhao Kun asked. Yang Bin pointed to the handrail and said, the stairwell is blocked, we have to jump down from here. Are you sure? It's almost 3 meters down. You'll break your legs if you jump, and there are 2 zombies down there. Are you trying to send us to deliver takeout? Look at your cowardice. Yang Bin shook his head. I'll go down first. You can come down after I've dealt with these 2 zombies. After saying that, Yang Bin flipped over the railing with one hand and jumped down. He crouched slightly upon landing to absorb the force of the fall and stood steadily on the 7th floor stairwell. His improved physical abilities weren't just about increased strength, they were an all-around improvement. 3 meters was no big challenge for him. The 2 zombies, seeing their sudden food, excitedly charged at Yang Bin. Yang Bin thrust out his iron pipe, instantly piercing one zombie's head. He then kicked the other zombie hard, knocking it to the ground, before pulling out the pipe and plunging it into the zombie's head. The movements were fluid and graceful, leaving the people above speechless. Impressive, they exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Stop flattering me, come down, Yang Bin said, looking at them. The group exchanged glances, a little scared. Yang Bin shook his head, dragging the 2 zombie corpses over. Is that okay now? He said. I'll go first. Chen Hao stepped forward, then climbed over the railing, took a deep breath, and jumped down. His feet landed on the zombie corpses, cushioned by their weight, without any problems. Actually, 3 meters is a considerable height for an ordinary person, but as long as you know how to absorb the impact, it's generally not a problem. The key is overcoming your fear. Huzzy, your courage has improved a lot, Yang Bin laughed. Of course, I can't let you down, Chen Hao said, puffing out his chest. Seeing Chen Hao jump down, Zhao Kun and the others exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and followed suit. The poor zombies, after being killed, had their corpses used as foot mats, almost getting excrement stepped on. The 7th floor corridor was now free of zombies, but many remained in the rooms. The dormitory had 20 rooms on each floor, 10 on each side of the stairwell, with 4 people in each room, meaning at least 80 people on one floor. They had killed about 60 zombies in total, including some from the 6th floor, so there were at least 20 or 30 left on the 7th floor, some of whom were likely survivors. Let's go, clean up room by room, Yang Bin said. Okay. Yang Bin led the group to the left, arriving at the first dormitory door. The door was open, and there were no zombies inside. The group went in and searched the room, but besides finding half a bottle of mineral water and a pack of chewing gum, they found no other food. Unlike girls' dorms, boys' dorms are less likely to have food hoarding, so finding food is extremely difficult and depends entirely on luck. Yang Bin took a sip of mineral water and handed it to Chen Hao, who then took a sip and passed it to Zhao Kun. At this point, there was no time for sentimentality. Everyone was incredibly thirsty, so they didn't care if someone had already drunk from their water. Water was more precious than food. After taking turns, they finished half a bottle of mineral water. Yang Bin then dismantled the ladder in the room, modified it, and made 2 iron pipes, handing one to Skinny Monkey and replacing the other with his own. His pipe was deformed from stabbing so many zombies. Then, chewing gum, they leisurely walked towards the second dormitory. This dormitory was also empty. They searched it thoroughly and continued forward. After passing several dormitories without finding any zombies, they guessed that the ones near the stairs had probably been disturbed by the noise in the stairwell and gone to their deaths. Finally, at the 5th room, they found a closed door. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked inside, discovering 3 zombies gnawing on a mangled corpse. Yang Bin gave the group a wink, then kicked the door open. The 3 zombies who were eating stared blankly at the suddenly opened door, and before they could react, they were attacked with clubs by the people who rushed in. By the time they recovered from their shock, they were already dead. 2 had their heads pierced by Yang Bin, and the other had his neck broken by Chen Hao and Zhao Kun working together. They didn't have Yang Bin's strength to break the heads, so they stabbed the zombies in the necks. Surprisingly, it was quite effective. Stabbing the neck was much easier than the head. The group searched the dormitory again and continued forward. Finally, in the 8th room, they found 4 survivors. All 4 people in the dormitory had survived and hadn't turned into zombies. When they saw Yang Bin and the others, the 4 were overjoyed, thinking they were saved. However, Yang Bin's words immediately dampened their excitement. "Grab your weapons and come with us to kill zombies." "No way." The 4 people in room 708 shook their heads in unison. They were joking. Zombies eat people, why risk their lives if they could survive? Let's just stay in the dorm and wait for rescue. As long as we hide and don't make a sound, the zombies won't find us, said a bespectacled, refined-looking man. What if rescue doesn't come for several days? Zhao Kun frowned. It's okay, we still have plenty of food in the dorm. We can last a few days, said another man with curly hair. Hearing this, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. They had only found a few scattered snacks after searching so many rooms, and none of them were even full yet. They hadn't expected these guys to have enough food for several days. Can we come in and sit for a bit? Standing in the hallway will only attract zombies, Yang Bin laughed. Come in, come in. Upon hearing that they might attract zombies, the people in the dorm panicked. Yang Bin led the group into the dormitory. To their surprise, a table was laden with snacks, Coke, Sprite, cake, and other treats, making Chen Hao and the others drool. Was someone celebrating their birthday last night? Yang Bin asked. Yeah, it was my birthday. They bought me a ton of stuff to celebrate yesterday, Curly laughed. Happy birthday. Yang Bin smiled. He then naturally walked to the table and started eating, acting like they were old friends. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Chen Hao and the others followed suit, wishing Curly a happy birthday before wolfing down their food. Thank you. Curly stammered. Holy crap, wait a minute, they ate all our food. What are we going to eat now? Seeing the group wolfing down their food, the bespectacled guy panicked. Holy crap, shut up. The others realized what was happening and rushed over to grab the food. But by the time they rushed over, the table was almost completely ransacked by these starving bastards. They weren't just stuffing food into their mouths, they were stuffing it into their pockets. Damn it, are you guys bandits? Curly-haired guy roared. Why wouldn't we? This is to celebrate your birthday, isn't it? Yang Bin mumbled, holding a can of cola in his left hand and bread in his right. My birthday's already over, I don't need your celebration. Give us back our food. Curly-haired guy glared, his curly hair practically standing on end in anger. The other 3 glared back at them just as angrily. These people were utterly shameless. You've already eaten it, you can't just throw it up, Yang Bin chuckled. But I didn't eat your food for nothing. After saying this, Yang Bin walked to the beds, dismantled the ladders beside the 2 beds, and tossed them to them, saying, this is far more important than food in the apocalypse. With this, it might save your lives. The men took the ladders, stunned, speechless for a moment, clearly intimidated by Yang Bin's strength. Yang Bin stuffed the 2 bags of peanuts into his pocket again, then led the group away. If you're too scared to kill zombies, then lock the door. Hopefully, you'll be able to wait until rescue arrives. Only after everyone had left did the men in the dormitory dare to speak. Those damned bandits. They've eaten several days' worth of our food. How are we supposed to wait for rescue? Exactly. They're cutting off our escape route. Outside the corridor, several people were happily drinking Sprite and eating cake. So satisfying. Yang Bin, aren't we going too far? Zhao Kun frowned. Too far? Do you really think rescue will come? Yang Bin asked. Even if they do, it'll be at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Do you think their food will last that long? No. Then that's settled. We ate their food, but I also gave them weapons. Relatively speaking, weapons offer them a better chance of survival. That's true. Zhao Kun nodded, clearly agreeing with Yang Bin. Afterward, the group dealt with the remaining zombies in the 2 dormitories behind them and headed to the other side. After spending over half an hour thoroughly searching all 10 dorm rooms on the right, they found some snacks, bottled water, clean clothes, and personal belongings. Each person carried a backpack and packed everything inside. Yes, the backpacks were also looted. There wasn't a single survivor in the 10 rooms on the right, demonstrating how low the survival rate was. Of the nearly 80 people on the entire 7th floor, only the 4 in room 708 and Zhao Kun's 2 companions survived. The others had either become zombies or been eaten by them. A survival rate of less than 1/10 weighed heavily on everyone's minds. However, this was likely due to the large number of people living in the school dorms. Other areas were probably better off. After clearing the 7th floor, the sun was about to set. They decided to find a clean dorm room to stay in for the night and think about other things tomorrow. Now they had enough food and water for the time being, so they didn't need to worry about going hungry. Finally, the group found 2 dormitory rooms whose doors hadn't been damaged. Zhao Kun and his 2 companions shared one room, while Yang Bin and Chen Hao shared the other. After quickly tidying up the rooms, Yang Bin and Chen Hao went straight to bed, utterly exhausted from the day. Yang Bin took out a charging cable he'd scavenged and plugged in his phone, then fell into deep thought. Brother Bin, do you think we can survive the apocalypse? Chen Hao asked softly. Yes, Yang Bin replied firmly. Chen Hao nodded, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. He'd thought apocalypses were exciting in movies, but experiencing it firsthand revealed the sheer terror of the constant possibility of death. Don't overthink it. Just focus on the present. You're coming down to the 6th floor with me in a bit, Yang Bin said. Why go down to the 6th floor? Aren't we doing fine here? Chen Hao asked curiously. While clearing out the zombies, I activated my special ability to look down to the 6th floor and accidentally spotted a special zombie in the 6th floor corridor, Yang Bin said. A special zombie? The kind that almost wiped out all 5 of us? Yes. With that kind of zombie around, isn't it very dangerous? Why are we going down there? Chen Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. Why do you think my strength has suddenly increased so much? Yang Bin suddenly asked. Yeah, I've been wanting to ask. How did you suddenly become so strong? Could it be that crystal? Chen Hao asked, his eyes wide. That's right, it was after eating that crystal that my physical abilities improved dramatically, Yang Bin nodded. This crystal might be the key to survival in the apocalypse, so we need to get as many as possible before others discover it. Brother Bin, you mean this kind of crystal is only found on special zombies? Chen Hao asked. Yes, we've only encountered one among all the zombies we've killed. This shows that special zombies must be extremely rare. Since we've found one, we can't let it go. Okay, I'll listen to you. Should we call them? Chen Hao pointed to the room where Zhao Kun and the others were staying. No need. We only have a cooperative relationship with them. As long as there's no conflict of interest, it's fine. But once there is, there will inevitably be problems. I can't possibly give them something like this. Alright, when do we go down? We'll go down after resting for a while. Let's try not to disturb them. Okay. In another room. Brother Kun, don't you think Yang Bin's strength seems to have increased a lot? Skinny Monkey whispered. Yeah, I noticed it a while ago. His strength is ridiculously high now, Zhao Kun frowned. What happened? At first, although that guy was fierce, if it were a real fight, the 3 of us could definitely take him down. Now I feel like even if the 3 of us attacked together, he'd beat the shit out of us, Old Black said with a dark face. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably because of that red crystal he pried out of the zombie's head, Zhao Kun pondered. Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Skinny Monkey and Old Black also thought about it. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. It seems like he became stronger after eating that thing. But how did he know that zombies had that thing, and he even dared to eat it? Old Black asked, puzzled. That's what I don't understand either. I feel like those 2 are a bit unusual. They were scratched but didn't turn into zombies. And did you guys notice? When we were clearing out the zombies this afternoon, Yang Bin seemed to know whether there were any zombies in there. He always managed to plan ahead, Zhao Kun said. Yeah, I noticed that too. I wanted to ask him, but I held back, Skinny Monkey nodded. Now that you mention it, they both seem like freaks. Should we still stay with them? Old Black frowned. Zhao Kun pondered for a moment and said, "It's better to stay with them before leaving the dorm. At least our lives will be safer with them." "Yeah, but we also need to find a way to get some crystals ourselves. I don't want to be held back by him forever," Zhao Kun said. "Right, don't worry, Brother Kun, we'll definitely help you get them." Sixth floor stairwell. Yang Bin frowned as he looked at the zombies in the corridor. Although the battle on the rooftop had attracted some zombies from the 6th floor, there were still more than 10 zombies in the 6th floor corridor, and the special zombie was among them, which was giving him a major headache. While he was confident he could take on the special zombie one-on-one, dealing with so many zombies simultaneously, especially one special zombie among them, was definitely not an option. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bin looked at Chen Hao beside him and said, "Hazi, that special zombie is in the middle of that group of zombies, the tall one in black. Do you have any way to lure him over or into one of the dormitories?" Chen Hao peeked out at the zombies in the distance, thought for a moment, and said, "I can try." "Okay, be careful. If it doesn't work, forget it. Remember, using special abilities consumes mental energy. If you feel dizzy, retreat immediately, otherwise your invisibility will fail," Yang Bin instructed. After saying that, he pulled a handful of pebbles from his pocket and handed them to Chen Hao. He had collected these pebbles when he lured the zombies. He had quite a few in his pocket. "Don't worry, Brother Bin, I understand." Chen Hao took the pebble and quickly disappeared from his spot. Under Yang Bin's watchful eye, Chen Hao cautiously walked over and stopped 5 meters away from a group of zombies. The zombies were still wandering around aimlessly, unaware of Chen Hao. Seeing this, Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief and threw a pebble into the nearby dormitory. The noise quickly alerted several zombies, and 2 of them rushed into the dormitory. Seeing this tactic work, Chen Hao repeated the process, throwing a few more pebbles and successfully attracting 7 or 8 zombies away. At this point, the special zombie was exposed. Chen Hao took a few steps back and threw a pebble at its feet. The special zombie looked at the pebble on the ground with suspicion but didn't move, seemingly a bit smarter than the ordinary zombies. Undeterred, Chen Hao continued to throw pebbles while retreating. The special zombie finally couldn't resist its curiosity and followed, but the 2 zombies behind it also followed. Seeing this, Chen Hao had a headache. He only wanted to lure the special zombie over, not 3. He tried several times, but found that the 2 zombies were like shadows, following the special zombie wherever it went. Chen Hao looked helplessly at Yang Bin in the distance. Yang Bin also saw the situation, gave Chen Hao a gesture to bring them over, then went up the stairs and hid at the corner. With Yang Bin's permission, Chen Hao carefully threw stones along the way, slowly leading the 3 zombies over until they reached the corner in the middle of the stairs. Yang Bin gripped the iron pipe tightly, ready to strike. The instant the 3 zombies came up, the iron pipe suddenly thrust out, slamming into the head of an ordinary zombie. Instantly, the zombie's head was pierced, and it collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that Yang Bin didn't want to attack the special zombie, but he knew very well that he couldn't kill it with a single blow, then they would face an attack from 3 zombies. So, Yang Bin simply decided to kill one first. As Yang Bin made his move, the other 2 zombies noticed him and pounced on him, especially the special zombie, which was incredibly fast. Yang Bin pulled out his iron pipe and swung it down on both zombies. The ordinary zombie was sent tumbling down the stairs, but the special zombie only took a step back before attacking again. Yang Bin thrust the iron pipe forward instantly, accurately aiming for its head. However, this time it didn't pierce through like with the ordinary zombie. The pipe made a hole in its head but couldn't go any further. The special zombie was significantly stronger, faster, and more physically robust than the ordinary zombie. The iron pipe in Yang Bin's hand wasn't sharp, piercing the special zombie's head directly wouldn't be easy. But Yang Bin was prepared. His first attack failed, and he quickly pulled out the pipe, smashing it down on the zombie again, forcing it back. At this moment, the zombie that had rolled down got up and rushed forward, only to be stopped by Chen Hao, who had suddenly appeared. 2 battles erupted simultaneously. In the narrow stairwell, the iron pipes in their hands were particularly difficult to wield. Fortunately, the zombies' fighting style was very simple, they only knew how to relentlessly pounce on their opponents. Taking advantage of the length of the iron pipes, the zombies couldn't get close at all. Yang Bin repeatedly forced the special zombies back, and time and again he stabbed them hard in the head. Finally, after 7 or 8 stabs, a sound of bone shattering rang out. Yang Bin's iron pipe had finally pierced the zombie's head. The special zombie finally stopped moving and slowly collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Hao had also severed his opponent's neck. At this moment, a roar erupted from below. Clearly, their commotion had alerted the zombies on the 6th floor. Yang Bin quickly reached into the special zombie's head and soon pulled out a red crystal. Go! The 2 quickly went upstairs and retreated back into the dormitory before the zombies noticed them. In the dormitory, Chen Hao looked at the red crystal in Yang Bin's hand and asked in surprise, "Brother Bin, can this thing really greatly increase one's strength?" "Yeah." Yang Bin nodded, then handed the crystal to Chen Hao, saying, "Try it and you'll see." "Ha! For me?" Chen Hao's eyes widened. Who else would I give it to if not you? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. Brother Bin, I think you should eat it. If you eat another one, your strength might increase even more, and then these zombies will be easy to handle. Chen Hao handed the crystal to Yang Bin again. What, do you want to be a burden and make me do all the work? No, Brother Bin, that's not what I meant. I just think it would be better for you to eat it. Giving it to me is a bit of a waste. Chen Hao said softly. Yang Bin sighed, patted Chen Hao's shoulder, and said, Huzzy, this is the apocalypse. To survive, you need strength. You're the only person I can trust with my life, so we need to improve together. If only I improve while you stay stagnant, you'll just become a burden. You don't want that, do you? Yeah, I don't want to be a burden. That's it then. It's just a crystal. Once you've improved, we can easily get more together. That's true. Okay, I'll take this one. Chen Hao wasn't one to hesitate. After thinking it through, he stopped worrying, took the crystal, wiped it on his clothes, and then popped it into his mouth with his eyes closed. Soon, the energy crystal transformed into energy and merged into Chen Hao's body. After a long while, Chen Hao opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and his face was full of excitement. Wow, this is amazing. I feel like I could kill a bull right now. Try to sense it. See if anything new has appeared in your mind, Yang Bin said. Chen Hao closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, staring at Yang Bin in disbelief. Brother Bin, a picture of the Big Dipper has appeared in my mind, exactly the same as the Big Dipper I saw in the sky last night. Sure enough, it's the same. Yang Bin nodded. What's going on? Why is there a star chart in my mind that's the same as the one in the sky? Chen Hao asked in astonishment. I don't know either. I've been trying to figure it out for a while, and the only thing I can think of is that we might have activated a cultivation system. How so? The Big Dipper in my mind was completely dim. We swallowed an energy crystal and lit up a corner of the first star, almost doubling our strength. If I'm not mistaken, as more of the star chart is lit up, our strength will increase, and maybe we'll even gain various abilities in the future, Yang Bin pondered. This feels so unbelievable, Chen Hao said, somewhat incredulous. So, what do you think of your invisibility? Unbelievable. Then that settles it. You have superpowers, so cultivating is perfectly normal, isn't it? That seems to be true. Yeah, don't think too much about it. Get some rest tonight, we have to keep fighting tomorrow. Okay. Night fell, and an atmosphere of fear permeated the world. The sudden outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard, drastically changing the global situation. In just one day, the bustling streets transformed into a zombie apocalypse, forcing humanity to hide in concealed places, clinging to any chance of survival. The government was in complete chaos, with many in key positions turning into zombies, and social order nearly paralyzed. On the streets, cars lay scattered like car crash sites, zombies roaming among them. From house to house, muffled cries could be heard intermittently, everyone hid, too afraid to venture out. Of course, some brave souls bravely stepped forward to fight the zombies, but they were few and far between. Most people trembled at the sight of zombies, let alone fight them. Under these circumstances, the human population dwindled rapidly, almost all industries ceased operations, and everyone feared for survival. On the first day of the apocalypse, the whole world was in chaos. Late at night, the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky, but the brightest North Star was gone, and the mysterious Red Star was nowhere to be seen. The howls of the zombies gradually faded, and the world became deathly quiet. Humanity couldn't remember the last time they'd experienced such a peaceful night. Except for a few streetlights stubbornly burning, all the lights in the houses were gone. Every household kept their doors tightly shut, afraid to turn on their lights. Bars, nightclubs, and other nighttime entertainment venues were also locked up tight. The zombies raised their heads, gazing at the Big Dipper in the sky. Faintly, it seemed as if the power of starlight was drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into their bodies. Besides the zombies, various mutated beasts also stared at the Big Dipper, wisps of spiritual energy slowly seeping into their bodies. The next morning, Yang Bin got up early, and casually picked up his phone, finding a message. Opening it, Yang Bin's face lit up with joy, for the message was from Huan Liang. He's still alive. Yang Bin excitedly opened the message. Brother Bin, are you guys still alive? The apocalypse came, Lu Bo turned into a zombie. I luckily escaped by hiding in the bathroom, but it seems to have discovered me. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. If you're still alive, find a place to hide, you absolutely must survive. Seeing Huan Liang's message, Yang Bin felt a pang of sadness. Lu Bo had ultimately become a zombie. But thankfully, Huan Liang was still alive. Huzzy, wake up. Yang Bin kicked Chen Hao's bed and called out. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao groggily sat up. Liangzi is alive. Yang Bin said excitedly. Really? Chen Hao sat up in surprise. What about Lu Bo? He became a zombie, Yang Bin whispered. Oh, It's okay, at least Wen Liang is still alive. Chen Hao forced a smile. Yeah, he's hiding in the toilet right now, in a really bad situation. We need to find a way to go down and rescue him, Yang Bin said. Okay. The two quickly went to the toilet to wash up briefly and changed into a set of clean clothes they had scavenged. Their clothes were already tattered and stained with blood. They had been thrown away before going to bed last night. Each carrying a backpack, they went to the dormitory of Zhao Kun and the others. They knocked on the door, and soon, Skinny Monkey opened it. The others had finished packing and were waiting for them. What's the plan for today? Zhao Kun asked. We're going to the third floor to rescue people. Are you coming? Yang Bin asked directly. Zhao Kun frowned. To get to the third floor, we have to go through floors 6, 5, and 4. If we go down like this, we'll definitely alert the zombies on those floors. If we're surrounded from above and below, we're finished. Yeah, it's dangerous. That's why I was asking if you're going. If you're not going, then Chen Hao and I will go. Zhao Kun thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't take that risk with you. I have to be responsible for Skinny Monkey and Old Black. I understand. Yang Bin nodded. Their relationship was merely cooperative. In truth, they weren't very close. Naturally, the other party had no reason to risk his life for them. Then I'll go with Chen Hao. Be careful. Yang Bin said, then left with Chen Hao. Yang Bin, I hope you can survive. Zhao Kun said, watching the two men's retreating figures. Don't worry, even if you die, we won't. Yang Bin waved his hand and said, Brother Bin, are you confident? Upon reaching the stairwell, Chen Hao asked with some worry. Who can say they're confident in this situation? But our strength has both increased, and with our special abilities, we should be able to give it a try, Yang Bin said. Should I just go down and scout the area? No need. Your invisibility won't last long, and nobody knows how many zombies are down there. If you accidentally come into contact with any zombies, you're finished. Teamwork is the key. Okay. The two cautiously began their descent. There were no zombies in the 6th floor stairwell. They made their way to the 5th floor, only to witness the scene they least wanted to see. 3 zombies were wandering around in the 5th floor stairwell. With their current strength, dealing with these 3 zombies would be easy, but making a move would inevitably make noise, attracting a horde of zombies, which would be troublesome. Even with their current strength, if they were surrounded from above and below, they would be doomed. What do we do, Bin Ge? Chen Hao asked Yang Bin. Yang Bin thought for a moment and said, try not to fight if possible. Try to become invisible and see if you can lure them away with pebbles. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, then immediately became invisible and slowly walked down the stairs. Be careful, don't make a sound. Okay. Chen Hao cautiously approached the zombies behind him, then took out a pebble and threw it into the corridor, hoping to attract them. However, instead of attracting the zombies in the stairwell, the pebble attracted the zombies in the corridor. Seeing this, both of them were very helpless. Chen Hao, not giving up, threw another pebble to the other side. 2 more zombies emerged from that side, while the 3 zombies in the stairs remained unmoved. Chen Hao dared not throw anymore, fearing that it would attract more zombies. Faced with this situation, unless Chen Hao could go downstairs and throw some pebbles into the corridor, getting these zombies out of the stairwell seemed impossible. However, the 3 zombies were right in the middle of the stairs, and Chen Hao had to pass them, which was like walking a tightrope. Although the 3 zombies weren't standing side by side, they were very close together, and they were moving around. If Chen Hao accidentally touched one of them, it would be the end. Yang Bin was about to call Chen Hao back to discuss the matter further, but Chen Hao gritted his teeth and continued downstairs. Yang Bin was immediately startled. It was too late to call him back, he could only grip the iron pipe tightly, ready to act immediately if anything went wrong. Chen Hao walked slowly, step by step, and as he got closer and closer to the zombies, Yang Bin's heart was in his throat. Chen Hao, on the other hand, remained unusually calm. The instant the first zombie passed by, he stepped forward, bypassing it, and slowly approached the second zombie. He patiently waited for the zombie to leave, then slipped past it from behind. But just then, several zombies that had come from behind suddenly began to stagger towards Chen Hao's position. At this moment, both Chen Hao and Yang Bin broke out in a cold sweat. If they came closer, they would definitely encounter Chen Hao. At the crucial moment, Chen Hao simply took out a few pebbles and threw them behind them. The zombies stopped, turned around, and then walked over with puzzled expressions. Phew! Both Yang Bin and Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie in front had almost been face to face with Chen Hao. If Chen Hao hadn't been so experienced, he would have definitely vomited on the spot after that scene. The zombies, along with the third one, left. Chen Hao quickly moved to the wall, reached a corner, and then took out another handful of pebbles and threw them into the corridor. The zombies' attention was successfully drawn, and even the 2 zombies still on the stairs curiously followed. Soon, all the zombies on the stairs had left. Chen Hao waved to Yang Bin, who quickly came down, and the two of them swiftly reached the corner of the stairs between the 5th and 4th floors. Huzzy, don't take such risks next time, Yang Bin scolded. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I'm confident, Chen Hao said confidently. Confident? What a joke. You almost kissed a zombie just now. That was purely an accident, Chen Hao said awkwardly. Next time, you should discuss this with me, Yang Bin said seriously. Okay, Chen Hao said softly. Yang Bin nodded, then activated his true sight and looked down. There were no zombies on the 4th floor stairs, but a few were wandering around in the 4th floor hallway. This was no problem for them. Chen Hao went invisible and easily lured them to a nearby dormitory by throwing a few pebbles. The two quickly went downstairs. Just as they reached the 4th floor hallway and were about to descend, Yang Bin stopped. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked softly. A whole bunch. Yang Bin said, his face dark. They're all in the stairwell? Yeah, eating. Eating? Chen Hao didn't react for a moment. Yeah, long legs, pretty fair skin, probably that sissy from 312. Yang Bin said. Eating people. Chen Hao finally realized. Zombies eat rice, right? Brother Bin, I've noticed you're getting more and more perverted. What's perverted about it? Haven't I seen this kind of scene a lot? But you don't look at it this closely, recognizing someone just by a leg. Standard procedure. If you ever get eaten, I can recognize you by a single bone. Alright, let's not talk about that. The problem now is, those guys are eating heartily, they probably won't leave anytime soon. Yang Bin frowned. Then, should we wait? Chen Hao said. Wait a minute, our position is incredibly awkward. If the zombies from the 4th floor come over, we're done for. You can turn invisible, but I can't. Then what do we do? Charge down there, fight our way to our dorm. Yang Bin said. This is too risky. What if there's a horde of zombies down there? We're doomed. There's no other way. If we get blocked in the stairwell from both above and below, we'll be completely helpless. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yeah, stick close to me. With our strength, we should be able to get through without much trouble. Okay. Yang Bin gripped the iron pipe tightly, his eyes fixed on the zombies below, who were happily eating. Seeing that they weren't looking up, Yang Bin charged down, then leaped up, stepping on a zombie's head and clearing a group of zombies squatting in the stairwell eating. Chen Hao followed closely, and before the zombie could react, he also jumped over it, using its shoulder as a springboard. Roar! Upon seeing two living people, the group of zombies immediately stopped eating and frantically chased after them. The two rushed to the 3rd floor corridor, but the sight of the zombies filled the space, sending chills down their spines. The entire corridor was teeming with zombies. A conservative estimate was 30 or 40, with nearly 20 on the left side alone. Huzzy, we have to fight for our lives. I'll handle the front, you handle the back. Yang Bin said sternly. Okay. Chen Hao nodded seriously. Yang Bin tightened his grip on the iron pipe and charged forward. Roar! The zombies ahead quickly pounced. Yang Bin thrust the iron pipe forward, instantly piercing the first zombie's head. However, Yang Bin's expression darkened. He felt the resistance to piercing this zombie was greater than with the previous ones. But there was no time to think. He kicked the zombie away, simultaneously knocking several zombies behind him to the ground, and the two continued charging forward. The zombies quickly scrambled to their feet and charged at the two men again. The zombies behind them also caught up rapidly. Chen Hao, mimicking Yang Bin's movements, swiftly struck with the iron pipe. Although not as skilled as Yang Bin, his improved physical abilities gave him enough strength, and he pierced the head of the leading zombie. Chen Hao then kicked it away. The two men used both hands and feet, continuously striking with the iron pipe and kicking away the charging zombies. After killing several zombies in succession, Yang Bin was basically certain that these zombies were definitely stronger than those from yesterday. Their physical strength, power, and speed were all greater than yesterday's. Are the zombies downstairs stronger? Or do zombies grow stronger? Yang Bin pondered. Brother Bin, hurry, I can't hold on any longer. Chen Hao's anxious voice rang out. Yang Bin quickly turned around and glanced at him, his face immediately darkening. There were more zombies behind than in front. They had already reached Chen Hao, and he could no longer thrust his iron pipe forward. He could only try to push them back. But there were too many zombies, he couldn't move them at all. He could only grit his teeth and hold on, his hands already bleeding from the zombies' claws. Huzzy, hold on. Yang Bin roared, piercing another zombie's head with his iron pipe. He then leaped up and kicked it several meters away, sending a swarm of zombies crashing to the ground behind him. Go! Yang Bin didn't have time to finish off any remaining zombies. He stepped over the zombies and ran forward quickly. Chen Hao pushed forward sharply and quickly followed. Ahead, Yang Bin changed his method from thrusting to swinging the iron pipe, smashing zombie after zombie to the ground as he rushed forward. Chen Hao followed closely, almost reaching dormitory 308, when suddenly a zombie lying on the ground grabbed Chen Hao's leg and bit his ankle. Hiss! Chen Hao gasped, a look of pain on his face. Ha-zi! Yang Bin exclaimed in alarm, instantly using his steel pipe to subdue the zombie biting Chen Hao. He then pulled Chen Hao up, used his shoulder to shove aside several other zombies, and rushed into the dormitory, quickly closing and locking the door. Roar! Just as the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden roar erupted, revealing another zombie inside the dormitory. Lu Bo. Seeing the zombie, a look of sadness crossed both their faces. They had been roommates for 3 years, their relationship very close. Seeing their former roommate turned into a zombie was a painful blow. However, Lu Bo didn't care whether they were acquaintances or not. Seeing strangers, he excitedly charged towards them. Sorry, brother. Yang Bin sighed, his iron pipe flashing out, piercing the man's neck in one strike. He didn't stab him in the head, at least leaving him some dignity. Watching Lu Bo fall to the ground, both men wore expressions of grief. They had killed so many zombies, but this was the first time they had killed a brother among them. Bang bang bang. A series of frantic pounding sounds rang out, the dormitory door shaking violently. The zombie behind them clearly wasn't going to let them go. The two quickly composed themselves and together dragged the bed, which was not far away, behind the door to prop it up. Just as they secured the door, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Brother Bin, Hazi. Hu Wenliang poked his head out of the bathroom and was overjoyed to see the two. Liangzi. The two men were also excited to see Hu Wenliang. The three grown men immediately hugged each other. I thought I'd never see you again, Hu Wenliang said, his eyes red. Yeah, it's so good that you're alive, Chen Hao exclaimed. Soon, the three separated. Hu Wenliang looked at the two men in confusion and said, there are zombies everywhere outside, how did you get back? You dare ask? Do you know how much we suffered to come back and save you? Chen Hao stretched out his leg, it was a bloody mess, with a chunk of flesh bitten off. Hazi, you. Seeing the wound on Chen Hao's foot, Hu Wenliang's eyes immediately reddened. I'm sorry, Hazi. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have sent you the message. If you turn into a zombie, I'll go with you. Go away. You're not a woman. Who wants you to commit suicide for love? Hurry up and get me something to bandage myself. It hurts so much. You're about to turn into a zombie, what's the point of bandaging you? You're the one who's going to turn into a zombie. I'm perfectly fine, are you cursing me? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. But, alright, Liangzi, Hazi's fine. At this moment, Yang Bin had already taken out gauze, alcohol, and some wound medicine from the cabinet and came over. He had kept these things on hand before. He often went to construction sites and inevitably got bumps and bruises, so he habitually carried some medicine with him. However, just as he was about to apply the medicine to Chen Hao, he suddenly stopped. Just now, when he activated his true sight to examine Chen Hao's wound, he inadvertently saw Hu Wenliang, and what he saw stunned him. Hu Wenliang actually had a superpower, and a healing one at that. Holy crap, what a coincidence! Yang Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide. What coincidence, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. That Liangzi guy actually has a superpower too, isn't that a coincidence? Really? Chen Hao was immediately thrilled. What are you talking about? What kind of superpower? Hu Wenliang asked, looking completely bewildered. Liangzi, try placing your hand on Hazi's injured area, then concentrate on healing him, Yang Bin said. What's this for? Hu Wenliang was even more confused. Just do as I say, Yang Bin smiled. Oh, okay. Hu Wenliang nodded, then squatted down, placed his hand on Chen Hao's hand, and concentrated on healing him. Soon, to everyone's astonishment, a white light suddenly shone where Hu Wenliang's hand touched Chen Hao's wound. Then, to everyone's shock, they discovered that Chen Hao's foot wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time, it was completely healed. Holy crap, that's amazing! Chen Hao exclaimed. Even Yang Bin stared in astonishment at this scene, it was truly unbelievable. What exactly happened? Hu Wenliang was even more confused. It's like this. Yang Bin explained everything he knew to Hu Wenliang, finally giving him a better understanding. So, this apocalypse not only has zombies, but also superheroes? Hu Wenliang asked, his eyes wide. You could say that. That's unbelievable. By the way, Liangzi, Lu Bo turned into a zombie, how did you survive? Did you just go to the bathroom? Yang Bin asked curiously. No, I was woken up by your phone ringing that night and couldn't fall back asleep, so I got up to play games, thinking I'd play a couple of rounds and then go to sleep. But I kept losing, and the more I played, the angrier I got, and the less I wanted to sleep. I played until after 4 o'clock before I finally won a game. Just as I was about to quit the game and go to sleep, I suddenly saw something bright and reddish outside the window. Out of curiosity, I opened the door and went outside. Guess what I saw? Hu Wenliang said, his face full of shock. Did you see the Big Dipper and a crimson star? Yang Bin asked tentatively. How did you know? Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. Is it possible that we saw it too? Chen Hao chuckled. Okay, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. When I saw that scene, I was so shocked I couldn't sleep at all. I didn't go back to the dorm until the stars disappeared. It was already dawn. When I got back to the dorm, I saw Lu Bo's body shaking uncontrollably. I kept calling him, but I couldn't wake him. Then I watched his skin slowly fester. I was terrified. I tried calling you guys, but I couldn't get through. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes, and they were blood red. It looked like a zombie from a movie. I was so scared I immediately hid in the bathroom and kept dialing the police, but I couldn't get through. Finally, I saw online that there was a zombie outbreak, so I've been hiding in the bathroom ever since, Hu Wenliang said, still shaken. Wow, you witnessed the formation of zombies firsthand, Chen Hao exclaimed. Yang Bin, however, fell into deep thought. He had superpowers, Chen Hao had superpowers, and Hu Wenliang also had superpowers. The only thing they had in common was seeing the Big Dipper and the crimson stars. Could their superpowers be related to this? Bang, bang, bang. The dormitory door was still being relentlessly pounded on by the zombies outside. These zombies seemed to have targeted Yang Bin and Chen Hao, relentlessly ramming the door. Seeing the bed shaking violently, the three quickly dragged another bed over, figuring Yang Bin and Chen Hao were strong enough. With the two beds braced against the door, the shaking finally subsided, and the three breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Bin, do you guys have any food? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. He had been hiding in the bathroom for a day and a night, without eating or sleeping, and was now starving. Yes. Yang Bin took off his backpack and opened it. Inside were plenty of food and water, all scavenged by them. Holy crap, you guys robbed us? You have so much stuff, Hu Wenliang exclaimed in surprise. Alright, hurry up and eat. Hu Wenliang didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water and wolfing them down. Seeing Hu Wenliang's starving state, Yang Bin smiled. Hu Wenliang's superpower had given him a huge surprise. With him around, at least their survival was more assured. In the apocalypse, injuries were inevitable, and they knew nothing about medicine. Simple bandaging was fine, but serious injuries were a real problem. Finding a hospital was practically impossible. Therefore, Hu Wenliang's superpower was practically a godsend at this moment. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally finished eating, saying with a satisfied expression, "It's so good to have something to eat." That's right, getting food in the apocalypse isn't easy. We searched the entire dormitory floor to find these things, Chen Hao said proudly. Awesome. Hu Wenliang gave a thumbs up. Brother Bin, what do we do now? Those zombies are blocking the doorway, we can't get out, Chen Hao said worriedly. It's okay, they can't get in anyway. Let's rest for a while. Eventually, some of the zombies will leave. Once there are fewer zombies, we'll figure out a way to get out. Okay. Huzzy, your hands seem pretty badly injured too. Let me heal them for you, Hu Wenliang said, looking at Chen Hao's bloodied and mangled hands. Okay. Chen Hao quickly pulled up his torn sleeves, revealing numerous wounds. You two came together, and Brother Bin is fine, but you're covered in injuries. How can I compare to him? If I were as strong as him, I wouldn't be calling him brother. But to be fair, Liangzi, your ability is really impressive. I won't have to worry about getting injured anymore, Chen Hao said excitedly, looking at his completely healed arms. Just as Hu Wenliang was about to say something, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground, but luckily he managed to grab the table in time. What's wrong? Chen Hao asked curiously. I don't know, I just feel a little dizzy and weak, Hu Wenliang said, puzzled. It's probably from using your powers continuously. A rest will do the trick, Yang Bin said. Ah, using your powers can cause this? No wonder I said I was in good health. How could I suddenly feel dizzy? No way, Liangzi, you can't last that long, Chen Hao teased. Using superpowers consumes a lot of energy, and you can't use them for long periods in the early stages, but it seems to get better as your strength increases, Yang Bin said. Yeah, I felt that too, Chen Hao nodded. Alright, everyone take a rest, especially Liangzi. You haven't slept for 2 nights, your eyes are bloodshot. Sleep for a while, we'll wake you up later. But, the zombies outside. It's okay, the bed is blocking them from getting in. If you lie down, they can just shake you off. Okay, I'll sleep for a bit. Hu Wenliang nodded, then immediately collapsed onto the bed. He was indeed extremely tired. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Brother Kun, do you think Yang Bin and the others can survive going down like that? Skinny Monkey asked. I don't know, but they should be able to. Yang Bin is very smart, Zhao Kun said. Should we continue scavenging for food on the 6th floor? Our current food will only last until tomorrow, and if we don't scavenge something soon, we'll go hungry. It's definitely not enough for just the few of us, unless we drag those 4 guys from 708 along. Those cowards definitely won't dare. It's okay, they don't have much food either. When they can't stand the hunger anymore, they'll come looking for us. Haha, true. On the second day of the apocalypse, figures could be seen moving around the various dormitories. After a day and a night, many people finally couldn't bear the hunger anymore and had no choice but to risk going out to find food. However, in dormitories full of zombies, the difficulty of finding food was unimaginable. One wrong move and you'd become a delivery person yourself. Fortunately, around noon, the school's loudspeakers suddenly blared, successfully attracting most of the zombies. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sound, and upon hearing the broadcast, large groups rushed towards the source of the sound. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't understand the broadcast. The broadcast was from a school leader, instructing surviving students to find a way to assemble at the main cafeteria. The school had 4 cafeterias of varying sizes, but everyone knew the main cafeteria was the largest, capable of accommodating 3,000 people simultaneously, and closest to the dormitories. This leader probably knew the zombies couldn't understand, which is why he dared to use the broadcast. Upon hearing the broadcast, all the students were overjoyed. The school hadn't abandoned them. However, although the main cafeteria was closest to the dormitories, it was still quite a distance, and getting there wouldn't be easy. Soon, the campus forum became lively again. Dear students in Dormitory Building 16, please reply so we can all get together and go to the cafeteria. Dormitory Building 12, I've created a group chat. Join and let's discuss how to get there. Neighboring dormitories, let's meet downstairs in a bit. More people means more safety. People from various dormitories were gathering to discuss how to get to the cafeteria. Similarly, someone in Dormitory Building 21 was also posting. How many people are left in Dormitory Building 21? Let's count them too, and then we can all get together to go to the cafeteria. Soon, numerous comments appeared. A count revealed that only 53 people were still alive in Dormitory Building 21, excluding Yang Bin and his group who hadn't spoken. On average, only about 7 or 8 people remained per floor, causing everyone's hearts to sink. Just then, someone suddenly said, "Someone in our building started clearing out the zombies a while ago. They've killed all the zombies on the 7th floor. We can have them lead the way." Really? Are there really people that fierce? It's true. There aren't a single zombie on the 7th floor now, they cleared them out. But those guys are awful, they stole all our food. How could they do that? Stealing even their classmates' food. That's so mean. Exactly. Everyone's short of food in this apocalypse. How can they steal other people's food? These people are despicable. One by one, people stood on their moral high ground, pointing fingers at Yang Bin and his group, as if they had committed some heinous crime. Yang Bin and Chen Hao, who were also scrolling through their phones, were speechless upon seeing this. It's just a few pieces of cake, how did that turn into something heinous? Chen Hao said, frustrated. There's no need to pay attention to these people. They're just sour grapes. If we really met them, they'd probably do even worse than us. Yang Bin shook his head. Yeah, I think so too. So, Brother Bin, should we go out? There are far fewer zombies outside. With our strength, we should be able to break through without any problems. Don't rush. Having more people isn't always a good thing. Let's see how things go. Okay. On the forum. Let's put that aside for now, let's think about how to get to the cafeteria. Finally, someone remembered the important matter. Since they can kill zombies, let's have them take us to the cafeteria. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Upstairs, who are those guys? At them. 3 of them are Zhao Kun and Lao Hei from room 716 on our floor. I don't recognize the other 2, they probably don't live on this floor. At Zhao Kun, are you there? At Zhao Kun, reply if you are. Meanwhile, in a dormitory on the 7th floor, Zhao Kun and his 2 companions were all furious. These guys, they just made us sound like we were the worst criminals, and now they want us to take them to the cafeteria? Are they trying to take advantage of us? Skinny Monkey said speechlessly. We can't say that. Many hands make light work. Going together will give us more options and a better chance of success, Lao Hei said. Brother Kun, what do you say? Ignore them, Zhao Kun said. But we also need to go to the cafeteria. Our food won't last long. Since everyone's thinking the same thing, wouldn't it be better to go together? Old Hei asked, puzzled. Many hands make light work, but it also makes us a bigger target, potentially more dangerous, Zhao Kun said. But hiding like this isn't a solution. The internet is going crazy. Let's wait and see, Zhao Kun said, somewhat annoyed. Damn it, how come these guys didn't recognize Yang the madman? Should we betray him? Old Hei suggested. Try it if you want to die. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Seemingly noticing the zombies' movements, the school leaders cleverly kept broadcasting loudly. More and more zombies rushed towards the area from which the broadcast was coming from, and the number of zombies in the dormitories dwindled. Many students in the dormitories began to stir. Finally, the students in dormitories 4, 5, and 6, closest to the cafeteria, began to move. A group of students organized themselves, armed with various weapons: brooms, clothes poles, stools, fruit knives, and more. Occasionally, some could be seen carrying steel pipes or even tang swords. University students always have a few restless individuals. Most of the zombies had already left. Those few encountered were quickly overpowered by the group. While most dared not fight, a few ruthless individuals led the way, managing to get the zombies to the cafeteria. Seeing someone succeed, the others were even more excited, and soon, people from all the dormitories sprang into action. The result was mixed: some succeeded, some suffered heavy losses, and some were completely wiped out. Although the zombies were attracted by the loudspeaker announcements, they weren't blind. When they saw living people, they would definitely eat them first. In addition to the large loudspeakers on the rooftops of the teaching buildings, there were hidden speakers in various grassy areas and trees throughout the school. So, although the zombies have left the dormitory building, they are still scattered in various places. If you are accidentally spotted by a zombie, you are doomed. Although the mortality rate was high, it was still a hope for survival, and many people were willing to take the risk, especially those who were starving and desperately wanted food in the cafeteria. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, under the post for Dormitory 21, many people were already cursing Zhao Kun and his friends for not showing up. That Zhao Kun is a complete coward. He only knows how to steal food from his classmates. If you asked him to fight zombies, he'd be a coward like a grandson. Exactly. They say they killed all the zombies on the 7th floor, but I bet they're lying. I saw a lot of zombies jumping off the building yesterday. They probably jumped on their own. Damn it, they're all just a bunch of cowards. Seeing these comments, Zhao Kun and his friends were so angry they almost smashed their phones. No way, I can't stand it. Let's go to 708 and beat those guys up. Old Hei's face turned completely dark. Exactly. Yangbin started it, but we're being blamed. I can't stand it. Skinny Monkey said. Come on, I want to fight too. Even Zhao Kun stood up. So, the group went straight to dormitory 708. Bang bang bang, Old Black pounded on the door. What are you doing? Curly Hair, seeing the group's angry faces through the window, was immediately frightened. Nothing. Didn't you tell us to take you to the cafeteria? Let's go. Zhao Kun said, suppressing his anger. Really? The bespectacled man asked incredulously. These guys didn't seem like they were going to take them to the cafeteria at all. Of course. Many people from other dorms have already gone. Are you going or not? If not, we're leaving. Zhao Kun said. Of course we'll go. The 4 people in the dormitory, fearing Zhao Kun and his friends would abandon them, quickly opened the door. However, the moment they opened the door, they regretted it, for they saw Zhao Kun and his companions grinning evilly. What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Soon, screams of agony echoed from dormitory 708. Although there were 4 people in dormitory 708, they were utterly overwhelmed by Zhao Kun and his companions. Having fought so many zombies, Zhao Kun and his companions were no match for these guys who couldn't even fight zombies. A few minutes later, Zhao Kun and his companions emerged from the dormitory looking quite relaxed. Behind them, 4 bruised and battered men lay trembling on the ground. Let's go, while there aren't many zombies around, let's go to the cafeteria, Zhao Kun said. Then, should we take the others? Skinny Monkey asked. Let's go, ignore them. Okay. After they left, Curly and the others in the dorm quickly got up. They're gone. They're probably going to the cafeteria, let's hurry and follow them. Yeah. Although they were furious with the guys who beat them up, they knew these guys were really capable of killing zombies, and following them was better than going alone. And soon, a message appeared under the post in Dorm 21 on the campus forum. They went to the cafeteria. Soon, one by one, those hiding in the dormitories cautiously emerged and followed. Dormitory 308. Yangbin shook his head, looking at the messages on the forum. Zhao Kun, that guy, still can't keep his composure. The zombies are mostly gone now. They have weapons and experience fighting zombies. If they're careful, they should be able to get to the cafeteria without any problems, Shen Hao said. If it's just a few of them, they should be able to get to the cafeteria without any problem. But if they're followed by a group, that's a different story. Yeah, that's true. More people means more attention. But they're all classmates, so it's good to help them out if we can. After all, they might starve to death if they stay in the dorm. You'd better not think like that. This is the apocalypse. We're lucky if we can take care of our own family and friends. We can't take care of anyone else. Any bit of compassion could lead to our own doom. Okay, I got it. Brother Bin, when are we going? Yang then glanced at Hu Wenliang, who was still fast asleep, and thought for a moment before saying, "We still have enough food. Let's stay in the dorm for another night and see what happens tomorrow. Going to the cafeteria might not be a good idea either. There are too many people, and the cafeteria's rice won't last long." "Okay, whatever you say." Zhao Kun and his group descended the stairs, easily dispatching several zombies they encountered along the way. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Kun frowned slightly, glancing at the large group following him, but ultimately said nothing and continued forward. Passing through several dormitory buildings, they soon arrived at a green area. Not far away, a group of zombies were circling a hidden speaker, looking puzzled, probably wondering why they could hear voices but see no one. Zhao Kun gestured and then circled around to the other side. The group following behind quickly caught up. Knowing the danger, they held their breath, afraid to make a sound. However, with so many people, accidents are bound to happen. Because they were following so closely, someone accidentally stepped on the heel of the person in front, causing them to stumble and fall, followed by several others. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Zhao Kun cursed. Sure enough, more than a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes all looked over, and then they excitedly rushed towards them. Seeing the zombies charging, the group panicked, some even running away in a panic. "Stop! Anyone who runs away, I'll kill them first!" Zhao Kun roared. "Draw your weapons, prepare for battle." Having experienced many battles, Zhao Kun and his two companions remained calm, immediately drawing their iron pipes. The others were startled by his words, but seeing that he was ready for battle, they suppressed their fear. There were more than 50 of them, facing more than a dozen zombies. They should have an advantage. Soon, the zombies charged. Zhao Kun and his companions acted immediately, their iron pipes aimed directly at the necks of the zombies in front. Combat experience became apparent at this moment. Each of their iron pipes accurately severed a zombie's neck. But the others didn't have such good experience, and the weapons they carried were of varying quality. What was most infuriating was that some people weren't carrying weapons, but rather bags and laptops. The zombies swarmed in. Some immediately fought back, while others were terrified. They were all incredibly tough as keyboard warriors, but when faced with zombies, they all chickened out. Fortunately, they ultimately had a numerical advantage, and with Zhao Kun and his two companions there, they managed to kill all 10+ zombies. However, they weren't unscathed. 6 of them were bitten. Looking at their wounds, Zhao Kun frowned and said, "Either you leave on your own, or I'll kill you now." "No, there must be a way. I won't become a zombie." The group cried out in terror. "That's right. There must be a way. Don't abandon us." However, those who had just been on the same side quickly moved away from the group. "You should leave on your own, it'll be more dignified that way." "No, you can't do this. We're together. Didn't we agree to go to the cafeteria together?" However, the others remained unmoved, looking at them as if they were the plague. A short while later, sores began to appear on their faces, their expressions turning extremely painful, and their eyes slowly turning bloodshot. Everyone was startled by what they saw. Just then, Zhao Kun and his two companions suddenly attacked, the iron pipes instantly piercing the necks of several men, a sight that terrified the others. However, no one dared to say anything, fearing they might be attacked themselves. "If you want to get to the cafeteria alive, you'd better watch out. If something like that happens again, I'll stab you all to death." Zhao Kun cursed angrily and continued walking towards the cafeteria. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The occasional zombie they encountered was easily dealt with by Zhao Kun and his companions. However, just before reaching the cafeteria, they encountered a terrifying horde of zombies chasing a group of people at least 100. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kun's expression changed drastically. "Retreat!" But then, the group spotted them and, as if grasping at a straw, rushed towards them. "Help! Hey, guys up ahead, help us! So many zombies! Damn it!" Zhao Kun cursed, then said to Lao He and Skinny Monkey, "Run! We can't worry about anything else." The 3 of them ran away immediately, and the others followed suit, with a large horde of zombies chasing after them. "What do we do, Kun Ge? We can't escape." Lao He was frantic, watching the zombies getting closer and closer. "Let's go to the library." Zhao Kun quickly turned and ran towards the library. The others now saw Zhao Kun as their main carry, following him wherever he went. The group rushed frantically towards the library, encountering scattered zombies along the way, but they were few in number and easily knocked down by Zhao Kun and his friends using iron pipes. They finally reached the library, only to find the door locked. "Break down the door," Zhao Kun said, frantically smashing the lock with his iron pipe. However, the library lock was extremely sturdy, and they couldn't break it even after several attempts. Old Black and Skinny Monkey rushed over to help. "Ah, help!" Soon, screams erupted from behind. The zombies had caught up. "Hurry up!" The others were frantic. "Screaming my ass! Come help!" Zhao Kun roared. Okay. Finally, after a frantic pounding, the lock was broken. Zhao Kun quickly opened the door, and a group of people rushed inside. Once most of them were inside, a few remained, held back by the zombies. Zhao Kun decisively closed the door. Quickly, bring tables to prop it up, Zhao Kun shouted. Okay. The others, now in disarray, quickly moved tables to prop up the door upon hearing Zhao Kun's words. At that moment, the door was pounded on loudly. Open the door. You can't do this. We haven't even gone in yet. This is murder. Open the door. I don't want to die. The people outside screamed frantically, many with expressions of pity, yet no one said to open the door. At that moment, everyone chose silence. Between their own safety and saving others, everyone chose the former. After a while, the screams outside gradually subsided, clearly indicating that those locked outside had already lost their lives. And inside the library, only about 30 people remained. This operation resulted in the loss of over 20 people, leaving everyone's faces filled with despair. However, the most despairing aspect was that with so many losses, they still hadn't reached the cafeteria. The library didn't have any food. Frankly, it wasn't as comfortable as the dormitory. At this moment, many regretted coming out. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have done it. Zhao Kun and his group also looked incredibly grim, never expecting such an outcome. Brother Kun, what do we do next? Skinny Monkey whispered. I don't know, we can only wait and see if these zombies leave. Damn it, this is bad luck. Old Black complained. It's not a matter of bad luck, it's our own fault, Zhao Kun said. Why? If Yang Bin were here, he definitely wouldn't have let these people follow. Dorm 308. Looks like they're all gone, Yang Bin said, looking out the window. Yeah, probably. We're probably the only ones left in this dorm building, Chen Hao said. Wake Wenliang up, let's continue looting the dorm. Brother Bin, so you stayed an extra day in the dorm just for this? Of course not, it's mainly because the bed is more comfortable, Yang Bin laughed. Besides, after the zombies left, those guys probably already looted all the nearby dorms, we won't find much. But this time we're not mainly looking for food, we're looking for everyday items, like clothes, power banks, lighters, and the like. Got it. Chen Hao nodded, then woke Hu Wenliang, and the three of them moved the bed and went outside. There were almost no zombies left in the dorm building. The loudspeaker was still playing upbeat music, which was particularly attractive to zombies. However, it shouldn't be long before the zombies destroy those loudspeakers, and then the zombies will roam freely. The three of them searched each room one by one, occasionally encountering a few zombies, but this wasn't a problem for them. They spent over 2 hours searching all the dorm rooms from floors 1 to 6. Just as Yang Bin had said, they didn't find much food, but they did collect a backpack full of daily necessities. Let's go, put the stuff back in the dorm, we're going out, Yang Bin said. Where to? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang asked curiously. To find special zombies. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao's eyes lit up, while Hu Wenliang looked confused. However, he didn't ask any more questions and just followed along. After the three of them put their things away, Yang Bin gave Hu Wenliang an iron pipe, and then they went out. Everyone else was avoiding zombies, but these three were actively going to kill them. That was something else. However, only they were truly capable of this. Even if others knew that special zombies had crystals inside their heads, they would still find it difficult to locate them. Special zombies looked exactly like ordinary zombies, making them indistinguishable. Their only difference was their superior strength. But it was impossible to test their strength against every single zombie. Yang Bin, however, had a significant advantage in this regard. With his true sight activated, he could spot even special zombies hidden within a horde. After leaving the dormitory building, the three soon encountered a group of zombies listening to music through a loudspeaker. Yang Bin glanced at them, shook his head, and continued walking in another direction. They walked for quite some time, encountering over a dozen waves of zombies, but without seeing any special zombies. Fortunately, Yang Bin possessed his true sight, allowing him to spot zombies in advance and avoid them, minimizing the danger. After walking for so long, they only encountered a few unavoidable zombies, which the two of them dealt with. Finally, as the three passed a small grove of trees, Yang Bin suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Found it! Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, but it's a bit inappropriate for children, Yang Bin chuckled. What's going on? A grove of trees, a lone man and woman, you know what I mean. Holy crap, so audacious. Hu Wenliang exclaimed, eyes wide. You're too naive. Back in the day, Xia and I. Stop, don't rave about your glorious moments. Your she is already with someone else, Yang Bin retorted mercilessly. 2 zombies. The woman is a special zombie, the man is a regular one. I'll take the woman, you take the man. Liangzi, stay behind. Quick and decisive, don't attract the other zombies, Yang Bin said sternly. Understood. Action. The group quickly disappeared into the woods. The woods were dense. From the outside, it was practically impossible to see inside. No wonder they were so bold. Yang Bin wouldn't have noticed them if he didn't have true sight. After rushing in, they quickly spotted their target. However, upon seeing the two zombies, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. Holy crap, this is definitely not suitable for children, Chen Hao exclaimed. Could it have turned into a zombie while they were doing it? Hu Wenliang asked, his eyes wide. That's quite possible. Alright, stop talking, they're coming. The two zombies had no shame. Seeing the suddenly appearing living people, they excitedly pounced on them. However, their pants were only pulled up to their ankles, not completely off. After running a few steps, both zombies collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a bead of cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of all three. I finally know why they weren't attracted by the loudspeaker. They couldn't run anymore, Chen Hao exclaimed. The two zombies got up again after falling, then ran a few steps before collapsing again. The female zombie's top was pulled up high, exposing her large breasts to the air, making intimate contact with the ground with each fall. Won't it break? Hu Wenliang asked. No, those things are soft, Chen Hao said with experience. Alright, stop chatting, let's finish this quickly, the other zombies will be here soon, Yang Bin said. Okay. The two men instantly attacked, thrusting their weapons into the heads of the two zombies. Having fought so many zombies, this was the first time they'd done it so easily. The male zombie was defeated by Chen Hao with a single blow, but the female zombie took Yang Bin 7 or 8 thrusts to finish off. Special zombies are significantly stronger than ordinary zombies. Moreover, Yang Bin sensed that this special zombie was even stronger than the two special zombies he had killed yesterday. Women shouldn't be stronger than men, could zombies really grow stronger? Yang Bin pondered. This discovery suddenly made him feel a sense of urgency. Ah, what a pity. Hu Wenliang sighed, looking at the female zombie lying on the ground. If you want to lose your virginity, you can do it now, while it's hot. Yang Bin laughed. Ugh, I'm not that perverted. And I've said it so many times, I'm not a virgin. Hu Wenliang exclaimed urgently. You also said you've never even touched a woman's hand. If you're not a virgin, then who is? Yang Bin reached into the zombie's head and rummaged around for a while, quickly pulling out a red crystal. This is the energy crystal you were talking about? Hu Wenliang asked curiously. Yeah, here you go, eat it quickly. Yang Bin handed the crystal to Hu Wenliang. Huh, for me? Hu Wenliang asked, somewhat surprised. What else? You're the weakest of the three of us. Do you want to be a burden forever? Okay. Hu Wenliang understood the importance of this crystal. He didn't say anything, just gave the two of them a grateful look, then wiped the crystal clean, closed his eyes, and swallowed it. A while later, the three powerful individuals set off again to continue their search for special zombies. Chapter 23 Bullying the Weak and Fearing the Strong. The school's loudspeaker coverage was shrinking, clearly indicating that many loudspeakers had been destroyed by the zombies. Students in the dorms had either gone to the cafeteria or died on the way. Of course, some were too afraid to leave and remained in their dorms. These people likely had some food. Others, like Zhao Kun and his group, were forced to hide elsewhere. Despite this, a considerable number still entered the cafeteria. The cafeteria doors were locked, and all the windows were sealed with newspapers, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Inside the cafeteria, a huge, chaotic mass of people, resembling a bustling market, filled with crying and shouting. School leaders were constantly trying to maintain order, but the students, on the verge of collapse, wouldn't listen. Above, the principal looked at the statistics with a grim expression. The school had over 30,000 students and faculty, yet less than 2,000 had arrived at the cafeteria. How could he accept this? Are there any survivors who haven't arrived yet? The principal asked. There definitely are, but the cafeteria is teeming with zombies right now. Even if there are any, they can't get in, a director sighed. Sigh, the principal sighed deeply. Never mind, let's serve the students first. They're probably starving. Okay. Soon, dishes were brought to the window. Upon seeing the food, the group immediately stopped crying and scrambled forward. Students, don't push. Line up. Everyone get some, the principal shouted through a megaphone. However, by this time, the students were already starving. Seeing the food, they couldn't listen to anything else. Some even tried to climb onto the windowsill to grab it. Left with no other option, the principal had to ask the cafeteria staff to take the food away. This brought the students back to their senses, and they finally lined up obediently. The cafeteria staff brought the food back. Soon, the person at the front of the line, holding a plate, looked excitedly at the food on it. This, I want it all, and please give me more rice. However, the cafeteria lady didn't grant his request. Instead, she scooped a spoonful of rice and a spoonful of potato for him and moved on to the next person. What do you mean? I have money on my meal card, you can just swipe it for the whole day. Yeah, who can eat this much? Instantly, the cafeteria erupted in noise again. Students, quiet down, quiet down. The principal shouted again through the megaphone. I know you're all hungry, but as you can see, we are currently experiencing the most difficult and darkest moment in human history. Food is extremely scarce. We don't know when the rescue will arrive, but we must always believe that the country will not abandon us. Let's eat sparingly now so we can eat for a few more days and have more hope for the arrival of rescue. Hearing the principal's words, the crowd gradually quieted down, clearly understanding the situation. Soon, the students who had received their meals sat down and began to wolf them down. Perhaps for the first time in all their time at school, the school food tasted so delicious. Many even licked their plates clean after finishing, they were simply too full. The principal, watching the students wolfing down their food, turned to the cafeteria worker and asked, based on the current number of people, how long can the cafeteria's rice and vegetables last? The worker thought for a moment and said, if we use the rice sparingly, it might last 7 or 8 days. But vegetables spoil easily. We usually buy only what we need that day. Although the number of people has decreased significantly, many vegetables don't keep for long. I estimate it will only last 3 or 4 days. Hearing the worker's words, the principal frowned. He wasn't sure when the rescue would arrive. He couldn't imagine the consequences if the food ran out before the rescue arrived. Let's cook less in the future, try to prolong the time. Okay. The worker nodded, his brow also furrowed. It seemed they would have to cook porridge. Inside the library, more than 30 people sat listlessly on the floor. Although they had escaped the clutches of the zombies, they still faced the problem of hunger. There was nothing to eat in the library. The zombies were still outside, and they couldn't get out anytime soon. Many regretted not staying in their dorms. Just then, a ripping sound rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Curly Hair was holding a bag of instant noodles, which he had just opened and was about to eat when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Looking up in confusion, he saw burning eyes all around him. What are you doing? Curly Hair asked weakly. Oh, you still have food? Share some with me. Yeah, we're all classmates, we should help each other out. A group of people spoke as they slowly approached Curly Hair. Seeing this, Curly Hair said fearfully, this is all I have. Before he finished speaking, the group pounced on him, snatching the instant noodles from his hand and searching his backpack and body thoroughly. What are you doing? You can't do this. That's mine. Curly Hair shouted. However, the crowd couldn't hear his shouts at all. Those who had initially accused others of stealing from their classmates now transformed into ravenous wolves, practically stripping curly-haired man bear from head to toe. The other 3 in dormitory 708, who had also been about to grab something to eat, quickly hid themselves upon seeing this. However, their small action was quickly noticed by others, and those who hadn't managed to grab anything pounced on them. Soon, the 3 of them followed in curly-haired man's footsteps, being completely stripped bare. Serves them right. Old Black and Skinny Monkey exclaimed with immense satisfaction at the sight. I didn't expect them to still have food, Zhao Kun laughed. While they didn't rush in to snatch anything, they didn't help either, simply watching quietly. That's human nature, Zhao Kun sighed, then pulled a piece of bread from his backpack and started eating. His action instantly attracted the attention of those who hadn't managed to grab anything. Seeing these guys approaching him, Zhao Kun picked up the blood-stained iron pipe and coldly glanced at them, saying, "Try taking another step closer?" The crowd immediately stopped, looking at the iron pipe in Zhao Kun's hand with some fear. The bright red bloodstains on the pipe restrained their desires. They were certain this man was truly capable of killing. Seeing them hesitate to approach, Zhao Kun began eating right in front of everyone. Old Black and Skinny Monkey also took out some food. They were starving after the battle. Although these people eyed the food with immense greed, none of them dared to approach. Seeing this, Curly and his friends were on the verge of tears. Wasn't this blatant bullying of the weak and fear of the strong? Chapter 24, The Way of Assassination. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his group resumed their search for special zombies. The school was crowded, and naturally, there were many zombies. They encountered one almost every short distance. Not long after, Yang Bin spotted another special zombie. See that group of zombies? There's a special one among them, Yang Bin said, pointing to a group of zombies wandering on the grass not far away. This group of zombies numbered over 20. They had likely been attracted by the loudspeaker, but the loudspeaker on the grass had been destroyed. Over 20, huh? That's a bit troublesome, Chen Hao frowned. Yeah, mainly because there are several other groups of zombies nearby. If we drag this out, it'll easily attract them all. Should we still kill them? Hu Wenliang asked. Of course we have to kill them. Special zombies aren't easy to find. Huzzy, try to lure some away. If you can reduce the number, it'll be much easier to fight. Okay, I'll try. Chen Hao immediately became invisible and slowly approached. Approaching a group of zombies, he took out a few pebbles and threw them nearby. However, this tactic, which worked well in the dormitory, was completely ineffective on the grass. The pebbles didn't even make a sound when they hit the grass, naturally failing to attract the zombies. After trying several times without success, he finally had no choice but to return. I can't lure them away, Chen Hao said somewhat awkwardly. Looks like I'll have to kill them outright then, Yang Bin said helplessly. No rush, perhaps I can try out the assassination technique I've developed first, Chen Hao suddenly said. Assassination technique? What's that? Yang Bin asked, somewhat puzzled. Hee, let me rest for a while and replenish my energy, Chen Hao smiled, not revealing his knowledge. Alright, looking forward to your performance, Yang Bin laughed. 10 minutes later, Chen Hao stood up. Alright, I'm off. Don't rush in yet, wait for my message. Are you reliable? Don't be reckless if you can't handle it, Yang Bin said. Don't worry, I've mentally rehearsed it countless times. Okay, be careful. Yang Bin nodded. Chen Hao became invisible again, quickly arriving near a group of zombies. This time, he didn't stop, but walked directly to a zombie, instantly striking it with his iron pipe, killing it with a single blow. However, with his attack, his body immediately became visible. The group of zombies were stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, roaring as they charged towards him. Chen Hao, however, was prepared. After killing the zombies, he instantly retreated, disappearing again after a few steps. Under Yang Bin's true sight, Chen Hao lightly touched the ground with his toes, minimizing the sound of his footsteps. Combined with the grass, although he ran very fast, he made no sound at all. He didn't escape in a straight line, instead, he circled around to the other side, avoiding contact with the charging zombies. The group of zombies, seeing the suddenly vanished figure, were momentarily bewildered. Their lack of intelligence clearly prevented them from understanding how he had disappeared so suddenly. Soon, the zombies started wandering around in the same spot again. Meanwhile, Chen Hao circled around to another zombie, struck again with the iron pipe, killing it instantly, and then quickly retreated and disappeared once more. The group of zombies were completely outmaneuvered by him, unable to find him anywhere. So this is the assassination method he was talking about? It's actually quite something, Yang Bin said, somewhat surprised. Brother Hao is awesome. Huan Lian couldn't see Chen Hao after he went invisible, he only saw Chen Hao suddenly appear, kill the zombie, and then disappear again, quickly reappearing in another location. One-hit kill, then disappear again looks incredibly skilled. After killing 9 zombies in a row, Chen Hao finally couldn't take it anymore. He felt dizzy, he knew he had pushed his ability to its limit and quickly fought off the dizziness and ran back. Upon returning to the green belt where the others were hiding, Chen Hao quickly deactivated his invisibility and plopped down on the ground. Phew, this thing is too exhausting, Chen Hao said weakly. Yeah, but Hezi, you're already very good, you've killed almost half of them, Yang Bin praised. That's right, Brother Hao, you're amazing, Huan Lian said with admiration. Absolutely, but I probably won't be able to use my powers for at least half an hour, Chen Hao said helplessly. It's okay, there are still 13 left. After you rest for a bit, we'll just go for it, Yang Bin said. Okay. After resting for a while, Chen Hao stood up. Although he couldn't use his powers for a short time, it wouldn't affect their normal combat. Then, the three of them grabbed their iron pipes and charged directly at the horde of zombies. As soon as they appeared, the group of zombies quickly spotted them and excitedly charged towards them. As soon as the two sides closed in, the three of them instantly used their iron pipes, quickly taking down 3 of them. At this moment, the remaining 10 zombies pounced. The 3 of them pulled out their iron pipes, changing from stabbing to sweeping, and fiercely swept them across the group of zombies. Under their powerful force, the zombies in front of them were all swept back. At this moment, the special zombie became apparent, because while the other zombies retreated several steps, he only retreated 2 steps. I'll handle the special zombies, the rest are yours, Yang Bin said. Okay. The two nodded and immediately charged towards the remaining zombies. Meanwhile, Yang Bin's iron pipe slammed into the special zombie. The grassy area was relatively open, allowing him to use the pipe without restraint. Thrust, swing, smash, a variety of techniques rained down on the special zombie. In no time, Yang Bin had smashed the special zombie's head, and its body collapsed to the ground. By this time, Chen Hao and Huan Lian had each taken down 2 more zombies, leaving only 5. Yang Bin quickly pulled the crystal from the special zombie's head and ran over to help the two finish off the remaining zombies. Let's go! After killing them, the group quickly left, running away into the distance. It wasn't safe here anymore. They found another spot free of zombies, and Yang Bin retrieved the special crystal. Before he could speak, Chen Hao said directly, Brother Bin, don't ask about this one, just eat it. That's right, Brother Bin, hurry up and eat it, see what happens after you finish, Huan Lian said. Okay. Yang Bin nodded, didn't refuse, wiped it clean, and swallowed it directly. Soon, the crystal transformed into energy again, surging into his body. However, after all the crystal's energy had merged into his body, Yang Bin frowned. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Did it not work? Seeing Yang Bin's expression, the two asked curiously. Yang Bin shook his head and said, it did work, but not as well as I expected. I originally thought that after eating the second crystal, the second horn on the first star would light up, but it hasn't. However, my strength has still improved, just not as noticeably as after eating the first one. Oh, I see. It's alright, as long as my strength has improved, that's fine, Chen Hao laughed. Yeah, I guess it's because we don't have enough crystals. The second horn might need more crystals to light up. I think that's possible. Let's keep looking then. The school is so big, and there are so many zombies, we're not afraid of not finding it, Huan Liang said. Okay, let's go, let's continue. Chapter 25, Can Zombies Swim? Outside the library. Brother Bin, are you sure this will work? Chen Hao swallowed hard, looking at the hundreds of zombies ahead. We have to try, it's rare to encounter a special kind of zombie. Yang Bin wasn't entirely confident either, the sheer number was terrifying. Huzzy, why don't you use your assassination techniques to slowly whittle them down? Huan Liang suggested. With this many, even if I used assassination techniques, I wouldn't have anywhere to hide. They'd all swarm me and knock me right out. Chen Hao said helplessly. Then how do we do it? Yang Bin activated his true sight and scanned the surroundings, then suddenly his eyes lit up. I have a way. What way? The two looked at him simultaneously. Yang Bin pointed to the back of the library and said, Isn't that Reinhardt Lake over there? The arched bridge in the middle of Reinhardt Lake is only 2.5 meters wide. We can just lead these zombies to that bridge and fight them there, it'll be easy. We can just knock them into the lake. But it's over 1,000 meters from here to that bridge. What if we get blocked by other zombies along the way? We're doomed. Huan Liang frowned. I just checked. There aren't many zombies between the library and Reinhardt Lake, but I didn't see them all. It's too far, and there are many obstacles. My ability can't see everything. So, you and I will go ahead and clear out the zombies along the way. Huzzy, stay here. You can bring the zombies back after we've cleared most of them. With your current physical abilities, as long as there are no obstacles ahead, those zombies won't be able to catch you, Yang Bin said. The reason Chen Hao was chosen to lead the way was because he could become invisible, even if something unexpected happened, he could escape. Okay. Chen Hao nodded without hesitation. The one on the left with the blue t-shirt and buzz cut is the special zombie. Keep an eye on him. It doesn't matter if the other zombies come or not, but we can't miss this one. Understood. Chen Hao nodded again. After discussing their plan, Yang Bin led Huan Liang towards Reinhardt Lake. Just as Yang Bin had said, there weren't many zombies on this path. The two proceeded forward, eliminating any zombies they encountered to avoid hindering Chen Hao later. Soon they arrived at Reinhardt Lake, one of the school's scenic spots. The scenery here was beautiful. Rows of willow trees lined the lake, with benches beneath them. Many people used to enjoy coming here when they were students. Reading here was a truly relaxing experience. It was also a popular dating spot, with couples frequently seen on the benches. However, the two were clearly in no mood to appreciate the scenery. Reaching the arched bridge, they immediately sent a message to Chen Hao. Upon receiving the message, Chen Hao casually picked up a rock and stealthily approached a group of zombies. He stopped about 7 or 8 meters away from the zombies, spotted a special zombie, and hurled the rock. With a loud thud, the rock struck the special zombie squarely on the head. Although it didn't draw blood, the impact was considerable. Roar! The special zombie roared, causing panic among the entire zombie horde. Hi! Chen Hao revealed himself and greeted them politely. Upon seeing a living person suddenly appear, a horde of zombies excitedly pounced on Chen Hao. Especially the special zombies, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Chen Hao. Seeing that his plan had worked, Chen Hao turned and ran. A large group of zombies chased after him frantically, creating a rather spectacular scene. Inside the library. Why did those zombies leave? Someone exclaimed in surprise, seeing this through a crack in the door. Zhao Kun quickly came over, and seeing that the zombies were indeed gone, he was overjoyed. They really left. That's great. Get ready, we'll leave once they're far away, Zhao Kun said to Lao Hei and Skinny Monkey beside him. Okay. Chen Hao led the group of zombies towards Reinhardt Lake. The zombies along the way had all been cleared away by Yang Bin and the others, and there were no unexpected incidents. With his enhanced physical abilities, he was much faster than these zombies, and he brought them to the agreed-upon location with virtually no difficulty. Yang Bin and Huan Liang were now ready for battle. You've worked hard, Huzzy, do you want to rest? No need, it's just a short distance, it won't tire me out, Chen Hao said. Okay. The three of them stood at the highest point of the arched bridge, holding iron pipes. The 2.5-meter width was just right for the three of them to hold their ground. Insert image here to give you a better feel for the situation. Soon, a large horde of zombies rushed over, but due to the limited width of the bridge, they couldn't swarm forward. Many of the zombies in front were knocked into the lake. However, the lake water wasn't deep, and the zombies quickly escaped. One by one, the zombies charged onto the arched bridge, attacking the three of them. Yangbin struck first, sweeping his iron pipe across, instantly knocking several zombies off the bridge into the lake. Although there were railings on the bridge, they were only 70 centimeters high, and Yangbin's strength easily swept them off. Chen Hao and Huan Liang joined forces, smashing the charging zombies back down one by one. Haha, Brother Bin, you're so smart. This method is really good, Chen Hao laughed. Yeah, much easier than killing zombies, Huan Liang also laughed. You guys are getting ahead of themselves, Yangbin suddenly said. What's wrong? Look down there, Yangbin said helplessly. The two quickly glanced down, and their expressions immediately became incredibly interesting. Holy crap! These zombies can swim? The zombies that had fallen in were paddling slowly towards the shore. Actually, it wasn't exactly swimming, because their heads were always submerged in the water, their hands were moving more like instinct. But the key point was, they weren't afraid of drowning, they just needed to paddle. Damn! Did we do all this for nothing? Chen Hao said speechlessly. Yangbin was also quite helpless. This was somewhat unexpected. He had originally thought that zombies without intelligence would be basically dead once they fell into the water. But he hadn't expected them to be able to swim, making it pointless for them to go in and fight. The zombies could just climb out and continue attacking them. Sigh, looks like we can't be lazy anymore, let's fight, Yangbin said helplessly. Alright. Chen Hao and the other man shook their heads with wry smiles, then switched from sweeping to stabbing. Fortunately, with their combined strength and the advantage of terrain, killing the zombies wasn't difficult, just tiring. Soon, zombies fell one after another beneath their iron pipes, staining the bridge crimson with blood. After killing over 30 zombies, the special zombie finally charged forward. Yangbin gripped his iron pipe tightly, exerted his strength, and plunged it deep into the special zombie's head. Despite the immense resistance, Yangbin's iron pipe pierced the zombie's skull, killing it instantly. After consuming the second crystal, Yangbin's power increased again. Even with his full strength, the special zombie couldn't withstand his attack. After the special zombie fell, Yangbin kicked the zombie behind it down, then dragged the special zombie's corpse over to avoid having to search it again. Half an hour later, all the zombies were dealt with. The bridge and the area beneath it were littered with corpses, the lake almost completely stained red with blood. The three of them collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. After a while, Yangbin got up and walked to the special zombie's corpse, skillfully pulling the crystal from its head. Before he could speak, Chen Hao said directly, Brother Bin, don't ask us anymore, just eat it and see if you can light up the second horn. Yeah, Brother Bin, I'm curious too, Huan Liang said. Yangbin nodded and, without hesitation, swallowed the crystal. After a while, Yangbin frowned again. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Still no light? Chen Hao asked. No, Yangbin shook his head. Did your strength improve? Yes, but it's still a bit less effective than the last one. Yangbin said helplessly. It's okay, as long as it improves, that's fine. We can just take a few more, we'll eventually light it up. Chen Hao said. Okay. After resting for a while, the group stood up and headed back to their dormitory. It was already dark, so they obviously couldn't continue fighting. Just as they returned to their dormitory building, to their surprise, everyone else in their building had already returned. A group of people with somber faces were preparing to go upstairs in front of the dormitory building. They seemed to have just returned as well. Yangbin and the others' arrival immediately attracted their attention. Zhao Kun and the others looked at Yangbin with resentment in their eyes. Yangbin looked at Zhao Kun with some curiosity and asked, "Why did you guys come back?" Sigh, it's a long story. Zhao Kun gave a bitter smile and then recounted the events of the journey to Yangbin. The cafeteria is swarming with zombies, we can't get in, so we had to come back, Zhao Kun said helplessly. Okay, that's pretty bad, Yangbin said sympathetically. If it weren't for that idiot who lured the zombies away, we'd probably still be stuck in the library, Lao Hei said, still shaken. Hearing this, Chen Hao immediately objected. Hey, who are you calling an idiot? I wasn't talking about you. Holy crap, you didn't lure them away, did you? Lao Hei exclaimed, eyes wide. What do you think? I saved your lives, so tell me, how are you going to thank me? Chen Hao laughed. It really was you. How did you escape from over 100 zombies chasing you? Simple, I killed them all, that's all. Hearing his words, Zhao Kun and the other two were speechless, but they didn't doubt Chen Hao's words, because they knew that with Yang the madman around, it might actually be possible. Zhao Kun and his group believed it, but the others clearly didn't. Hearing Chen Hao's words, some immediately became annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? Over 100 zombies, and you killed them all? Why don't you just say you can fly? Laughable. You mean all of us combined are no match for just a few of you? You're really good at bragging. That's right, while we were out fighting, you guys hid in your dorms, too scared to come out. What are you pretending for now? Hearing their words, Zhao Kun and his two companions felt numb, then looked at them with pity. How dare these people? This time, the four from dorm 708 tacitly kept their mouths shut. They recognized Yang Bin and Chen Hao at first glance, but they didn't say anything. Their experience in the library had shown them the true colors of these people, so they naturally wouldn't warn them. Brother Bin, I'm itching to fight, Chen Hao said to Yang Bin. Go ahead, don't hold back. Ouch. Chen Hao went straight to the two who were yelling the loudest and slapped them across the face. Smack! A loud slap rang out, and the man was knocked to the ground by Chen Hao's blows, 2 teeth knocked out. Holy crap, why are you hitting people? Yeah, why are you hitting people? Can't I even say anything when I'm bragging? Seeing Chen Hao make a move, the others immediately became angry. Chen Hao ignored them and slapped another person to the ground. Damn it, this is too arrogant. The crowd was furious. Wasn't this a blatant slap in their faces? Zhao Kun, what do you say? Although they were furious, they still wanted to ask Zhao Kun's opinion. After all, he knew these people. Throughout the journey, Zhao Kun's strength had made them wary, so they still had to give him face. If you're looking for death, don't drag me down with you, Zhao Kun said directly. What do you mean? Nothing. I won't stop you if you want to die, but don't drag me into it. Zhao Kun decisively distanced himself from this group. Damn it, this madman dares to mess with them? He's asking for trouble. Seeing Zhao Kun's reaction, the group was stunned. They had witnessed firsthand how ruthless Zhao Kun was. They had killed most of the zombies. But this fierce Zhao Kun seemed afraid of these few people? Many people suddenly came to their senses. Even a fool could see these people were not to be trifled with. However, while they regained their senses, the two men who had been slapped were blinded by rage. After getting up, one grabbed a fruit knife, while the other snatched a steel pipe from the person next to him and smashed it down on Chen Hao's head. Damn it, I'll kill you. Chen Hao sneered, smashing the iron pipe down on the one holding it, knocking him to the ground with a single blow. He then kicked the other man, sending him flying several meters away. Hiss! Seeing this, the group gasped in shock. Kicking someone several meters away, that takes immense strength. Zhao Kun and his two companions exchanged glances, all seeing the answer in each other's eyes. Clearly, Chen Hao's strength had improved. The two men lying on the ground were obviously seriously injured, unable to get up for a long time, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chen Hao. This is just to teach you a lesson. Remember, watch your words next time, Chen Hao said calmly. After speaking, Chen Hao returned to Yang Bin's side, and the group headed straight upstairs, the people in front quickly making way. Only then did they realize that the attacker wasn't the leader. Could the leader be even more ferocious? Seeing them leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Kun looked at the two men lying on the ground and shook his head, saying, "Consider yourself lucky. If Yang the madman had attacked, you'd probably be dead by now. He wouldn't dare kill anyone? What kind of world is this? Is killing someone so difficult?" Hearing his words, everyone involuntarily shuddered. Yes, the world had changed, human life seemed worthless. There were severed limbs everywhere outside, who knew when they might get one of them? It seemed they'd have to be careful what they said from now on. The two men who had been beaten were also frightened and shut their mouths, afraid to speak again. Yang Bin and his group returned to their dormitory and took out several packets of bread and water from their backpacks to eat. They hadn't taken their backpacks with them when they went out at noon, so they were quite hungry. Brother Bin, we're running low on food. We can only last until tomorrow at most. Looks like we need to go find some. Yeah, we need to think about where to get some food. Judging from Zhao Kun and the other situation, we probably can't get to the cafeteria. It's obvious. So many people going to the cafeteria will definitely attract a lot of zombies. Now, it's probably impossible to get in or out of the cafeteria. Well, it seems like it's a good thing we didn't go to the cafeteria. Definitely. If we went into the cafeteria and couldn't get out, that's one thing, but with so many people in the cafeteria, how long can the food last? Yang Bin shook his head. That's true. If rescue doesn't come, those people in the cafeteria will be in big trouble. That's something the school leaders should worry about. Let's think about where to get some food. Yang Bin said. I've thought of a place where we can get some food, Chen Hao said. Where? The supermarket. There are so many supermarkets on campus, we can easily grab one and eat for 10 days to 2 weeks. Right, the supermarket is good. Okay, let's go to the supermarket tomorrow. Yang Bin decided immediately. By the way, Huzi, check the internet for information, see if anyone's mentioned the crystal. Okay. Chen Hao quickly opened his phone to check, and after a while said, I haven't seen anything. Right now, all I see online are cries for help, videos of groups killing zombies, and videos teaching people how to fight zombies. Yang Bin nodded and said, either no one has discovered it yet, or someone has discovered it but isn't saying anything. After all, everyone likes to make a fortune quietly. Right, just like us. Alright, get some rest, we'll continue the fight tomorrow. Okay. Late at night, the Big Dipper reappeared, and the zombies immediately fell silent. In the zoo, the ferocious beasts seemed to have awakened their bloodlines, easily breaking through the zoo's iron bars and regaining their freedom. Day 3 of the apocalypse. Early morning. Yang Bin and the others changed their clothes again, ate something simple, and then left the dormitory. As they stepped downstairs, they found a large group of people standing below, seemingly waiting for them. Yang Bin frowned and looked at Zhao Kun, asking, "What's going on?" Zhao Kun smiled wryly. These guys were starving. They wanted to go out to find food early this morning, but the zombies forced them back. They were hoping you could take them out. I don't have the ability to carry so many burdens, Yang Bin retorted bluntly. We're not burdens. We dare fight zombies. That's right, we're not afraid of zombies anymore. Then why did you go out and slink back? Chen Hao chuckled. Well, that's because those zombies have gotten stronger, and we couldn't beat them. Do you think I'd believe that? Chen Hao smiled. It's true, I'm not lying to you. The group exclaimed urgently. Yang Bin's eyes flickered. Let's go see. What about them? Follow us if you can, but I'm warning you, it's dangerous. Don't expect me to save you. Hearing his words, the group hesitated. However, Zhao Kun and his two companions followed immediately. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and followed. The loudspeakers hadn't been playing since last night. Perhaps the leadership felt it was pointless, as most of the speakers were broken and the sound couldn't travel far. Yang Bin and the others hadn't gone far from the dormitory when they saw two zombies devouring a corpse. Upon seeing a group of strangers, they excitedly rushed over. Yang Bin struck first, smashing one zombie's head open with a powerful iron pipe, then stabbing the other, killing it instantly. The whole process was swift and fluid. Everyone's eyes widened at this sight. Killing zombies could be this easy. Even Chen Hao and Wen Lian were astonished. They'd always killed zombies by stabbing them with iron pipes. This was the first time they'd seen someone smash them. It seemed Brother Bin's strength had improved considerably. At this moment, Zhao Kun and the other two stared at Yang Bin in astonishment, clearly sensing his renewed increase in strength. Then, the three gave a wry smile. It seemed the gap between them and Yang Bin was widening. Yang Bin looked at the group of dumbfounded people with a puzzled expression and said, I don't feel any improvement. The group looked at him speechlessly. He'd taken care of it in just 2 moves. It would be a miracle if they could sense anything. Everyone was incredibly shocked by Yang Bin's strength, finally understanding why he was their leader. Those who had previously harbored some resentment towards the others immediately abandoned those thoughts, fearing he might attack them. How about we try the next one? Zhao Kun suddenly suggested. They'd killed so many zombies already, if the zombies' strength had improved, they'd know once they tried. Okay, that works too. Yang Bin nodded. The group hadn't gone far when they encountered 5 more zombies. Seeing the group, the zombies charged at them like madmen. Yang Bin didn't intervene. Chen Hao, Wen Lian, and Zhao Kun acted simultaneously. Chen Hao and Wen Lian plunged their iron pipes directly into the zombies' heads, but didn't kill them instantly. The two frowned, then exerted force again, finally piercing the zombies' heads and finishing them off. Zhao Kun and his companions, however, were in a more difficult situation. Their iron pipes were thrust into the zombies' necks, but they failed to sever them. Instead, the zombies' immense strength sent them staggering back several steps. Fortunately, the 3 were experienced fighters. If one attempt failed, they tried again. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Kun and his 2 companions were repeatedly knocked back by the zombies, yet they continued to stab at their necks. Finally, after 5 or 6 stabs, they managed to break the zombie's neck. After dealing with the zombie, the group returned to the crowd. Zhao Kun, somewhat shaken, said, These zombies are indeed much stronger, about 50% stronger than the initial ones. Yang Bin nodded. It seemed his guess was correct. The zombies were indeed constantly growing stronger, and appeared to increase in power every day. In that case, even if humans have food, they can't hide anymore, otherwise, they'll be wiped out sooner or later. Yang Bin thought to himself. At this moment, everyone's mood turned heavy. Zombies were already difficult to deal with, and now they discovered that their strength was increasing. How could they possibly survive? Let's go. Yang Bin shook his head, trying to clear his mind and focus on the path ahead. With Yang Bin's true sight, the group encountered several zombies along the way, but only in groups of 3 to 5. Yang Bin would avoid anything exceeding 10. Soon, the group arrived at a small supermarket closest to their dormitory. Seeing the supermarket, everyone was excited, because it meant they would finally have food. It's not locked. Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Someone locked it from the inside, Yang Bin replied. Oh, no wonder. Should we go in? Let them in. We'll go to another supermarket. We won't fight them for food. Bringing them here is already more than enough. Okay. Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kun behind him and said, "You guys stay here. There are people inside. Just ask them to open the door. We'll go find food elsewhere." Okay, Zhao Kun nodded. Actually, he really wanted to go with Yang Bin and the others, but he knew that when Yang Bin asked if they wanted to come along to rescue people, they hadn't agreed. Since then, it was difficult for them to remain teammates. Although Yang Bin didn't say anything at the time, he could sense that Yang Bin was deliberately keeping his distance. Soon, Yang Bin left with Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang. The others didn't care where Yang Bin and his group went. For them, the supermarket in front of them was all that mattered. Soon, someone went to knock on the door. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside. At this time, there were 7 or 8 people hiding inside the supermarket. Hearing the knocking, they remained silent and didn't respond. After a while, the people outside began to violently ram the door. Hearing the bang bang, the people inside the supermarket were immediately startled. If they were allowed to ram the door, wouldn't that attract all the nearby zombies? Helpless, the group had no choice but to open the supermarket door. As the door opened, a large group of people rushed in and excitedly began looting for food. The people inside the supermarket wanted to stop them, but faced with several times their number, they could only helplessly give up. Yang Bin and his companions were unaware of what was happening behind them. They were already heading towards another, larger supermarket. As they walked, Yang Bin searched for special zombies. Whether it was luck or there were more special zombies today, he soon spotted one, a small group of 7 or 8. Without hesitation, Yang Bin led the 2 men towards the group. Soon, the 2 sides clashed. Yang Bin struck first, smashing a zombie's head with a swing of his iron pipe, followed by a straight thrust that finished off another. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also acted immediately, quickly eliminating the zombies in front of them. The moment the 2 sides made contact, 4 zombies were instantly killed. At this moment, a special zombie lunged at Yang Bin. Yang Bin, still holding his iron pipe out, hadn't had time to retract it and could only kick it away. Then, he pulled out the iron pipe and, before the special zombie could regain its footing, pierced its head, killing it instantly. Although he hasn't lit up his second horn yet, he has already consumed 3 crystals, making him much stronger than before. He no longer needs a second attack against this kind of special zombie. By this time, Chen Hao and his companion had also dealt with the remaining zombies, the entire process taking less than a minute. Yang Bin approached the special zombie's corpse, pried out the crystal, and handed it to Chen Hao, saying, "Why don't you eat another one?" However, Chen Hao shook his head, saying, "Brother Bin, I feel my current strength is sufficient. Don't give it to me yet. What we need now is high-end combat power, that way we'll feel safer. So, you eat it." "Yeah, Brother Bin, you see, we're all much more relaxed after your strength improved. Besides, we also want to see how strong you are after lighting up the second horn." Hearing their words, Yang Bin thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Okay, then I'll give it to you when I reach the second tier." After saying that, he swallowed the crystal. He sensed that his strength had improved, but not by much, even less than the previous effect. Yang Bin frowned. At this rate, the crystal would eventually lose its effect. How was he supposed to light up the second horn? After thinking for a while without figuring it out, Yang Bin could only shake his head. It seemed he could only take it one step at a time. "Let's go, let's continue." The group continued forward, avoiding zombies they encountered along the way if possible, and dealing with them on the spot if they couldn't avoid them. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, Walmart Supermarket. This was considered the largest supermarket on campus. However, like everyone else, the supermarket was locked from the inside. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked inside. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. "What's wrong, Brother Bin?" Chen Hao asked curiously. "I ran into someone I know." "Someone I know? Who?" "Your old flame, Lu Xia." "Yes, and your rival in love." "Haha, then we'd better go in and check it out," Hu Wenliang said, always eager for chaos. "Just the 2 of them?" Chen Hao asked again, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "No, there are about 20 people," Yang Bin said. "But that doesn't stop you from taking him down. Liangzi and I are your strongest support." "That's right, Hazi, take him down. Let's see who else dares to touch him." Chen Hao took a deep breath and said, "Let's go in." The group arrived at the supermarket entrance and knocked. The supermarket, which had been making noise, suddenly fell silent, clearly not intending to let anyone in. Yang Bin smiled, then kicked the roller shutter door hard, creating a hole. He then pried the hole open with his bare hands until it was big enough for someone to squeeze through. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly followed. Inside the supermarket, a group of people stared wide-eyed at the group, clearly frightened. "What's wrong with you? You broke the door. What if zombies come?" At this moment, a handsome man dressed in designer clothes walked over, his face full of anger. Oh, sorry, we knocked but no one answered. I thought no one was inside. Sorry, looks like you'll have to find another place, Yang Bin said with a smile. There are zombies everywhere now, where are we going to find so many places to go? You'd better fix the door quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. The man snapped. How will you be impolite? Yang Bin asked calmly. Break his legs and throw him out. The man said coldly. Oh, I see. I haven't learned how to repair doors, but I can repair people. Yang Bin said. What do you mean? It means. Thump. With a muffled sound, the man was thrown several meters away, curling up into a ball. Brother how? The others were immediately shocked. Several women rushed over to help the man up, while the remaining men picked up steel pipes and glared angrily at Yang Bin. You son of a bitch, you dare hit brother how? You don't want to live anymore. What, you want to fight? Yang Bin pointed at the group with a blood-stained iron pipe and said coldly. The group was immediately intimidated by Yang Bin's aura, and for a moment, they hesitated to attack with their steel pipes. At this moment, the beaten man, with the help of several people, struggled to his feet and glared fiercely at Yang Bin. You dare hit me? You're asking for death. Kill him. Just as the two sides were about to fight, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Hao. Beside the man, a woman in a green dress with a pure and innocent appearance looked at Chen Hao with surprise. Without a doubt, this was Chen Hao's ex-girlfriend, Lu Xia. Hearing Lu Xia's voice, Chen Hao visibly stiffened. Even though he had decided to let go, his heart still ached. This was his girlfriend of 3 years, how could he let go so easily? Who do we have here? It's Xia's ex-boyfriend, the loser. What? Wasn't humiliating you last time enough? You want to cause trouble again. The man's eyes flashed with mockery upon seeing Chen Hao. Clearly, he was Wang Yuehao, the target of Lu Xia's affair. Chen Hao, go away. There's no future for us, Lu Xia said coldly, clearly assuming he had come to see her. Chen Hao gave a bitter laugh, muttering to himself, I'm such a fool, still fantasizing that you'd change your mind. What, still hung up on my Xia? Haha, Xia isn't someone a loser like you can be good enough for, Wang Yuehao said smugly, his hand casually encircling Lu Xia's waist. Just wearing second-hand shoes, look how smug you are, Yang Bin chuckled. He then patted Chen Hao on the shoulder and said, don't think about that woman anymore. She's no longer clean. If you're upset, go confiscate her tools of the trade. I've got your back. Yeah, Hazi, I've got your back too. Chen Hao shook his head and said, forget it, we're strangers now, no need to get involved anymore. Let's go, brother Bin, let's get some food. Okay, fine. Yang Bin shook his head. However, while they let them go, some people seemed determined to court death. Haha, losers are losers, all they know is to back down. Do you think losers like you can touch this food? Break their legs. Damn it, you dare hit me? I'll make sure you leave here on your backs. Hearing Wang Yuehao's words, those who had been hesitant immediately gritted their teeth, grabbed steel pipes, and charged at the group. Alas, you reap what you sow. Yang Bin shook his head, casually swinging his iron pipe, instantly knocking the man at the front of the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Then, he swept the pipe again, smashing it directly into the chests of 2 other men, who immediately coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Chen Hao and Wen Liang also acted instantly, swinging their steel pipes at the group of people. Anyone hit by them basically couldn't get up after falling down. In no time, more than 10 people were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing this, the remaining people stared at the group in shock. These guys had taken down more than 10 people in just a few moves. What kind of monsters were they? Chen Hao walked towards Wang Yuehao. What do you want? I'm the young master of the Wang group. If you dare to do anything reckless, you're dead. Wang Yuehao panicked, backing away as he spoke. Yeah, Chen Hao, don't be impulsive, Lu Xia said nervously. You care about him a lot. Chen Hao looked at Lu Xia. He's my boyfriend, please don't hurt him. Boyfriend. That word sounds really grating coming from your mouth. You only like him because he's rich, right? It's the apocalypse now, what good is his money? He's just a piece of trash now. Chen Hao said coldly, then looked at Wang Yuehao. I didn't want anything to do with you guys, but you insisted on courting death. Since that's the case, let's settle the score. Chen Hao finished speaking and kicked Wang Yuehao in the groin. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, sending chills down everyone's spines. Remember, in your next life, keep this thing under control and don't let it cause trouble. Wang Yuehao was too weak to answer him, rolling on the ground, his pants quickly soaked in blood. Chen Hao, you. Lu Xia stared wide-eyed at Chen Hao, clearly not expecting him to be so ruthless. What? You want to kick me too? Chen Hao looked at Lu Xia coldly, instantly silencing her. Chen Hao smiled, feeling the oppression in his heart vanish, then turned and walked towards Yang Bin and the others. The others stared at him in terror, too afraid to make a move. Good job, Kazi. Yang Bin patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen Hao shook his head. Let's go get the food. Okay. Soon, the three of them walked into the supermarket, leaving behind a group of panicked people. Wang Yuehao was still screaming. Lu Xia wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how. However, just then, a commotion of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Clearly, Wang Yuehao's screams had attracted the nearby zombies. Hearing the sound, everyone was terrified. Quick, block the door. A woman cried out in panic. Gag him first. Another person urged. Lu Xia quickly covered Wang Yuehao's mouth, while the other three women quickly pushed a nearby shelf behind the door. Wang Yuehao stared wide-eyed at Lu Xia angrily. I'm completely kicked to pieces, and you won't even let me scream. However, a loud crash from the roller shutter door quickly silenced him. Seeing the swaying shelves, several of the less seriously injured men struggled to their feet and pushed another shelf over. Yang Bin and the others who were inside getting their things naturally saw this, but they didn't care. In a supermarket, even if zombies rushed in, they couldn't do anything to them. Meanwhile, the group frantically stuffed food into their backpacks: bread, bottled water, biscuits, and other items, filling them to the brim. They needed to go out and collect crystals. They wouldn't stay in the supermarket indefinitely, so naturally, they needed to pack plenty of food. Yang Bin grabbed a bottle of cola, took a swig, and said, "There are quite a few zombies outside now. It'll probably be a bit troublesome going out later. We should have just shut him up. It was just trying to undermine someone, it shouldn't warrant killing him," Chen Hao said with a wry smile. "You have to be ruthless when necessary. That's how you survive longer in the apocalypse. Oh well, these things aren't so easy to change. Let's take it slow." After eating and drinking their fill at the supermarket, the group stood up, backpacks on their shoulders. The group of people nearby tensed up when they saw Yang Bin and his companions stand up, fearing they would be beaten up again. However, their worries were clearly unnecessary. Yang Bin and his friends didn't bother with them at all. "Brother Bin, how do we get out?" Hu Wenliang asked. "Let's go check the back. I remember this supermarket has a back door. Let's see how many zombies are there." Okay. After discussing it, the group headed towards the back of the supermarket. Although the supermarket was comfortable with food and drink, they knew very well that comfort was for the dead. The zombies were growing stronger. If they didn't improve, annihilation awaited them. Soon, they found the back door. Yang Bin used his true sight to look outside. Although there were some zombies, there weren't many. With their strength, they should be able to break through. The back door was also locked. Yang Bin easily picked the lock and opened the door. The sound of the door opening quickly attracted several nearby zombies. The zombies roared and charged at the group, but the group instantly subdued them. "Quick, let's go. The other zombies must have heard the noise. They'll be here soon." Okay. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded, and the three of them quickly ran away. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Bin didn't close the door, it remained open. As the group left, the people inside the supermarket breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Bin and his group had put immense pressure on them. Although there were nearly 20 of them, they couldn't withstand the zombies' fighting prowess. And these guys were truly ruthless. Several of them were still struggling to get up. The men gave Wang Yuehao some basic first aid. Since this wasn't a pharmacy, they didn't have any medicine, so they could only offer simple bandages. Looking at the mangled, bloody mess, the group couldn't help but shudder. It was utterly gruesome. Another eunuch had been born in China. This condition was incurable, not even before the apocalypse, unless a fake was created. Slap. Looking at his crippled genitals, Wang Yuehao slapped Lu Xia hard across the face. "You bitch, it's all your fault. You." Lu Xia covered her face, staring at Wang Yuehao in disbelief. She never expected this man to blame her. Slap. Another slap. "What are you staring at, you slut? If I'm crippled, you won't get away with it." At this moment, Wang Yuehao completely reverted to his true nature, abandoning his gentlemanly act in front of Lu Xia. His penis was gone. What was the point of pretending? Blood trickled from Lu Xia's mouth. It wasn't hard to imagine how hard those two slaps had been. Seeing the disgust in Wang Yuehao's eyes, Lu Xia lowered her head, not daring to speak again. At this moment, she finally felt a pang of regret. She had actually given up the man who had cared for her wholeheartedly for the past 3 years for someone like this. "One day, I'll definitely kill them," Wang Yuehao roared angrily. However, just then, a sound came from behind. Wang Yuehao quickly shut his mouth, thinking that Yang Bin and the others had returned. A moment later, 2 figures appeared before them. Upon seeing these figures, the group was immediately terrified. Zombies! How did the zombies get in? Damn it, the back door must have been left open. The zombies, seeing the crowd, became excited and charged at them frantically. The group quickly grabbed steel pipes and fought back. However, soon, more and more zombies rushed in, and the already injured group was slowly swallowed up by the horde. Yang Bin and his 2 companions were heading towards the cafeteria. They were looking for special zombies, and the cafeteria had the most, so it would be easier to find them there. Zombies kept appearing along the way, and even though Yang Bin avoided most of them, many were still unavoidable. The school had over 30,000 students, and at least 27,000 or 28,000 zombies. They were practically everywhere they went. If it weren't for Yang Bin's true sight, he wouldn't have dared to venture out so easily. The group quickly arrived near the cafeteria and gasped at the sight of the zombies surrounding it. Damn, there must be at least several thousand, Wen Liang said, swallowing hard. The people inside are going to be trapped to death, Chen Hao said, equally dumbfounded. Looks like we should stay away from crowded places in the future, Yang Bin muttered. Yeah, the two nodded in agreement. Yang Bin activated his true sight and scanned the zombies, his face immediately showing surprise. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked. There are probably over 100 special zombies in there, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. So many? Chen Hao and the other man's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it's obvious there are more special zombies now, Yang Bin said. And, there's one very special one among them. How is it special? The crystals in the heads of the other special zombies are only the size of a grain of rice, but the crystals in this zombie's head are about the size of a mung bean. Could there be different kinds of special zombies? This is the first time I've seen one like this. If I'm not mistaken, the special zombies we encountered before were Tier 1 zombies, while this one is very likely a Tier 2 zombie, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. Then is it even stronger? The two asked, their eyes wide. Definitely. Yang Bin nodded, his heart also heavy. He originally thought his strength was enough to kill these zombies, but he hadn't expected there to be even stronger zombies. It seems these zombies are indeed constantly evolving. Ordinary zombies will slowly become Tier 1 zombies, and Tier 1 zombies will slowly become Tier 2 zombies. If humanity keeps hiding, it will be wiped out sooner or later, Yang Bin said, frowning. Should we announce the crystal? Chen Hao asked. Yang Bin thought for a moment and said, we should announce it, otherwise humanity will definitely perish. But let's try to avoid us announcing it, otherwise there will be endless trouble later. The military should be clearing out the zombies these days. After all, with all sorts of powerful weapons, dealing with zombies is relatively easy. They've probably already discovered the crystal. Let's wait and see. It would be better if the official announcement came. Right, so should we still fight? Fight for what? Let's move somewhere else. We can't do this here. All right. The group quickly left. Inside the cafeteria. Why is it porridge again? How can we get full? I want rice. Exactly. Eating porridge every day? Are they trying to starve us to death? Many people started making a fuss again. They were really hungry. Give it to me. What's the point of begging? If you're so capable, go find something to eat outside. Someone retorted. That's right, you should be grateful you have anything to eat. Don't you know what the situation is? Still thinking about your old pampered life? You're just destined to eat porridge. The school definitely has food, they just won't share it. If you don't fight, how will you get enough to eat? There are zombies everywhere outside. Even if there's food, we have to eat it sparingly. Who knows when rescue will come? If we keep eating like this, we'll starve to death before rescue even arrives. The crowd was divided, arguing endlessly, making the principal frown. It's only the third day of the apocalypse, and things are already like this. What will happen in a few more days? It must be said, this principal is definitely a responsible one. At least even in the face of the apocalypse, his first thought was for these students, worried they would go hungry, which is why he had them gather in the cafeteria. However, human nature is never satisfied. After leaving the cafeteria, Yang Bin continued leading Chen Hao and the others in a search for special zombies. It has to be said that there were significantly more special zombies today than yesterday. In just over half an hour, they killed 2 more special zombies. Yang Bin consumed both crystals, bringing his total to 5, but he still hadn't lit up the second horn. Moreover, the more crystals he consumed, the weaker their effect became, with the last one providing a negligible boost. Yang Bin frowned. He had a premonition that the next one would likely have no effect at all. Brother Bin, still not lit up? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. No, let's try another one, Yang Bin said. Okay. The two had no objections. To them, Yang Bin's improvement was equivalent to their improvement. The group resumed their search, and soon found another one. However, there were quite a few 40 or 50 in total. Thus, Chen Hao's assassination techniques resurfaced. After exhausting their energy twice, they ambushed and killed over 20 zombies, the remaining 20-odd being brutally killed by the group. However, they also sustained some injuries, but fortunately, Wen Liang was there, and they were quickly healed. Yang Bin dug out the crystal again and swallowed it amidst the expectant gazes of the two. How is it, Brother Bin? Did it light up? Chen Hao asked quickly. Yang Bin shook his head. Still not working? It's not that it's not working, it's ineffective, Yang Bin said with a wry smile. Ineffective? Yeah, almost no improvement. How could this be? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang frowned as well. Yangbin thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something and said, I think I know what's going on. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, to light up the second horn, you need a second-tier crystal, Yangbin said seriously. A second-tier crystal? Yeah, the one we just saw outside the cafeteria. I think that's possible, Chen Hao agreed. Should we go after it? Hu Wenliang asked. Let's check if there are any other second-tier zombies elsewhere first. Don't touch that area unless absolutely necessary, people will die, Yangbin said. Okay. The group resumed their search. Over the next while, they encountered several more first-tier zombies, giving all the crystals they obtained to Hu Wenliang and Chen Hao, significantly boosting their strength. However, they still hadn't encountered a second-tier zombie. They'd only seen one second-tier zombie among thousands of zombies in the cafeteria. Finding one elsewhere wouldn't be so easy. Brother Ben, I don't think this search method will work. We should find a higher place, it might be easier that way, Chen Hao said. Hey, right, let's go to Zhongyuan building. Zhongyuan building was the academy's iconic building and its tallest structure. Students were usually not allowed to go up there. The group cautiously made their way downstairs. The main entrance to the Zhongyuan building was locked. However, this posed no challenge. They inserted an iron pipe into the lock and easily pried it open. Let's go. They closed the door and went upstairs. The Zhongyuan building had 18 floors. It usually had an elevator, but it was closed during opening hours, so they had to climb the stairs. Fortunately, the group had all leveled up, so climbing 18 floors wasn't difficult. Upon reaching the rooftop, the view was expansive, offering a panoramic view of the entire school. Damn, I can't believe I didn't think of this spot sooner, Yangbin said, somewhat annoyed. We didn't need it before, but it's never too late to find it now, Chen Hao laughed. Yangbin nodded, then activated his true sight and began scanning the zombies throughout the school. This location was excellent, but it was also far from the ground. The mental energy required to see even the pea-sized crystals in the heads of distant zombies from such a height was considerable. Yangbin only looked for a short while before feeling dizzy and quickly stopped. Holy crap, this is terrifying, Yangbin said with a wry smile. Definitely, considering how high it is, and how far it is from there. Yangbin rested for more than 10 minutes, then stood up again and continued searching. After 3 attempts, he finally spotted a tier 2 zombie below a dormitory building. Found it. Let's go, let's take it. Okay. The group quickly went downstairs and, led by Yangbin, soon arrived at the dormitory building, where they saw the tier 2 zombie. It looked similar to ordinary zombies, but perhaps it was just his imagination, but this zombie seemed more agile than the others. There are 11 zombies in total. I'll hold off the tier 2 zombie for now. You guys take care of the others quickly to help, Yangbin said. He wasn't really confident about dealing with the tier 2 zombie. Okay, go. The group instantly charged towards the group of zombies. As soon as they appeared, the tier 2 zombie spotted them and immediately charged towards them. Yangbin went straight to meet it, thrusting his iron pipe towards the zombie's head. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly dodged, charging towards the 10 zombies behind them. Just as Yangbin's iron pipe was about to pierce the zombie's head suddenly tilted. Although it didn't completely dodge, it startled Yangbin. The zombies he'd killed before were completely unintelligent, utterly clueless about dodging attacks. They could be stabbed however he wanted. However, this zombie actually tilted its head. This was not a good sign. This was only a second-tier zombie. What if it were a higher tier one? The difficulty of killing zombies would increase dramatically. The iron pipe did eventually pierce the zombie's head, but only partially. The zombie easily shook its head and lunged at Yangbin with its gaping maw. Yangbin changed his stance from stabbing to swinging the iron pipe, slamming it hard into the zombie's head. The zombie's head bled, but it didn't seem to have much of an impact. Yangbin frowned, looking at the bent iron pipe in his hand, a bitter smile appearing in his eyes. It seems this thing is obsolete. As his strength increased, this hollow iron pipe was clearly no longer sufficient for his needs. The zombies didn't care if your weapon was bent or not, they quickly pounced again. Yangbin quickly dodged to the side. The zombie, having missed its first attack, pounced again, its reaction time more than twice as fast as a level 1 zombie. Yangbin's iron pipe was already bent, he couldn't smash or stab it, he could only use it to parry. However, the second-tier zombies were incredibly strong, repeatedly forcing Yangbin to retreat. For a time, Yangbin was almost powerless against the second-tier zombies, and soon several wounds appeared on his body. Fortunately, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly dealt with the other zombies and came to help. With the 3 of them working together, they finally managed to stabilize the situation. The 3 worked together seamlessly. Yangbin and Hu Wenliang held off the zombies' attacks, while Chen Hao relentlessly stabbed the zombie's neck with his iron pipe. Finally, after several minutes of arduous fighting, Chen Hao's iron pipe severed the neck of the second-tier zombie. The three sat down on the ground, panting. This battle had been incredibly difficult. Sigh, looks like we need to change weapons, Huan Liang said helplessly, looking at the bent iron pipe. The iron pipe he was using to defend against the zombies had also been bent. This thing is hollow, it's quite impressive that it lasted this long, Chen Hao said. Where are we going to get weapons? To be honest, I'm really used to this iron pipe. Weapons? I just thought about it. Either we could get a fire axe, those should be good for killing zombies. One chop to the neck and it's a guaranteed kill. The second option is to go to the gym and get some barbells. Those are sturdy, one hit and their head explodes. I'm thinking of getting a barbell, I'm too used to the iron pipe. What about you guys? Yang Bin asked. I also think a barbell would be better. When there are a lot of zombies, one hit and it'll take down a whole bunch, Chen Hao said. Yeah, I think so too. The fire axe is too short, we'll just end up covered in blood, Huan Liang nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go to the gym then. The three quickly reached an agreement. Yang Bin walked towards the zombie corpse and soon pulled a crystal the size of a mung bean from its head. Chen Hao and Huan Liang stared curiously at the crystal in Yang Bin's hand. Although they couldn't discern anything specific about it, they sensed that this crystal was far more powerful than the previous ones. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked at the crystal in his hand. It was also composed of energy, but the energy contained within this crystal far exceeded the previous ones. A burning desire flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. He wiped it on his body and swallowed it directly. Upon entering his body, the crystal instantly transformed into a massive surge of energy that flowed into Yang Bin's limbs and bones. Meanwhile, the second point of the first star in the star map in Yang Bin's mind instantly lit up. As this point lit up, even more powerful energy flowed into his body, and Yang Bin immediately felt incredibly refreshed. After a while, the energy was completely absorbed. Yang Bin clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force within him, and his eyes shone with excitement. Before consuming the crystals, his punches carried a force of approximately 50 to 60 kilograms. After the first horn lit up, his strength jumped to over 100 kilograms. Having consumed some more crystals, his final strength was probably around 200 kilograms. Now, with the second horn lit up, his strength has increased dramatically again, now at least 300 kilograms. Feeling the immense power within him, Yang Bin felt a surge of excitement. This would greatly increase his chances of survival in the apocalypse. It seems my guess is correct. The more stars are lit up on the star map, the stronger I become. There are 9 stars in his mind, each with 5 horns. Lighting up each horn significantly increases his strength. He wondered if lighting up a single star would bring any unexpected surprises, and what it would be like to light up all 9 stars. Brother Bin, how's it going? Chen Hao and Huan Liang looked at Yang Bin with curiosity. The second horn is lit up, Yang Bin said with a smile. Has your strength improved a lot? Yeah, quite a bit. I estimate my punch now has at least 300 kilograms of force. Great. Brother Bin has improved. Our survival is much more assured. Chen Hao laughed. Don't be too optimistic. The improvement will get harder and harder from here on out. Yang Bin shook his head. No matter how difficult it is, I believe we can survive, Chen Hao said firmly. Well, we should be like zombies. Lighting up 1 horn is tier 1, lighting up 2 horns is tier 2. Next, we need to get you all to tier 2. You've each eaten 3 crystals now. 2 more tier 1 crystals will bring you to the peak of tier 1, and then 1 more tier 2 crystal will get you to tier 2. Tier 1 crystals are easy to obtain, but tier 2 zombies are really scarce, which is a bit troublesome, Yang Bin frowned. It's alright, Brother Bin. The zombies are getting stronger. There weren't any tier 2 zombies today, but there will probably be more tomorrow, Chen Hao said. Yeah, that's true, Yang Bin nodded. It's getting late. Let's take care of the weapons first. We should head back to the dorm soon, it's too dangerous tonight. Okay. Soon, the group headed towards the gymnasium. It was quite a distance, and since most of their weapons were ruined, they didn't dare walk too fast. Led by Yang Bin, it took them almost half an hour to reach the gymnasium. The gymnasium's lock was a chain type, and it took them a lot of effort to open it. After entering the gymnasium, they made their way to the equipment room, pried open the lock, and immediately, various sports equipment appeared before them. However, the three had a clear objective. They found several barbells, removed the weight plates, and made 3 1.8-meter barbells. Holding it in their hands and weighing it, the 3 men immediately showed expressions of satisfaction. This thing was made of alloy steel, and it was solid, much heavier than the previous iron pipe, and the feel was excellent. This feels great, no need to worry about bending it, Chen Hao laughed. Yeah, with this, and since I've already reached level 2, if I encounter another level 2 zombie, I can definitely smash its head open with 1 blow, Yang Bin said confidently. If they had such a good weapon before, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. It's almost dark, let's go back to the dormitory. Okay. With weapons, the group was clearly much more confident, smashing any zombies they encountered along the way. basically splattering brains everywhere their clubs hit. This weapon is so satisfying, the impact is amazing, Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. These ordinary zombies are below the rank of tier. You two rank 1 zombies have the nerve to bully those below rank? There's a rank 1 zombie over there, go try it. Yang Bin pointed to a group of zombies not far away. Okay. The two rushed towards the group of zombies. The group of mindless zombies saw the two charging towards them and excitedly pounced on them. Then, their tragedy struck. The two men swung barbells and began smashing them down relentlessly. Any zombie they hit instantly had its head shattered and was gone. More than a dozen zombies, including special zombies, were dealt with by the two men in less than a minute. Which one is the special zombie? Chen Hao asked Hu Wenliang. I didn't notice. I just smashed them randomly, and they all died. Then how do we find the crystal? We'll have to ask Brother Bin. Seeing the two goofballs, Yang Bin shook his head helplessly and then pointed to one of the corpses. Chen Hao quickly ran over and pried out the crystal. Who's going to eat this? Whatever, it doesn't matter who eats it. Hazi, you eat it. You need to advance first. If we encounter a large number of zombies, we'll need your assassination skills to grind them down. Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao didn't stand on ceremony, wiped it, and threw it into his mouth. After Chen Hao finished digesting his energy, the group headed back to the dormitory. The time spent killing zombies along the way had been delayed, and it was already dark by the time they reached the dormitory. The dormitory building was quiet. The others were probably staying at the supermarket and wouldn't be returning. After all, coming back would be dangerous, and not everyone was as monstrous as the three of them, daring to roam freely in the apocalypse. Of course, strength was one thing, but what truly allowed them to wander around freely was Yang Bin's true sight. Without true sight, they could easily be surrounded by hordes of zombies, and even with their strength, they would be doomed. Back in their dorm, the group took out the food from their backpacks and ate a hearty meal. They had packed 3 large bags full of food from the supermarket, enough to last them 2 or 3 days. Their dorm was surprisingly well stocked with food and supplies, all scavenged, enough to keep them comfortable for the time being. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll go out and take a look later, Yang Bin suddenly said. It's already dark. What are we going to look at? The other two asked, looking at Yang Bin curiously. These zombies don't seem to improve during the day, but every night they seem to get significantly stronger. We need to find out why. If we can find a way, maybe we can improve too, Yang Bin said. That makes sense, we should definitely go out and take a look. Yeah. The group lay down on their beds and habitually pulled out their phones to check. The cell phone signal was still working, which was the best news for humans, at least they could encourage each other. Want to play a couple of rounds? Hu Wenliang suddenly suggested. What's up? A game? I'm bored right now. I'll admire you if you can find teammates and opponents. Yang Bin rolled his eyes. I guess so. I can play against bots, right? You play by yourself. Yang Bin and Chen Hao both shook their heads. This guy's gaming addiction is too much. As a result, Hu Wenliang's face darkened as soon as he opened the game. I can't get into the game. That's normal. Tencent is doing a good job just by ensuring communication works these days. Okay. Brother Bin, look. At this moment, Chen Hao suddenly handed over his phone. The three of them crowded around the phone. On the screen was a video playing. A group of people were fighting zombies. Suddenly, the leader threw a ball of flame from his hand, instantly hitting a zombie. The zombie immediately burst into flames and burned to death in a short while. Seeing this, all three were utterly shocked. The comments below exploded, some saying it was special effects, others magic, and still others speculating it was superpowers. There were all sorts of opinions, but undeniably, the video went viral. In this despairing apocalypse, it acted like a tranquilizer, giving hope to the desperate. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the answer in the other's eyes. Superpowered individuals. Chen Hao said solemnly. Yeah, and fire-based superpowers at that, very powerful attacks, Yang Bin said seriously. Damn, that's what superpowers are all about. I feel like ours are pretty lame, Hu Wenliang exclaimed, eyes wide. Who says? If we were really fighting, I could just disappear and wipe him out in a second, Chen Hao said grumbling. Okay, then Bin Ge's and mice are a bit lame. Without my superpower, could we be living this well? Yang Bin said speechlessly. That seems to be true. Actually, our abilities aren't weak, and they're even far rarer than his. It's just that our abilities aren't combat-oriented, so their impact in combat isn't as obvious as his. But in the apocalypse, our chances of survival are definitely higher than his, Yang Bin said. Exactly, you think your superpower is weak? In this apocalyptic world where hospitals are paralyzed, what will happen to them if they get injured? I dare say, as long as someone knows your superpower, even the most powerful person will be begging you to join their ranks, Chen Hao said. Haha, now that you mention it, I feel much better. Yeah, but we do lack combat superpowers. If we encounter any, we'll have to find a way to recruit them, Yangbin said. Right, but people's hearts are too complicated these days. It's hard to find someone with combat superpowers who won't stab you in the back. Take it slow. With my sharp eyes, I'll find one eventually. Haha, true. Let's sleep. We'll go out and investigate tonight. Okay. 11 p.m. The three of them got up again and left the dormitory. Using the remaining light from the few remaining streetlights, they soon spotted several zombies. The three hid behind a flower bed, observing the zombies, but after a long time, they couldn't see anything different. These zombies are just wandering around aimlessly like they are during the day. I can't see anything different, Chen Hao frowned. Let's keep watching. We have to find out why the zombies have improved today, Yangbin said. Okay. So, the three of them patiently kept watch over the zombies, and an hour passed. As midnight approached, the wandering zombies suddenly stopped, and then quietly raised their heads to look at the sky. Seeing the zombies' movement, Yangbin and the others also immediately looked up at the sky. The Big Dipper. The three exclaimed in low voices. Does the Big Dipper only appear at midnight? Yangbin pondered. Why can't we see Polaris? Wenliang asked, puzzled. It seems to have fallen, Chen Hao said. What I vaguely saw that night was that crimson star that appeared after Polaris fell. Yeah, I saw it too, but the crimson star is gone now, Yangbin said, somewhat puzzled. In ancient times, Polaris was called the purple star. When the purple star moves, something big is bound to happen. The fall of the purple star wouldn't that cause a cataclysmic upheaval? Wenliang frowned. Even now it's the end of the world, isn't it causing a cataclysmic upheaval? It seems so. Yangbin looked at several zombies not far away, noticing they seemed to be immersed in some kind of state. He then activated his true sight and looked again, immediately discovering that wisps of transparent gas seemed to be flowing into their bodies. Could this be spiritual energy? Yangbin pondered. If that's the case, then it's easy to explain why these zombies get stronger every night. But zombies know how to absorb spiritual energy? Why can't humans do that? Yangbin looked in their direction but didn't detect any spiritual energy. Huzzy, Liangzi, you two focus on the Big Dipper in the sky, Yangbin suddenly said. Okay. Hearing Yangbin's words, the two looked up and intently stared at the Big Dipper in the sky. Yangbin activated his true sight eye and carefully observed the area around them. Finally, after a while, wisps of spiritual energy actually began to slowly flow into their bodies. However, the spiritual energy around them was less than that of the zombies. My neck is really sore from looking up like that. Wenliang rubbed his neck and shook his head. Under Yangbin's gaze, as Wenliang moved, the spiritual energy around him instantly disappeared. I see, I understand now, Yangbin said, a look of surprise on his face. Let's go to the rooftop, Yangbin said, then headed towards the rooftop. Although the two had many questions, they didn't ask any further and quickly followed. The three rushed to the 7th floor, but upon reaching the rooftop, they were immediately overwhelmed by the stench from the stairwell. The piles of corpses were still there, and after several days of fermentation, the smell was simply unbearable. Yangbin quickly held his breath. The stairwell was blocked, so he had to climb up using the handrail. Chen Hao and Wenliang quickly followed. Once on the rooftop, they quickly closed the door and gasped for fresh air. Staying any longer would have suffocated them. Brother Bin, what are we doing on the rooftop? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Looking at the stars. Looking at the stars. The two men were immediately bewildered. I just used my special ability to observe those zombies. When they looked at the Big Dipper in the sky, spiritual energy flowed into their bodies. I had you try it too. When you concentrated on looking at the Big Dipper, spiritual energy also flowed into your bodies. This might be a method of cultivation, so let's try it too, Yangbin said earnestly. Really? Hearing Yangbin's words, the two men's eyes widened immediately. Yes. Yangbin nodded. Then, the three of them found a clean spot to lie down and earnestly looked at the Big Dipper in the sky. After a while, wisps of spiritual energy began to flow into their bodies. Among them, Yangbin's spiritual energy was significantly more than the other two. It was unclear whether this was due to the talent of his eyes, his second-tier cultivation, or both. The three of them didn't feel anything. If they hadn't trusted Yangbin, Chen Hao and Wenliang would have given up. Staring at something, especially something that glows, for too long is easy to strain the eyes. Even though they were both at least at the first level, they couldn't hold on for more than 20 minutes. Yangbin, on the other hand, seemed completely unaffected, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. The two didn't disturb him, resting for a few minutes before looking up at the sky again. Subsequently, the two rested every 20 minutes, while Yangbin stared at the sky the entire time without taking a break. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. At first, they thought Yangbin's superior strength allowed him to stare longer, but now it was clear it wasn't simply a matter of strength. However, they quickly realized Yang Bin's talent and understood. Since his talent was his eyes, his exceptional eyesight made sense. And so, the three of them spent the entire night on the rooftop watching the stars. Because of the frequent use of their eyes, they almost fell asleep several times, but thinking of improving their strength, they persevered. During this time, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang rested countless times, but Yang Bin barely rested at all, only dozing off briefly in between. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper slowly disappeared. The three of them could no longer resist the drowsiness and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. Day 4 of the apocalypse. The food problem erupted across the board. Most households typically only had enough food for 2 or 3 days. By the 4th day, many households had run out of food. Without food, hunger loomed. Some risked their lives to search for it, while others sought to take advantage, stealing food from those around them. It became commonplace. In this lawless apocalypse, the darker side of humanity slowly emerged. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the zombies' strength increased again. Some teams that had previously been able to clear them suffered heavy losses and were forced into hiding. Those so-called teachers who had been instructing people online on how to fight zombies became silent. Online, videos of fighting zombies dwindled, while cries for help increased, and despair permeated the entire internet. Just then, the authorities suddenly announced a crucial piece of news that would determine the fate of humanity. The official announcement stated that some special zombies had red crystals inside their heads. Ingesting these crystals could significantly enhance a person's physical abilities, allowing them to easily kill ordinary zombies. The announcement also included an image of the crystals and stated that these special zombies were much stronger than ordinary zombies, requiring several people to defeat them. The official announcement encouraged people to bravely stand up and kill zombies, as increasing their strength was essential for survival in the apocalypse. This news caused an immediate uproar online. At a time when humanity was almost in despair, this message was like a beacon of light in the darkness. Immediately, many people began to leave their rooms to fight zombies, hoping to obtain a crystal to greatly increase their strength. Some ambitious individuals even began to form cliques. Meanwhile, the three of them lying on the rooftop were unaware of all this. They had slept until noon, utterly exhausted from the previous night. Yang Bin was the first to wake up. He stretched, assessed his physical condition, and his face immediately lit up with excitement. Just as he had expected, this really did increase his strength. He could feel that his strength had increased by at least 30 kilograms overnight. Yang Bin nudged Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang awake and asked, "You two, check if your strength has improved." The two clenched their fists, their faces lighting up with excitement. "It's improved. I feel like I've gained about 10 kilograms, Chen Hao said. "Yeah, about the same," Hu Wenliang said. Hearing their words, Yang Bin frowned, mainly because the gap between them and him was quite large. However, considering that they had needed constant rest last night while he had barely rested, he felt relieved. "From now on, let's keep training like this every day. That way, even after the crystal matter is announced, we can maintain our lead," Yang Bin said. "Okay," the two nodded. "Let's go downstairs and get something to eat before continuing to kill zombies. Today, let's try to get both of you to the 2nd tier," Yang Bin said. "What about you, Bin? I'm not in a rush. Let's talk about it when you guys reach tier 2. Okay." The three of them then went downstairs and back to their dorm to brush their teeth, wash their faces, and eat. In this apocalypse, they were probably the only ones living so carefree. "Bin, I think we need to change dorms. It's such a hassle to get to the rooftop from this one, and even with the door closed, you can still smell the stench from there," Chen Hao complained. "Yeah, I smell it too. It's awful," Hu Wenliang said. "Okay, let's pack everything up and find a better dorm," Yang Bin said. "How about we go to the graduate student dorms? I heard they're double rooms, fully equipped, much better than ours, and they even have rooftop terraces," Chen Hao suggested. "Okay, let's go there then," Yang Bin nodded. Then, the group packed their things: clothes, food, and daily necessities, filling several backpacks, one in front and one in back for each person. After packing, they left the dorm building and headed towards the graduate student dorm area. Zombies were still everywhere along the way. Although they had cleared the path to the dormitory several times, the zombies wandered aimlessly, reappearing after each clearing. Judging from the zombies' running speed, the group concluded that their strength had increased significantly. Ordinary people, unless equipped with powerful weapons, would likely have a hard time defeating them. Moreover, the number of special zombies was much higher today. They had encountered several in just over 20 minutes, a much higher ratio than yesterday. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had both reached the limit of the 1st tier. They only needed to obtain a 2nd tier crystal to advance to the 2nd tier. Just as they passed through a cluster of dormitories, they unexpectedly encountered another group of people. More than 20 people, all tall and burly, were fighting a group of zombies, wielding the same iron pipes they had used before. What surprised the group most was that 2 of them were extremely strong. They estimated they had reached the 1st tier. "Do they know about the crystal?" Hu Wenliang wondered. Huzzy, check the internet, Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao quickly took out his phone, then looked up and said, Brother Bin, you guessed right. The official announcement about the crystals came out this morning. No wonder. I was wondering why these people suddenly dared to come out and kill zombies, Hu Wenliang said. Profit is the key to overcoming all difficulties. Just like us, if we didn't know that zombie crystals could enhance our strength, would we still be out here every day? Wouldn't it be better to stay in our dorms? Yang Bin said. That's true. I bet people everywhere are out killing zombies to get crystals now. That's a good thing. At least humanity has a chance to survive. If we keep hiding, we'll only perish. Yeah, looks like we need to step up our game too. We can't let them catch up. Chen Hao clenched his fist. Let's go. Yang Bin didn't want to have too much contact with others, especially in this apocalyptic world. However, just as they were about to leave, they were spotted. Hey guys up ahead, are you here to kill zombies too? No, we're just wandering around. You're joking, kid. There are zombies everywhere. Who would just wander around aimlessly? I see you all have weapons, so you're probably here to kill zombies too, right? Why don't you join us? It'll be good to have backup. We just killed 2 special zombies, and 2 of them have already eaten crystals. They can easily handle most zombies now. A man in a basketball jersey, at least 1.88 meters tall, chuckled, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the backpacks and barbells on Yang Bin and his friends' backs. If we join together, how will we divide the crystals? Yang Bin asked calmly. We'll divide them equally. I'm sure with our strength, everyone will have crystals soon, the man laughed. Okay, then good luck. We won't join in, otherwise we'll have to share even more, Yang Bin said with a smile. How could that be? Seeing you carrying 20-kilogram barbells as weapons, you must be incredibly strong. If you join us, our team's strength will definitely increase significantly. If you're strong enough, we might give you priority in acquiring crystals. Thanks, but no need. Yang Bin smiled and then left with the 2 men. Seeing them leave, many in the group showed displeasure. What's so great about them? They'll learn their mistake once they're eaten by zombies. Exactly, we kindly invited them, and they didn't appreciate it. They'll be crying later. The leader frowned and then said to a similarly tall man beside him, Sija, why do you think they refused? Currently, our team is considered strong, yet they refused so decisively. I noticed they remained calm throughout, without a trace of fear. People like that are either extremely confident or unaware of the horrors of the apocalypse. Judging from their demeanor, they're clearly the former, Sija said. Looks like we need to get some better weapons. Their barbell is way better than our iron pipes. But it's too far from the gym. Going there would be too dangerous. Let's play it safe. Okay. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his group continued walking towards the graduate student dormitories, making the journey as easy as cutting vegetables, without any pressure. Brother Bin, those guys seem to have their eyes on our backpacks, Chen Hao laughed. Isn't that normal? Who wouldn't be tempted by all those bags? It's already good enough that they restrained themselves from attacking, Yang Bin laughed. They should be grateful for their rationality. If they really wanted to fight, those 20-odd people wouldn't be enough for us to handle with a few blows, Chen Hao said. Keep it down, don't speak so bluntly. Okay, I got it. Soon, the group arrived at another dormitory area, where the graduate students usually lived. Regardless of what the rooms were like, at least the surrounding environment was quieter than theirs. Let's just stay on the 7th floor, it'll be easier to get to the roof, Yang Bin said. Okay. The group found a relatively secluded dormitory building and headed straight up. They didn't see anyone in the building, but they did encounter a few zombies who suddenly pounced on them as they were going upstairs. They quickly reached the 7th floor. Most of the dormitory doors were destroyed, and the rooms reeked of blood. Luckily, they found a room at the very end with a relatively intact door. The group tidied up the room and prepared to stay there for a short time. The graduate student dormitory was much better than theirs. It had a washing machine, water heater, and all sorts of amenities, and even a small balcony. After putting their things away, they prepared to go out. Everyone else had started fighting zombies, and they couldn't slack off. Brother Bin, what if someone comes if we leave our things here? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Yeah, even if we lock the door, someone can still pry it open. How about we lure a few cute little zombies to guard the door? How? Simple, lure them to the 2nd floor, then we'll jump down from there. Regular zombies don't seem to be able to climb walls. Okay, sure. The group went downstairs, brought a few zombies from the vicinity to the 2nd floor, and then jumped off, disappearing in a flash. The zombies roared incessantly in the corridor, unable to break free. Next, Yang Bin and his companions resumed their search for special zombies. There were significantly more special zombies today. They estimated they comprised at least 1/5 of the total. From 1% on the first day to 1/5 on the 4th, the zombie population had increased extremely rapidly. Before long, they had killed several more Tier 1 zombies. Yang Bin ate another crystal, wanting to see if a Tier 2 zombie consuming a Tier 1 crystal would still be effective. The result was obvious, it had no effect. Chen Hao also tried one, with the same result. Brother Bin, what do we do with these? They seem useless, Chen Hao said helplessly, holding the remaining crystals. Let's keep it for now. It's useless to us, but it's something everyone's willing to risk their lives for. It'll be useful if we want to expand our team later, Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao nodded and put the crystal into his bag. Let's skip the first tier zombies and go find the second tier ones, Yang Bin said. Then we're going to Zhongyuan Tower again? Yes. The group climbed back up to the Zhongyuan building. Yang Bin immediately activated his true sight to survey the area. The Zhongyuan building offered a panoramic view of the entire school, and his true sight allowed him to clearly see every corner. Unlike yesterday, the school wasn't just filled with zombies. After observing for a while, he saw over a dozen groups of people fighting zombies, both boys and girls. It seems the allure of the crystals is truly immense, Yang Bin sighed. It's something that determines survival, definitely, Chen Hao said. Yeah, if most people weren't trapped in the cafeteria, this number would be several times higher, Yang Bin asserted. I wonder if those trapped in the cafeteria will resent the school leadership because of this. No need to think about it, they definitely will. Even if the school leadership's intentions are good, this outcome is clearly unacceptable to the students, Yang Bin said. Just as Yang Bin predicted, the school cafeteria was already in complete chaos. After the official announcement regarding the crystals, the already somewhat dissatisfied students completely erupted. They had thought that coming here would end their hunger, but they found themselves eating porridge every day, which was far from enough to satisfy their hunger. Now, the outside was swarming with zombies, making it impossible to go out and obtain crystals. Seeing numerous videos online showing people gaining immense strength after consuming the crystals, even on the school's website, these students became even more frustrated, some even starting to angrily curse the school leaders. It's all your fault. If you hadn't made us gather in the cafeteria, we might be living a very comfortable life outside. Exactly. Giving us porridge every day, are you feeding us pigs? These students completely forgot that they had come to the cafeteria precisely because they had nothing else to eat. If it weren't for the school's porridge, they might already be starving to death. The principal, looking at these furious students, felt a deep sense of sorrow. Was it a mistake? Perhaps. If we hadn't been so worried about them, this situation wouldn't have happened. The apocalypse, it's truly terrifying. Zhongyuan building. Yang Bin didn't search for long before locking onto several targets. As they expected, there were quite a few more Tier 2 zombies today. Just a short while later, Yang Bin had spotted over a dozen, though some were trapped in the horde and impossible to attack. The ones he had his eye on were ones he could easily kill. Target confirmed, let's go. Okay. The three quickly went downstairs and headed towards their first target. Just as they reached the vicinity of their target, they discovered a group of people already approaching the zombies. Yang Bin frowned. The reason he chose this one first was because he had spotted people nearby and was afraid they would encounter them first. He hadn't expected to be too late. It wasn't that he was afraid these people would beat him to it. Honestly, these 20-odd people couldn't possibly take down these Tier 2 zombies. He was just afraid that their shouting would attract the surrounding zombies, making it harder for them to attack. By then, Yang Bin wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The group had already charged towards the zombies. They probably believed that 20-odd people could easily take on 4 or 5 zombies. Upon seeing the group, the zombies excitedly charged towards them, with a second-tier zombie at the very front. The two leaders, one wielding a fire axe and the other a tang sword, charged directly at their opponent. It must be said, those who dared to come out and kill zombies were certainly skilled. At least they were well prepared in terms of weaponry. However, their misjudgment would cost them dearly. Both weapons struck the zombie's head. If it were a level 1 zombie, they might have been able to kill it. But this was a level 2 zombie. While the weapons had broken its head, they weren't enough to kill it. The zombie instantly pounced on one of them, then bit down on his neck. The level 2 zombie's immense strength rendered him utterly powerless to resist. The others were horrified at the sight. The man with the tang sword slashed at the zombie again, leaving a gash in its back. However, it was to no avail. The zombie simply turned and lunged at him. This man reacted with lightning speed, rolling aside to dodge the attack. A special zombie. This is definitely a special zombie, it has crystals. The man exclaimed excitedly after dodging the attack. They had killed several zombies already, and finally encountered a special one. But, we can't beat it, can we? Someone worriedly asked. Everyone else can beat it, why can't we? Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe we can't kill it. Once we kill it, we'll stand up again, the man shouted. Although the others were somewhat afraid, the thought of their strength increasing dramatically after consuming the crystals spurred them on, and they overcame their fear and charged towards the zombie. They had come out to kill zombies and obtain crystals, and they couldn't back down now that they had finally encountered a special zombie. However, what they didn't know was that special zombies also had different levels. Soon, the group was engaged in battle with the zombie, unleashing various weapons at it. However, these attacks had little effect on the second-tier zombie, and each of its attacks was almost always fatal. Several of its members were dead in no time. The second-tier zombie was no match for them. The other 4 ordinary zombies were hacked to death by the others. "Brother Bin, why don't we step in? We can get the crystal and save them too, they're all classmates after all," Huan Liang said, somewhat reluctantly. Yang Bin glanced at him and suddenly said, "Do you believe that if we save them, they won't be grateful? They'll try to take the second-tier crystal from us? No way, they should know very well that they can't beat this zombie, and if they keep fighting, they'll all die. Let's make a bet. If it's as I say, don't mention saving people to me again. If not, I'll wash your underwear for a month," Yang Bin said. Huan Liang was still a student, inexperienced, and didn't see things clearly. He thought saving these people was just a small favor for them, but he overlooked human nature. He wasn't like Chen Hao. Chen Hao almost always believed what he was told and never questioned him. Huan Liang was not so blindly oblivious, so Yang Bin took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. From the frenzied looks in their eyes, he knew how obsessed these people were with the crystal. Their actions wouldn't be seen as saving them, but rather as stealing their crystal. "All right," Huan Liang nodded. It wasn't that he didn't believe Yang Bin, some things truly needed to be witnessed firsthand to be believed. On the battlefield, more than half of the 20-odd people had already been lost, and several more were injured. The fate of these wounded was obvious. They would soon become part of the zombie horde. At this moment, the group finally panicked. No longer caring about the crystal, they began to flee frantically. However, the zombies had no intention of letting them go, and chased after them directly. The speed of the second-tier zombies was far beyond what these people could match, and it seemed the leader was about to be pounced upon. Just then, a barbell suddenly flew over, striking the zombie directly in the chest. The powerful force sent the zombie staggering back several steps. Immediately afterward, 3 people rushed out from behind a wall not far away. Yang Bin immediately ran over and picked up the barbell. At this moment, the zombie rose again and lunged at Yang Bin. Yang Bin coldly snorted and slammed the barbell down hard on the zombie's head. Bang! A sound of breaking bones rang out, and the zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon by Yang Bin's single blow. The group of people stared in disbelief, dumbfounded. The zombie that they, more than 20 people, couldn't defeat was actually killed by this person with a single blow? Yang Bin, as if it were a trivial matter, slung the barbell over his shoulder, walked to the zombie corpse, pried out the crystal, and stuffed it into his pocket. He then prepared to leave with the 2 men. "Brother, shouldn't we get a share of this crystal?" Seeing Yang Bin's actions, the leader, the one with the tang sword, immediately became anxious. "We lost so many men for this crystal. You come here and want to take it away? That's not right." Yang Bin didn't speak, but looked at Huan Liang with a half-smile. Hearing this, Huan Liang's face turned ashen with anger. He glared at the other man and said, "If it weren't for us, you would all have been killed by the zombie. We saved your lives, and instead of thanking us, you want the crystal. You can't say that. If we hadn't crippled this zombie, could you have killed it so easily? No matter what, we should get a share of this crystal," another member of the group said. "There's no such thing as crippling a zombie." Huan Liang was speechless. "Look at it, it's covered in wounds. We're the ones who inflicted these. You only hit it once, you were clearly just picking up the scraps." Hearing their words, Huan Liang was so angry he couldn't speak. Everyone knows now that you only need to hit a zombie's head, other parts are useless. These people actually dared to claim they crippled the zombie? Seeing Huan Liang's expression, Yang Bin smiled and shook his head, then patted Huan Liang's shoulder and said, "How does it feel?" "Like eating a pile of shit," Huan Liang said with a bitter smile. He was truly disgusted by these shameless people. "Do you know how to deal with people like this?" Yang Bin laughed. Huan Liang numbly shook his head. "I'll teach you. Watch closely." Yang Bin smiled and walked towards the crowd in front, saying, "You want a share of this crystal?" "Yes, we got a piece of the action." "Hand it over quickly, and we'll discuss how to divide it," said the leader of the group. Alright, I'll show you." Yang Bin actually took out the crystal after saying that. The leader's eyes lit up with a burning desire upon seeing the crystal, and he quickly reached out to grab it. Bang! A stick flashed past. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and the man's outstretched hand slumped down in the middle. It was clear the bone was broken. Everyone was shocked by this sight, never expecting the man to act so directly and so ruthlessly. "Fuck your mother." The man was ruthless too. He grabbed a tang sword with his other hand and swung it at Yang Bin. Bang! Another blow, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the headless corpse fell stiffly to the ground. This scene left everyone stunned. No one had expected Yang Bin to dare kill someone in the street. Although it was now the apocalypse, it had only been a few days, and most people still clung to their old ways of thinking. Killing was still an unacceptable act. You! The others pointed at Yang Bin, their faces filled with terror, speechless for a moment. Get lost, Yang Bin said coldly. The others wanted to say something, but seeing Yang Bin raise the barbell again, they scattered in fear. Yang Bin shook his head, turned around, and saw Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang staring at him, somewhat stunned. Yang Bin sighed, looking at them seriously, and said, "To survive in the apocalypse, you have to be ruthless. Only ruthlessness will make others fear you, and only then can you survive longer, understand?" Understood. Chen Hao quickly adjusted his mindset. Hu Wenliang thought for a moment and nodded, understood. Good. Alright, let's leave first. A large number of zombies are coming this way, Yang Bin said. Okay. The group reached a safe place, and Yang Bin handed the crystal to Chen Hao, saying, "Hazi, you should reach level 2 first." Okay. Chen Hao didn't stand on ceremony, took the crystal, and swallowed it. A short while later, Chen Hao also reached level 2. 2 of the 3 of them were now at level 2. Let's go, next one. Without delay, the group quickly ran towards the second target, mainly to avoid a repeat of this situation. Although they posed no real threat, they were still quite disgusting. Fortunately, there was no one at the second target. Among the dozen or so zombies, there was one tier 2 zombie and 2 tier 1 zombies, demonstrating the high proportion of special zombies. Fortunately, this lineup posed little threat to the 3 of them. They dispatched them all in a few minutes, obtaining 1 tier 2 crystal and 2 tier 1 crystals. Hu Wenliang also successfully advanced to tier 2, making all 3 of them tier 2. Let's go to the next one. Okay. The group headed towards another target. That target was under the willow tree near Reinhardt Lake, and there were only 2 zombies there, making it the easiest of the group to kill. However, just as the 3 were about to reach Reinhardt Lake, a dark figure suddenly darted down from the tree and instantly grabbed Yang Bin, who was walking in front. The sudden turn of events caught all 3 off guard. In the crucial moment, Yang Bin only had time to raise his arm to block. Hiss! The intense pain made Yang Bin gasp. For deep, bone-revealing wounds immediately appeared on his arm. Yang Bin didn't have time to look at the wounds. His first instinct was to look at what had attacked him. This sight immediately startled them. Holy crap, how can there be a tiger in the school? Chen Hao exclaimed. Is it possible that it's a cat? Hu Wenliang asked. Your cat is that big, Chen Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide. But it's a cat, an orange tabby. Liangzi is right, it really is a cat, Yang Bin said. But this cat is huge. I've never even heard of one before, let alone seen one. Clearly, this cat has mutated, Yang Bin said in a deep voice, looking at the orange tabby with its blood-red eyes. Be careful, this cat is not easy to deal with. The 2 tried to say something, but the cat didn't give them a chance. It quickly launched another attack, its figure swiftly lunging towards Chen Hao on the other side, moving so fast it was almost invisible. Chen Hao slammed the barbell in his hand towards the direction the orange cat was charging, but missed completely. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. 4 gashes had appeared on Chen Hao's shoulder as well. I can't hit it. This thing is too fast. Chen Hao cried out in pain. Cats are naturally fast, but after mutating, they're definitely even faster. Hu Wenliang frowned. Yang Bin also frowned. In terms of strength, this cat was at most a second-tier monster, but the key was its incredible speed. This is where the barbell's disadvantage became apparent. A barbell this heavy was incredibly effective against zombies. A single blow to the head would be fatal. But against a fast-moving mutated beast like this, the barbell was practically useless, almost impossible to hit. Put the barbell down and punch it, Yang Bin said. Okay. The 2 nodded, tossing the barbell aside, then clenched their fists, staring intently at the orange cat in front of them. This cat was over 60 centimeters tall and nearly a meter long. No wonder Chen Hao initially mistook it for a tiger, he'd never seen a cat that big before. At this moment, the orange cat, seeing their actions, revealed a mocking look in its eyes. Damn it, this cat is mocking us, Chen Hao said, annoyed. Can we tolerate this? No way. Let's get it. The 3 of them instantly pounced on the orange cat on the ground. However, the orange cat simply kicked off with its legs and instantly dodged, even inflicting several wounds on Hu Wenliang. Ouch, why does this thing hurt so much when it scratches? Hu Wenliang frowned. Looks like this cat has some conscience after all, knowing to share its spoils equally, Chen Hao chuckled. You still have the mind to laugh? You should be thinking about how to fight. At this rate, we're all going to be toyed with to death by it, Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. Yang Bin was also watching the orange cat with a serious expression. The cat was simply too fast, it was impossible to touch it. It would be interesting if 3 second-tier powerhouses were toyed with to death by a cat. Yang Bin then activated his true sight, hoping this ability would allow him to track the cat's movements, otherwise, they really would be toyed with to death. Soon, the orange cat moved again, its legs pushing off, instantly pouncing towards Yangbin. Under Yangbin's true sight, although the cat's speed was still fast, it wasn't entirely unpredictable. Just as the orange cat was about to grab Yangbin's face, Yangbin suddenly threw a punch, smashing it into the stomach before the cat could react, sending it flying. Brother Bin is awesome. Seeing this, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were both overjoyed. They had finally managed to hit their opponent. The orange cat instantly got up after falling, its eyes filled with shock as it looked at Yangbin, clearly not expecting him to have managed to defeat it. Now it finally became cautious, pacing back and forth a short distance away, searching for an opportunity. Yangbin didn't dare to relax for a moment, continuing to stare intently at it, waiting for its next attack. As for taking the initiative to attack, forget about it, you wouldn't even get a scratch. Brother Bin, how did you manage to hit it just now? Chen Hao asked quietly from the side. I activated my superpower, Yangbin said helplessly. No wonder. Chen Hao nodded. He thought Yangbin had some kind of trick, but it turned out he was using a cheat code, one he couldn't imitate. After a few minutes of this, Yangbin felt he was about to give up when the cat suddenly attacked again. This time, it didn't pounce directly on Yangbin. Instead, it suddenly jumped onto a tree, then pushed off with its legs, accelerating towards Yangbin again. Yangbin activated his true sight to its maximum. He clearly captured every movement of the cat. He clenched his fist and, the instant its claws touched him, slammed it down hard. The orange cat's fur stood on end, trying to dodge, but it was too late. Thump! A deep thud echoed as Yangbin's fist slammed into the orange cat's waist again. This punch was much harder than the last. The orange cat rolled several times on the ground before struggling to its feet. As soon as it got up, its fur stood on end again. Instinctively sensing danger, it tried to dodge to the side, but it was too late. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere behind it, and in the instant it sprang up, a fist slammed into its head. Bang! The orange cat's body crashed to the ground again, sliding several meters away. The attacker was Chen Hao, who had secretly hidden himself while the orange cat wasn't looking. The fallen orange cat tried to get up again, but Hu Wenliang, who had been waiting for an opportunity, stepped on it. Immediately afterward, Yangbin and Chen Hao rushed over, their 3 large feet pressing down on the orange cat, rendering it immobile. Damn it, you dared to grab me? Let's see if you're still so arrogant now. Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. This thing is much harder to deal with than a zombie, Yangbin said with a wry smile. Indeed, if it weren't for Brother Bin, we probably wouldn't have been able to handle it, Hu Wenliang sighed. Meow. The orange cat struggled frantically as it was pinned down by the 3 men. However, it wasn't as strong as the 3 of them and couldn't break free. What should we do with this? Kill it? Chen Hao asked. You think you can just let it go without killing it? Aren't you afraid it'll scratch you? Hu Wenliang laughed. Let's kill it. This guy also has crystals on its head, and they seem different from those on zombies, Yangbin said. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, then picked up the barbell and smashed it down on the orange cat's head. The orange cat seemed to know its fate was sealed. There was no fear, no pleading, its eyes held a hint of relief, yet also a trace of lingering attachment. It's hard to imagine that a cat could have so many emotions. Just as Chen Hao was about to smash the barbell down on the orange cat's head, Yangbin suddenly said, Wait! Chen Hao quickly stopped, but a 20-kilogram barbell isn't something you can just stop so easily. Chen Hao had to quickly change direction and smash it down on the ground next to the orange cat's head. With a loud thud, dust rose up, showing how heavy the blow was. The orange cat's entire body stiffened, it was clearly terrified. Ouch, my back. Brother Bin, could you have said so earlier next time? You almost broke my back. Chen Hao complained, rubbing his back. Sorry, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Yangbin said awkwardly. Then, looking at the orange cat at his feet, he said, This guy seems a bit different from other cats, he seems quite intelligent. Do you think it's possible to keep it as a pet? Brother Bin, you're really bold. I bet if we let go, this thing will be gone in a heartbeat, Chen Hao said confidently. Yeah, well, let's just kill it then. Okay. Chen Hao lifted the barbell again. Meow. Meow. At this moment, the orange cat, which had resigned itself to its fate, suddenly started meowing urgently, as if it had something to say. What does it mean? Who knows? Did it understand us? Impossible. However, to the 3's astonishment, the cat actually nodded, its eyes filled with anxiety. Holy crap, could this thing have become sentient? This cat was probably raised by someone before. It must have spent a lot of time with people, and the mutation probably opened up its brain, so it can understand some human speech, Hu Wenliang guessed. Yangbin nodded, agreeing with Hu Wenliang's words, then squatted down and stared at the orange cat below, asking, What do you mean? You want us to release you and you'll become our pet? The orange cat nodded quickly. Why should I trust you? What if you run away if I let you go? To be honest, Yangbin really wanted a pet like this, it would be a huge help. But if its loyalty couldn't be guaranteed, it was better not to have one. The orange cat thought for a moment, then raised its neck. Only then did the others notice a small bell hanging around its neck. Because of its increased size, the bell was very tight, hidden in its fur, and they hadn't noticed it before. "You want me to take this bell off?" Yang Bin asked, somewhat puzzled. The orange cat nodded, its eyes filled with the reverence of giving away something extremely precious. Yang Bin, somewhat curious, grabbed the bell and ripped it off. Holding it in his hand, he saw nothing special about it, it was just an ordinary bell. However, the orange cat looked at the bell in Yang Bin's hand with deep reluctance. It was the bell its owner had hung on it, its most prized possession. Even though it hurt from the tightness, it hadn't considered taking it off. While most cats are wild and untamed, some are gentle. It had been with its owner for 8 years, the two relying on each other for survival, their relationship extremely close. Unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived, and its owner suddenly turned into a zombie, which is why it became fierce and irritable, attacking Yang Bin and his companion. But because of its owner, deep down it didn't reject humans, in fact, it longed for an owner. Having thought it was doomed, it eagerly expressed its stance upon hearing the other's words. In its mind, giving away its most prized possession was a sign of sincerity. Yang Bin was completely bewildered. How could he trust this thing? However, seeing the orange cat's gaze at the bell, Yang Bin became somewhat tempted. He then looked at Chen Hao and the other man, saying, "Why don't you loosen your grip and see? Brother Bin, you don't really believe it, do you? Let's try. If it tries to be clever, we'll just kill it again. If we can catch it once, we can catch it twice," Yang Bin said confidently. Although the cat was fast, it couldn't escape his eyes. Okay. The two men removed their feet, ready to act at any moment. As soon as they released their grip, the orange cat flipped over and stood up, but instead of attacking them or running away, it looked at the bell in Yang Bin's hand and then obediently lay down at his feet. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat surprised. Yang Bin tried to stroke the orange cat's head. The cat didn't flinch, in fact, it seemed to enjoy it. Yang Bin was secretly delighted and said, "From now on, I'll call you Little Orange." "Brother Bin, the name you chose. What's wrong? It's really good," Hu Wenliang said against his will. "Hee, of course. Brother Bin, is this really okay?" Chen Hao still asked with some concern. "It's not certain yet, let's observe for a while first," Yang Bin said, also somewhat worried. "Yeah, if we really had such a pet, it would be a huge boost to our abilities. Of course, otherwise I'd just kill it. Let's go, let's find that zombie." Okay. The three headed towards Reinhardt Lake again, with Little Orange quickly following. Soon, they found the second-tier zombies having a date by the lake. "Little Orange, go," Yang Bin ordered. He wanted to test the pet's usefulness, if it wasn't, he'd kill it as soon as possible. The orange cat seemed to know Yang Bin's thoughts and instantly pounced on the zombies. Quickly, the orange cat reached the two zombies, grabbing the second-tier zombie's neck with a single claw, splattering blood everywhere. The second-tier zombie roared and lunged at the orange cat. However, the orange cat was incredibly fast. No matter how the zombie tried to grab it, it couldn't touch it. The orange cat kept scratching at the zombie's neck, and soon the zombie's neck was snapped, and it fell straight to the ground. "That's pretty fierce," Chen Hao remarked. Yang Bin nodded, "Indeed fierce. Let's go, time to dig for the crystal." As the group walked over, the orange cat had already dealt with another ordinary zombie. Seeing Yang Bin and the others approach, the orange cat instantly jumped in front of Yang Bin, looking at him with a smug expression. "Well done, Little Orange," Yang Bin said, patting the cat's head with a smile. Chen Hao went directly to the zombie's corpse, smashed its head open with a stick, and then pried out the crystal inside. "Let's give this crystal to Brother Bin first," Chen Hao said to Hu Wenliang. "Absolutely," Hu Wenliang nodded. "Brother Bin, here you go." Chen Hao handed the crystal to Yang Bin. Yang Bin didn't refuse. They were both already at tier 2, and it was indeed time for him to level up as well. He swallowed the crystal, and soon the energy flowed into his limbs and bones. Feeling the increase in strength, Yang Bin sighed. Sure enough, even at tier 2, you still need tier 2 crystals to advance. The next tier 2 zombie is over at the girls' dormitory. This is the last one we can fight, the others are in huge groups, impossible to defeat. Brother Bin, if we take care of this tier 2 zombie today, that should be enough. Tomorrow, there will probably be new tier 2 zombies. Yeah, let's go. The group walked towards the girls' dormitory. As soon as they arrived, their eyes lit up. Although they were all zombies, these zombies wearing pajamas, their chests bouncing, were clearly much more appealing than the zombies in the boys' dormitory. "Sigh, we should have come here to kill zombies sooner," Hu Wenliang said. "You really came here to kill zombies?" Yang Bin looked at him suspiciously. "He probably just wants to check if there's any corrosion under his pajamas," Chen Hao laughed. "I can tell you, no," Yang Bin said. "How do you know?" "I can see it. Brother Bin, let's switch our abilities. I'll never say your ability is low level again. It's not low level at all, it's practically a divine skill. Hu Wenliang pleaded. Haha, too bad we can't trade. Let's go, let's find the second-tier zombie. Yangbin thought for a moment about the location of the second-tier zombie, then led the two to the area below a dormitory building. However, when they looked ahead, they were immediately dumbfounded. Bin, brother Bin, are you sure we can fight this? Chen Hao swallowed hard. Can I say that when I saw it, there were only about 20? Yang Bin also swallowed hard. At this moment, in front of them, the entire open space was filled with zombies, conservatively estimated to be at least 400 or 500. Someone probably lured them here, Hu Wenliang said. There's still fresh blood in the middle. Some idiot must have yelled and attracted all the zombies. Can we still fight? How can we fight them? 400 or 500, almost 100 of them are level 1 zombies. If we get surrounded, we'll be helpless unless we can fly. Okay, looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow. How about letting Little Orange try? It's fast, maybe it can kill that level 2 zombie in the horde. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Little Orange immediately arched its back, looking at him warily. Clearly, it understood. Forget it, it's too dangerous. Yang Bin shook his head. One more won't make a difference. Let's go back and get some sleep. There should be plenty of level 2 zombies tomorrow. Okay. The group discussed and prepared to go back. Just then, they suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps behind them. The group quickly looked back, their expressions changing drastically. A group of girls were running frantically towards them, followed by a large horde of zombies. The girls spotted them too and ran even faster, screaming for help. Damn it! The three exclaimed in unison. Soon, the 400 or 500 zombies in front of them heard the commotion and rushed towards them excitedly. Suddenly, the three were inexplicably caught in a pincer movement. Damn it, we shouldn't have come to the girls' dormitory. Hu Wenliang grumbled. Brother Bin, what do we do? Chen Hao finally panicked, looking at the nearly 1,000 zombies surrounding them. The reason they had been so comfortable was because Yang Bin's true sight allowed them to avoid large groups of zombies in advance, so they had rarely been surrounded. But the school had a whopping 27,000 to 28,000 zombies. How could there not be a large number of zombies? Being surrounded and killed by zombies was the most normal phenomenon in the apocalypse. It was a miracle that they had survived this long, wandering around outside every day. Yang Bin was also extremely worried. He hadn't expected to encounter this situation while visiting the girls' dormitory. Their current position was awkward. 400 or 500 zombies blocked their path in front, and behind them, the women were leading a large group of zombies running towards them. There were dormitory buildings on both sides. The right side was the back of the dormitory buildings, leaving no room to move. The left side was the front of the dormitory buildings, but the main entrance was in the middle of the zombie horde in front. The women were probably trying to escape back to their dormitories, but they hadn't expected there to be a large number of zombies there as well. Huzi, Liangzi, prepare for battle. We have to get to that gate. Once we're inside the dormitory, we'll be safe, Yang Bin said solemnly. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang glanced at the distant gate, their faces grim. There were 400 or 500 zombies ahead. However, they knew this was their only option. Once the zombies from both sides converged, their escape would be virtually impossible. Get ready, charge. Yang Bin finished speaking and charged out first, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly following. Soon, the two sides clashed. Yang Bin swung the barbell at the first few zombies. Instantly, skulls exploded, the heads of the three zombies charging at the front were smashed. However, there were too many zombies. Before the first three had completely fallen, the zombies behind swarmed forward. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang also instantly retaliated, unleashing a barrage of blows at the oncoming zombies. The three charged forward, smashing their way through the zombies, quickly finding themselves completely surrounded. Back to back, each facing a different direction, they relentlessly attacked the onrushing zombies. As for Little Orange, she had already climbed onto the wall. Trapping a cat within a building was clearly impossible. Watching her leisurely perched on the second-floor window, observing them, the three could only look on with envy. The advantage of species was insurmountable. As for getting her down to help, it was pointless. In this situation, Little Orange was utterly useless. One zombie after another swarmed towards the three, who could only frantically swing their barbell to kill them. Each swing of the barbell killed several zombies, but more would immediately pounce. These zombies showed no fear, advancing wave after wave, including several level 1 zombies, instantly putting immense pressure on the three. The barbell is a weapon used for wide, sweeping movements. While possessing terrifying power due to its immense strength, it also consumes a great deal of energy. Especially in a situation with such a large number of zombies, each attack requires a tremendous amount of strength. Furthermore, the barbell lacks dexterity, making it particularly difficult to maneuver if a zombie pounces on you. If it were just a few dozen zombies, they wouldn't even get close to the three of them, but with hundreds of zombies charging forward relentlessly, they were powerless to stop them. Once a zombie got close, they would inevitably suffer some injuries. Yang Bin, who was leading the way, was under immense pressure. The dense horde of zombies ahead was no easy feat. Killing one would only result in another immediately taking its place. The three could only move forward inch by inch. The group of women behind them had also noticed the situation, but they continued to run towards them. They had no way to retreat. "Hey, help us, classmate. Our chances are much better if we work together," shouted the woman in the lead, dressed in sportswear. "They'll probably die even faster." Chen Hao looked speechlessly at the terrifying horde of zombies behind the women. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 500 or 600. Even Yuan Liang didn't consider rescuing them this time, because he knew that trying to save them in this situation would only result in his own demise. Upon seeing the three women, some of the zombies surrounding them lunged at them, temporarily relieving some of the pressure. However, this was only temporary. Once the zombies behind the women caught up, they would face an even more terrifying onslaught. Yang Bin was well aware of this situation and his anxiety intensified. They were only 5 or 6 meters from the gate, but that distance felt incredibly vast to him, as every step was agonizingly difficult. Soon, the women were completely overwhelmed by the horde of zombies, falling silent almost instantly. The outcome was obvious. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Such scenes played out constantly around the world. Crystals weren't easy to mine. To mine crystals, one had to be prepared to die at any moment. The group no longer cared about the women's fate, as the zombies chasing them were already closing in. Chen Hao and Yuan Liang behind them felt the pressure increase dramatically. Seeing this, Yang Bin gritted his teeth, grabbed the barbell, and slammed it against the zombie in front of him, then pushed forward with all his might. Under his immense strength, the zombie was pushed backward, crashing into those behind it without stopping. The zombies piled on top of each other, and after more than 20 piles, Yang Bin simply couldn't push any further. This push propelled him more than 3 meters, but the cost was considerable. Because both hands were gripping the barbell to push the zombie in front, he couldn't free his hands to deal with the zombies on either side. The zombies on either side seized the opportunity to tear at him frantically, and in just a short time, Yang Bin was covered in bites and scratches. "Brother Bin, switch positions." Seeing this, Chen Hao's eyes turned red. He quickly pulled Yang Bin behind him, taking Yang Bin's place to block the onrushing zombies. "Brother Bin, let me treat you first," Yuan Liang said urgently. "No, let's rush in first. I can still hold them off," Yang Bin said through gritted teeth. They were now less than 2 meters from the gate, but the zombies in front of them were packed together, making it impossible to advance an inch. Meow. Just then, Little Orange, who had been watching the spectacle from above, suddenly pounced, grabbing the heads of several zombies in front of them. It then leaped from head to toe among the zombies, frantically scratching and biting. Its action successfully drew the attention of the zombies ahead, causing many to shift their focus and attack Little Orange. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, smashing through the zombies in front of him and reaching the main entrance. Yang Bin and Yuan Liang immediately followed. The three of them quickly rushed through the gate, slammed it shut, and then rushed towards the stairs. There were still quite a few zombies inside the gate, but far fewer than outside. The group quickly killed the zombies blocking their path and successfully rushed into the stairwell, making their way up to the 4th floor. At this point, Yang Bin finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Liangzi quickly helped Brother Bin to the dormitory next door for treatment. "I'll guard the stairs," Chen Hao said urgently. "Okay." Yuan Liang nodded, helping Yang Bin up and leading him into the dormitory next door. Looking at Yang Bin's numerous wounds, Yuan Liang was momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, he quickly noticed a huge wound on Yang Bin's shoulder, a zombie bite that had torn a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Any closer and it would have reached his neck. Yuan Liang quickly placed his hand on it, and soon, a white light appeared in his palm. Yang Bin's wound began to heal rapidly at a visible speed. After advancing to the 2nd tier, Yuan Liang's healing abilities improved significantly. In no time, Yang Bin's shoulder wound was completely healed. Next, Yuan Liang began treating Yang Bin's other bite wounds. The bites from the zombies were clearly much more severe than the scratches. Each bite essentially tore off a chunk of flesh, and the bleeding was unstoppable. Treatment was urgent, or he would be in grave danger. If it weren't for Yang Bin's immense strength, he would have collapsed long ago with all these wounds. However, Yang Bin was forcing himself to stay awake, clenching his teeth to keep from fainting. If it weren't for Yuan Liang, he would definitely be meeting his maker. The iron gate downstairs didn't hold for long before being breached by a horde of zombies. A large group of zombies then rushed frantically upstairs. Chen Hao stood at the top of the stairs, gripping the barbell tightly, exuding an aura of unwavering resolve. Soon, zombies rushed to the 4th floor. Chen Hao picked up a barbell and smashed their heads open, then kicked them down, causing a swarm of zombies below to fall as well. The stairwell offered a strategic advantage, and with Chen Hao's 2nd tier strength, holding the top of the stairs shouldn't be a problem. However, he was also seriously injured, and after fighting for so long, he was exhausted. Swinging the 20-kilogram barbell required immense physical exertion each time. His arms were already aching, making it difficult to even lift them. But thinking of Yang Bin's serious injuries back in the dormitory, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and persevered. As more and more corpses piled up in the stairwell, the zombie rush finally slowed down somewhat. However, many of the zombies below were first-tier zombies, and they already knew how to climb up using the handrails, so Chen Hao's pressure remained undiminished. Back in the dormitory, Yang Bin's bite wounds had mostly healed, but similarly, Wen Liang had collapsed from exhaustion. Yang Bin didn't rest. He quickly got up and went to the stairwell. Seeing Chen Hao struggling alone at the top of the stairs, he quickly grabbed the barbell and went over. "Huzzy, go rest," Yang Bin said. "Brother Bin, you're all better?" Chen Hao was overjoyed to see Yang Bin. "Yeah, with Liangzi here, I'm not going to die." "You're in terrible shape, go rest, I'll take care of things here." "Okay." Chen Hao didn't push himself, he nodded and headed towards his dormitory. He was truly exhausted. After Chen Hao left, Yang Bin took over his position, blocking a group of zombies in the stairwell. With his strength, these zombies were naturally unable to break through. Soon, the stairwell was completely blocked by zombie corpses. Seeing that no more zombies were coming up, Yang Bin plopped down on the ground. This battle was definitely the most difficult they had faced in days. It was even more difficult than the last time they went down to rescue Wen Liang, even he almost died. He struggled back to the dormitory and saw Wen Liang treating Chen Hao's wounds. However, because treating Yang Bin had been so exhausting, he had to rest for a while after treating each wound on Chen Hao. "Brother Bin, is it done?" Chen Hao asked. "Yeah, the stairwell is completely blocked. The zombies can't come up for a while, but it'll be difficult for us to get down." "It's okay, the most important thing is that we all survived," Chen Hao said happily. "Yeah, I almost thought we were going to die," Wen Liang said with a wry smile. "We really owe it all to Little Orange this time. If it hadn't lured the zombies away at the last minute, we might really be done for," Chen Hao exclaimed. "Yeah, by the way, where's Little Orange?" The group realized then that Little Orange didn't seem to have followed them. "I hope something happened to her." The group looked outside with some worry. If before their attitude towards Little Orange was keep her if she's useful, kill her if she's not, after this incident, their attitude completely changed. She had saved their lives. Meow. Just then, a weak meow rang out, and a moment later, a huge orange cat stumbled in. Little Orange. The three looked at the orange cat with delight. Little Orange was covered in blood and wounds, a horrifying sight that made the group's hearts pound. Its injuries were comparable to Yang Bin's. "Liangzi, quickly treat Little Orange," Yang Bin said anxiously. "Okay." Wen Liang quickly placed his hands on Little Orange and began treating it. Meanwhile, Yang Bin took out a crystal from his pocket and fed it to Little Orange. Mutant beasts seemed different from humans. Little Orange was already a tier 2, but it could still consume tier 1 crystals. Although they didn't increase its strength, they seemed to absorb the crystal's energy to replenish its body's energy reserves, so Little Orange seemed to like them very much. "I didn't expect Little Orange, who's so fast, to be injured like this," Chen Hao exclaimed. "Jumping over zombies is like dancing on a tightrope." With so many zombies baring their teeth and raising their hands, it had nowhere to land. "It's lucky it wasn't grabbed and killed outright," Yang Bin said. "That's true." Not long after, Wen Liang had healed most of Xiao Ju's injuries. Only then did he have time to treat himself, who was also quite badly injured. After treating himself, Wen Liang collapsed onto the bed and fainted. "Thank goodness Liangzi was here," Chen Hao said, looking at Wen Liang lying on the bed. "Yeah, without him, with such severe injuries, I would have just been waiting to die," Yang Bin said with a wry smile. "This damned apocalypse, it's really killing people. Damn it, Bin Ge, we didn't bring any stuff. We're going to be hungry tonight," Chen Hao suddenly said. Yang Bin's expression also changed. Because carrying a backpack was cumbersome, they had left all their belongings in the dormitory. They came out fine, but now they can't get back. With thousands of zombies lurking below, it's impossible for them to return anytime soon. "Sigh, I never thought that even at tier 2, I'd still have to experience hunger," Chen Hao said helplessly. "How about this, you stay here and guard Liangzi, I'll go and search all these dorms, see if I can find anything," Yang Bin said. "Okay." Emerging from his dorm, Yang Bin began ransacking each room. He'd always been curious about what girls' dorms were like and never had the chance to visit. Unexpectedly, even in the apocalypse, he'd have the opportunity to go to a girl's dorm. He'd assumed the girls' dorms would be cleaner and tidier than the boys'. However, he was wrong. The girls' dorms were even more chaotic than the boys'. Of course, it could be the work of zombies, but the bras and panties scattered all over the floor were a bit of an eyesore. Moreover, this style was a shock to his understanding. Were girls really this open these days? Yang Bin looked at the dorms with a wry smile, yet he had no choice but to search for food amidst the flying underwear. After searching for a long time, he found nothing to eat. As he expected, there was no way there was any food left in the dorms these days, any food had already been looted by others. Yang Bin searched several dorm rooms, but found nothing. Everything else was there, even a single birth control pill, but no food. Yang Bin sighed helplessly. At this rate, they were likely to go hungry. After searching the entire 4th floor to no avail, Yang Bin went to the 5th floor and searched each room in the same way. He finally found a pack of chewing gum, which he only managed to find in a pocket of a garment after using his supernatural abilities. Damn, how did these people search so thoroughly? Yang Bin muttered. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yang Bin was about to continue searching when he unexpectedly discovered that one door was locked from the inside. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked inside. He saw 4 girls holding iron pipes, watching the door warily. They had clearly heard his footsteps. The iron pipes in their hands were stained with blood, indicating they had killed zombies. Their dorm room was relatively tidy, with plenty of snacks on the bed. If he wasn't mistaken, they had ransacked the entire dorm building. Seeing this, Yang Bin knew there was no point in going up to the 7th floor, he wouldn't find anything there. Yang Bin thought for a moment but didn't go over. Knowing there was food here was enough. They had eaten lunch and weren't too hungry yet. With their current physical condition, going without food for a night wouldn't affect them much. If they still couldn't figure out a way to leave by tomorrow, they could come back here to borrow some food, it shouldn't be a problem. After memorizing the dorm room number, Yang Bin turned and went downstairs. Inside the dorm, hearing footsteps in the distance, the 4 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Not zombies? Probably not. Could it be people? But there's no one left in this building. Could it be those people downstairs? Impossible, how could those people still be alive? Nothing is impossible. They managed to break into the dormitory building amidst hundreds of zombies, so it's not surprising they survived. Ah, what if it really is them? Don't worry, if it's them, even if they want to rape you, you'd better open your legs obediently. We don't even have the right to resist them. Don't think I'm joking. Without the constraints of the law, anything can happen. Okay, but since he didn't come over, did he not notice us? The doors to all the other dorms are wide open, but ours is tightly shut. Do you think he noticed us? Then why did he leave? I don't know. Just be careful and hide everything. Okay. Sister Ching, how come they're so powerful? If I'm not mistaken, they should be what the authorities call second-tier evolved beings. Second tier? Yes, to survive an attack by hundreds of zombies, they can only be second-tier evolved beings. I didn't expect our school to have 3 second-tier evolvers so quickly. Those Taekwondo club guys on the campus forum even boasted they were the strongest team in the school. If we really ran into those 3, they'd probably be wiped out in a few moves. Remember, if they come again, don't fight back. Survival is the priority. Okay. Yang Bin returned to his 4th floor dorm. Hu Wenliang was still unconscious, Chen Hao was sitting on his bed scrolling through his phone, and Xiao Ju was sleeping on the bed. Brother Bin, how did it go? Any luck? Chen Hao asked quickly when he saw Yang Bin return. Sort of. There are 4 girls on the 6th floor. They have food. If we're really hungry, we can borrow some from them, Yang Bin said. In this apocalypse, food is so scarce. Who would lend out food? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. I think they would, Yang Bin said, wiping his barbell. I think so too, Chen Hao nodded. Alright, let's rest too. We're going to the rooftop to see the stars tonight. By the way, Brother Bin, the official data on zombie strength and human tier classifications was just released online. Oh, how are they classified? Yang Bin asked curiously. Just like you said before, zombie and human strength are defined as Tier 1 and Tier 2. Currently, there are mostly Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies, no Tier 3 zombies have been discovered yet. According to the official data, Tier 1 strength is around 100 to 200 kilograms, Tier 2 is around 300 to 500 kilograms, and Tier 3 is still unclear. So, the official data shows that there are currently Tier 2 peak-level zombies? Yang Bin frowned. Definitely. We were using iron bars to smash them, while they were using machine guns and cannons. How can you compare? True, the authorities have an absolute advantage in this area. Yeah, the internet is full of posts about crystals now. Many people have obtained crystals and improved their strength, but many more have paid with their lives. That's normal. This apocalypse feels like a massive purge. I wonder how many people will survive. Yang Bin sighed. Yeah, by the way, Brother Bin, the campus forum is quite lively now. We've become one of the topics of conversation. Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem like good news. Yeah, it must be those guys from this afternoon spreading rumors that we killed people and stole crystals. Now the campus network is full of condemnation. Heh, I should have taken care of them all. Yang Bin said coldly. There's no information about us, is there? Sure enough, they described our appearance, and then our enthusiastic class monitor betrayed us, Chen Hao said with a wry smile. That guy has always disliked us. Oh well, whatever. Let them say what they want. These people haven't truly experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse yet. Once they do, they'll know how kind we are. The group slept from dusk until 11:50 p.m. before finally getting up. Wenliang had also recovered by then. The three of them and the cat made their way to the rooftop. The iron gate to the dormitory rooftop was still locked, indicating no one had been there. They used a barbell to pry open the lock and went inside, then closed the door behind them. Finding a clean spot, the three lay down and waited for the Big Dipper to appear. At midnight, the Big Dipper appeared in the sky precisely on time. Having experienced this before, the group quickly settled into their focus this time. Little Orange, standing nearby, also looked up, gazing intently at the Big Dipper. A wisp of spiritual energy slowly flowed into their bodies. Below, thousands of zombies simultaneously looked up at the sky, and the night gradually quieted down. Most of the surviving humans wearily drifted off to sleep. After several days of observation, humans discovered a pattern among the zombies. They quieted down in the latter half of the night and stopped searching for humans. This was when humans rested. Just like the previous night, Chen Hao and Wenliang would watch for a while, then rest, while Yang Bin remained focused and motionless. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper disappeared. Yang Bin gained another 30 kilograms of strength, while Chen Hao and Wenliang gained about 10 kilograms. The three of them and the cat went downstairs to their dormitory, locked the door, and went to bed. This time, they woke up around 9 o'clock because they had important business to attend to and needed to find a way to leave. Brother Bin, those zombies down there haven't left. How are we going to get out? Chen Hao still felt a chill run down his spine looking at the dense swarms of zombies below. If they haven't left, then kill them all. We'll whittle them down little by little using the stairwell, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. They couldn't stay trapped here indefinitely, they needed to get out and improve their strength. But the stairwell is too small. It got completely clogged up with less than 100 corpses. How long will this take? Let's divide the work. One person kills the zombies in the stairwell, and the other two drag the bodies to the nearby dormitory. Take it slow, we'll finish them all eventually. Okay. The two nodded. By the way, Bin, didn't you say there are 4 girls upstairs? Why don't we call them down to help move the bodies? The 3 of us can kill them, and the 4 of them can move them. Wouldn't that be faster? Right, that's a good idea. Yang Bin's eyes lit up. You guys are really daring, letting those delicate girls move the corpses? It'll be a miracle if they agree. Wenliang said speechlessly. Give them a few crystals, and they'll do anything, not just move corpses, they'd even dissect them, believe it or not. Damn, right, how could I forget that? Let's go, Little Orange, you stay in the dorm or go play by yourself. Try not to come out with anyone else around. Meow. Little Orange meowed, then climbed up the corridor and disappeared from everyone's sight after a few long leaps. Brother Bin, it won't run away, will it? Chen Hao asked worriedly. Probably not. If it were running away, it wouldn't have come down to save us after yesterday's danger. True. The 3 of them arrived at the locked dormitory room on the 6th floor. Yang Bin walked over and knocked. Who is it? The 4 girls inside jumped in fright, looking nervously at the door. We came into this dormitory building yesterday. Open the door, we want to discuss something with you, Yang Bin said. The girls inside exchanged glances, their eyes filled with understanding and anxiety. What do we do, Sister Qingqing? They're really here. I don't want to obediently open my legs, a cute-looking girl said, her face contorted with distress. Qingqing took a deep breath. What's meant to be will be. Open the door, it won't stop them. Okay. A short girl cautiously approached the door and opened it. Seeing 3 men covered in blood standing outside, she was immediately terrified. This was the girls' dormitory, and Yang Bin and his friends couldn't find any clothes to wear, so they continued wearing yesterday's clothes. As the dormitory door opened, Chen Hao and his friends' eyes lit up. These girls were all quite pretty, especially one tall girl. Judging by her looks, she was at least the class beauty. At this moment, the tall girl, Qingqing, walked over and politely said, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Well, we're preparing to clear out the zombies downstairs. If you don't have anything else to do, you can come down with us to move the corpses," Yang Bin said, unmoved by her beauty, getting straight to the point. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the 4 girls in the dormitory were speechless. Who asks girls to move corpses right off the bat? If they didn't know these girls were not to be trifled with, they would have cursed him out. Qingqing suppressed the urge to curse and maintained a smile, saying, "Well, we probably can't help you." "Oh, that's a pity. I was thinking of giving each of you 2 crystals if you wanted to go. Since you don't want to, we'll just have to carry it ourselves," Yang Bin said regretfully, then prepared to leave with Chen Hao and the other girl. Wait! The girls, who had initially looked reluctant, suddenly widened their eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I have no reason to lie to you," Yang Bin said. "Okay, we'll carry it," the girls said excitedly. "Okay, let's go then." Yang Bin finished speaking and walked directly downhill. Watching their backs, another girl whispered, "Sister Qingqing, can we trust them? They have no reason to lie to us. Let's go, this might be our chance." Qingqing said excitedly, then quickly led the others to follow. Reaching the 4th floor, the girls turned pale upon seeing the stairwell filled with zombies, but none vomited. Having lived through so many days in the apocalypse, they had seen their share of horrors and their resilience had grown. Yang Bin casually pulled 4 crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls, saying, "Consider these for a deposit. After consuming these crystals, you'll be stronger and able to move the corpses faster." These crystals were ones he had dug out from the corpses before them yesterday. Although they wouldn't need them immediately, they couldn't be wasted. The girls stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin's casual manner, speechless for a moment. This was something countless people dreamed of, and he had just given it to them so casually? Truly, he was inhumanly rich. The girls quickly took the crystal, their voices trembling slightly. Thank you, thank you. This thing might be useless to Yang Bin and the others, but for them, it was their hope for survival. Special zombies weren't easy to kill, and since they came in hordes, a small group simply couldn't handle them. As the zombies grew stronger, the chances of survival for ordinary people became increasingly slim. This crystal was practically a life-saving miracle for them. "Alright, stop sighing, eat it quickly, let's move the corpses," Yang Bin urged. "Okay." The girls quickly wiped the crystal clean and popped it into their mouths. As they absorbed the crystal's energy, they all reached the 1st level. Immediately, the women dutifully ran to move the corpse. Although moving the corpse was a huge challenge for them, the lure of the crystal made it all worthwhile. Yang Bin and the others didn't stand idle either, working together to move the corpse to the adjacent room. As the corpse was moved, a staircase below was revealed, and zombies quickly rushed up. Therefore, Yang Bin and his 2 companions took charge of killing the zombies, while the 4 women carried the corpse away. The cooperation went fairly smoothly. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, more than half of the zombies had become level 1 zombies, and the proportion of level 2 zombies had also increased significantly. The destructive power of the zombies skyrocketed. Ordinary doors could no longer withstand their impact, making the human living environment even more dire. The chances of obtaining crystals seemed to have increased, but in reality, they were much harder. A random group of zombies now had more than half of them level 1, making them impossible for most teams to handle. Even more devastating was that on the 5th day of the apocalypse, cell phone signal was gone. We don't know about other cities, but in Star City, the signal was gone. Without cell phone signal, there was no way to get information from the outside world, no way to contact family and friends, and no way to even comfort each other, which made the already desperate people even more miserable. The food shortage problem worsened again, and with the disappearance of cell phone signal, the darker side of humanity was amplified at an accelerated pace. When hunger became unbearable, those who dared not attack the zombies turned their attention to the people around them. Meanwhile, those who gained enhanced strength through the crystals began to have their desires inflated. The cafeteria. With the cell phone signal gone, the students in the cafeteria completely erupted in anger. They were no longer satisfied with just porridge every day, they wanted to eat their fill. They stormed into the kitchen, grabbing food and fighting amongst themselves for it. At that moment, teachers and school leaders were completely forgotten. In an instant, the entire cafeteria was in chaos. The principal sighed helplessly at the scene. He knew very well that continuing like this would only hasten their demise, but he also knew that he could no longer control these students. The zombies outside the cafeteria were still numerous, and as time passed, they grew stronger, making their hope of escape increasingly slim. Without rescue, they would ultimately be trapped and die inside the cafeteria. The principal could only pray that rescue would arrive soon. Outside, the number of zombie-killing teams inside the school has dwindled from over 10 yesterday to just 4. The others were basically wiped out yesterday. One of these 4 teams is the group from the physical education department that Yang Bin and his friends encountered yesterday. Their numbers have increased from over 20 to over 30, with nearly 20 already at the 1st tier evolved level. Another team is from the Taekwondo club, with over 20 members, most of whom are already at the 1st tier. A 3rd team is led by a group of female physical education students. This team is the largest, with 70 or 80 members, many of whom are also at the 1st tier. And the last team is the group from Dormitory 21 led by Zhao Kun and his friends. Zhao Kun and his group were among the first besides Yang Bin and his friends to know about the crystals, and they were also among the first to be able to kill zombies. That day, after Yang Bin and his friends took them to the supermarket, and everyone ate their fill, Zhao Kun and his 2 companions, along with a few others who had weapons and were willing to fight zombies, went out to kill them. On that trip, they killed 2 special zombies, and Zhao Kun and Lao He advanced to the 1st tier. The next day, the official announcement regarding the crystals was made, and the residents of Dormitory 21 clung to Zhao Kun, forming this team. At this moment, all 4 teams were cautiously lurking in corners, waiting for the zombies to appear. Having learned their lesson in blood, they dared not wander about anymore, hiding and waiting for the zombies to come to them. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Building 12, Yang Bin and his group, along with Lu Qingqing and her friends, continued their methodical killing of zombies. With Yang Bin and his 2 companions guarding the stairwell, not even second-tier zombies could get through, let alone first-tier ones. And Lu Qingqing and her friends were already adept at carrying the corpses. Perhaps they had never dreamed they would be doing something like this. But now, they were enjoying it immensely, because, as Lu Qingqing had said, this was their chance. The power of Yang Bin and his companions completely terrified them. These terrifying zombies were like chickens and dogs to them, easily killed. With people like this, how could they not have crystals? In just a few hours, they had already killed over 200 zombies. Among them, there should be some zombies with crystals. Unbeknownst to them, more than half of the corpses they dragged into the dormitory contained crystals. Hey, a big one's here. As the group was fighting, Yang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. Second tier? Yeah, go for it. A voluptuous female zombie pushed through the surrounding zombies and pounced on the 3. However, just as she pounced, 3 barbells smashed directly onto her forehead. Thud! A deep sound rang out, and her head cracked open. This second-tier zombie was dead before she could even put up a fight. Yang Bin dragged the zombie corpse up and skillfully pulled the crystals from its head. He wiped it on his body and popped it into his mouth. They had already agreed that Yang Bin would prioritize improving his strength, and only after the second-tier crystals proved ineffective would he improve Chen Hao and Huwen Liang's, so Yang Bin didn't ask any further questions. The girls were all quite surprised, as it was the first time they'd seen Yang Bin and his group retrieve a crystal. They'd killed so many zombies without ever seeing them retrieve a crystal, yet this was the only one they'd taken. It must be extraordinary. Especially seeing that the crystal was a size larger than the ones in the online pictures, the girls exchanged shocked glances. A second-tier crystal. After the crystal entered his body, it transformed into energy and merged with his body, further boosting Yang Bin's strength. Yang Bin clenched his fist, sensing his increased strength approximately 400 kilograms. Not bad. Yang Bin smiled and then continued killing zombies. The group fought until after 1 p.m., finally collapsing from exhaustion and hunger. Stop moving the corpses for now, block the stairs, and rest for a while, Yang Bin said. Okay. The girls obediently stopped. Soon afterward, the stairwell was once again blocked by zombie corpses, and the 3 of them finally collapsed to the ground. Phew, this barbell is useful, but it's too heavy. It's exhausting to use for long, Huwen Liang said, panting. I feel the same way. I can barely lift my arms, Chen Hao said with a wry smile. Yeah, it's okay. You guys will get stronger, Yang Bin said with a laugh. He wasn't as tired as the other 2, after all, his strength was undeniable. Brother Bin, how about we ask them to get us some food? I'm starving, Chen Hao whispered in Yang Bin's ear. They only ate something for lunch yesterday and haven't eaten anything since. If they were just lying still, they wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat all day. But they've been exercising at an excessive pace, so naturally they can't keep up. Yang Bin nodded, then looked at the girls and said, Do you have anything to eat? Could you get something to eat? No. One girl was about to speak when Lu Qingqing quickly pulled her behind her and smiled. Yes, we do. We'll go get it for you. She then led the girls upstairs. This woman named Lu Qingqing is quite clever, Chen Hao said with a smile. Yes, she is quite clever, Yang Bin nodded. Upstairs, the short-haired girl who had just been pulled away asked, puzzled, Sister Qingqing, this food is something we painstakingly scavenged. What will we eat if we give it to them? Yeah, Sister Qingqing, they probably didn't see our food, right? Even if we don't tell them, they won't know, said another quiet girl with glasses. You guys are too simplistic. What if we tell them we don't have any, and then they come up and find it? I guarantee they've searched all the other rooms. They'll definitely find out these rooms have been searched. Do you think they'll suspect we searched them? Yes, that's it. Even though we hid the food, they'll definitely guess we have food in our dorm, otherwise they wouldn't have asked us. They're finding it themselves and us giving it away are completely different things, understand? Understood. The other 3 girls nodded. Don't worry, even if they share the food, we won't starve. After they clear out the zombies down there, we can go out and find food. Don't forget, we're first-tier evolved beings now. Besides, haven't you noticed? They seem to look down on ordinary crystals. As long as we do our job well and behave well, they might give us a few more crystals. Then our strength will increase again, and we won't have to worry about finding food then. Lu Qingqing laughed. Yes, Sister Qingqing, we'll listen to you. Okay, but remember, don't try to be clever. Take what they give us, and don't ask for it if they don't, understand? Lu Qingqing said seriously. Understood. Soon, the group took most of the food and water from the dormitory downstairs, mostly bread, biscuits, and sunflower seeds. Yangbin looked at the large pile of food in front of him, smiled, and said to Lu Qingqing, "You're very smart. Don't worry, we won't eat your food for nothing. We'll give each of you an extra crystal as payment for this meal, how about that?" "Really?" The four girls' eyes widened in excitement. "Of course." Yangbin nodded. For them, nothing was more important than the crystals. They had killed over 300 zombies that morning, and at least 100 of them were level 1 zombies. Getting the crystals back would be quite a challenge. "That's great, thank you." The girls' faces flushed with excitement. Sure enough, Sister Qingqing was right. After eating something and resting for a while, they continued killing zombies. This time, the three of them took turns killing, continuing until after 6 o'clock in the evening, when it got dark. In one day, they had killed over 700 zombies. Their hands were numb from killing. Of the more than 700 zombies, at least half were Tier 1 zombies, and 3 Tier 2 zombies were encountered, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Yangbin had consumed all the Tier 2 crystals, adding to the one he ate yesterday. He had consumed 4 Tier 2 crystals since reaching Tier 2. Similar to Tier 1, the effect diminished with each subsequent crystal. By the time he consumed the 4th, he had only gained about 30 kilograms of strength. However, Yangbin was now puzzled. The official data states that the peak strength of the second tier is around 500 kilograms. However, he felt his current strength already reached 500 kilograms. Although there wasn't precise data, it should be close. Could it be that the second tier only requires consuming 4 crystals to reach its limit? Or is it because of my cultivation? Yangbin pondered. That shouldn't be the case. I feel the second tier crystals should still be effective. Could it be due to my cultivation? Never mind, I'll cultivate for another night and find out. Yangbin took out 4 more crystals and handed them to the girls. This was the money he had promised them for their meal. "You can go back now. We'll continue tomorrow." "Okay, thank you." The girls immediately expressed their gratitude. "No need to thank me, it's just a mutually beneficial arrangement." Yangbin smiled. After Lu Qingqing and the others left, Yangbin and his companions looked at the rooms piled with zombie corpses and immediately felt a chill run down their spines. "Brother Bin, shall we find them ourselves?" "What else? Why not call them along? I don't think they'd dare embezzle." "No need. They don't know how many crystals are inside. If they see so many crystals, they'll feel a little resentful, and they won't work as hard. Besides, crystals are still a scarce resource. It's best not to let anyone know we have so many crystals," Yangbin said. "But what do we need so many Tier 1 crystals for?" Wen Liang asked, puzzled. "Little Orange needs to eat them, and if we want to expand the team later, the more of these, the better," Yangbin said. "Alright, let's find them. I'll direct, you two find them." "Why? I know which corpses have crystals. Do you want to find every single one?" Working together, it took them over an hour to find all the crystals, 368 in total. The 2 men were exhausted. "Alright, put the crystal away and go back to rest. We need to get up to see the stars tonight." "Okay." The 3 of them moved to a new dorm room. The one near the stairs was now being used to house zombies. Lying down on the bed, Chen Hao instinctively reached for his phone, only to find it had no signal. "Well, now this thing really can only be used as a flashlight," Chen Hao said helplessly. "Didn't I tell you to download some movies? Did you download them?" "No, I don't have time." "Sigh, what a pity." Yangbin sighed. His phone was too old, the memory was almost full, so he couldn't download anything. "Hee, you guys don't have any, but I do," Wen Liang said smugly. "Haha, it's you. Come on, show it to me." The 2 quickly moved closer. "Okay." Wen Liang wasn't stingy and opened the media player. "Do you want to watch foreign movies or domestic ones?" "Japanese ones," the 2 said in unison. "Alright." Wen Liang quickly found a Japanese adult film, but the moment Sadeko's image appeared on the screen, TCH. Yangbin and his companion immediately lost interest. "What's wrong? This horror movie is so fitting. Don't you have any adult films?" Chen Hao asked, his eyes wide. "Oh, the kind you guys are talking about, you should have said so earlier." Is there?" "No. Brother Bin, I want to hit someone." "Me too." Then, screams echoed from the dormitory, scaring the girls upstairs who huddled in their rooms, trembling with fear. At 11:50 p.m., the 3 of them and the cat went to the rooftop again to look at the stars, staying up until 5 a.m. Yangbin sensed the power within his body, his doubts deepening. He had also gained over 30 kilograms of strength today. Now his strength exceeded 500 kilograms, but the 3rd horn hadn't lit up, meaning he was still at the 2nd tier. Could cultivation allow one's strength to exceed its limit? A look of surprise appeared in Yangbin's eyes. If that were the case, then their strength would far surpass those of others at the same level. Chapter 46, giving you an opportunity. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, ordinary zombies were rarely seen outside. Almost all were Tier 1 zombies. Those who hadn't obtained crystal upgrades in the early stages were now virtually guaranteed to lose. An ordinary person couldn't even defeat a single Tier 1 zombie, let alone a group. Of course, if you had a gun, that was a different story. However, gun control in China was extremely strict, making it unlikely for ordinary people to possess one. Moreover, even if someone had a gun, ordinary handguns had too few bullets and were too loud to use recklessly. Therefore, those who were too timid to go out and kill zombies in the early stages could only hide in corners, helplessly waiting for rescue. But was rescue really that easy? In a conference room in Star City, several high-ranking officials were engaged in a heated discussion. No, we must begin rescue efforts immediately. Every extra day means countless civilians will die. We can't delay any longer. A young man in military uniform shouted. Star City has a population of over 10 million. Nobody knows how many are still alive, but one thing is certain, the zombie population is no less than 8 million. With our current ammunition, we can't do anything. Another middle-aged man shook his head. If we don't have enough ammunition, we'll have our brothers fight in close combat. I can't just watch those civilians get killed by zombies. Close combat. Are you trying to kill all our soldiers? Once we're surrounded by zombies, none of you will come back, the middle-aged man roared. If I were afraid of dying, I wouldn't be a soldier. I'm a rough guy, not as smart as you guys. I only know that my purpose in joining the army is to serve the people. Now the people need us, so I must stand up, the man said firmly. Zhao Hu, don't get agitated. I understand your feelings, we feel the same way. But it's precisely in situations like this that we need to stay calm. Let's put aside whether we can rescue them or not. Even if you could, how would you accommodate them? So many people need food, water, shelter, and sanitation. We need to consider all of that. It's not just about rescuing them, said the middle-aged man at the head of the group. Then what do you suggest? The most urgent thing right now is to establish a large enough survival base to provide a safe place for the people. Then, we'll notify them to come via broadcast. You mean let them come on their own? Yes, of course. Rescue is necessary, but it needs to be done in batches. We can't rescue everyone at once. Our current manpower and weapons simply can't do that. So, it would be best if they could come on their own. Do you think ordinary people have the ability to come? Zhao Hu said coldly. If they can't come, let's hope they can hold out until rescue arrives. Seeing Zhao Hu was about to say something, the leader said directly, all right, it's settled then. Next, we need to discuss establishing a survival base. Okay. School. Girls' dormitory. Yang Bin stood in the corridor, looking at the zombies below, his face somewhat grave. What's wrong, Brother Bin? There are all first-tier zombies down there, and 7 or 8 second-tier zombies at once. The zombies' growth rate is terrifying. Yeah, looks like we need to speed things up too. Okay, go call those girls down, let's keep killing. All right. After the girls came down, the group resumed their slaughter. Only 300 zombies remained below. It took them a whole morning to finally clear them all out. When no more zombies rushed up, the three felt a sense of relief. Phew, finally we're not trapped here anymore. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, now I realize female zombies and male zombies are the same. Seeing too many makes me want to vomit. Just as Yang Bin observed, there were 8 tier 2 zombies among the 300 plus. After consuming 2 more crystals, Yang Bin had no further effect. That means reaching the limit for tier 2 requires consuming 6 tier 2 crystals. Upon reaching the limit, Yang Bin's strength was approximately 600 kilograms, a full 100 kilograms more than the officially announced 500 kilograms, and he had cultivated for 3 nights, seemingly reaching exactly that strength. It seems the power boost from cultivation really is extra, Yang Bin thought to himself. In that case, I'm going to start getting monstrous. Chen Hao and Wen Liang shared the remaining second-tier crystals, and their strength increased significantly once again. After dealing with the zombies, Yang Bin took out a dozen or so crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls, saying, "You did a good job, here are some extra, I hope you can survive in the apocalypse." However, the girls, who were always excited to see crystals, didn't immediately take them this time. Lu Qingqing looked at Yang Bin seriously and asked, "Can we follow you?" Yang Bin was taken aback and asked, "Why do you want to follow us?" "Because we want to survive," Lu Qingqing said firmly. Looking at the determined eyes of Lu Qingqing and the other girls, Yang Bin thought for a moment, then shook his head. "We don't want too many people right now. With your current strength, as long as you dare to kill zombies, survival shouldn't be difficult. Next time we meet, if your strength has improved, and you still want to follow us, I'll consider it." Hearing Yang Bin's words, disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. "It's alright, I believe we can survive. Next time we meet, I definitely won't let you down. Lu Qingqing quickly adjusted her mindset and smiled at Yangbin. Looking at Lu Qingqing, Yangbin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman was something else. After thinking for a moment, Yangbin suddenly said, "How about this? I'll give you an opportunity. The zombies we killed today should have quite a few crystals. We don't have time to dig them up before we leave, so I'll give them to you. I hope they can help you grow stronger." Give them to us? The girl's eyes widened immediately. With so many corpses, there should be at least dozens of crystals. Okay, you guys take your time digging. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me next time you encounter one. Yangbin finished speaking and led Chen Hao and the other downstairs. First-tier crystals were no longer of any use to them. Since they could leave, they wouldn't waste time digging for crystals. It was better to quickly find second-tier zombies to kill and improve their strength as soon as possible. The girls watched the three men's retreating figures, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. "They're so kind," the cute girl murmured to herself. "Yeah, but why won't they let us come along? Obviously, they think we're too weak." Lu Qingqing watched the three figures disappear, secretly vowing, "I'll make you all look at me with new eyes." "Alright, hurry up and touch the crystals." Okay. After 2 days of moving corpses, the group had developed some courage, and touching the crystals no longer felt uncomfortable. However, the more they touched, the deeper the shock on their faces became. How come they all have crystals? Didn't the officials say that only a few zombies had crystals? Could it be that they only killed special zombies? The group exchanged glances, all seeing horror in each other's eyes. This is truly a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 47. You've reached Tier 2? Meanwhile, Brother Bin, I think those girls are pretty good. They're efficient, don't ask too many questions, and are all beautiful. Why didn't you choose them? Chen Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. It's not a good time to bring too many people. The more people, the more resources we'll need, which won't benefit us unless they're superhumans. It's unnecessary. Then why did you give them those crystals? If we didn't give them to them, were we supposed to dig them up one by one? We're all out now. Wouldn't it be better to use the time to fight a few more Tier 2 zombies? That makes sense. Tier 1 zombies are everywhere now. We don't need Tier 1 crystals at all. There's no need to waste time. It's better to do them a favor. Lu Qingqing is quite smart. If nothing unexpected happens, they might actually surprise us. So this favor is quite meaningful. Aren't you afraid they'll turn on us when they rise up? She's a smart woman. Unless there's a major conflict of interest, she won't oppose us. They might surprise us, but they can't surpass us. I'm confident of that. Yang Bin laughed. Brother Bin, sometimes I feel like you're not in your 20s at all, Huan Liang remarked. Liangzi, you've known Brother Bin for 3 years now, why do you still think he's the same age? He just looks like he's in his 20s, Chen Hao laughed. Alright, you two stop nagging me. There's a convenience store up ahead, let's go find something to eat, then head to Yuan building. We won't go back to the dorm for lunch. Today, let's try to get you both to the peak of Tier 2, and while we're at it, let's see if there are any Tier 3 zombies, Yang Bin said. Okay. The group arrived at the convenience store, only to find it occupied again. There were 4 people inside, and no matter how much the 3 knocked, they wouldn't open the door. Frustrated, Yang Bin simply kicked the door open. What are you doing? The people inside were startled. Don't be nervous, we're just grabbing some things and leaving, Yang Bin said with a smile. No, everything here is ours, you can't take it. A thin man blocked the 3 of them. Get out of the way, don't force me to take action. Yang Bin said coldly. No. Bang. A figure flew out. Yang Bin acted as if nothing had happened, heading straight for the shelves to grab something. You're a bunch of bandits, the other 3 glared at them angrily. You think you can fly too? Yang Bin gave them a cold look, and they immediately shut their mouths. The 3 grabbed some food and a few bottles of water and left, not wanting to linger with these people, they were in a hurry. After eating, they went to Yuan restaurant. To their dismay, the doors of Yuan restaurant were closed. Clearly, someone was inside. There's no food here, what are these people doing here? Chen Hao said speechlessly. They probably want to go up and observe the distribution of zombies. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely a zombie hunting team, Yang Bin said. Aside from zombie hunting teams, ordinary people wouldn't come here. Okay, should we wait for them to come down, or just kick the door down? Let's kick the door down. Who knows when they'll come down? Okay. Chen Hao nodded, then kicked the door hard, but it wouldn't open. Damn, what are these guys using to hold it up? It's so sturdy. They probably replaced the bolt with iron pipes. They're pretty cautious. I'll do it. Yang Bin finished speaking and kicked the door hard. A crack immediately appeared, revealing 4 iron pipes across the middle. As Yang Bin expected, these guys had indeed replaced the wooden bolt with iron pipes, but under Yang Bin's immense force, all 4 pipes bent. Yang Bin kicked several more times, finally opening the door. Then the group went straight upstairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, they indeed saw a group of people discussing something. The group numbered over 20, each armed with weapons including iron pipes, fire axes, tang swords, and steel pipes. Most importantly, everyone was covered in blood, clearly having killed many zombies. Upon seeing Yang Bin and his companions, the group's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting anyone to come up here. How did you get up here? The muscular man at the head of the group frowned. We opened the door, Yang Bin replied casually. Impossible. I changed the bolts. How could you possibly open the door? The man exclaimed incredulously. There were 4 iron pipes there, even a second-tier zombie couldn't break them open. Then how do you think we got up here? Yang Bin chuckled. I'm asking you a question now. Just answer honestly. Don't give me that smirk. The man said coldly. What if I don't? Heh, you probably haven't grasped the wickedness of this apocalypse. Let me tell you, even if we kill you, it's the same as dying in vain. No one will stand up for you. Don't think this is still before the apocalypse. The man sneered. Kill us? You probably don't have the ability. Yang Bin's tone turned equally cold. Oh, pretty cocky, looks like you're evolved beings too. So what if you're evolved beings? Every one of the 20 out of us here is an evolved being. Daring to be arrogant in front of us, you probably haven't seen the situation clearly. Second brother, teach them a lesson, let them know that evolved beings also have strengths and weaknesses. Alright. Another burly man stepped out from behind the first man, holding a steel pipe, and walked up to Yang Bin and his companions with a cold smile. Kneel down. This man shouted coldly, and the steel pipe smashed directly towards Yang Bin's feet. Thump! With a muffled thud, the second brother's figure was thrown back, slamming heavily into the group in front of him. Damn it, you dare to lay a hand on them. All of you, attack together and kill them. The leader roared. Instantly, more than 20 people behind him charged towards the 3 men, weapons in hand. Yang Bin and his 2 companions snorted coldly and also picked up barbells, smashing them down on the group. The moment the 2 sides clashed, screams of agony filled the air. These men might have some strength, but the strongest was only at the peak of the first tier, a far cry from the strength of the group. They couldn't withstand the barbells, one blow and several men were knocked to the ground. Especially Yang Bin, with his 600 kilogram strength, a single blow from the barbell would be enough to kill or severely injure him, leaving him unable to get up from the ground. While using a 20 kilogram barbell for extended periods is indeed tiring, it's undeniable that barbell fighting is incredibly exhilarating. With every inch longer, there's an inch stronger, and combined with the weight of the barbell, these men barely even touched their clothes before being quickly knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. The leader stared wide-eyed at this scene, never expecting these 3 to be so strong. You've already reached the 2nd level? Chapter 48 Third-tier Zombie. Impossible. We've killed so many zombies and haven't even reached tier 2 yet. How come you're already tier 2? The leader seemed unwilling to accept reality. Yang Bin smiled, offering no explanation. Comparing themselves to them in zombie kills? Not to mention before, they'd killed over 1,000 zombies in just the last 2 days. How could these people compare? Besides, tier 2 isn't about who kills the most zombies, but whether they've killed any tier 2 zombies. In this respect, no one could compare to Yang Bin and his group. After all, they used precise targeting, while others relied mainly on luck. Clearly, this group didn't have that much luck, or rather, they hadn't killed enough zombies. Huzzy, they're trying to teach us a lesson, you should teach them a lesson too. Let them know that there are strong and weak evolved beings too, Yang Bin said calmly. Alright. Chen Hao smiled, walked over, and kicked the other man. However, the opponent reacted quickly, taking 2 steps back to dodge the kick. So what if you're at level 2? I practice Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, I'm not afraid of you. The man grabbed a fire axe from the ground and swung it at Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled coldly, meeting the attack with his barbell, colliding with the axe. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, and the fire axe was sent flying. Sanda, ha! Chen Hao snorted, also dropping his barbell, and launched another kick at the man. The man quickly crossed his arms to block. Bang! Chen Hao's kick landed heavily on the man's arm, the powerful force sending him flying several meters, crashing into a wall. His blood surged, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can he be so strong? The man stared wide-eyed at Chen Hao. He was already at the peak of the first rank, and he thought that even if a second-rank opponent was stronger, they couldn't be much stronger. His years of practicing Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, would be enough to make up for that difference. However, he only realized how incredibly powerful his opponent was when they actually faced each other. What he didn't know was that Chen Hao was far more than just a second-rank opponent. You practice Sanda? Keep going. Chen Hao sneered. Damn it, I don't believe the difference is really that big. The man suppressed the surging blood and chi within him and charged at Chen Hao again, leaping up and throwing a powerful punch at Chen Hao's head. Chen Hao blocked the punch easily with his arm, then kicked the man in the stomach. The man was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Really weak. Chen Hao shook his head. If we were both second rank, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a dog, the man said coldly. Is that so? Chen Hao sneered, his figure suddenly vanishing. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened, as if they'd seen a ghost. Bang! A muffled thud rang out, and the man's figure flew out again, crashing heavily into the wall. Puffed! A mouthful of blood spurted from the man's mouth, his eyes wide, staring intently at Chen Hao. A superhuman! After saying that, his eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted. Even if we're both at the second tier, how many seconds can you last against me? Chen Hao said arrogantly. Looking at Chen Hao's attitude, Yang Bin was speechless. You're only at the first tier, and you've even used your special ability. This guy's words are infuriating, we have to teach him a lesson. Fine, let him use it, no one will know anyway. Don't they already know? Wen Liang asked, puzzled. But dead people can't spread rumors. Yang Bin said calmly. Brother Bin, you mean? They want to kill us, so we don't need to keep them alive. Remember, once you've made an enemy, don't leave any trouble behind, otherwise it will bring disaster upon yourself sooner or later. But, there are more than 20 people here. Wen Liang hesitated. Do you remember what I said before? I remember, in the apocalypse, we must be ruthless, Chen Hao said. That's it. You've killed plenty of zombies, but never humans. These people are yours. Okay. Chen Hao nodded and walked directly towards the group. He almost always obeyed Yang Bin's orders, never questioning his decisions. Wen Liang hesitated for a moment, then finally followed. Don't kill us. We know we were wrong. Please, we're all classmates, don't kill us. The group knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly. Seeing this, Chen Hao took a deep breath, raised the barbell, and brought it down. A flicker of reluctance crossed Wen Liang's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and lifted the barbell. Instantly, a scream rang out. A moment later, the sounds completely subsided. Chen Hao and Wen Liang, covered in blood, returned to Yang Bin's side. Chen Hao's expression didn't change much, but Wen Liang's face was grave. Yang Bin patted Wen Liang on the shoulder and said, Liangzi, I hope you understand. In the apocalypse, to survive long, you have to be ruthless. Otherwise, no matter how strong we are, we'll eventually be outmaneuvered. Brother Bin, I understand, but I'm having some trouble getting over this mental hurdle. I'll adjust, Wen Liang said firmly. Okay, that's good. Yang Bin nodded, then went to the window and activated his true sight to look down. They hadn't come up here to kill, but to find zombies. After exhausting his energy several times, Yang Bin finally looked away, a strange expression on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chen Hao asked softly. I saw a tier 3 zombie. Yang Bin said. Tier 3? Chen Hao and Yang Bin's eyes lit up immediately. Is there a way to deal with it? Yang Bin shook his head. No way. It's strange. I've seen 3 tier 3 zombies in the whole school, but each one was surrounded by at least several hundred or even thousands of other zombies. What's so strange about that? A large number of zombies increases the chance of spawning higher tier zombies, Chen Hao said, puzzled. Perhaps, but I don't think it's that simple, Yang Bin frowned. Why? I suspect tier 3 zombies have the ability to summon nearby zombies. Yang Bin said gravely. No way. Chen Hao and his companion looked at Yang Bin with disbelief. Aren't zombies supposed to be mindless? How could they summon their own kind? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but if it's true, killing a tier 3 zombie will be incredibly difficult. Yang Bin sighed. It's probably just a coincidence. Since we can't defeat these few, let's hold off for now. New tier 3 zombies should be born tomorrow, we'll see then. Okay, let's go. Let's kill the tier 2 zombies first, and raise your strength to the peak of tier 2. Alright. After discussing their options, the group left Yuan building. Upstairs, Yang Bin identified 10 tier 2 zombies he could kill. After coming downstairs, he led the two to kill them one by one. After killing all 10 tier 2 zombies, Chen Hao and his companion finally reached the peak of tier 2. Like Yang Bin, upon reaching the peak of tier 2, their strength exceeded 500 kilograms, an increase of over 30 kilograms, which they had gained through cultivation. After killing the zombies, the three returned to their dormitory. They couldn't kill the level 3 zombies yet, so they decided to come back early to rest and see what the situation was like tomorrow. The three returned to their dorm, ate something, showered, changed into clean clothes, and went to bed early. The graduate student dorm was a double room with only 2 beds, the desk was underneath, and the bed was on top. Chen Hao and Wen Liang shared one bed, while Yang Bin slept alone. As for Little Orange, it had disappeared during the day but was found that night. Yang Bin gave it a blanket and let it sleep behind the door. Animal awareness is much stronger than humans. With it around, it would be able to sense anything happening immediately. At 11:50 p.m. sharp, the three got up and went to the rooftop to look at the stars, staying until 5 a.m. before returning to their dorm to catch up on sleep. As Yang Bin had expected, although consuming crystals could no longer enhance their abilities, their cultivation was not restricted and they could still improve. Yang Bin wasn't sure if there was a limit to this improvement, but currently, it seemed there was still room for growth. They slept until around 9 a.m., then got up again to wash up. This regular routine didn't feel like the end of the world. After washing up, the three headed straight for the Zhongyuan building. Their only goal for the day was to find a tier 3 zombie they could attack. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yang Bin activated his true sight to examine the zombies below. After a long while, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze, his expression grave. "Brother Bin, how is it? There are 5 more tier 3 zombies today, but like yesterday, almost every tier 3 zombie is surrounded by at least several hundred other zombies. I noticed that some zombies that were scattered yesterday have all gathered around the tier 3 zombies. Therefore, I can conclude that tier 3 zombies definitely have the ability to summon nearby zombies, or rather, nearby zombies will consciously gravitate towards them," Yang Bin said solemnly. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chen Hao and his companions' expressions turned serious. In that case, killing a tier 3 zombie will be incredibly difficult. Yeah, very troublesome. But we have to act now, otherwise the longer it drags on, the more troublesome it will become. If tier 3 zombies are like this, I really can't imagine what it would be like if a tier 4 zombie were to emerge. I wouldn't be surprised if it had the ability to command zombies. If it comes to that, and our strength hasn't improved by then, it will be very difficult. Brother Bin, tell me, how do we fight? I just observed, and the tier 3 zombie over at the lab has the fewest zombies around it, only about 300. Let's start with it. 300, only. The two stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. Don't look at me like that. This is the lowest number, the others are all over 500. Okay, are there any tier 2 zombies among these 300? Yes, about a dozen tier 2 zombies. Can we really fight them? We need to find a way into the lab. There are many tables and experimental equipment inside, which should prevent them from forming an encirclement. That should make it possible to fight them. However, we can't determine how strong the tier 3 zombies are right now, which is an uncertain factor. So, my focus will be on the tier 3 zombies. The other zombies will be yours. Okay. The two nodded seriously. Having confirmed their target, the group went downstairs again. Led by Yang Bin, they quickly arrived at the laboratory. There were no obstacles in front of the laboratory, so the group was immediately spotted by the horde of zombies. With a series of roars, zombies charged towards them. Don't linger, get into the lab first. Okay. The three of them and the cat rushed towards the laboratory door. The zombies weren't at the entrance, so they didn't have to face them directly. However, before they even reached the door, the zombies pounced from the side. The three of them swung their barbells frantically, quickly dealing with the onrushing zombies. After killing more than 20 zombies, they finally reached the door. The laboratory door was made of aluminum alloy, and it was a disgusting outward opening door. Yang Bin even broke the handle but still couldn't open it. The zombies pounced, and Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang immediately stepped in front, blocking the oncoming zombies. Yang Bin grabbed one end of a barbell and slammed it hard into the crack between the two doors. After several blows, he finally broke the crack. Yang Bin inserted the barbell and pried it open. Go! The three men and the cat rushed into the laboratory. The zombies followed closely behind, filing in. Those who had tried to guard the door realized they couldn't hold it any longer and quickly ran inside. The laboratory was large, filled with tables and experimental equipment. Yang Bin and the others moved swiftly among the tables and chairs. A horde of zombies rampaged through the room, knocking over tables and equipment, slowing their advance. Using the obstacles as cover, the three men occasionally swung their clubs backward, steadily reducing the number of zombies. Just then, a zombie leaped up, landing on a table, and pounced on the three. A tier 3 zombie. Yang Bin's eyes narrowed, and he slammed the barbell down on the zombie. Bang! The barbell struck the zombie, successfully knocking it back, but Yang Bin also stumbled back a few steps. Such strength! Yang Bin muttered. Brother Bin, can you handle this? Chen Hao asked softly. No problem, I'll take care of this one. You guys kill the other zombies. Okay. The tier 3 zombie, now knocked back, charged at Yang Bin again. Yang Bin quickly retreated, carrying the zombie with him as he ran to the other side. There were too many zombies here, it wouldn't be easy to fight. Yang Bin quickly reached the innermost part of the laboratory, with the zombie in hot pursuit. It pounced on him as soon as it got close. Yang Bin swiftly turned, his barbell aimed fiercely at the zombie's head. Just as it was about to strike, the zombie's head suddenly tilted to the side, causing Yang Bin's strike to miss completely. The zombie's speed didn't diminish at all. Before Yang Bin could react, it pounced on him, knocking him to the ground and snapping its jaws at his neck. At the critical moment, Yang Bin quickly blocked the zombie's mouth with the barbell, then forcefully pushed it away, rolling to free himself. Damn it, I've killed so many zombies, and I got pinned down by one. Yang Bin muttered a curse, his eyes growing even more serious. He hadn't expected that a level 3 zombie would actually know how to dodge attacks. The difficulty of killing it had increased dramatically. The zombie didn't give Yang Bin time to think, quickly lunging again. Yang Bin rolled again, dodging the attack, then grabbed the barbell and slammed it down on the zombie's head. At the crucial moment, the zombie actually used its arm to block in front of its head. Bang! The blow shattered the arm instantly, but the force still struck the zombie's head, sending it staggering back several steps. Yang Bin's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary level 2 zombie. The zombie, having lost an arm, seemed completely unconcerned and quickly lunged again. Yang Bin swung the barbell and slammed it down again. Bang! Another arm was shattered, and the zombie's body was knocked back once more. Let's see how you block this. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bin launched a preemptive strike, his barbell slamming down on the zombie's head once more. Bang! This time, the zombie couldn't dodge. The barbell landed squarely on its head, instantly shattering its skull and splattering blood everywhere. Yang Bin's strength, combined with the sturdy barbell, was enough to overwhelm even a level 3 zombie's head. Third-tier zombies are significantly stronger than second-tier zombies in terms of physical strength, power, and speed. Most importantly, they've learned to protect their heads, making them much harder to kill. Yang Bin sighed. He glanced at Chen Hao and the others, seeing that Chen Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Xiao Zhu Ziyi were using obstacles to slowly eliminate the zombies. They seemed to be doing well in the short term. Yang Bin walked to the third-tier zombie's corpse and extracted the crystal from its head. The third-tier crystal was larger than a second-tier crystal, slightly larger than a soybean. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the energy within even without his true sight eye. Yang Bin wiped the crystal clean and then swallowed it. Soon, a massive surge of power flooded his body, and the third horn of the first star in Yang Bin's mind lit up. An even greater amount of energy fed back into his body, continuously strengthening Yang Bin's physique. After a long while, the energy was completely absorbed. Yang Bin clenched his fist, a look of excitement on his face. His strength had definitely exceeded 800 kilograms. The feeling of increased strength is amazing. Yang Bin exclaimed, then grabbed the barbell and walked towards Chen Hao and the others. Brother Bin, all done? Seeing Yang Bin approach, Chen Hao exclaimed with delight. Yeah. Yang Bin nodded, then swept the barbell horizontally, smashing the heads of several charging zombies. Tier 3? That's awesome. Hu Wenliang exclaimed. Stop admiring, let's kill them. Okay. The three of them spent over an hour killing all the zombies, then retrieved all the crystals. Brother Bin, shall we continue killing tier 3 zombies? Chen Hao asked. But the other tier 3 zombies won't be so easy to kill. Yang Bin pondered for a moment and said, let's go see if there's an opportunity behind the teaching building. Okay. The three left the lab and headed towards the teaching building. However, they had only gone halfway when they suddenly felt the ground tremble slightly, and countless roars came from afar. The three were startled. Yang Bin quickly activated his true sight and looked in that direction, his expression immediately changing. What's wrong, Brother Bin? The zombies in the cafeteria have rioted. Thousands of zombies are running wildly. Let's find a place to hide. Okay. The three quickly hid in a nearby multimedia classroom. Who's so brave as to mess with the zombies in the cafeteria? Hu Wenliang exclaimed in surprise. Rats, a bunch of rats bigger than cats. Yang Bin said with a wry smile. Rats? Isn't that Little Orange's favorite? Chen Hao looked at Little Orange beside him. Little Orange licked its lips, seemingly eager to try. Yang Bin slammed a powerful dunk on Little Orange's head. You better behave yourself. Hundreds of rats. If you dare go over there, they'll gnaw you clean, leaving not a bone. Don't think rats these days are afraid of cats. Meow. Little Orange meowed pitifully, but then quieted down. How come these rats are clashing with zombies? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. These rats seem to be trying to move, but they got chased by these zombies as soon as they came out. Yang Bin chuckled. Looks like mutated beasts and zombies are natural enemies. In that case, humans don't seem to be attacked from all sides, Hu Wenliang said. You're overthinking it. All three sides are enemies, but right now, humans are the easiest to bully. Okay. The riot lasted for more than 10 minutes, finally ending when all the rats burrowed back underground. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked towards the cafeteria area, his eyes lighting up immediately. A great opportunity. What opportunity? Chen Hao and the other quickly moved closer. The zombies near the teaching building in the cafeteria have all gone after the rats, but the tier 3 zombies haven't. So the tier 3 zombies are alone? Not exactly alone, but there are only a few dozen zombies over there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Chen Hao said excitedly. Go, quick, finish this quickly. Kill them all and run, I'm afraid those zombies will come back. Okay. The group quickly ran towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, 70 or 80 people hid in a classroom, secretly observing the situation. Sister Wei, the zombies are gone, there are only a few dozen left. Should we attack? Attack! The leading woman decisively gave the order. Immediately, the 70 or 80 people stealthily left the classroom, cautiously approaching the group of zombies. A moment later, both sides arrived simultaneously. Yang Bin and his two companions were somewhat surprised to see such a large group of people suddenly appear. The other side was equally surprised to see Yang Bin and his companions. At this moment, the dozens of zombies near the cafeteria, upon seeing the group, immediately charged towards them, completely ignoring Yang Bin and his companions. Prepare for battle. The leading woman, who looked like a muscular Barbie doll, shouted, and the 70 or 80 people immediately met the zombies head-on. This group, men and women, were all evolved beings, and each had consumed more than one crystal. 2 had even reached the second-tier evolved being level. 70 or 80 evolved beings were fighting against 40 or 50 zombies, forcing the zombies into a retreat. Brother Bin, what do we do? Chen Hao asked anxiously, seeing the situation. Let's attack too. Forget everything else, just kill that third-tier zombie. Yang Bin finished speaking and charged towards the zombie. This group was very strong, they could definitely kill the third-tier zombie at a cost. As a classmate, how could he bear to see them suffer losses? So, he was prepared to help them kill the third-tier zombie. At this moment, the third-tier zombie was already fighting the leader, the muscle-bound Barbie. To Yang Bin's shock, the muscle-bound Barbie was actually evenly matched with the third-tier zombie. Something's not right. Yang Bin activated his true sight eye to look at the zombie, and quickly understood. So she's a strength-type ability user, no wonder. Seeing the zombies fall one by one, and the others about to come to their aid, Yang Bin didn't hesitate any longer and decisively attacked. While the zombie was fighting the other, he smashed it down from behind with a club. Bang! A skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The sudden scene stunned the girl Barbie. Taking advantage of the moment the other woman was stunned, Yang Bin quickly pulled out the crystal and stuffed it into his pocket. You! The King Kong Barbie pointed at Yang Bin, her face contorted with anger. How could you do this? What's wrong? I was trying to help you. Yang Bin said innocently. Who asked for your help? Hand over the crystal. I killed the zombies, it's only right that I take the crystal. Yang Bin said matter-of-factly. What's wrong, Sister Wei? At this moment, the others had finished off the remaining zombies and gathered around. He stole my crystal, the King Kong Barbie said, pointing at Yang Bin. As soon as she finished speaking, the others quickly surrounded Yang Bin and his two companions. Hey guys, isn't it a bit much to steal the crystal like that? A handsome young man looked at Yang Bin and his two companions and said, Steal? I killed the zombie, I took the crystal, how can that be considered stealing? Yang Bin said calmly. This. The man frowned, then looked at the King Kong Barbie and asked, did he kill this zombie? Yes. Then he killed it, so it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with him taking the crystal. It was a tier 3 zombie. The King Kong Barbie whispered. Damn, this is a big problem. The man immediately snapped to attention and looked at Yang Bin again, saying, no matter what, without us holding off the other zombies, you wouldn't have been able to kill this one, and Wei played a big part in killing it. So, no matter what, you definitely can't keep this crystal for yourself. Yang Bin shook his head. Honestly, without you guys, we probably would have killed it even faster. What are you bragging about, Sister Wei? Why are you being so polite with them? Just take it. Another man in the group said unhappily. The muscular woman named Tang Wei frowned and looked at Yang Bin, saying, that crystal is very important to us. How about this, you can have all of these on the ground, I only want that one. What do you think? Not really. I'm a principled person. I'll only take what I killed myself. You can keep the ones you killed for yourselves, Yang Bin said calmly. Tell your men to get out of the way, don't force me to take action. Damn it, who do you think you are? 3 people and you dare to be so arrogant. Jianxiong, shut up. Tang Wei snapped, then looked at Yang Bin again and said, what do you want in return for this crystal? Don't even think about it. This crystal is not for you. Of course, you can have your men take it, but I hope you can bear the consequences. Yang Bin's voice also turned cold. Tang Wei stared intently at Yang Bin for a long while before sighing and saying to the others, get out of the way. Sister Wei, get out of the way. Seeing that Tang Wei was angry, the others could only reluctantly make way. Yang Bin smiled, then led Chen Hao and the others away. Wei, why did you let them go? That's a tier 3 crystal. If you could reach tier 3, our chances of survival would be much greater. The handsome man who had spoken first frowned. Do you think I don't want to? but if it really comes down to it, we might not be a match for them. Tang Weiwei said helplessly. How is that possible? There are only 3 of them. How could we, with 70 or 80 people, possibly lose? The man said incredulously. The leader is at least at level 3. Even if I were to fight him, my chances of winning would be less than 10%. Tang Weiwei said solemnly. Impossible? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could someone reach level 3 so quickly? The man exclaimed, his eyes wide. I can't be mistaken. He smashed the head of a level 3 zombie with a single blow. I couldn't even do that. And it seems he wasn't even using his full strength. So, this person is at least level 3. Tang Weiwei said in a deep voice. There are only 3 of them. He's already at level 3. Do you think the other 2 are weak? The man was momentarily speechless. Tang Weiwei was a power-enhancing ability user. Even before evolving, she could easily kill level 1 zombies. How could they be stronger than them? Tang Weiwei watched their retreating figures, muttering to herself, we'll meet again. I'll let you know then. However, before she finished speaking, the group suddenly turned around and ran frantically towards them. The group stared at them, completely bewildered. Quickly, tell the people in the cafeteria to open the door. The zombies are back. Yang Bin shouted. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the group was immediately startled. A moment later, they saw a dense horde of zombies charging towards them from behind. Holy crap! A group of people's faces changed drastically, and they rushed to the side door of the cafeteria, frantically banging on it. Open the door! Open the door now! Inside the cafeteria, a group of people who had been in despair heard the knocking and their faces lit up with joy. Soon, some went to open the door. Don't open the door. Anyone who dares to open it, I'll chop them up. A man wielding a cleaver roared viciously. Instantly, those who were about to open the door obediently squatted down. The situation inside the cafeteria had completely changed. The previous fight for food had escalated into a massive battle involving thousands. The zombies hadn't even entered yet, but the cafeteria was already collapsing. This battle had extremely serious consequences, dozens dead and hundreds injured. In the end, a group of students who were known for their fighting and brawling united and became the tyrants of the cafeteria. Some of them were already armed, others had stolen cleavers from the kitchen, and after killing dozens of people, they completely intimidated the others. Afterwards, they took over the kitchen and feasted. Originally, they didn't intend to feed the others, but fearing a backlash, they ultimately forced the cook to continue serving porridge to everyone else. Anyone who objected was brutally beaten, even having their hands and feet chopped off. Finally, the others quieted down and dared not complain anymore. Since they were eating porridge anyway, they quickly accepted their fate. However, after accepting this, the group became increasingly unrestrained, punching and kicking anyone they disliked. Teachers who had criticized or spoken ill of them were also brutally beaten. Finally, they even started groping some female students. The principal intervened but was beaten half to death. In the end, the girl he was protecting was dragged to the back in front of him. Everyone could imagine what would happen to her. The principal shouted for help, but everyone lowered their heads and chose silence. Finally, the principal, overcome with rage, collapsed to the ground and never rose again. From that moment on, this group became even more lawless, their suppressed malice completely unleashed. Female students were frequently dragged into the kitchen, but no one dared to intervene on their behalf. Anyone who dared to step forward was either killed or maimed. Eventually, no one dared to show their faces anymore, everyone chose to protect themselves. They thought they could only escape this predicament by waiting for rescue, but unexpectedly, someone knocked on the door today. Knocking on the door meant that the zombies outside might be gone, which excited countless people. However, seeing the fierce eyes of the group of people, those inside ultimately didn't dare to open the door. Chapter 52. He's getting anxious. Outside, Yang Bin and his 2 companions had returned to the cafeteria. Still no opening? Yang Bin asked anxiously. No, the people inside aren't reacting. Tang Weiwei shook her head. You're so strong, don't you know how to kick the door open? Yang Bin said, exasperated. I'm afraid if I kick it open, I won't be able to stop the zombies. Tang Weiwei said awkwardly. Damn, you're still thinking about turning back? If you don't kick it now, the zombies will turn back twice for you. Yang Bin muttered, then kicked the door open. Bang! With over 800 kilograms of force, he couldn't even kick the door open, which surprised Yang Bin. He then activated his true sight and looked inside, only to find that the back of the door was piled high with tables, chairs, and various other heavy objects. Damn, did they have to be so ruthless? Yang Bin said, speechless. However, it was understandable. If it weren't for these things, the zombies might have already gotten in. Yang Bin thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted inside, open the door quickly. We're here for a rescue. The zombies are all gone now, you can all come out from here. Tang Weiwei and the others stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. This was too much to believe. However, what surprised them even more was that as soon as Yangbin finished speaking, the sounds of tables and chairs being moved quickly came from inside. The word rescue was enough to make the people inside forget their fear. They had been holding on, waiting for rescue, hadn't they? The ruthless group was also startled to hear about the rescuers and tried to stop them, but by then most of them were already moving, and they couldn't stop them. Yangbin watched the people inside move, then looked at the approaching horde of zombies, his heart filled with anxiety. The zombies were about to catch up, and some of the tables and chairs inside still hadn't been moved. Yangbin couldn't wait any longer and kicked the door hard again. Bang! The door was kicked open, scattering tables and chairs across the floor. Everyone rushed into the cafeteria and quickly slammed the door shut. "Hurry, move the tables and chairs over," shouted several people propping up the door. However, those inside stared blankly at the intruders. "Didn't you say the zombies were all gone? You were too slow opening the door, the zombies are back," Yangbin said calmly. "Can we still get out?" "We can't get out for now." Fortunately, Tang Weiwei's group had more people, and they quickly moved the tables and chairs back to prop the door shut. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 4,000 or 5,000 zombies, that was no joke. Then, the group looked at the situation in the cafeteria and frowned. The cafeteria reeked of blood, and a pile of corpses lay in one corner. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Moreover, everyone present looked numb, and many bore injuries. What happened here? Tang Weiwei frowned. However, no one answered her, everyone lowered their heads. Tang Weiwei walked directly to a girl who was sobbing softly and asked, "What happened?" The girl seemed about to say something, but suddenly glanced in a certain direction and immediately lowered her head, speechless. Tang Weiwei followed the girl's gaze and saw a group of people standing there, their eyes coldly fixed on everyone. When Tang Weiwei looked over, they quickly put on smiles. "You did this?" Tang Weiwei pointed to the pile of corpses in the corner. "How could that be? A big fight broke out here a couple of days ago over food. These people were caught in the crossfire," the leader said with a forced smile. Each of the newcomers carried a blood-stained weapon, making him wary. "Is that so?" Tang Weiwei asked, looking at one of the men beside her. "Ah, yes, the man nodded hurriedly. Tang Weiwei frowned, sensing that things weren't so simple. "Weiwei, there are over 1,000 people in the cafeteria. A fight over food is inevitable. We can't interfere," the man beside her said. Tang Weiwei frowned and nodded. On the other side, "Brother Bin, what do you think?" "I have a feeling something's fishy going on here," Chen Hao said, looking at Yangbin. "There's a lot fishy going on," Yangbin said coldly. Then, he looked at Tang Weiwei and said, "Fat woman, do you want to go check out the back of the kitchen?" Hearing Yangbin's words, the group's expressions changed drastically, glaring fiercely at him. "Where am I fat? I'm called strong." Tang Weiwei glared at Yangbin. Okay, strong woman. I have a name, my name is Tang Weiwei." Tang Weiwei shouted angrily. Fine, Tang Weiwei, right? Do you want to go check out the back kitchen? What's there? You'll see when you go in." "Okay." Tang Weiwei nodded and led her people towards the kitchen. But then, the group of people who had greeted them with smiles suddenly blocked their way. "Since you're here, just stay outside. There will be food for you. Don't worry about anything else." The leader's smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. "What if I insist on interfering?" Tang Weiwei retorted coldly. "I'm afraid it won't be good for anyone. You think you can take advantage of me?" Tang Weiwei snorted coldly, then kicked out, sending the man flying. "Damn it, you dare to lay a hand on me." A large group of people behind the man instantly drew their weapons, glaring angrily at Tang Weiwei. The people behind Tang Weiwei also drew their weapons, pointing them directly at their opponents. Tense tensions immediately rose. Although the opposing group outnumbered Tang Weiwei's team, their momentum was far superior. Tang Weiwei's team consisted entirely of Tier 1 cultivators, most of whom were at the peak of Tier 1, with 2 even at Tier 2. Their opponents, on the other hand, were merely a group of ruthless ordinary people. They were simply not in the same league. "Get out of the way," Tang Weiwei said coldly. Although the group in front was somewhat frightened, they did not move aside. "Attack," Tang Weiwei ordered directly. The people behind her instantly charged towards their opponents, and the two sides quickly clashed. However, what was called a battle was completely one-sided. This group was utterly powerless against Tang Weiwei's team, and within 2 minutes, they were all on the ground. Tang Weiwei stepped over them and entered the kitchen. "Suddenly, I realized that having a large team is quite impressive," Chen Hao remarked. "Yeah," Yangbin nodded. "We also need to find a way to expand our team, but we can't just go for anything. Better to have fewer but better quality members. My requirement is simple, they must have superpowers." "You call that simple? After all, we're aiming for the high-end market." "Alright, with you here, we won't have trouble finding superpowered individuals." It's a pity this fat woman already has a team, otherwise she would be quite good, Yang Bin said. She's not fat. She's healthy, Hu Wenliang said. You like this type? Yang Bin asked, smiling at Hu Wenliang. No, not at all, Hu Wenliang stammered, somewhat flustered. If you like her, just admit it. Don't be shy. But to be honest, this woman is really pretty, just a bit too strong. But she's a good match for your skinny frame. Liangzi, it's okay. I'll teach you a few dating tips later, I guarantee you'll get her. Chen Hao patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder. No way. That's not dating tips, that's being a simp. You'll end up with nothing. I don't want to learn that. If you dare say that again, believe me, I'll fight you to the death. Okay, he's getting desperate. Chapter 53 The Mad Woman. After a long while, Tang Weiwei emerged from the kitchen with her group, their faces grim. You deserve to die. Tang Weiwei trembled with rage as she looked at the group. The rest of her teammates were also ashen-faced. It's the apocalypse. We're all going to die anyway, so why suppress ourselves? I dare say many men here want to do the same, they just haven't dared to take that step, the leader roared. We admit defeat today, but do you think you can escape? The food in the canteen is running low, and there are zombies everywhere outside. Everyone will starve to death, waiting for rescue? Is that even possible? Even if there is rescue, you won't last until then. That's none of your concern, MOU, kill him, Tang Weiwei said coldly. As she finished speaking, the handsome man beside her walked over and swung his fire axe at the attacker. A huge head flew high into the air, causing many to scream in terror. Brother Bin, what's inside? What made this woman so angry? Chen Hao asked curiously. A group of naked women, tortured beyond recognition, Yang Bin sighed. These people really deserve to die. A moment later, several girls from Tang Weiwei's team emerged with a dozen or so women whose expressions were numb. These women had vacant eyes and deathly pale faces. However, when they saw the group of men lying on the ground, their expressions suddenly turned frenzied. They pounced on them, biting them. Ah, get away! Screams echoed through the cafeteria. After a while, the bitten men managed to escape, but everyone was bleeding, some even had flesh torn off. After venting their anger, the women suddenly collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Sigh, in this apocalypse, 4 women without strength, being beautiful is a disaster, Yang Bin shook his head. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded in agreement. The women before them were all quite attractive, it was a pity. Clang! Several Tang swords were thrown in front of the group of women, and Tang Weiwei's icy voice rang out. What's the use of crying? Grab your weapons and chop down these people who insulted you. The group of women were startled. They looked at Tang Weiwei, then at the swords on the ground, momentarily at a loss. However, several women quickly scrambled to their feet, picked up the Tang swords, and began frantically hacking at the men. At that moment, they forgot their fear, their eyes were filled with hatred. They would never forget the atrocities these men had committed against them. The scars on their chests, the pain in their genitals, constantly reminded them of the humiliation they had suffered. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. In no time, several people were hacked to pieces and fell silent. Several women, covered in blood, still didn't stop, continuing their frenzied hacking. The others were terrified by the scene and quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Women can be terrifying when they go berserk. Before long, those men were practically chopped into mincemeat. Only then did the women stop, their crazed expressions slowly fading. Seeing their handiwork, they vomited. Most of the people in the cafeteria were now prostrate on the floor vomiting. The scene was simply beyond the comprehension of most. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. The remaining ruthless individuals, who had just been fearless, were now terrified. Death wasn't scary, but being chopped into mincemeat was. They knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, constantly repenting. Several women picked up their Tang swords but ultimately didn't dare to strike. Tang Weiwei shook her head, then said to the women who had just attacked, "From now on, you'll follow us." Okay, thank you. These women had truly experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse and understood the importance of a strong team. The other women looked at Tang Weiwei expectantly, but Tang Weiwei ignored them and instead looked at Yang Bin, who was watching the scene unfold. What do you think we should do with the rest of them? Yang Bin hadn't expected her to suddenly ask for his opinion, but given her style, she was likely testing him. Kill them, of course. What's the point of keeping them alive? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. Okay. Tang Weiwei nodded, then said to the people behind her, kill them all. Okay. The people behind her immediately walked towards the group of people. Soon, screams and pleas for mercy rang out. Tang Weiwei's team members showed no mercy. So many days had passed since the apocalypse, they were past the point of being lenient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived so long outside. Killing people and killing zombies were the same, the only difference was that people were easier to kill than zombies, but zombies weren't necessarily more terrifying than people. Sometimes, people are more terrifying than zombies. After a while, the screams gradually subsided. The group had finally paid the price for their crimes. Over 1,000 people in the canteen watched this scene, some with glee, some with fear, and some numb. After killing these people, Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin again and said, "What do we do next? There are zombies everywhere outside. It seems we can't get out. We just checked the kitchen, there's really not much food left. There are still over 1,000 people in the canteen. Even if we eat porridge every day, it will only last for 3 days at most. If it's just the few of us, can we eat for a few more days?" Yang Bin laughed. "You." Everyone present stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. "Hee, just kidding, don't be so tense," Yang Bin chuckled. "However, with so many people, it's really a waste of food." "How can you talk like that? What do you mean by wasting food?" "Exactly. I don't think you're any better than those people, actually thinking of hoarding the food for yourself." The people nearby erupted in anger upon hearing Yang Bin's words. "Heh, am I wrong? This food will only keep you alive for 3 more days at most. What about after 3 days? If rescue doesn't come, won't you all starve to death in 3 days? Why waste this food? This food, if we eat it ourselves, can last us at least a month, enough to last until the rescue arrives. How can you be so selfish? Why should we give it to you?" "Exactly, why? Because we have the stronger fists," Yang Bin said coldly. "A bunch of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. What were you doing when those people were acting with impunity? Now you're all jumping out. What? You think we're easier to talk to than those people? You." Hearing Yang Bin's words, some people opened their mouths but didn't know what to say, their faces flushed with anger. They weren't the victims before, so naturally they kept quiet, but now that their own interests were involved, how could they not speak up? Chapter 54 The Last Meal. "You're not really planning to hoard the food and not let them eat, are you?" Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. "Heh, I wouldn't stoop to such a thing, but these people are too complacent. We need to give them a sense of crisis." "What do you mean?" "We can't stay in the cafeteria forever, we have to get out. But there are thousands of zombies guarding the outside. We definitely can't get out on our own. We need everyone to act together. But they know there's still food. They won't fight to the death until they're completely out of supplies. But you should know very well that the zombies are leveling up every day. If we wait until 3 days later, there might be level 2 zombies outside. Getting out then will be even more impossible." "I understand," Tang Weiwei nodded. "However, even if we all rush out now, the losses will be huge. At least half will die. If these people don't dare to fight, we might be wiped out." Yang Bin sighed. The first 2 days were manageable, mostly with ordinary zombies, but now they're almost all level 1. He has no confidence in dealing with them, but he has no choice but to call everyone together. Over 1,000 people, even if each person kills one, that's still over 1,000. And if they were to kill over 1,000 on their own, who knows how long it would take? Besides, even if these people don't dare to kill the zombies themselves, just keeping them occupied would greatly reduce their pressure. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Tang Weiwei also fell silent. The loss of half the zombies in the battle weighed heavily on her mind. But she also knew Yang Bin was right. With each passing day, the hope of escape diminished, and in the end, everyone would die. After a long silence, Tang Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me, what do we do? You have a lot of people, so send your men in to cook. Boil all the rice today, cutting off their escape route and giving them a good meal so they'll have the strength to fight zombies later." "Okay. But fighting zombies requires weapons, right? Where will we get weapons for so many people?" "The tables in the canteen have iron legs. We can just take them apart after we finish eating, right?" That seems to make sense." "Sigh, you're so stupid. Why don't you pair up with Liangzi? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't survive in the apocalypse," Yang Bin sighed. "Stupid." Tang Weiwei pointed at herself, her eyes wide. She had always been the core of the team, coming up with almost all the ideas, which was why their team had developed to where they were today in the apocalypse. Now that someone was saying she was stupid, how could she accept it? But she had to admit that the man in front of her seemed to be a bit smarter than her, to the point that she didn't even know how to argue back. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the handsome man next to Tang Weiwei stared warily at Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang. He didn't know which one was Liangzi, but it was definitely one of the two. However, he quickly realized which one it was, because after hearing Yang Bin's words, the thin man actually blushed. "Blush my foot. How could the woman I've set my sights on be paired with you?" the man thought to himself. Tang Weiwei forcefully suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth, saying, "You don't need to worry about my affairs. Even without a man, I, Tang Weiwei, can survive in the apocalypse. Don't be so absolute. My Liangzi is very capable. You might need his help sometime," Yang Bin said with a smile. "Let's see if he really has that ability." After saying that, Tang Weiwei left with her entourage. "Brother Bin, how could you do this? Isn't this just playing matchmaker? Hu Wenliang said, both amused and exasperated. Just tell me, are you even a little bit attracted to her? Yes, I am, but you can't just do this recklessly. Aren't you making things worse? You don't know anything. If Brother Ben hadn't done this, she wouldn't even know who you are. By mentioning it, at least she glanced at you just now, Chen Hao said from the side. I'd rather she hadn't seen me, Hu Wenliang said with a wry smile. Liangzi, I've thought of a way for you to win her over. Yang Bin suddenly said. What idea? Chen Hao asked excitedly before Hu Wenliang could speak. I'll cripple that woman, then Liangzi will heal her. Maybe she'll offer herself to me, Yang Bin said wisely. What kind of crazy idea is that? You might as well just have Liangzi force himself on her. Force him? Forget it. Liangzi might not be a match for her. That woman is incredibly strong. Alright, you two stop coming up with terrible ideas. This is the apocalypse. Let's focus on surviving first. Don't discuss this nonsense, Hu Wenliang said speechlessly. Okay, but let me tell you, Liangzi, that pretty boy next to that woman has designs on her. He's in a good position, you have no advantage at all, Chen Hao said. So what if you don't have an advantage? It's just the first time we met. It's not like you're head over heels in love with Lu Xia. Why are we talking about me again? We were just talking about this, okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Actually, I understand what Brother Ben means. You want me to win her over so she can join us, then we'll have a powerful teammate. But this can't be rushed, we can only let fate decide. Alright, whatever. Yang Bin shrugged, stopping the discussion and activating his true sight to scan the more than 1,000 people in the cafeteria. After a long while, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze, shaking his head helplessly. More than 1,000 people, and not a single one with superpowers. Is the probability of finding one really that low? Originally, all three of his roommates had superpowers, so he thought the probability of finding someone with superpowers shouldn't be low. But now he realized they were purely lucky, or rather, they should thank Chen Hao. His one phone call created 3 people with superpowers. If it weren't for his phone call, they would all be asleep by now, and might even have turned into zombies in their sleep. Even if they didn't become zombies, they would probably have been assimilated by Lu Bo. Thinking about this, Yang Bin suddenly felt a little grateful to Lu Xia. Being cuckolded was great. After a while, Tang Weiwei and the others brought in several large buckets of rice from the back, along with a huge plate of potatoes. Smelling the aroma of the food, everyone in the cafeteria stared wide-eyed at Tang Weiwei and her group. Everyone must be hungry. There's all you can eat today. Tang Weiwei shouted. Really? Great. Everyone trembled with excitement. After so many days, they could finally have a full meal. Everyone looked at Tang Weiwei and the others with gratitude, unaware that this might be their last meal. Even knowing, they still ate, because this was their only chance. Chapter 55 Cutting off the retreat route. Inside the canteen. Aside from those still queuing for food, most people were already happily eating, each with a large bowl of rice and a small plate of potatoes. This was definitely the most delicious meal they'd had in days. Potatoes, which they hated before the apocalypse, were now considered a delicacy. Yang Bin and his group also sat down at the table, each with a bowl of rice and a plate of potatoes. It wasn't that they didn't want special treatment, but potatoes were all they had in the kitchen. You know, after eating bread and biscuits for days, I've discovered that rice is actually quite delicious, Chen Hao remarked. Yeah, the potatoes are good too. Looks like their team has some cooking experts, Hu Wenliang mumbled. You haven't had any vegetables in ages. Everything tastes good. These potatoes were just stewed in a big pot, nothing but oil and salt. How can you call that a cooking expert? Yang Bin said, speechless. Okay, looks like you're pretty good at cooking, Bin Ge. Bin Ge has been cooking for himself since he was 10, and he even worked part-time in a hotel kitchen. Do you think he knows how to cook? Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Okay, I forgot about that, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. Having more people is great, the food for so many people was prepared so quickly, Chen Hao remarked. Yeah, Tang Weiwei is a great manager, her team members are very efficient. Yang Bin said earnestly. I think so too, but I believe you're definitely better than her, Bin Ge, Chen Hao said firmly, never doubting Yang Bin's abilities. I believe that too, Hu Wenliang echoed. Stop flattering me, you two. Eat quickly. After you finish eating, Hazi, eat this crystal. We'll probably be clearing the way ahead, and even with a large group, the pressure will be immense. So, advance to Tier 3 as soon as possible. Okay. Chen Hao nodded, quickly finished his rice, then took the crystal Yang Bin handed him and swallowed it without hesitation. After a long while, Chen Hao finally absorbed the crystal's energy completely, becoming a Tier 3 evolver. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a team with 2 Tier 3 members would absolutely crush 99% of other teams. More than an hour later, almost everyone in the cafeteria had finished their meals, leaving their plates spotless. At this moment, Tang Weiwei stepped forward again and called out loudly, "Has everyone eaten?" "Yes. Thank you, Miss Tang," everyone responded loudly. During this time, everyone had learned Tang Weiwei's name. After all, they were all from the same school, so they were bound to recognize her. Because she had killed the villains, saved the women, and now cooked for everyone, ensuring they were well fed, Tang Weiwei's image in everyone's eyes was excellent. "It's good that you're full, but I need to tell you some bad news. This meal was made from all the remaining rice in the kitchen, meaning there's nothing left to eat in the kitchen right now." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although they had initially suspected something, seeing the fragrant rice had dispelled all their doubts. Now, hearing Tang Weiwei's words, they were struck dumb. "If you don't believe me, you can go into the kitchen and see for yourself," Tang Weiwei said again. As soon as she finished speaking, quite a few people rushed into the kitchen. After a long while, these people emerged, their faces grim. The kitchen was completely devoid of food, not even a single vegetable leaf could be found. The floor was cleaner than their faces. "Why did you do this?" Many began to question Tang Weiwei. "Even if we ate porridge every day, the food in there would only last 3 days at most. It's better to have a full meal than to live 3 more days hungry. What do you think?" Tang Weiwei laughed. "If we could live 3 more days, maybe rescue would arrive. You've essentially cut off everyone's escape route." The people who had just been grateful now glared angrily at Tang Weiwei and her group. "Rescue, rescue. All you think about is rescue. Don't you know how to save yourselves? If rescue doesn't come, are you just going to wait to die?" Tang Weiwei roared. "We're leaving soon. If you want to leave, figure out how to dismantle table legs to use as weapons and rush out with us. If you want to stay here and wait to die, that's fine too." After saying this, Tang Weiwei ignored the others and returned to the group to discuss the situation. As her words fell, the expressions on everyone's faces changed rapidly. To be honest, after so many days, deep down they had given up hope of rescue. They were just unwilling to face the reality. That's human nature. Unless it's the very last moment, they won't think about fighting for their lives. Although they only ate porridge in the canteen each day, at least they wouldn't starve. They could live 1 day at a time, hoping that rescue would come sometime. However, now the food was gone, and staying here would only mean certain death from starvation. At this moment, these people finally faced reality. They knew they had to get out to survive. Now someone was leading them out. This was their only chance. If they missed this opportunity, they would only be waiting to die. No one wanted to wait to die, so soon some people started dismantling the table legs. They flipped the table over and kicked it hard, a few kicks and it would break. If that didn't work, more people could help. Soon, table legs were removed one by one. While not very sturdy, they were at least decent weapons. The group, armed, all looked at Tang Weiwei. "Very good, it seems none of you want to stay here and wait to die. In that case, we'll charge out together. But I'm warning you beforehand, this charge out will be extremely dangerous. Be prepared. Anyone who's afraid to kill zombies should stay here obediently, otherwise, going out will just be suicide. Anyone afraid to kill zombies?" Tang Weiwei shouted. "No!" The men below showed determined expressions. Since they had chosen to take the risk, they were determined to overcome this difficulty. Tang Weiwei nodded and then walked towards Yangbin. It was only then that everyone realized that this powerful woman seemed to have been seeking that person's opinion the whole time. If they weren't mistaken, cooking all the rice must have been this guy's idea. After all, he had said he would eat all the food himself. Many people looked at Yangbin with hostility. It was truly baffling why Tang Weiwei, with her group of 70 or 80 people, would seek the opinion of a team of only 3. Tang Weiwei's teammates felt the same way. They also noticed that their usually calm and decisive Weiwei seemed less confident after encountering this guy. "Looks like we need to get away from these guys as soon as possible," the handsome man named Imo thought to himself. Chapter 56 Rushing out of the cafeteria. Regardless of what others thought, Tang Weiwei had already arrived in front of Yangbin. "When do we start?" Yangbin activated his true sight and looked in all 4 directions. He found that the area where they had just entered had the fewest zombies, and there were no more tier 3 zombies there, while the other 2 sides still had them. Therefore, this was the best entry point. Give them 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, rush out through the side door. I'll lead the way with my men, and your men will handle the flanks and the rear. Clearing the way ahead is extremely difficult. Are you sure the 3 of you can handle it? Tang Weiwei asked somewhat doubtfully. If you doubt our abilities, you can lead the way. I have no objection, Yangbin waved his hand. He wouldn't have taken on this task if the others weren't incapable. I don't mean to doubt your abilities. I just think the 3 of you might be a bit few, considering how dangerous it is ahead. Then you should come to the front too. More people are definitely better, Yangbin said. Okay, Tang Weiwei nodded. Alright, it's settled then. Remember, this is mainly for escape. Make it clear to them that no one is allowed to retrieve the crystals. Anyone who stops retrieving crystals will be killed on the spot. Yang Bin said coldly. Why didn't you go and say that? Your prestige is greater, Yang Bin laughed. Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes, feeling like she was being used as an assistant. 10 minutes later. Ready. Yang Bin shouted to the large group of people behind him. Everyone nodded solemnly. Yang Bin glanced at Tang Weiwei, who nodded. With a wave of her hand, her teammates quickly moved the tables and chairs aside. Then Chen Hao yanked open the door. Yang Bin instantly rushed out, sweeping the barbell and killing several zombies at the door who hadn't even reacted yet, then charged forward. Behind him, Chen Hao, Wen Lian, and Tang Weiwei immediately followed. Immediately afterward, the others quickly followed. Roar! The sudden appearance of a large group excited all the zombies, who then pounced on them frantically. The group formed a triangular formation, with Yang Bin leading the charge, relentlessly smashing down zombies with his barbell. On the flanks, Chen Hao and Wen Lian quickly dealt with the zombies charging from both sides, while Tang Weiwei, wielding a fire axe, suddenly felt insignificant. Finally, she could only retreat slightly and join the other team members in eliminating the zombies from the flanks and rear. As Yang Bin ventured deeper, the others soon engaged in close combat with the zombies. Perhaps their previous preparations had been effective, or perhaps they had finally come to their senses. At this moment, everyone grabbed table legs and began smashing them down on the charging zombies. Although the attacks were somewhat chaotic, they prevented the zombies from getting close for a time. This is where the advantage of numbers became apparent. 4,000 or 5,000 zombies, if they all attacked Yang Bin and his group, they would be exhausted to death. But now, with so many people sharing the burden, they at least aren't attacked from both sides. However, these zombies are no longer ordinary zombies. How can these ordinary people withstand the relentless onslaught of Tier 1 zombies? Soon, casualties began to appear in the crowd. One after another, people were pounced on and bitten to death by zombies, a sight that horrified those around them. However, as more and more people were slaughtered by the zombies, they seemed to be stimulated, their initial fear turning into madness. There was no turning back now, only death awaited them. Everyone cast aside their fear and frantically threw themselves at the charging zombies. Ahead, Yang Bin had already killed countless zombies, and the line still stretched endlessly. As soon as one zombie was killed, another would pounce, making his progress extremely slow. Fortunately, Yang Bin was already at the 3rd level, and his strength of over 800 kilograms made him an unshakable force among the zombie horde. No matter how many zombies charged, he could withstand them without retreating a single step. Although his progress was slow, he still led everyone forward with unwavering determination. Many people were shocked by Yang Bin's strength. They finally understood why even a strong woman like Tang Weiwei had to listen to him. Tang Weiwei was equally shocked. Being closest, she could feel Yang Bin's power even more acutely. Although she had guessed he was already at the 3rd tier, she believed her own abilities would limit her comparison. But now, it seemed the gap between them was enormous. In a real fight, he probably wouldn't even withstand a single blow. What shocked her most was the absurd strength of the 2 people beside him. 3 people, 2 at the 3rd tier and 1 at the peak of the 2nd tier. Wasn't that terrifying? The rest of Tang Weiwei's team fell silent. Earlier, when Tang Weiwei said their team might not be a match for him, they had been unconvinced. Now, thinking back, they felt a chill run down their spines. If Tang Weiwei hadn't stopped them, they'd probably be half dead, if not dead. The battle continued, the number of people steadily decreasing, and the team slowly breaking through to the other side. Judging from the current situation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, breaking through should be no problem, and the losses might even be less than Yang Bin anticipated, as he hadn't expected these people to go completely insane. However, just as everything was going smoothly, a man knocked to the ground by a zombie accidentally touched a crystal. His survival instinct made him forget the rules he had set beforehand, and he swallowed the crystal directly. Soon, the crystal transformed into energy and merged into his body. He, who was about to be bitten to death by a zombie, suddenly unleashed tremendous strength, shoving the zombie away. He then instantly stood up and smashed the zombie to death with a powerful iron pillar. This scene caught the attention of many, and their eyes began to search around. Not long after, a man bitten by a zombie and on the verge of turning into one, with a desperate mentality, pulled a crystal from the head of a zombie corpse and quickly swallowed it. Soon, to everyone's astonishment, his body slowly returned to normal, completely escaping the crisis of becoming a zombie. A first-tier evolved being could withstand the energy erosion of a first-tier zombie. Someone had mentioned this online before, and it turned out to be true. At this point, the crowd couldn't sit still any longer. Zombie corpses were everywhere on the ground. Obtaining one would not only greatly increase their strength but also eliminate the fear of turning into a zombie from injury. At this moment, the rules set forth by Tang Weiwei had been completely disregarded. In their hearts, the stronger they became, the better their chances of breaking through. So these people began secretly collecting crystals, which later escalated into a scramble for them. By the time Yang Bin and the others realized this, it was already out of control. Damn it! Yang Bin cursed angrily. His worst fears had come true. Why weren't your men keeping an eye on things? Everyone was dealing with the zombies. Who had time to watch them? Tang Weiwei said helplessly. At this point, due to the scramble for crystals, the formation was thrown into chaos. Under the zombie onslaught, the group was quickly split into several pieces. Without Yang Bin clearing the way, those separated were practically doomed. Those who don't want to die, follow along. Those who want to die, go dig for crystals. Yang Bin shouted angrily, then ignored the others and sped up his work again. Keep up, forget about those guys. Tang Weiwei shouted to her teammates, then quickly followed Yang Bin. Some of the more level-headed individuals also hurried after them. When those who had finally managed to grab the crystals looked up, they were surrounded by zombies. Chapter 57. They escaped. As their numbers dwindled, the pressure on the horde intensified. Chen Hao joined Yang Bin, and both abandoned defense, charging frantically at the zombie horde. With the two third-tier evolved beings relentlessly attacking, the group's advance accelerated considerably. A few minutes later, Yang Bin kicked 7 or 8 zombies to the ground, then used them as stepping stones to break free of the encirclement. Those behind him immediately followed, breaking through before the zombies could regroup. However, of the original 1,800 plus people, less than 500 remained, a loss of more than 2/3. Run towards the teaching building. Yang Bin shouted, then swept his barbell horizontally, knocking back a group of zombies that had surrounded them. The surviving group were relatively intelligent. Upon hearing Yang Bin's command, they dared not hesitate and frantically ran towards the teaching building. Yang Bin and his group, along with Tang Weiwei and the others, also ran in that direction, killing the pursuing zombies as they fled. Shortly, the group rushed into the teaching building, quickly went upstairs, and began guarding the stairwell. Killing zombies in the stairwell was second nature to Yang Bin and his companions. The stairwell in the teaching building was much larger than the dormitory stairwell, but fortunately, there were many people. Yang Bin, his two companions, plus Tang Weiwei and Mou, two second-tier evolved beings, were more than capable of holding the stairwell securely. The 5 of them, exhausted, stood guard at the stairwell entrance, while the others quickly hid in the classrooms. Yang Bin shook his head. He had originally considered lowering his standards and finding teammates from among these people, but now it seemed unnecessary. Half an hour later, the stairwell was completely blocked, and the 5 of them collapsed to the ground. This time, they were truly exhausted. Even Yang Bin felt like he couldn't lift the barbell anymore. After a while, the group recovered. Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin and said sincerely, "Thank you, we owe you all so much this time." "Don't thank me. We were trying to escape on our own. You guys were just there for the ride." Yang Bin waved his hand. "No matter what, without you, we would never have escaped this time," Tang Weiwei said earnestly. She knew very well how difficult this trip had been. Their team had dwindled from 70 or 80 people to just over 40, almost half their original size. If they were struggling like this, one could only imagine how difficult it must have been for Yang Bin and the others who were leading the way. She definitely wouldn't have been able to break through. "I'm curious, how did you 3 manage to improve your strength to this level in such a short time? I didn't see any special abilities in you," Tang Weiwei asked. "That's not something I can tell you. You're not Liang's wife." "I was being nosy," Tang Weiwei said speechlessly. Yang Bin smiled and didn't say anything more. The group sat down on the ground to rest. They were all quite injured, but with outsiders present, Yang Bin couldn't let Hu Wenliang treat them. Hu Wenliang's ability was rather unusual. If others found out, it would cause a lot of trouble, so they could only get treatment back in the dormitory. After resting for more than half an hour, Yang Bin got up from the ground. "All right, it's getting dark, we should leave. I don't want to spend the night in the classroom. The stairwell is completely blocked. How are you going to get out?" "Jump out of the second-floor window. The teaching building isn't as enclosed as the cafeteria, there's nowhere you can't go." "Aren't you going to take care of them?" "I'm not their parents, why should I care? Bringing them out is already a favor." Yang Bin rolled his eyes. "Okay, so you're not going to dig up these crystals?" Tang Weiwei pointed to the corpses in the stairwell. "They're yours." Yang Bin smiled, then led Chen Hao and the others towards another classroom. They didn't care about the first-tier crystals anymore, they just wanted to get back to their dorms to heal. "Weiwei, let's try to stay away from them in the future." Watching them leave, Mou whispered. "Why? I think they're too dangerous." Mou whispered, not daring to say he was afraid Tang Weiwei would be kidnapped by them. "Actually, it's all right. Although Yang Bin seems cold and ruthless, he's not entirely without compassion. At least he brought the person out. Although I hate to admit it, I have to say that he's stronger and more capable than me. It's best to befriend him if possible. In the apocalypse, more allies mean a greater chance of survival," Tang Weiwei said earnestly. "Okay." Having said that, Mou couldn't argue. He could only be more careful in the future, lest he really get kidnapped. Yang Bin and the others went to a classroom window and looked down. The teaching building was a bit taller than the dormitory. the second floor was about 3.5 meters below. While this height was somewhat intimidating, it was nothing for them, who were at the second and third tiers. There were a dozen or so zombies below, but it wasn't a big problem. Yang Bin jumped down first. The zombies spotted him and quickly pounced on him. Yang Bin casually swung the barbell a few times and easily dispatched them all. Soon, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang jumped down as well, and the group carefully made their way back to the dormitory. Upon returning, the three collapsed onto their beds, too exhausted to move. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally got up to treat them. Although none of them had fatal injuries, they were covered in numerous minor and major wounds, which needed immediate treatment. It took Hu Wenliang over an hour, with several breaks in between, to finally heal the wounds on the others. He himself was completely exhausted and fell asleep on his bed. Yang Bin and Chen Hao, however, were more alert. It's a good thing Liangzi was here. What would we have done if the others had been injured? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Actually, with the improved physical attributes of evolved beings, their recovery ability also increases. As long as they don't suffer fatal injuries, minor wounds will heal in a few days. However, being able to heal is always better, so Liangzi should try not to expose his abilities carelessly, otherwise, it will cause a lot of trouble. Okay. Brother Bin, what should we do next? Continue to improve our strength? Okay. I see everyone else is expanding their teams, clearly wanting to make a name for themselves in the apocalypse. Should we also? No rush. You should know that the authorities will definitely not allow anyone to declare themselves king. Although official control has greatly diminished, the government's strength is still undeniably the greatest. Leaving aside weaponry, their number of evolved humans is certainly the largest. Therefore, let's not cross the government's bottom line now. Let's observe how things develop. First, let's strengthen ourselves. When chaos truly erupts, we'll have the resources to fight back. Yeah, Brother Bin, I'll listen to you. Whatever you decide, I'll follow you. Chen Hao said firmly. Good brother. Chapter 58 Three Bandits. At midnight, the three of them and the cat climbed to the rooftop again to stargaze. No matter how tired they were, stargazing every day was a must. It was the key to their advantage over the others. They stayed up until 5 a.m., then returned to their dorm to catch up on sleep. For the next few days, the group went out to kill zombies during the day and returned to their dorm at night to sleep and stargaze. After the cafeteria incident, Yang Bin became more cautious, repeatedly confirming that there was no danger before taking any action. Fortunately, the number of Tier 3 zombies was increasing. Although each Tier 3 zombie was surrounded by many other zombies, the larger their numbers made it easier to find targets. In 3 days, Yang Bin and his companions killed 8 Tier 3 zombies. After Hu Wenliang also advanced to Tier 3, Yang Bin consumed the remaining Tier 3 crystals, pushing his strength to the Tier 3 limit. After reaching Tier 3, 7 more Tier 3 crystals are needed to reach the limit. The number of crystals required for each subsequent tier increases, making advancement increasingly difficult. After reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, Yang Bin's strength surpassed 1,000 kilograms, reaching over 1,100 kilograms, exceeding the limits of the human body. Yang Bin estimated that the strength of the 3rd tier should be around 700 to 900 kilograms. His exceeding 1,000 kilograms was naturally due to the extra strength boost from his cultivation. He could gain over 30 kilograms of strength per day through cultivation, roughly 100 kilograms every 3 days. Having cultivated for 7 or 8 days now, he had gained an extra 200 kilograms. This extra strength was enough for him to crush other 3rd-tier experts of the same level. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had also gained an extra 80 kilograms. Although it didn't seem like much, this was accumulated over time, and over time, this advantage would become significant. Less than 1,000 people remained alive in the school. Out of over 30,000 students, less than 1,000 remained, a frighteningly low percentage. This included the 500 who escaped from the cafeteria last time. With Tang Weiwei's help, they also successfully escaped the teaching building. Several powerful teams have recently emerged within the school, many of their members already at Tier 2, capable of handling normal hordes of zombies. With their increased strength, ambition has begun to surface in many. Coupled with the food shortage on campus, clashes between teams have intensified as they vie for resources. Even Yang Bin and his group encountered several who tried to force them into joining their teams because they were outnumbered, only to be soundly defeated. Day 11 of the apocalypse, in the graduate student dormitory. Brother Bin, we're out of food. We need to go find some today, Chen Hao said helplessly, rummaging through his backpack. There's probably not much food left on campus. The larger supermarkets are all occupied by those powerful teams. It's hard to find anything. Hu Wenliang frowned. Looks like we'll probably have to leave the school soon. Yang Bin sighed as well. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to leave. Although the school was dangerous, it was a closed system, preventing zombies from getting in, making it much better than the outside world. Furthermore, their familiarity with the school means that surviving outside would be significantly more difficult. There was no other way, the school food supply was limited, and staying here indefinitely wasn't sustainable. Let's go find a big supermarket and scavenge for food to finish today's meals. We'll leave school tomorrow. Okay. The three of them shouldered their backpacks and left the dormitory, heading towards one of the larger supermarkets. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they found the doors tightly shut. Yangbin activated his true sight and glanced inside. There were 40 or 50 people. However, that wasn't what Yangbin was concerned about. What he was concerned about was whether there was any food inside. After looking around, he found that the outer shelves were almost empty, but there was still quite a bit of food in the storage room. As long as there was something, that was fine. Yangbin smiled and then went up to knock on the door. "Who is it?" Someone inside exclaimed. "Excuse me, please open the door. We're coming in to get some food," Yangbin said politely. "There's no food here. You'll have to go somewhere else," someone inside said. "We'll find out if there's any food inside. You should open the door, it's not very sturdy, and it'll be bad if you break it. If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Get out of the way. If you dare break the door, I'll kill you," one of them roared. But before he could finish speaking, with a loud bang, a large hole appeared in the middle of the roller shutter door, and a foot emerged from inside. Immediately, a pair of hands ripped the roller shutter door open, and 3 figures walked in. "Holy shit! You dare break our door? You don't want to live anymore?" The leader, a man with dyed brown hair, was furious at the sight. At this moment, one of the men behind him quickly tugged at his clothes, saying in fear, "Brotherly, it's those 3 people. I don't care who they are, holy shit." The man immediately cowered after recognizing the 3 men. Captain Yang, I didn't know it was you." "I'm sorry," the man quickly apologized. "You know me?" Yangbin asked, puzzled. "Who in the school doesn't know you these days?" The man said with a wry smile. "What's going on? Am I that famous?" You might not know, but our teams have compiled a list of the most dangerous teams in the school, and you 3 are number 1. The man said in a low voice. "There's such a ranking? How come I didn't know? You've always been alone, rarely interacting with other teams, so it's normal that you don't know. Besides, this is information we need to know, but you, maybe don't need it." "Okay, forget it, I'm too lazy to care about these things. Is there any food?" The man hesitated for a moment, but finally didn't dare to hide anything and said, "There's still some." Then he looked at the others behind him and said, "Go to the storage room and bring out the food. Go quickly." "Oh, okay." The others behind him walked away helplessly. Food was essential for survival, and they didn't have much food left. No one wanted to give any more away. But they'd run into these 3 bandits, they had no choice but to take it. A short while later, the men brought out 2 boxes, one of biscuits, the other of bread. "Do you think this is enough?" the man asked cautiously. Yangbin tossed the 3 men's backpacks over. "Help us pack it up, and grab a few bottles of water while you're at it." "Okay." The man didn't dare refuse. In no time, all 3 backpacks were full. The man handed the backpacks and a few bottles of water to Yangbin, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Captain Yang, with your strength, why don't you recruit more teammates? Right now, each team is dissatisfied with the others. I think with your abilities, you could definitely integrate the school's teams." "No interest." Yangbin finished speaking and left with the 2 men without hesitation. "Brotherly, they took so much stuff. When the boss comes back, he'll definitely kill us," one of the henchmen said with a mournful face. "What can I do when I run into these 3 thugs?" "Just tell the truth when the boss asks. If he's so capable, he can go ask them for it." Chapter 59 Fourth Order Zombie. After leaving the supermarket, Yangbin and his group took Little Orange back to hunt down 3rd-tier zombies. Little Orange's size easily attracted attention, so Yangbin told it to stay away from people and play by itself. Little Orange was now at 3rd tier, not through consuming 3rd-tier crystals, but through its own efforts. Mutant beasts and zombies seemed to have their own unique advancement methods, while humans were the only ones who hadn't yet figured out how to advance, relying solely on consuming crystals. However, Yangbin had a feeling that perhaps they too could break through to the next level through cultivation. The school was a closed facility, preventing outside zombies from entering. After so many days of killing, the number of zombies had decreased significantly, unlike before when they were everywhere outside. However, the zombies were becoming increasingly difficult to kill. Most were clustered around 3rd-tier zombies, and lone zombies were rarely seen anymore. There are now at least dozens of Tier 3 zombies in the entire school. Basically, if you see a large group of zombies, there's almost certainly a Tier 3 zombie among them. So, Tier 3 zombies are easy to find, but difficult to kill. With their current strength, they can easily handle 100 or 200 zombies, but any more than that and they won't be able to hold their own. Tier 2 zombies now make up almost half the group, making them much harder to kill. With Yangbin there, the group quickly found a target. A group of over 200 zombies, including 1 Tier 3 zombie, just within their range. Just as the three were about to make their move, a roar suddenly came from nearby, and then they saw the group of zombies in front of them quickly run towards it. What's going on? The three were completely bewildered. Could it be that a companion is summoning them? Chen Hao said uncertainly. But we haven't seen any zombie summon its companions in all this time. The zombies around the tier 3 zombies all gather around on their own. It wasn't summoned by it, Huan Liang said, somewhat puzzled. Could it be? Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Let's go see. The three of them and the cat quickly followed the group of zombies towards the direction of the zombie's voice. Soon, they arrived outside the playground, where they saw thousands of zombies gathered together. Since the people from the cafeteria left, the zombies surrounding the cafeteria had gradually dispersed, and they hadn't seen such a large group of zombies since. They hadn't expected them to reappear, and this time it wasn't because of humans, but simply because of that ordinary-looking zombie in the center of the playground. At this moment, all the zombies were staring at the one in the center, seemingly waiting for its command. Yang Bin activated his true sight and looked over. Sure enough, he saw that the crystal inside the zombie's head was larger than that of the tier 3 zombie, about the size of a peanut. Without a doubt, this was definitely a tier 4 zombie. A glint of excitement flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. A tier 4 zombie. If he killed it, he could advance to tier 4. However, seeing the horde of thousands of zombies, Yang Bin felt a headache coming on. The difficulty of killing a tier 4 zombie in such a massive horde was unimaginable. Moreover, among this horde of zombies were 4 tier 3 zombies, significantly increasing the difficulty. However, having finally encountered a tier 4 zombie, giving up seemed a bit of a waste. If they could reach tier 4 before leaving the school, their safety would be greatly enhanced. Brother Bin, is it a tier 4 zombie? Chen Hao asked softly. Yes. Yang Bin nodded. Chen Hao and Huan Liang's eyes lit up immediately, but seeing such a massive horde of zombies, they were somewhat troubled. Brother Bin, should we go for it? Yang Bin activated his true sight to observe the surroundings. It seemed that the tier 4 zombie shout had summoned all the nearby zombies. They couldn't see any other zombies around. Yang Bin thought for a moment, then nodded firmly and said, let's do it. Little Orange, you go first and see if you can lure some of the zombies away. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Little Orange stared at him with wide eyes, as if to say, are you sending me to my death? Hurry up, you're fast, they can't catch you. Lead them towards the grove, and once you get there, just climb a tree, right? Meow. Little Orange meowed softly and rushed forward anyway. Soon, a group of zombies spotted it, and instantly, a horde of them charged towards it. Little Orange immediately took off running incredibly fast. Hundreds of zombies gave chase. However, just when Yang Bin thought this method would work, the 4th tier zombie suddenly roared again, and then, the zombies that had chased after it actually came back. Holy crap! This guy's so smart? Chen Hao's eyes widened. Clearly, this 4th tier zombie has developed a certain level of intelligence, Yang Bin said gravely. A moment later, Little Orange ran back again, glancing at Yang Bin as if to say, it's not that I didn't want to lure it, it just won't come. What do we do now? Huan Liang asked. Let's observe first. This guy has gathered the surrounding zombies, he's probably planning something. The three of them and the cat quietly observed the group of zombies from a distance. Sure enough, not long after, led by the 4th tier zombie, a group of zombies began sweeping across the school. The group quickly followed. At this moment, in front of a supermarket, two groups were on the verge of conflict. We occupied this place first. You'd better find somewhere else, Zhao Kun said, looking at the group of menacing people. In this world, the strong rule. We've set our sights on this place. Get lost. Zhou Xiong, the leader of the Taekwondo club, said coldly. You're not much stronger than us. If we really fight, even if you win, you'll lose at least half your men. Zhao Kun said coldly. Is that so? Zhou Xiong sneered, then looked at the people behind Zhao Kun and said, I'll give you a chance. Join our team if you don't want to die. Everyone who joins will receive a 2nd-tier crystal. Those who stay in their current team, don't blame me for being ruthless later. As his words fell, the eyes of the people behind Zhao Kun immediately darted around. These people were a bunch of opportunists. They had sided with Zhao Kun and his companions because they were strong, but now that they saw an even stronger team, they were immediately tempted. After all, they could get 2nd-tier crystals in the past, staying here might mean certain death. Sorry, Brother Kun, I don't want to die. Soon, someone stepped forward and joined Zhou Xiong's group. Once this started, more and more people left Zhao Kun's group and headed towards Zhou Xiong's side. Soon, everyone except Lao Hei and Skinny Monkey had gone. Haha, let's see how you fight me now. Zhou Xiong laughed loudly. Zhao Kun's face darkened to an extreme, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said, the supermarket is yours. Lao Hei, Monkey, let's go. He then led the two away. Did I say you could leave? Zhou Xiong said coldly. Chapter 60 Battle against a level 4 zombie. What else do you want? Zhao Kun stared intently at Zhou Xiong. Since they've all joined my team, why don't you all join too? Zhou Xiong chuckled. Dream on, Zhao Kun said coldly. Then don't blame me. In this apocalypse, I don't want to leave myself a source of trouble. Kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people behind him instantly surrounded Zhao Kun and his two companions. Just as the two sides were about to fight, they suddenly felt the floor tremble. The group of people jumped in fright and quickly looked into the distance. They saw a large horde of zombies charging towards them not far ahead. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They immediately forgot about killing and quickly hid inside the supermarket, closing the roller shutter door. Quick, drag all the shelves over and block the door, Zhou Xiong said anxiously. The group of people acted swiftly, dragging rows of shelves behind the door, completely blocking it. Soon, a horde of zombies rushed to the supermarket entrance, frantically ramming the doors. Watching the constantly shaking doors, everyone's hearts were in their throats. How can there be so many zombies? Zhou Xiong said, his face extremely grave. Who knows? There must be over 1,000. It's terrifying. Outside, the zombies struggled for a long time without breaking down the door. Suddenly, a fourth-tier zombie roared, and then 4 third-tier zombies walked over and slammed them against the door. Bang! The door made a loud crash, dust fell from above, and several shelves behind it collapsed, making everyone's faces turn pale with fright. Quick, prop it up! Zhou Xiong shouted, and the group of people desperately braced themselves against the shelves behind the door. Bang bang! The 4 third-tier zombies continued to pound on the roller shutter door, deforming it. However, with dozens of second-tier evolved beings blocking the door, these few zombies couldn't break it open. Just then, the 4th-tier zombie suddenly walked over, crouched down, grabbed the bottom of the roller shutter door, and lifted it up. Holy crap! Not far away, Yang Bin and the others stared wide-eyed. This zombie actually knows how to open the roller shutter door? Zombies had always only known how to ram doors, never even how to open them from the outside. This 4th-tier zombie knowing how to open the roller shutter door. This sight sent chills down the spines of the three. Is this even a way for us to survive? Those hiding inside the supermarket were clearly unprepared for this. Seeing the roller shutter door suddenly rise, their jaws dropped in shock. We're doomed. Despair filled everyone's faces. As the roller shutter door rose, zombies rushed in, knocking over shelves near the entrance. Grab your weapons and kill, Zhou Xiong shouted, smashing the skull of the leading zombie with a powerful axe blow. The others quickly recovered and grabbed their weapons, killing the zombies that charged in. The two teams, totaling over 100 people, were all experienced zombie hunters. Despite their despair, they still wanted to fight back. However, as the roller shutter door opened completely, more and more zombies rushed in, and their defenses were quickly breached. A fierce battle erupted inside the supermarket. Fortunately, the limited space prevented too many zombies from entering at once, allowing the people inside to hold out for a while. Nearby, Yang Bin's eyes lit up at the sight. Let's go, we'll attack them from behind. With that, he grabbed a barbell and charged forward, followed quickly by the two others and the cat. The three quickly reached the zombies' rear, frantically swinging the barbell and rapidly killing the zombies behind them. Little Orange's figure also weaved through the zombie horde, snapping the necks of zombies one by one. Little Orange's advantage was speed, strength wasn't its strong suit. First and second tier zombies were manageable, but third tier zombies were much harder to kill. The zombies quickly spotted the group. With a roar from a 4th-tier zombie, the zombies behind turned and charged at them. The three were fearless, their barbell swinging wildly, quickly killing the oncoming zombies. With someone drawing the main force away, these small hordes of zombies posed no problem for them. As they killed more and more, the 4th-tier zombies in front finally realized something was wrong. These four were proving even more difficult to deal with than the large group inside. With a roar, hundreds of zombies that hadn't yet entered the supermarket turned and charged at them. Damn it! Can't take this. Yang Bin cursed, decisively leading his men in a rapid retreat. If you want to play like this, then I'm not playing along. A horde of zombies frantically chased after them, conservatively estimated, at least 600 or 700. Brother Bin, what do we do? Run to the library, get them there, then we'll jump out the second-floor window, Yang Bin said. Brother Bin, what are you thinking? Hee, our target has always been that 4th-tier zombie. Understood. The three quickly ran into the library, a large horde of zombies instantly following them. The library was huge. The group, leading the zombies, circled around, knocking down rows of bookshelves, crushing as many as they could. Then, they quickly ran up to the second floor and jumped out of the window without hesitation. Yang Bin immediately went to close the library door. Let's go! The group quickly retraced their steps. A short while later, they were back at the supermarket entrance. At this time, besides the zombies inside the supermarket, there were fewer than 100 zombies outside. Go! I'll handle the 4th-tier zombie, you guys hold off the rest. Okay. The three men and the cat charged towards the horde of zombies without hesitation. The fourth-tier zombie looked at the returning group with a puzzled expression. Where did all my men go? However, Yangbin wouldn't give it time to think, swinging the barbell down on its head. Roar! The fourth-tier zombie roared, slapping the barbell away and then lunging at Yangbin. Yangbin was startled, not expecting the zombie to be able to break his barbell. However, Yangbin was a seasoned veteran. Though startled, he remained calm and, just as the zombie was about to pounce, kicked it hard in the stomach. Bang! The force of over a ton sent the zombie flying. The zombie rolled on the ground and quickly got to its feet. With a roar, one of the zombies abandoned Chen Hao and his companion, turning to pounce on Yangbin. Damn it! No sportsmanship! Yangbin cursed, sweeping his staff and dispatching several charging zombies. But just then, a fourth-tier zombie hiding behind him suddenly lunged. Yangbin's eyes narrowed, his strength was waning, so he quickly dodged to the side. Although he avoided the attack, Yangbin's shoulder was mangled and bloody from the claws. That old bastard. You guys, quickly pull the other zombies away. Yangbin shouted to Chen Hao and his companion, then looked intently at the fourth-tier zombie in front of him. This guy is definitely much harder to deal with than a third-tier one. Chapter 61 New team members. Chen Hao and Yuan Lian quickly stopped the zombie charging at Yangbin, allowing him to focus on dealing with the level 4 zombie. Yangbin touched his scratched shoulder, his face grim. The claw had broken the bone, leaving his left hand somewhat weak. Just then, the zombie suddenly lunged again, instantly attacking Yangbin. Yangbin grabbed the barbell and swung it horizontally. Bang! The zombie couldn't dodge such an attack, the blow struck its chest squarely. With Yangbin's immense strength, countless ribs were broken, sending it flying several meters. However, the broken ribs didn't seem to affect the zombie much, and it quickly got back up. But it didn't immediately charge at Yangbin. Instead, it cautiously watched him. Yangbin remained still, simply observing its opponent. Finally, the zombie couldn't resist any longer and pounced when Yangbin deliberately looked away. A smirk played on Yangbin's lips. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, he swung the barbell at its head. The fourth-tier zombie had an extremely strong sense of protection for its head and immediately reached for the barbell. Fortunately, Yangbin was strong enough that the zombie not only failed to grab the barbell but also broke its hand. However, the zombie seemed oblivious. Its other hand clawed at Yangbin's chest, its sharp nails instantly leaving several deep, bone-revealing gashes. Ignoring the pain, Yangbin kicked the zombie away and brought the barbell down on its head again. Thump! This blow, originally intended for the head, struck the zombie's shoulder instead because the zombie tilted its head at the crucial moment. However, Yangbin possessed immense strength. Although the barbell struck his shoulder, it knocked him to the ground. Without giving his opponent any chance, Yangbin slammed the barbell down on his head the instant the zombie got up. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Even the toughest head of a fourth-tier zombie couldn't withstand Yangbin's force of over 1,000 kilograms and was instantly shattered. Phew! Yangbin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled out the crystal. Looking at the peanut-sized fourth-tier crystal in his hand, a smile finally appeared on Yangbin's face. At this moment, Chen Hao and Yuan Liang had also killed the last few zombies outside and came to Yangbin's side. Looking at the crystal in Yangbin's hand, both of them were delighted. Brother Bin, hurry up and eat it. See how strong a fourth-tier zombie is, Chen Hao laughed. Okay. Yangbin nodded and swallowed the crystal directly. Soon, the immense energy instantly flowed into his body, and the fourth corner of the first star in Yangbin's mind finally lit up. An even greater power surged into his body, making Yangbin feel incredibly refreshed. After a while, Yangbin finally absorbed all the energy, clenched his fist, and a smile appeared on his face. About 1,500 kilograms. Yangbin laughed. Awesome, that strength could probably lift a car, Yuan Liang laughed. About that. Let's go in and see what's going on. Okay. When the group entered, they saw an extremely horrific scene. Zombie and human corpses were everywhere. Of the original 100-plus people, only a dozen or so remained, struggling to hold on. If it weren't for Yangbin and his group, they would have been dead long ago. There were still 60 or 70 zombies inside the supermarket, including 2 level 3 zombies. If they weren't mistaken, the reason so many had died so quickly, leaving only a dozen or so, was most likely due to these 2 level 3 zombies. Seeing someone enter, the remaining people were overjoyed. However, upon seeing that it was Yangbin and his group, they felt a pang of disappointment. They wanted to ask for help but didn't know how. These 3 were known as bandits, asking them for help was probably impossible. Zhao Kun looked at Yangbin and his companions, a look of desolation on his face. They had been each other's earliest teammates, killing countless zombies alongside them. Even after leaving their side, he believed he was no weaker than them. However, now, any team could easily push them to the brink, while their opponents, a mere 3, were someone any team feared. This is the difference. Originally, he didn't want to ask for help, but seeing the severely injured old black and skinny monkey, Zhao Kun gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Bin, saying, "Boss Yang Bin, can you save our lives? If you save us, our lives are yours." Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Yang Bin realized that there were acquaintances among them. He had been so focused on the zombies that he hadn't noticed who they were. "Let's go, let's grab those 2 ready-made tier 3 crystals first." Soon, the 3 of them pounced on a group of zombies ahead. Like tigers among sheep, each swing of their barbell took down several zombies. Yang Bin was even more terrifying. Wherever he went, there wasn't a single intact corpse within 2 meters, leaving the others wide-eyed in disbelief. Soon, a tier 3 zombie abandoned the dozen or so people in front of it and charged at Yang Bin and his companions. The moment Chen Hao lunged forward, Yang Bin smashed him to death with a single blow, and Chen Hao easily pulled out the crystal. In no time, all 60 or 70 zombies in the supermarket were cleared out. Yang Bin and his group collected the 3rd and 2nd tier crystals, ignoring the 1st tier ones they had too many. Everyone present stared enviously at the crystals the group had collected. Those crystals could directly propel 2 people to the 3rd tier. Who wouldn't want them? So far, the only known 3rd tier experts in the entire school were the captains of 2 or 3 squads. Most others were stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier. 3rd tier zombies were incredibly difficult to kill. It wasn't just because 3rd tier zombies were strong, the main reason was that they were always accompanied by a horde of other zombies. Without a strong team, they were practically impossible to kill. However, now, watching helplessly as 2 3rd tier crystals were taken by someone else was incredibly painful. Even with just the slightest hope, they were willing to take the risk. Unfortunately, these 3 were too strong, so strong that they had absolutely no hope. At this moment, Zhao Kun, covered in wounds and exhausted, dragged his body to Yang Bin and the others. "Boss Yang Bin, thank you," Zhao Kun said sincerely. "If you don't mind, my life is yours from now on. I'll do whatever you ask, without any hesitation." Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kun, a thoughtful expression on his face. He did need teammates, but his initial thought was to only accept those with superpowers. However, after so many days, he had come to terms with reality. There weren't that many people with superpowers. Moreover, even if there were, they weren't necessarily suitable teammates, and suitable people might not be willing to follow them. If they weren't superpowered, Zhao Kun and his 2 companions were clearly the most suitable. They had worked together before, and aside from anything else, none of the 3 had backed down when facing zombies. Even though their relationship had become somewhat strained at the time, they hadn't cheated or shirked their duties. Their character was quite good. Having figured this out, Yang Bin smiled at Zhao Kun and extended his hand. "Welcome. From now on, we're brothers." Chapter 62. Eat something to replenish your energy. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhao Kun finally felt relieved. He had never imagined that one day he'd be risking his life for someone who wouldn't accept him. But after so many days in the apocalypse, he had come to terms with reality. Only by following the strong could he survive. On the other side, Zhou Xiong's face darkened when he saw Zhao Kun clinging to Yang Bin. Although he had acted arrogantly in front of Zhao Kun and the others, he knew very well that against those 3 freaks, they wouldn't stand a chance, not even with a full force. He had just witnessed the other party slaughtering 3rd tier zombies like dogs. They were very likely already 4th tier. Only a few days, and he'd reached 4th tier. It was terrifying. The members of their taekwondo club only recognized strength, but he was self-aware enough to know that he had absolutely no hope against a 4th tier zombie. He had originally thought he could remain invisible, that the other party might not even notice them. But now that he saw Zhao Kun had allied himself with the other party, things couldn't be kept secret anymore. He had almost killed the other party just now, and if the other party used these 3 to take revenge, he was finished. Behind Zhou Xiong were 7 or 8 members of the Taekwondo Club and 2 students from Dormitory 21. The 2 students from Dormitory 21 hesitated for a moment, then stepped out from behind Zhou Xiong and approached Yang Bin and his group, smiling. "Boss Yang Bin, what a coincidence. We're with Boss Zhao Kun. How about we follow you from now on?" Seeing these 2, Zhao Kun's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He wanted nothing more than to kill these 2 opportunistic guys. However, he didn't make a move. He knew very well that since he had chosen to follow Yang Bin, everything had to be decided by Yang Bin. If he were to usurp the position, it would definitely make the other party uncomfortable. Seeing Zhao Kun's strange expression, Yang Bin asked, "What's the situation with these 2? Zhao Kun's face showed disgust, and he then recounted what had just happened. After listening, a cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. He hated betrayal more than anything. "Boss Yang Bin, don't listen to Zhao Kun's one-sided story. We were just acting on a temporary measure. We didn't mean to betray him," the 2 quickly explained. Yang Bin ignored them and looked at Zhao Kun, asking, "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Kun looked at the 2 men, his grip on the steel pipe tightening, startling them. "Boss Zhao Kun, you're not going to kill us, are you?" One of them asked, his face filled with fear. "Boss Zhao Kun, we followed you for so long, it's not worth it for something like this," the other said. Zhao Kun raised the steel pipe, then lowered it again. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Okay, we're leaving now. The two men breathed a sigh of relief, no longer mentioning joining, and quickly headed for the door. Thump, thump. Two skulls shattered, and the headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Yangbin retrieved the barbell and coldly said, "Why keep someone like this around? Would we let him live?" Everyone present was startled. They hadn't expected Yangbin to be so ruthless. Zhao Kun's heart trembled. He understood that Yangbin wasn't just killing the victim, he was also demonstrating his attitude towards traitors. After killing the two men, Yangbin turned to Zhou Xiong and the others. "I heard you guys are pretty arrogant." No, absolutely not. You've bullied my brothers, and you still say you're not arrogant. But, they weren't your brothers just now, Zhou Xiong said with a mournful face. That doesn't matter. They're my brothers now. You bullied my brothers, there has to be an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice. He knew that judging from the other party's expression, this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. How about this? Since this is your business, then you can resolve it yourselves. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You fight Zhao Kun. If you win, you leave, if you lose, you all stay. Are you sure? Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up. Although he and Zhao Kun were both at the peak of the second level, he was a black belt in Taekwondo, so naturally he couldn't lose to Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun, standing nearby, was also startled and quickly said, "Brother Bin, this matter, should we reconsider?" Scared? It's not that I'm scared, it's just that I might be no match for him. Zhao Kun said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm afraid of embarrassing you. Just tell me if you dare to fight or not." Yes, Zhao Kun said seriously. He knew this was a test from Yang Bin. Even knowing he couldn't win, he couldn't back down, he'd fight to the death. Good job. Yang Bin patted the other man on the shoulder, then looked at Zhou Xiong and said, "What do you say?" "I agree, I absolutely agree." Zhou Xiong quickly said, "But how do I know you won't go back on your word? What if you can't accept defeat or your others interfere?" "Don't worry, I guarantee it with my integrity. This match is just the two of you, absolutely fair and just. If you win, you can leave directly, my men won't harm you at all." Yang Bin said earnestly. "Alright, I hope you keep your word and don't make a fool of yourself. Don't worry, my integrity is guaranteed." Yang Bin smiled. "Since you agree, it's settled then. You're both quite badly injured, rest for 5 minutes to heal before we start again." "Okay." Both nodded simultaneously and quickly sat down to rest. Zhou Xiong sneered at Zhao Kun, "You think you can fight me? I don't know where you get the courage." Zhao Kun didn't speak, only closing his eyes to try and recover his strength as quickly as possible. "Liangzi, help Zhao Kun heal his wounds," Yang Bin said with a smile. "Okay." Hu Wenliang nodded, then walked to Zhao Kun and touched his wound. Although Zhao Kun was puzzled, he didn't resist and let Hu Wenliang touch him. Soon, a white light shone where they touched, and Zhao Kun's wound healed at a visible speed. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. A superpowered individual? A healing superpower at that. Zhou Xiong exclaimed. "You cheated." "What cheating? Didn't I say we should rest for 5 minutes and heal our injuries?" "You agreed." "I did, but..." Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute it. They had indeed given them 5 minutes to rest and heal, but he hadn't expected this kind of treatment. 5 minutes he thought it would just be a short rest to recover some strength, but at this rate, they'd be back to normal in no time, while he remained severely injured. However, he couldn't object, he had indeed agreed to it, and they didn't seem to have broken any rules. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Even severely injured, I'm not afraid of you." Zhou Xiong sneered. Hu Wenliang spent 2 minutes healing most of Zhao Kun's major wounds. Then, Yang Bin took out a Tier 3 crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Kun, saying, "Here, eat something to replenish your strength." Chapter 63 Fair? "You cheated!" Zhou Xiong roared, his voice cracked. This time, he truly couldn't hold back anymore. If it were just a severely injured opponent against a fully powered opponent, he could grit his teeth and endure it, but a severely injured second-tier opponent against a fully powered third-tier opponent, what was the point of fighting? Cheating? No, I was just resting. I need to replenish my stamina, right? Yang Bin laughed. "This is what you call replenishing stamina?" Zhou Xiong's eyes widened. "Yeah, you can eat it too, I have no objection." Zhou Xiong was speechless. If he had a third-tier crystal, he wouldn't still be a second-tier opponent. "It doesn't count. This isn't fair," Zhou Xiong shouted. "Fairness? This didn't exist before the apocalypse, let alone after. Giving you a one-on-one chance is the greatest fairness I can offer. Whether it counts or not isn't up to you. You have 5 minutes. You can try to improve. If you can't, that's your problem, not anyone else's," Yang Bin said coldly. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth but didn't know how to refute. Zhao Kun looked at the crystal before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Something they desperately tried to obtain, the other party had given to him so casually. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hurry up and eat it. If you still can't beat him, then don't follow me anymore, Yang Bin said. Zhao Kun didn't refuse, taking the crystal and saying with utmost seriousness, if I still lose, just cut me down. Then, he swallowed the crystal. In a short while, his strength also increased to the 3rd tier. Alright, time's almost up. Let's begin, Yang Bin said. Can I not fight? Zhou Xiong asked, his face contorted in despair. Sure, then I'll declare you a loser, and you'll all stay, Yang Bin said calmly. No, I'll fight, Zhou Xiong stammered, startled. Can we switch to someone else? Sure, there are 3 of us, you choose one, Yang Bin pointed to himself and Chen Hao. Then I'll fight him. Zhou Xiong was almost in tears, he never imagined that he, who had always been so domineering, would have such a day. Soon, both sides took to the ring. Chen Hao handed the barbell to Zhao Kun, saying, your thing isn't good enough, use mine. Zhou Xiong's lips twitched. He looked at the fire axe in his hand, then at the opponent's 1.8-meter long barbell, and an endless despair rose in his heart. But he didn't protest anymore, because he knew that with that man, protests were futile. The decision was in his hands, he could only passively accept it. The two quickly took their positions. Before Yang Bin could even shout start, Zhou Xiong charged at Zhao Kun, his fire axe aimed straight for Zhao Kun's neck. Yang Bin frowned but didn't stop him. This wasn't a duel, but a life-or-death struggle. If Zhao Kun didn't know how to adapt to changing circumstances, he wouldn't survive long. Fortunately, Zhao Kun didn't disappoint. Just as the fire axe was about to strike his neck, the barbell in his hand slammed into Zhou Xiong's chest first. Bang! The powerful force sent Zhou Xiong flying. It was a close call, but the axe never quite landed. If Zhao Kun were still at level 2, Zhou Xiong might have been able to withstand the blow and decapitate him. However, at level 3, Zhao Kun's strength was too great, one blow was too much for him to bear. Zhou Xiong, who had fallen to the ground, rolled over and quickly got to his feet. But Zhao Kun didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, instantly charging forward and bringing the barbell down on him again. At the critical moment, Zhou Xiong raised his fire axe to block it. Clang! A piercing sound rang out, Zhou Xiong's hand was severed by the impact, and the fire axe flew from his grasp. Zhao Kun pressed his advantage, raising the barbell and bringing it down on Zhou Xiong's head again. Zhou Xiong instantly rolled away, dodging the blow, then leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick towards Zhao Kun's head. Zhao Kun grabbed the barbell to block. Zhou Xiong's kick struck the barbell directly, and his face turned green with pain. Zhao Kun seized the opportunity, delivering a side kick to his opponent's waist, sending him crashing to the ground again. He immediately followed up, slamming the barbell down once more. Unarmed, Zhou Xiong could only raise his arm to block. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Zhou Xiong's arm was smashed open. However, before Zhou Xiong could even scream, Zhao Kun brought the barbell down again. No! Zhou Xiong screamed in terror, but it was too late. Zhao Kun's blow landed squarely on his head. Bang! Zhou Xiong's head shattered like a watermelon. In his dying moments, he finally felt regret. Why had he ever bothered with this man? The fight ended astonishingly quickly. Zhao Kun was undeniably ruthless. Once he gained an advantage, he wouldn't give his opponent a chance to recover. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were also taken aback. This guy was pretty vicious. The 7 or 8 members behind Zhou Xiong were terrified, staring in horror at the headless Zhou Xiong. Then, the 7 or 8 men instantly knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly to Yang Bin and his group. Please, don't kill us. We didn't want to. He made us do it. Seeing their state, Zhao Kun hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yang Bin. Yang Bin sighed and said, the worst thing you can do is leave a trace. Either don't kill them at all, or if you do, make sure there are no future troubles. Understood. Zhao Kun nodded. He knew these people couldn't be allowed to live. Since they had enjoyed the benefits of following Zhou Xiong's team, they should also bear the risks. Given Zhou Xiong's personality, they had probably done a lot of bullying. Huzi, Liangzi, you two help out. Okay. This time, Hu Wenliang didn't hesitate much either. Some things, once started, you gradually get used to them. Amidst curses and screams, the remaining people were quickly dealt with. In truth, when Yang Bin had Hu Wenliang treat Zhao Kun, it was already destined that these people wouldn't leave alive. He couldn't allow Hu Wenliang's supernatural abilities to be exposed so quickly. Yang Bin wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he knew very well that some people, once offended, had to be dealt with cleanly, otherwise even insignificant figures could bring him enormous trouble. Hu Wenliang and his comrades were still students, not yet mature enough, but he had experienced the wickedness of human nature and was naturally not as naive as they were. As the team leader, he had to be responsible for the team. Chapter 64 Frenzied Slaughter. Seeing that the situation was resolved, Zhao Kun quickly dragged Lao He and Xiao Ho, who had been hiding under the corpses, out. Brother Bin, could you ask Brother Liang to save Lao He and Xiao Ho? Zhao Kun pleaded. The two were severely injured and still unconscious. If Zhao Kun hadn't risked his life to protect them, they would have been devoured by the zombies long ago. Yang Bin was shocked by their condition. He had to admit, Zhao Kun was incredibly loyal to his brothers. Liangzi, save them. Okay. Hu Wenliang quickly went over and began treating one of their wounds. After a few minutes, he had healed the serious wounds on Lao He and Xiao Ho. He left the remaining minor wounds to heal on their own. Hu Wenliang was exhausted. If he hadn't already reached level 3, he would have collapsed long ago. After a while, the two slowly woke up, looking around in confusion. Great, you're finally awake. Zhao Kun exclaimed excitedly. Brother Kun, we're still alive. The two asked in disbelief. They had thought it was all over. Yes, we're alive. Brother Bin saved us. Zhao Kun briefly recounted what had happened. The two quickly scrambled to their feet and knelt before Yang Bin on one knee. Thank you, Brother Bin. Brother Kun's decision is our decision. From now on, our lives are yours. They said solemnly. Don't mention it. We're brothers now. Let's support each other and try to survive in this apocalyptic world. Yang Bin laughed. Yes, they nodded heavily. Now that we have more of us, we should be able to fight many of the tier 3 zombies we couldn't before. Yang Bin smiled. Brother Bin, can you see the level of a zombie? Zhao Kun suddenly asked. Yes, I can see through things. I can determine a zombie's level by the size of the crystal inside its head. Yang Bin nodded. Now that they were on their side, there was no need to hide anything. No wonder. Zhao Kun nodded knowingly. He had suspected it before. Yang Bin had known for a day that he could extract a crystal from the head of that special zombie. If he couldn't see it, who would have thought? This ability was practically a god-tier skill in the apocalypse. You see, you can't tell a zombie's strength from its appearance. Every zombie looks the same, you only know when you've taken action. However, once you've taken action, escape isn't easy, leading to heavy losses for many teams due to misjudgments. And some teams wanting high-level crystals only realize they haven't gotten the crystals they need after they've killed them, resulting in wasted effort. Therefore, being able to see a zombie's level in advance is a dream come true for any team. This team only has 3 members, yet they not only have healing abilities but also X-ray vision. It's no wonder they're improving so quickly. Zhao Kun and the others were incredibly excited. Who wouldn't want to join a powerful team? Brother Hao, your superpower is invisibility? Zhao Kun suddenly asked, looking at Chen Hao. That's right. Chen Hao smiled. It wasn't surprising that the other man had seen him invisible before. The 3 of you are all superpowered individuals. Old He exclaimed in shock. Brother Bin, is there some secret? Can we become superhumans? Zhao Kun looked at Yang Bin expectantly. Don't look at me, you guys have no chance. Superhumans were probably born on the night of the apocalypse. If you have them that day, you have them. If you don't, you don't. As for whether there are other ways to obtain them later, I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head. Okay. The 3 nodded somewhat disappointedly. It's okay, superhumans are just a means. As long as you're strong enough, you can be powerful even without superhumans, Yang Bin comforted them. Yeah. The 3 nodded. Huzzy, give the remaining tier 3 crystal to Lao He. Having an extra tier 3 crystal will give us a better chance against the zombies later, Yang Bin said. Okay. Chen Hao didn't hesitate and directly handed the tier 3 crystal to Lao He from his pocket. Thanks, Brother Hao. Lao He excitedly accepted the crystal. The 3 of them were actually already at the peak of tier 2, but they hadn't managed to kill any tier 3 zombies, so they were stuck at the peak of tier 2. Unexpectedly, joining this team resulted in an immediate promotion to tier 3. The benefits were incredible. Old He quickly swallowed the crystal. Soon, Old He's strength also rose to tier 3. The team consisted of 6 people, 1 tier 4, 4 tier 3, and if Little Orange were added, that would be 5 tier 3 members, absolutely overwhelming any other team. Half an hour later, everyone had mostly recovered. The group then followed Yang Bin outside. Finding a zombie horde of 1 or 200, including tier 3 zombies, was difficult, but if the criteria were relaxed to 3 or 400, the school had plenty. Upon exiting, Yang Bin whistled, and Little Orange jumped down from a building, following the group. Although Zhao Kun and the others were somewhat surprised by Little Orange's size, they weren't surprised because Yang Bin had mentioned it beforehand. Led by Yang Bin, the group soon found a horde of zombies, numbering around 400, including a tier 3 zombie. Yang Bin had seen this group of zombies before, but hadn't dared to attack them due to the lack of terrain for cover. However, this time, with a stronger team and Yang Bin already at tier 4, he could easily overpower them even without terrain assistance. Attack! Quick and decisive! Yang Bin shouted, charging towards the zombie horde first. The others immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. The zombies swarmed at them upon seeing them. Yangbin swung his barbell, sweeping it across the zombie in front of him, instantly splitting its head apart. At tier 4, he felt almost no weight wielding the barbell, swinging it with a flourish, reminiscent of Sun Wukong wielding his golden cudgel. The others were equally formidable. Chen Hao and Wen Liang, needless to say, were already accustomed to high-intensity combat. Zhao Kun and his two companions performed no less impressively. All three had switched to fire axes, and their attacks were equally swift, accurate, and ruthless, aiming straight for the zombies' heads, one axe blow at a time. The six of them formed a circle, back to back, relentlessly killing the zombies that swarmed in from all directions. Finally, after more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, they had killed all 400+ zombies, including one level 3 zombie. Of the six, only Zhao Kun and two others sustained minor injuries, mainly because the fire axes were too short. Even if they killed their opponents, the dying bodies could still grab them. "Brother Hao, your barbells are practically divine," Old Hei exclaimed enviously, looking at the barbells. "Absolutely, that's called foresight," Chen Hao laughed. "Don't be envious, I'll get you a few later," Yangbin chuckled. "Hurry up, clean up the battlefield, get ready for the next one." Okay. Then, led by Yangbin, the group embarked on a frenzied killing spree, slaughtering over 2,000 zombies from noon until night. They harvested 8 tier 3 crystals, not only upgrading Skinny Monkey to tier 3 but also elevating Chen Hao's strength to the peak of tier 3. This was Yang Bin's decision: prioritize advancement where possible, as the benefits of advancement are the greatest. Once everyone advanced, they would reach the peak one by one, ensuring the team not only had high-level combat power but also preventing others from holding them back. As for who gets promoted first, that's up to Yang Bin, and no one else has any objections. In their team, Yang Bin has absolute say. Chapter 65, Everyone is short of food. The group returned to their dormitory and shared the food they had looted at noon. What should have been enough for 2 days was finished in a single day because of the extra people. So while many hands make light work, the consumption was also high. Fortunately, Zhao Kun and his group had brought some food, but it would only be enough for one meal tomorrow for 6 people. "Looks like we'll have to figure out how to get some more food before we leave tomorrow," Yang Bin said. "Food is hard to come by at school now. Every supermarket has been ransacked several times, and the cafeterias are all empty. I reckon there are only 2 large supermarkets that might still have some food, but they've been taken over by the 2 strongest groups," Zhao Kun said helplessly. "The strongest groups? Which 2? Yang Bin asked curiously. "One team is led by the sports department group, captained by Qin Wei. They were among the first to venture out and fight zombies from the very beginning of the apocalypse. Plus, he's good at winning people over, so the team should have almost 200 members now, mostly second-tier evolved beings, and he himself is already third-tier. The other team is led by a woman named Tang Weiwei. She's an ability user, a strength-based one, also now at third-tier, extremely powerful. And this woman has some tricks up her sleeve. I heard she rescued those people from the cafeteria, and many have joined her. Now her team has over 200 members. These 2 teams have taken over the 2 largest supermarkets on campus, but with so many of them, their consumption is high, and I reckon even if there's still food left in the supermarkets, it's running low," Zhao Kun said. "Hey, Liangzi, your wife's pretty amazing," Yang Bin laughed. "Brother Bin, can we not talk about this anymore? You're such a coward, no wonder you're still a virgin in your 20s. Brother Bin has helped you so many times. If you were more proactive, maybe this would have worked out," Chen Hao said. "It's just that he finds her pleasing to the eye, not that I like her. Don't stir things up. A man only needs to find someone pleasing to the eye. If it were me, I'd just get her first. That's why you got cheated on. You've gone too far. Alright, you two stop arguing. Let Liangzi decide. Tomorrow, let's go borrow some food from Qin Wei, then we'll leave the school," Yang Bin said directly. "Brother Bin, why not go to Liangzi's wife's?" Chen Hao asked, puzzled. "We're too familiar with each other, it's hard to make a move." That seems true. Brother Bin, food is life itself for everyone these days, especially for Qin Wei. He's unlikely to lend us any," Zhao Kun asserted. "He will lend it," Yang Bin smiled. Zhao Kun paused for a moment, then quickly understood. In this world, the strong rule. "Alright, get some rest. We need to get up to see the stars tonight," Yang Bin said. "See the stars? What stars?" Zhao Kun asked, puzzled. "You'll find out when we get there." Okay. Internet of Things supermarket. "Sister Weiwei, there's not much food left in the supermarket. We searched outside today but didn't find much. If this continues, we might have to leave the school." A woman approached Tang Weiwei and whispered. "Leaving is definitely necessary. School resources are limited, we can't stay here forever," Tang Weiwei said. "Have everyone pack their things. Let's leave in the next couple of days." Okay. By the way, what's the situation with the other teams? Qin Wei's team is still occupying the Walmart supermarket, but they're probably running low on food. The other teams are even worse off, they've probably already started leaving the school. Oh, Wei, we also discovered today that Zhou Xiang's team was wiped out. Surrounded by zombies? Judging from the scene, it seems so, but some people had their heads smashed, while their bodies were intact. It doesn't seem like the work of zombies, the woman said uncertainly. Small heads. Tang Wei frowned, then suddenly seemed to realize something, muttering to herself, could it be that they angered those people? Walmart supermarket. Boss, I just checked the food. If we eat sparingly, it should last about 2 days. A tall man looked at the equally tall Qin Wei, who was leading the group. 2 days? That's a bit short. There are so few zombies left in the school now, it's a great time to improve. I don't want to leave so soon, Qin Wei frowned. Well, there's nothing we can do. The other teams probably don't have much food left either. Maybe only Tang Wei and her group can still manage to get some. Forget about Tang Wei and her group. That woman's ability is a bit fierce, we can't beat her. Tomorrow, have the brothers search around again. I reckon most of the others will have left the school in the next couple of days. Let's stay as long as we can. Okay. Late at night, Yang Bin and the others got up, and also woke up Zhao Kun and the others in the next room. The 6 of them and the cat went back to the rooftop and found a clean spot to lie down. Brother Bin, calling us up to the rooftop in the middle of the night, it's not really just to see the stars, is it? Lao He asked sleepily. Yeah, just to see the stars. Once the Big Dipper appears, concentrate on staring at it, it can improve our strength, Yang Bin said. Looking at the stars to increase strength? That sounds so unscientific. Skinny Monkey exclaimed, eyes wide. Since you believe in science so much, then explain how zombies came to be? Just look carefully. We're not going to entertain you guys in the middle of the night, Chen Hao laughed. Alright. Soon, the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky. Yang Bin and the other 2 quickly got into the zone, staring at the stars. Zhao Kun and the other 2 looked at them, then at the Big Dipper in the sky, and then looked at it with skepticism. Meanwhile, in a dormitory, hey bro, what are these zombies staring at the sky at night? Who knows? There's nothing in the sky except those 9 stars. Do zombies like looking at stars? Could it be some kind of training method for zombies? Otherwise, why do they get stronger every night? Training by looking at stars? You've got a wild idea. Even novels wouldn't write something like that. Exactly. Let's take advantage of the zombies being quiet now and get some sleep. We have to get up early to kill zombies tomorrow. I'll give it a try. Maybe it'll work. A while later. Damn it, I'm such an idiot. This thing is completely useless except for making my eyes and neck sore, the man complained. Go to sleep. At 5 in the morning, the Big Dipper disappeared. Yang Bin and the others got up, stretched, and then looked at Zhao Kun and the other 2, asking, how are you feeling? Zhao Kun clenched his fist, somewhat surprised, and said, it seems like I've improved. Old Black and Skinny Monkey also looked incredulous. Brother Bin, how did you guys discover that? Zhao Kun asked, somewhat shocked. I looked at it out of curiosity before, but I didn't feel any improvement. My ability is to see energy flow. When I concentrate on looking at the stars, energy flows into my body. However, humans receive too little energy, so you can't feel the effect if you look for too short a time. You have to look for at least 1 or 2 hours to feel the effect, Yang Bin explained. I see. Brother Bin, your ability is really amazing, Zhao Kun said enviously. Alright, let's go back to sleep. Okay. Chapter 66. You have to swallow it even if you can't. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the group got up on time, packed their things, and headed out. Walmart supermarket. 5th brother, you guys guard the supermarket. Don't let anyone get close. We're going out to kill zombies, Qin Wei instructed the group ahead. Don't worry, boss, we'll definitely guard it. Besides, nobody in the school dares to mess with us now, 5th brother said confidently. Okay, then we're off. Qin Wei finished speaking and prepared to leave with his men, but suddenly noticed several people walking towards them. Qin Wei frowned, looked closely, and quickly recognized the leader. His expression immediately darkened. It's them? Soon, Yang Bin and his group arrived in front of the group. Yang Bin looked at Qin Wei with some confusion and said, haven't we seen them somewhere before? Brother Bin, we definitely have. We ran into them when we were changing dorms the other day. They even wanted us to join them, Chen Hao said. Oh, right, I remember now, no wonder it felt familiar. Qin Wei's expression shifted several times, but he quickly smiled again and said, I'm sorry, Captain Yang, I didn't recognize you the other day. What brings you here today, Captain Yang? Nothing much, we just ran out of food, so we came to the supermarket to find something to eat, Yang Bin said with a smile. Qin Wei's smile froze for a moment, then he smiled again. Captain Yang might not know, but this supermarket has already been taken over by us. Captain Yang, why don't you look somewhere else? I don't remember this being your property. Captain Yang, you're joking. It's the apocalypse now, who cares who owns it? Whoever occupies it owns it. Captain Yang should understand that, right? I understand, so this supermarket is yours now. Yes, it is. Then lend us some food, it's not much, just enough to fill these backpacks, Yang Bin said, pointing to the backpacks on the group. The faces of the large group of people behind Qin Wei immediately changed. They were all worried about running out of food, and these people were actually trying to steal it from them. This was intolerable. Several people wanted to curse, but a tall boy stopped them with a look. Qin Wei took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, still maintaining a smile, and said, Captain Yang, we're late. We're out of food here too. We were just about to go out and find something. Oh, then you go look for it. We'll go in and search. If we really don't find anything, we'll leave, Yang Bin said casually, then prepared to lead his men inside. Qin Wei quickly blocked Yang Bin's path, his smile vanishing, replaced by a grim expression. Yang Bin, don't go too far. Too far? I don't think so. I just wanted to borrow some food. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? We have a couple hundred people waiting to eat. We don't have any extra food to lend you. You should leave. Since you won't lend us any, then I can only declare this place mine from now on. Like you said, whoever occupies it owns it. So, you can leave. This place is now ours. Heh, everyone says you guys are the most untouchable team in school. I'll see today how you're so formidable with just a few of you. Surround them. As Qin Wei finished speaking, the people behind him instantly surrounded Yang Bin and his group. Hey, if I could borrow it, why did I have to rob it? I'm not a bandit. Yang Bin shook his head. Attack! After saying that, Qin Wei slashed at Yang Bin first, and the others immediately attacked. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin Wei's body flew through the air, knocking down 7 or 8 people along the way. Chen Hao and the others also acted immediately, sweeping with their barbells, sending figures flying, unable to get close at all. 4th tier? Qin Wei, lying on the ground, struggled to his feet, staring at Yang Bin in disbelief. He was already a 3rd-tier cultivator, only a 4th-tier evolver could kick him that far. Everyone was still striving to advance to the 3rd rank, so how could someone have reached the 4th rank? But the facts were undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Soon, he saw the other battles, almost entirely one-sided. Qin Wei's shock deepened, these people were all at least the 3rd rank. Stop! Qin Wei shouted immediately. What the hell is the point of fighting like this? Hearing Qin Wei's shout, those who had originally intended to rush forward retreated. They had already realized that this group was a bunch of monsters, completely unbeatable. 3rd brother, go get them some food, Qin Wei said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. 3rd brother didn't dare hesitate and quickly went into the supermarket. Soon, he brought out several large boxes of bread and biscuits. Why didn't you do this earlier? Why resort to knives and guns? Yang Bin chuckled. Qin Wei fell silent. How could he have imagined these people could be so depraved? Help us fill them up. Put a bottle of mineral water on each side of every backpack. Yang Bin tossed over several backpacks. The 3rd brother didn't hesitate and quickly called for help to fill them. In no time, all the backpacks were full. The 3rd brother handed his backpack to Yang Bin, cautiously asking, is this okay? Thanks. Yang Bin smiled, and then the group swaggered away with their backpacks. Watching them leave, the group breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a pang of resentment. So many of them, and yet 6 people had bullied them to this extent. One day, I'll get my revenge, Qin Wei said fiercely. His strategist, Sijia, glanced at him, frowned, and said, your idea is very dangerous, it could very well lead our team to utter ruin. What? You think we're inferior to them? Qin Wei asked grimly. Yes, we can't compare. They've raised their strength to this level with just a few people. Don't even mention us, I dare say there are very few teams in the world that can match them. 4th rank. Think about it, even if you had 5 more days, could you reach that level? Sijia said mercilessly. Hearing Sijia's words, Qin Wei fell silent. Let it go. It's just a loss of some food. They only have a few backpacks, it's only enough for a few dozen people for one meal. How much of an impact can it have? Don't let this drag the whole team down. You're the team leader, you have to consider the bigger picture in everything you do, Sijia said earnestly. But I can't swallow this. You have to swallow it, whether you like it or not. Chapter 67 Yang Bin driving. Boss, where do we go now? Stepping out of the school gate, the group was somewhat lost, unsure of where to go. Do any of you live nearby? Do you need to go home and check on things? Yang Bin suddenly asked. At this, everyone fell silent. In the apocalypse, nothing is more worrying than family, especially after communication was cut off. They didn't even know what was happening to their families. Old Hei and I are from Liaoning and Jilin, and Skinny Monkey is from Sichuan and Chongqing. We're all very far from here. Now that planes and high-speed trains are all paralyzed, going back is easier said than done, Zhao Kun said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Okay, then it seems Hezi and I are a little closer, but it's still 400 or 500 kilometers. Going back will be difficult too. Liangzi is from Nanjing, so it's even further, Yang Bin said helplessly. It's 400 or 500 kilometers, we should be able to get a car back, but I'm worried about traffic jams. Traffic jams are inevitable. The highways back to our hometown are always packed with cars, no matter the time. Even without considering the zombies, the sheer number of cars on the road would be overwhelming. Taking the national highway is even more impractical. It looks like we won't be able to get back anytime soon, Zhao Kun sighed. Not necessarily. If we have official connections, we could use a helicopter or something, and it would be easy to get home, Lao Hei said. That's unreliable. You have to understand, there aren't just zombies anymore, there are mutated beasts too. Even a cat can be this powerful. I wouldn't be surprised if a mutated eagle wrecked the helicopter, then we'd be done for. Yang Bin shook his head. Yes, it seems going back is just wishful thinking. We can only pray that the local authorities will provide rescue as soon as possible. Yeah, if you want to go back, work hard to improve your strength. Maybe if you improve enough, you'll be able to fly across rooftops and even fly back. Brother Bin is right. Strength is the foundation of everything. I feel like I could easily beat Usain Bolt if I ran faster. With increased strength, anything is possible. Okay, let's develop in Star City first. Let's find a place to settle down, preferably a villa. Damn, I never lived in a villa before the apocalypse. Now that it's over, I have to experience it. Yang Bin said. That sounds good. I've never lived in a villa either. Chen Hao agreed. How about we go to Jinghe Garden? I heard it's where super rich people live. The villas there are huge, with gardens and swimming pools. It must be incredibly comfortable. Skinny Monkey said longingly. You actually know about this? I used to wander around that area when I had nothing to do, and I often fantasized about living there someday, Skinny Monkey said awkwardly. You really dare to dream. Alright, then I'll make your dream come true today, we'll go there. Yang Bin patted Skinny Monkey's shoulder and laughed. Great. Thank you, Brother Bin. I never thought my old dream could actually come true in the apocalypse, Skinny Monkey said excitedly. But, Brother Bin, that place is a bit far from here. How far? More than 20 kilometers. That's a bit far? More than 20 kilometers in the apocalypse is like the ends of the earth. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Yang Bin's lips twitched. Traveling over 20 kilometers through Xinjiang City was simply a pipe dream. Don't rush, we don't need to go through the city. We'll take the outer ring road, it'll bypass the city and get us there, Skinny Monkey quickly said. You've done your research pretty thoroughly. Hee hee, it's alright. If that's the case, then going there is fine, but are there any shopping areas nearby? If we can't find anywhere to eat, then forget it. Yes, there is. There's a large Walmart about 5 kilometers from our apartment complex. It's one of the top supermarkets in Xinjiang. They have almost all the daily necessities we need there, and there are quite a few other supermarkets in that area too, so we'll definitely have enough food, Skinny Monkey confidently stated. Okay, let's go there then. I want to experience the world of the rich. No one else objected. Who wouldn't want to live a little better? Let's go get a car. Okay. After confirming, the group headed off into the distance. Not far from the school was Shenhua Avenue. When the group arrived, they saw the entire avenue haphazardly littered with cars. Most of these cars had lost control and crashed into the roadside greenery or collided with other vehicles. At the same time, they also saw many wandering zombies. Upon seeing the group, the zombies excitedly charged towards them. There's a tier 3 zombie. Yang Bin exclaimed in surprise. That's good, a crystal delivered right to our doorstep, the group laughed. They easily dispatched the dozens of zombies that charged at them, then dug out the crystal and handed the tier 3 crystal to Hu Wenliang. It wasn't that Yang Bin was biased, they all possessed special abilities, and Hu Wenliang's healing abilities could last longer as his strength increased. Zhao Kun and the others didn't object, they had placed themselves fairly, as long as Yang Bin didn't look down on them. The group searched the main road for a while before finally finding a relatively intact 7-seater SUV. The owner had turned into a zombie, but hadn't gone far. The group killed the owner, grabbed the keys, and quickly got into the car. The 7 seats were just enough for 6 people plus a cat. Brother Bin, when did you get your driver's license? I didn't know. Chen Hao asked Yang Bin, who was sitting in the driver's seat, with some confusion. Driver's license? Where would I get the money to get a driver's license? Yang Bin said, staring innocently. Brother Bin, have you driven a car before? Zhao Kun asked cautiously. No, but I used to work part-time at a car wash. Brother Bin, why don't I drive? I have a driver's license. Zhao Kun whispered. Have you driven a car since you got your license? No, that's the same thing, don't worry. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right? I can drive, don't worry. Yang Bin reassured him. The others looked at him with some skepticism, but Yang Bin's consistently impressive image quickly convinced them until, hey, why is this car missing a pedal? Yang Bin looked down, searching carefully. Brother, this is an automatic, it doesn't have a clutch, Zhao Kun whispered. Oh, I see, the kind where you start the car while pressing the brake, right? Yeah. Yang Bin was pretty smart, he started the car quickly. Release the brake, press the accelerator. Still not moving? Bro, the handbrake isn't released. I don't see the handbrake lever. It's an electronic handbrake. Zhao Kun was almost crying. Seeing this, the others quickly tightened their seatbelts to make sure they were fastened. Oh, okay, I got it. Press it once, but it didn't release. Press it again while pressing the brake, and it released. Haha, looks like I'm pretty smart after all. Let's go. Release the brake, press the accelerator. The car shot forward instantly. Bang! On Shenghua Avenue, a 7-seater SUV lay overturned, its wheels still spinning rapidly. A moment later, 6 figures struggled to climb out of the car windows. Cough, cough. Would you believe me if I said I didn't control the accelerator properly? Yang Bin asked awkwardly. Yes, then find another one and I'll try again? This time I'll definitely control it better. Everyone shook their heads like rattling drums, even Xiao Ju Zi shook her head vigorously. Brother Bin, even if we're evolved beings, we can't withstand you driving like this, Chen Hao said with a dark face. Yeah, Brother Bin, you should just sit in the back and enjoy yourself. Let me be the driver, Zhao Kun quickly said. Okay, it's not that I insist on driving, it's just that I can see if there are zombies ahead and can predict them in advance, Yang Bin argued. Then you sit in the passenger seat and give directions. Okay, Yang Bin said helplessly. Actually, he really wanted to drive, but these guys wouldn't give him the chance. The group continued their search for a vehicle. Fortunately, there were plenty of cars on the road, and they soon found another minivan. This time, Zhao Kun immediately took the driver's seat. He was genuinely afraid Yang Bin would try again. The car started moving slowly. Although Zhao Kun only had a driver's license and had never driven before, he had at least practiced at driving school and was more stable than Yang Bin, just slower. However, they couldn't go fast on the road. There were overturned cars and scattered zombies everywhere. They had to get out every now and then to clear away the zombies and move the cars blocking the road. Fortunately, the group was strong enough, 2 people could lift one up and move it. At this rate, when will we get there? Chen Hao complained. There's no way around it. There are too many cars in this area. Once we get out of the city, it'll be better. Let's just consider it clearing away zombies, Skinny Monkey said. Okay, let's skip the car for this stretch. We'll lead the way, and Zhao Kun will drive behind us. We'll get a car once we're out of the city, Yang Bin said. Okay. Then, the group began clearing their way forward. It was a main road, and the houses on both sides were quite far apart. The zombies on the road were scattered, mostly mutated people from the cars, so clearing them wasn't too difficult. However, what they didn't know was that although the houses were far apart, the noise they were making was quite loud. At that moment, a zombie dressed in black spotted them from a nearby house. But this zombie didn't pounce like the others, instead, it turned and went downstairs. On the road. Brother Bin, I think killing zombies like this is pretty good. There aren't any large groups of zombies, and we even occasionally encounter level 3 zombies. It's much more comfortable than having hundreds of zombies at school all the time, Chen Hao said, as if he had discovered a new continent. I think so too. Why don't we just clear the way? It's only about 20 kilometers anyway, Lao He said. That works too, Yang Bin replied absent-mindedly. For some reason, he felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The group cleared a path for 2 or 3 kilometers. Less than 2 kilometers ahead was an elevated highway. Once on it, they could transfer to the outer ring road, where traffic would be much lighter. However, they stopped abruptly. 700 or 800 zombies blocked their path. Yang Bin frowned, not because of the number of zombies, but because they seemed to be waiting for them. Go! Run back! Yang Bin said sternly. The others were puzzled by Yang Bin's expression, as they had never seen him look like that before. 700 or 800 zombies, while troublesome, shouldn't have made him so serious. But without hesitation, they quickly followed. However, they soon stopped again, as another large number of zombies appeared behind them. Then, large numbers of zombies appeared from both sides, surrounding them from all directions. How could this be? How did all these zombies suddenly appear? Everyone was shocked. Clearly, a high-level zombie is in command, Yang Bin said in a deep voice. A 4th-level zombie? No, a 4th-level zombie doesn't have this ability. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a 5th-level zombie. Yang Bin's expression became extremely solemn. 5th level? Everyone's eyes widened. They hadn't even seen 2 4th level zombies, and now they'd encountered a 5th level one. The apocalypse has only lasted a little over 10 days, how come there are already 5th level zombies? Zhao Kun swallowed hard. Zombies don't rely on eating crystals like we do. Zombies cultivate on their own. A few with exceptional talent will always emerge, it's not surprising. Then what do we do now? Everyone's faces darkened. They hadn't expected to encounter this situation so soon after leaving the campus. Quickly, push a few cars over to cushion the impact of the zombies. Yang Bin quickly devised a plan. The zombies didn't rush at once, but slowly surrounded the group, giving them time. The group quickly moved the nearby cars together and stood on their roofs. On the roof, their view became clearer, however, this clearer view only made their expressions more grim, especially Yang Bin, who saw more than the others. There were at least 3 or 4,000 zombies coming from all directions, including dozens of 3rd-tier zombies and 2 4th-tier zombies. Most importantly, there was still a 5th-tier zombie that Yang Bin hadn't seen yet. Yang Bin wasn't sure if he was a match for a 5th-tier zombie. It was highly likely he wasn't, as he had only recently advanced to the 4th tier. Previously, when dealing with zombies a tier higher, he had already reached the peak of that tier, and with the power boost from cultivation, he could contend with them. Now, he had only just reached the 4th tier, and facing a 5th-tier zombie at this point, he had no confidence whatsoever. By this time, the zombies had surrounded them, and what surprised everyone most was that many of them were carrying weapons. Damn, why do the zombies at school seem so much simpler than those outside? Old Black swallowed hard. It must be a 5th-tier zombie commanding them. This is even more troublesome. Yang Bin's face was extremely grave. Everyone, stay alert. This battle is extremely dangerous. As soon as Yang Bin finished speaking, the zombies seemed to receive a sudden command, charging wildly towards the group. The group stood on the roof of the vehicle, forming a circle, their weapons relentlessly attacking the zombies charging from all directions. The zombies' charge was ferocious, but fortunately, they were on higher ground, so the force of the impact didn't affect them. However, the vehicle below was being repeatedly wrecked and deformed. At this rate, it probably wouldn't last much longer. The battle was incredibly fierce from the start. These were all seasoned veterans, and they were managing to hold their own against the 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. But soon, with the addition of 3rd-tier zombies, the battle became exceptionally dangerous. Unbeknownst to them, a black zombie had secretly infiltrated the horde, slowly approaching them. Aside from Yang Bin and Chen Hao, no one else was confident they could kill a tier 3 zombie with a single blow. In this situation, failing to kill with a single strike meant facing a swarm of zombies. Skinny Monkey quickly encountered this situation. He failed to kill the tier 3 zombie in front of him immediately, allowing the zombies behind him to pounce, grabbing his leg and pulling him down violently. Fortunately, Zhao Kun reacted quickly, severing the zombie's hands with a few axe blows. But because of this delay, his own zombies also pounced, instantly leaving him covered in blood from claws and bites, with a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. Hiss! Zhao Kun gasped, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry, quickly killing the charging zombies with his fire axe. Then, with Chen Hao's help, they stabilized the situation again. The battle continued, but this situation persisted intermittently, with the occasional appearance of tier 3 zombies catching them off guard. Before long, everyone except Yang Bin was injured to varying degrees. Yang Bin was relatively unscathed, his strength was undeniable, and neither tier 2 nor tier 3 zombies could get close to him. However, this situation was completely shattered when a black figure appeared. In the midst of Yang Bin's frenzied killing, a zombie dressed in black suddenly pounced on him. Yang Bin initially didn't pay much attention and still swung his barbell. The zombie raised its fire axe and struck the barbell directly. Clang! A piercing sound rang out, and Yang Bin's expression changed. The immense force almost made him fall. Having barely regained his balance, the zombie had already jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and brought the axe down hard on his head again. Yang Bin quickly raised the barbell to block the blow. Ding! The piercing sound rang out again. Yang Bin felt his arm go numb, and he stumbled back several steps, falling off the roof of the car. Brother Bin! The others were immediately terrified, wanting to rush to his aid, but unable to free themselves. Fortunately, Yang Bin quickly used the barbell to brace himself against the ground, then flipped over and landed steadily. He then swept the barbell horizontally, repelling all the zombies that lunged at him. Before he could even catch his breath, the zombie swung at him again. Yang Bin blocked with the barbell again, but was once again forced back. A 5th-tier zombie. Yang Bin's expression turned grave. Even without using his special ability, he knew that only a 5th-tier zombie could push him to this point. The zombies continued to pounce on him, forcing him to clear them out. However, every time he made a move, the zombie's axe would instantly come crashing down, forcing him to constantly parry. For a time, Yang Bin was utterly overwhelmed. Moreover, his opponent was significantly stronger, conservatively estimated at least 2,000 kilograms. Each time he blocked an axe blow, he felt excruciating pain in his arm. He knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely die here. However, he couldn't escape this predicament for the time being. He was now deeply surrounded by zombies, and Chen Hao and the others couldn't come to his aid. They, too, were caught in a difficult battle. A level 4 zombie had already attacked them. Chen Hao was holding off the rest while the others defended against the remaining zombies. Damn it, are we going to die so soon after we got out? Yang Bin said, somewhat resigned. Just then, gunfire erupted in the distance. A dozen or so troop carriers drove up, and over 100 soldiers in camouflage uniforms emerged, armed with assault rifles, and began firing wildly at the zombies. The firearms were still powerful. Under the rifle fire, level 1 and 2 zombies fell one after another. These soldiers had clearly fought zombies many times before, always aiming for the head. In the driver's cab of the first troop carrier, 2 men frowned as they observed the situation ahead. Why are there so many zombies gathered here? Asked a middle-aged man in military uniform with a stern face, puzzled. I don't know, but this is the only way to Zhongxiang Academy, we have no choice but to clear it, said another young man in his late 20s with a resolute expression. The middle-aged man nodded, then picked up his binoculars and looked through. Ha! There are people in the middle, the man exclaimed in surprise. Someone? Impossible, the young man beside him exclaimed, his eyes wide. The middle-aged man handed him the binoculars. A moment later, disbelief appeared on the young man's face. Someone had actually survived for so long surrounded by so many zombies. Tell them to increase their firepower, those guys are about to give up, the young man quickly ordered. Okay. Soon, soldiers below unloaded several large-caliber heavy machine guns from the vehicle. With the sound of gunfire, zombies fell like wheat being harvested. Yang Bin and his companions, who had been in despair, showed expressions of joy upon hearing the gunfire. Especially upon seeing those troop carriers, the despair in his heart vanished. In China, while some officials might not be trustworthy, soldiers are always reliable. Even in the apocalypse, their dark green camouflage uniforms still instill a sense of security. The 5th-tier zombie, who had been relentlessly hacking at Yang Bin without any chance of retaliation, showed a hint of fear upon seeing the fire-breathing heavy machine gun. After glancing at Yang Bin and then at his rapidly falling subordinates, the 6th zombie actually ran away. Yang Bin watched the 5th-tier zombie disappear into the horde of zombies, a look of surprise on his face. A 5th-tier zombie, it actually knew how to run away. Humph, I'll remember this debt. I'll definitely get your crystal core, Yang Bin said angrily. Although he desperately wanted to stop it, he was currently in a state where his will was not enough. If it weren't for the sturdy barbell in his hands, he probably would have been cleaved in two. Even now, his hands were bleeding from the impact, and his arms were still trembling. Under the relentless barrage of heavy machine gun fire, more than half of the zombies fell in no time. Then, these soldiers decisively holstered their weapons, drew their bayonets from behind their backs, and charged towards the remaining zombies, engaging in close-quarters combat. They stopped using their guns for 2 reasons: first, to avoid accidentally injuring anyone, and second, to conserve ammunition. They knew they didn't have many bullets left and couldn't afford to waste them. These soldiers were almost all at the peak of Tier 2, with some even reaching Tier 3. Their combat abilities were extremely strong, and their excellent teamwork allowed them to kill zombies at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. Soon, with the combined efforts of Yang Bin and his group, along with over 100 soldiers, the remaining hundreds of zombies were all killed in a short time. Among them, the Tier 4 zombie that Chen Hao had been fighting was ultimately killed by Chen Hao, who quickly collected the crystals. After killing the zombies, a group of soldiers quickly began collecting the crystals. Yang Bin and his group didn't say anything, these were what they deserved. At this moment, 2 men stepped out of the first troop transport vehicle and walked towards them. When Yang Bin and his group saw the insignia on the men's uniforms, their faces showed surprise. One was a lieutenant colonel, and the other a colonel. Moreover, Yang Bin also noticed that one was at the peak of Tier 3, and the other was Tier 4. Indeed, the authorities are the strongest. Chapter 70: Arrival at the Destination. Soon, the 2 men arrived before Yang Bin and his companions. The colonel, the middle-aged man in the lead, looked at them with surprise. I didn't expect you to be such young lads. Young men, judging by your age, you must be university students, right? Students from Zhongxiang Academy? Yes. Yang Bin nodded. Not bad at all. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. So young, yet possessing such strength. But how did you all get surrounded by so many zombies? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. We were trying to escape the school to find a safer place, but unexpectedly, a huge horde of zombies appeared out of nowhere here. Luckily, you arrived in time, or we would be done for, Yang Bin said with a wry smile. You were able to withstand an attack from thousands of zombies for so long, your strength must be at least at the 3rd tier, right? How about it, interested in joining the army? the middle-aged man offered. Before the apocalypse, the military wouldn't recruit so casually. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, the authorities desperately need powerful evolved individuals. Sorry, sir, we're all used to being lazy and don't have any plans to join the military right now, Yang Bin politely declined. Don't rush to refuse. You can consider it. If you join the military, they'll provide you with crystals to enhance your strength, which is much safer than you farming for crystals yourself. Although you're quite strong, there are too few of you. Situations like today will inevitably happen again. Okay, thank you for your kindness. We'll consider it, Yang Bin said politely. He didn't want to join the military. While joining might be safer, the military had too many rules, and all the crystals he farmed would have to be handed over for unified distribution, which he didn't want. Alright, think it over carefully. By the way, how many survivors are left at your school? We're on our way to rescue them. About 600 or 700. Only that many? The middle-aged man's face showed grief. A school with over 30,000 students, and only a few hundred remained. This massacre was truly unbearable. Let's go, get in the car, let's go to your school to rescue them. Well, we'd better not go. We just escaped from the school, and our injuries aren't suitable for strenuous activity. Yang Bin politely declined. Then you absolutely must get in the car. We have medical personnel on board. Let them bandage you up first. When we get back to the survival base, we've already re-established a medical system there. They can treat most external injuries. The survival base has already been established? Yang Bin asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, the outer wall is finished. It's absolutely safe inside. We've already broadcast on all channels, notifying all survivors in Star City to proceed. Then how about this? You guys go to the school for rescue, and we'll go to the survival base ourselves. There are still 10 or 20,000 zombies inside the school. We really can't afford to go through that much trouble, Yang Bin said again. He really didn't want to go with them. If he did, he wouldn't be able to get anything done. It's still over 10 kilometers to the survival base. Although we've cleared out the zombies along the way, we can't guarantee there won't be new ones. It's too dangerous for you to go like this. Don't worry, we're capable of protecting ourselves. After all, we survived attacks by thousands of zombies, right? Yang Bin laughed. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Bin for a while before saying, alright, be careful then. Take the elevated road over there, follow the outer ring road. It's about 15 kilometers. That abandoned factory area has now been converted into a survival base. Someone will meet you there. Okay, thank you. Yang Bin sincerely thanked them. If the other party hadn't suddenly arrived, they would have been dead. By this time, the soldiers had almost finished collecting the crystals on the ground. Be careful, we're leaving. Okay. Soon, the two returned to the vehicle, followed by a group of soldiers. The troop carrier slowly moved forward. The zombies and vehicles along the way had been cleared away by Yang Bin and his group, making things easier for them. In the car, Zhou Feng, what do you think of these guys? The middle-aged man asked the young man beside him. They're very strong, but a bit arrogant, the young man said. More than arrogant, their ambitions are huge, the middle-aged man shook his head. I'm sure they won't go to the survival base. Why? Because I saw in their eyes an ambition that doesn't want to be subservient to others. These kinds of people usually don't want so-called protection, they want to develop on their own. Unfortunately, these kinds of people are often the first to die. Yeah, young man, it's normal to have some ambition. Hopefully, they can face reality soon. On the other side, Brother Bin, we're not really going to that survival base, are we? The skinny man asked worriedly. Why go there? The pool villa is much better. It's probably still under construction there, we'd likely have to do hard labor. Yang Bin said. That's good. I still want to go to the pool villa. Okay, let's find another car and continue. They've cleared this road, it should be easier to travel. Okay. Just as the group continued searching for a vehicle, Yang Bin sensed someone watching them. He activated his true sight and looked over. Sure enough, he saw a zombie dressed in black standing in a house window, coldly watching them. Yang Bin snorted coldly and then made a throat-slitting gesture towards the zombie. Whether the zombie understood or not, its expression seemed even colder. Your men are all gone. If you dare come back, I'll wipe you out. Yang Bin sneered. Brother Bin, what's wrong? That level 5 zombie seems to have its eye on us. Yang Bin said. What do we do? The group was immediately alarmed. It's alright, he has no men now, he probably won't dare come over. Let's leave first, and come back to take him down when we've improved our strength. Yang Bin said. He was a vengeful person, this guy had beaten them so badly, he wouldn't be happy if they didn't take his crystal. Okay. Soon, the group found another drivable vehicle. Although it was a 5-seater, it was a large SUV, with room for others to crouch in the back. The car slowly drove away under the cold gaze of the fifth-tier zombie. Inside the car, Yuan began treating everyone's wounds. In this battle, almost everyone was seriously injured, even Yang Bin. He had only managed to hold on for so long through sheer strength. The road was indeed very cleared. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies would appear, likely from later arrivals, but they had little impact. 15 kilometers later, they saw a high city wall in the distance, constructed of stone and cement, a full 3 meters high. That must be the official survival base. They saw many people already heading in that direction. Official personnel were directing people along the roadside. Yang Bin and his group didn't stop and continued on their way. Finally, after driving another 10 kilometers or so, they finally arrived at their destination, Jinghe Garden. There were still no zombies along the way from the survival base to Jinghe Garden. Even the cars parked on the roadside had been cleared, indicating that the military must have been here. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If even their school went to rescue people, how could they not come to Jinghe Garden? The residents here are all upper-class people from Xinjiang. They would definitely be among the first to be rescued. Chapter 71, Jinghe Garden. The group arrived at Jinghewan Residential Complex. The gates were already open, and they easily entered. The complex was littered with zombie corpses and signs of battle, clearly indicating that officials had already been there. Sure enough, even in the apocalypse, class distinctions didn't apply. The residents here were all wealthy and powerful, naturally making them the first targets for rescue. However, this was a boon for them, as they didn't have to deal with the zombies. After searching the complex for a while, they finally found a clean and tidy villa. The people inside were either not home or had been rescued before turning into zombies. However, there were no signs of tidying up, suggesting they were likely not home at all. After all, it's normal for wealthy people to have multiple homes. To avoid damaging the locks, they climbed to the second floor and entered through a half-open window. Wow! Upon entering the villa and seeing its luxurious furnishings, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Damn, poverty really does limit our imagination. So luxurious. I probably couldn't even afford one tile here after a month of part-time work. Suddenly, I realized the apocalypse isn't so bad. Otherwise, 4 poor losers like us, even 10 lifetimes of hard work wouldn't get us a villa like this. Yeah, before the apocalypse, the rich got richer, and the poor remained stably poor. A lifetime of hard work couldn't compare to someone else's monthly allowance. It's infuriating. Exactly, especially women. You give them your heart and soul, and they just snap their fingers and run off with someone else. That's the allure of money. Yuan sighed. Yuan, say that again and I'll get mad at you. Chen Hao roared. Haha, what's the rush? I wasn't talking about you. It's the apocalypse. Money's useless. Society will be reshuffled. Strength will be king. So, hurry up and improve your strength. Only with enough strength can you get what you want in the apocalypse, Yang Bin said. Brother Bin is right. Once we're strong enough, we can get those rich people to work for us, old Hei laughed. Don't underestimate the rich. They were able to thrive before the apocalypse, which means their vision and methods are far beyond ordinary people. Add to that the resources they have, and even in the apocalypse, they'll still be better off than the average person. Indeed, but with Brother Bin around, I believe we can definitely surpass everyone else, Chen Hao said firmly. I believe that too. Zhao Kun and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, enough with the flattery. Did you guys manage to get any high-level crystals? Yang Bin asked. Yes, I have 1 4th-tier crystal and 1 3rd-tier crystal. Chen Hao took 2 crystals out of his pocket. I also have 2 3rd-tier crystals. I have 1. The others also took out their crystals. They didn't have time to take the 2nd-tier and lower ones, but they managed to grab some 3rd-tier ones in the chaos. I have a few too, Yang Bin said, pulling out 3 tier 3 crystals, which he'd looted after the tier 5 zombie escaped. The group tallied the crystals, smiles spreading across their faces. Although the battle had been extremely dangerous, the harvest was quite good. 1 tier 4 crystal and 9 tier 3 crystals. Yang Bin gave the 4th tier crystal to Chen Hao. Chen Hao was already at the peak of the 3rd tier. Consuming this crystal would allow him to directly advance to the 4th tier. Besides, Chen Hao was the one who single-handedly killed the 4th tier zombie, so it rightfully belonged to him. Of the remaining 9 3rd tier crystals, Yuan consumed 3 to reach the peak of the 3rd tier, and gave the other 6 to Zhao Kun. The team's strength was significantly enhanced once again. Alright, everyone find a room to rest. We'll head to the supermarket in half an hour, Yang Bin said. Okay. The villa was large with many rooms. Each person chose a room, then took a shower, changed clothes, and lay down on the bed. The high-end Simmons mattress was much more comfortable than the hard bed at school. While others struggled to survive in the apocalypse, these few were living even more comfortably than before. It just goes to show how unfair it was. Of course, it was indeed dangerous. They almost didn't make it back. This made Yang Bin even more cautious in the future. He would have to be extra careful from now on. In another villa in Jinghe Garden, two men stood by a third-floor window, watching Yang Bin's villa. Although official rescue teams had arrived, not everyone had gone to the survival base, some refused to go. These two were among them. I thought everyone in this neighborhood was gone, so I could finally get things done. I didn't expect there would still be people coming from outside. The handsome man at the head of the group frowned. Probably a bunch of poor bastards who've never lived in a villa before. They're taking advantage of the fact that the officials have cleared out the zombies to experience the life of the rich, another young man said. I hope they don't ruin my plans, the man said coldly. Brother Kai, how about we just... The young man made a throat-slitting gesture. Kai shook his head. Judging from how easily these people climbed to the second floor, they must all be evolved beings. Don't act rashly before understanding their strength. Kai, you're a peak third-tier evolved being, and you also possess special abilities. Even if they are evolved beings, what can they do? You can easily wipe them out. Don't be blindly confident. How can you be sure there aren't any fourth-tier evolved beings among them? This is impossible. Besides the authorities, how could there possibly be fourth-tier evolved beings outside? Don't rely on luck in anything, or you'll die a horrible death, Kai said coldly. Yes, Brother Kai is right. Now is a crucial moment. As long as they don't come here, try not to clash with them. Once the level 3 zombies in the backyard evolve into level 4, I can upgrade to level 4. Combined with my special ability, I basically don't need to fear anyone at this stage. Yeah, Brother Kai is awesome. By the way, did Lin Yifei also go to the survival base? Yeah, have my dad find a way to control her. Her special ability is very strong, it would be best if we could control her. Okay, over here. Yang Bin and the others rested for half an hour before heading out, leaving Xiao Ju Ziai at home to guard the house. This time they didn't drive, it was only 5 kilometers, no need. The area around Jinghewan residential area is all green space, with no other buildings within a 2-kilometer radius, emphasizing a beautiful environment. So, apart from the residential area, there weren't many zombies nearby. If it weren't for the food shortage, they could live quite comfortably inside. The group walked for over 10 minutes before finally seeing another residential area. Yang Bin activated his true sight and glanced over there, his face darkening. Monkey, we don't have to go through this residential area to get to Walmart, do we? Not necessarily. We can take another route around it, though it might be a bit longer. That's good, let's go around it. He had just glanced over there were far too many zombies. Going through there was simply impractical. The authorities went to Jinghewan for rescue, but this area nearby was completely ignored. So, even in the apocalypse, some people still enjoy preferential treatment. Chapter 72 Catching a Bullet Barehanded. After taking a long detour, Yang Bin and his group finally arrived at Walmart. Although they had taken a roundabout route, they still encountered quite a few zombies along the way. Fortunately, their strength was formidable, and they were generally safe unless faced with large groups of zombies. This supermarket truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top supermarkets in Star City, covering at least 10,000 square meters. At this moment, Walmart was also tightly closed. Yang Bin activated his true sight and peered inside. Sure enough, it was also occupied, and quite a few people at that. However, because the supermarket was so large, Yang Bin couldn't see exactly how many people there were. His ability allowed him to see very far in open spaces, but it was greatly reduced by obstacles. Currently, he could only see through about 4 or 5 walls. Yang Bin's expression was somewhat grim. Although he hadn't seen everything, he had noticed something that angered him. These people were living a more comfortable life than they were. Not only did they have no worries about food and clothing, but they had even captured a group of women for their own pleasure. Judging from the women's appearance, they had clearly been tortured for a long time. Brother Bin, what's the situation inside? A group of evolved humans, and a group of women tortured beyond recognition. Yang Bin's voice was cold. Damn! Another bunch of scum. Brother Bin, let's just force our way in and kill them. Chen Hao roared. We can't force it in. This roller shutter door is security protected, and there's another layer of wire mesh inside. Most importantly, these guys are blocking the shelves in the back. Then how do we get in? From the second floor window. Okay. The group walked to a window. Yang Bin jumped up and grabbed onto the second floor window, then forced it open, easily entering the supermarket. The others followed suit. They were all 3rd or 4th tier evolved humans. This height was no problem for them. Once inside, they could faintly hear bursts of laughter coming from below. A group of people quickly descended the stairs. When they reached the bottom and saw the scene before them, they were instantly enraged. Below, 50 or 60 shirtless men sat eating and chatting animatedly. These men were all tattooed, some with knife scars. They were clearly not harmless. Not far from them, more than a dozen women lay naked on the ground, their bodies covered in bruises, barely a single unscathed spot. The women's eyes were dull, their faces expressionless, only numb. It was obvious they had suffered terribly to be in this state. At this moment, a man, seemingly having finished eating, stood up, walked to the group of women, and grabbed one, about to assault her. "You beast! Let that woman go!" Old Black roared. His voice instantly startled the people below, who all turned in shock. "How did you get in here?" A heavily tattooed man glared angrily at the group. A cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. "Kill them all." "All right." Chen Hao and the others immediately grabbed their weapons and charged at the enemy. "Damn it, they're asking for death. Kill them," the leader roared. Immediately, dozens of people swiftly pulled out machetes from the shipping containers behind them and slashed at Chen Hao and his group. These people were all evolved beings, all at the second tier, with the leader already at the third tier. However, this lineup posed no threat to Chen Hao and his companions. It was just that the machetes wielded by the attackers posed a danger to Zhao Kun and his group, who were armed with fire axes. They couldn't defend themselves against the sheer number of attackers, as their fire axes were too short. Fortunately, Chen Hao was ferocious. He charged forward, his barbell sweeping fiercely, instantly splitting the heads of the men in front of him. Although they tried to block with their machetes, it was completely ineffective. The fourth-tier Chen Hao possessed over 1,000 kilograms of strength, far beyond the capabilities of these second-tier weaklings. His machetes were smashed in half, and their heads were shattered. This scene terrified the group, but being a group of desperate criminals, they didn't back down. More men charged at Chen Hao. Hu Wenliang rushed forward as well. The two, one a fourth tier and the other a peak third-tier fighter, swung barbells wildly, sending everyone who charged at them flying. "Seems like this has nothing to do with us," Skinny Monkey said speechlessly. "I've decided, I'll find a gym and get a few barbells when we get out," Zhao Kun said firmly. "Yeah, we absolutely have to." Bang! Just as Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were engrossed in their fight, a gunshot suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The leader of the group had somehow produced a pistol, pointing it directly at Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang. The two stopped, staring at the smoking pistol in the other's hand, a sense of fear creeping into their hearts. Although their strength had greatly increased, they still instinctively felt fear in the face of firearms. They didn't know if they could withstand a pistol. "Go ahead and kill me if you dare," the man said coldly. "I didn't expect you little punks to have some skill. But even if you're strong, can you stop a bullet?" The men remained silent, only looking at the pistol in the other's hand with some apprehension. "I want to try." Yang Bin suddenly walked over and stood in front of Chen Hao and the others. "Brother Bin." The men looked at Yang Bin with some worry. "What did you say?" The man thought he had misheard. "You think the pistol in my hand is fake?" "No, I know it's real. I just want to try the real thing." Yang Bin stared intently at the muzzle. He had to face this sooner or later, and he wanted to test whether his fourth-tier strength could withstand a bullet. "Damn it, you madman. Since that's how it is, I'll grant your wish today." The man finished speaking and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet instantly struck Yang Bin's head. The bullet's speed was completely invisible, but Yang Bin, with his true vision, still managed to track its trajectory. Yang Bin swiftly waved his hand in front of his eyes, catching the bullet. Although his hand stung, he wasn't seriously injured. When Yang Bin opened his palm and saw the bullet lying quietly in it, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Catching a bullet with his bare hands. What a miracle! Brother Bin is awesome. Behind them, Chen Hao and the others were stunned. He was so cool. "Damn it!" the man cursed. "I don't believe it." He pulled the trigger again. Bang 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 bang. 4 shots were fired in quick succession. Yang Bin waved his hand rapidly in front of him, then stretched out his hand, palm down, open. Clang! 4 bullets fell to the ground with a crisp sound. However, to the other man, the sound was like a demonic chant, instantly turning his face ashen. Chapter 73 Fate is in your own hands. Having experienced the power of a handgun, Yang Bin gained a clearer understanding of what a regular handgun was like. He decided not to waste any more time with them. The barbell handle lashed out instantly, smashing the leader's head before he could react. Seeing this, the remaining men were shocked and immediately scattered, trying to escape. Having witnessed Yang Bin catch a bullet with his bare hands, they had lost the will to fight. "Leave no one alive," Yang Bin said coldly. "Yes." Chen Hao and the others nodded and immediately gave chase. These men tried to escape, but embarrassingly discovered that every door to the supermarket was blocked by shelves. At this moment, they wanted to slap themselves. If only they had left at least one door open. Under the pursuit of Chen Hao and his men, one by one, they fell to the ground. Only a dozen or so men remained. Seeing no hope of escape, they immediately knelt down. "Please, don't kill us. It was all the boss's idea." "Yeah, we were just following him, we didn't do anything wrong." A group of people knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly, gambling on the young men's compassion. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Wen Lian might have compassion, but Yang Bin didn't. Yang Bin had given the order, and they would carry it out without hesitation. Moreover, after Yang Bin's constant persuasion, Wen Lian was quickly adapting to the survival rules of the apocalypse. This time, even he felt no pity. Because what these people had done had crossed his line. The men completely ignored their pleas for mercy, and the barbell mercilessly smashed down on their heads. In a short while, the group of 60 or 70 people were all killed. The group returned to Yang Bin's side, where Yang Bin was carefully examining the man's pistol. He'd seen this thing on TV many times, but this was the first time he'd ever used it. Every man seems to have a special fascination with firearms, and Yang Bin was no exception. Unfortunately, the gun was out of bullets, and the guy was also out of ammunition. Nobody knew where he'd gotten a handgun. "Brother Bin, is this thing a big threat to us?" Chen Hao asked. The others also looked curiously at the gun in Yang Bin's hand. To be honest, they felt they could handle it, but deep down they had an instinctive fear of guns. This fear is something most people would have, especially when seeing that dark muzzle pointed at them. Yang Bin chuckled and said, "From what I just felt, this thing poses a significant threat to first and second tier evolvers, but not much of a threat to third tier and above evolvers. With the physical strength of a third tier evolver, even if they get hit, it'll only be a minor injury at most, not a big deal. Of course, if they get shot in the eye, that's a different story. And fourth tier evolvers can hardly pay attention to this kind of ordinary pistol. Even if they do get hit, it'll only break the skin a little, it won't even hit the muscle layer." After Yang Bin finished speaking, he opened his palm, where there was a small dent, caused by him deliberately catching a bullet with the front of his palm. Seeing the wound on Yang Bin's hand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the pistol wasn't so formidable after all. Seeing their reaction, Yang Bin immediately became serious. "Don't be careless. This is just an ordinary pistol. The government has plenty of powerful weapons, like the assault rifles those soldiers we just encountered had they could have riddled us with bullets in an instant, not to mention the heavy machine gun they brought down later. That thing scared away those level 5 zombies. So, remember, don't underestimate firearms. At least, we're not in a position to fight them head on." "Understood." They all nodded. Just then, they heard movement behind them. The group of women had somehow gotten up. They didn't say thank you or anything like that, but stared at them blankly, their eyes as if they had already accepted their cruel fate. Seeing this, Yang Bin and the others frowned. Clearly, this group of women had likely changed hands several times, perhaps mistaking them for the same people as before. "Put your clothes on," Yang Bin said. The group of women slowly looked up at Yang Bin and his companions, then numbly picked up their tattered clothes from the ground and put them on. "Go to the clothing section and pick out something better to wear," Yang Bin snapped. Damn it, those tattered clothes were worse than nothing. Didn't they know these were all hot-blooded young men? This time, the women's expressions finally changed slightly, seemingly showing some surprise. Young people, their tastes are definitely different. Soon, the group of women headed towards the clothing section. "Let's go, let's get some food," Yang Bin said. "Okay." The group nodded, then each pushed a cart towards the rice, flour, and cooking oil section. They planned to stock up on rice and noodles. The villa had a kitchen where they could cook for themselves. Of course, they also needed to stock up on instant noodles, biscuits, bread, and other fast food for when they went out to fight zombies. This supermarket truly lived up to its reputation as a large supermarket. It had almost everything they needed. However, the group prioritized food, as they had all the daily necessities at the villa. Before long, all 6 carts were full. The group then each grabbed a large, spacious hiking backpack and filled it to the brim. The authorities would likely arrive soon, the survival base needed food and water, and the demand for supplies was enormous. After their first rescue mission, their first priority would definitely be finding supplies. This place was only about 10 kilometers from the survival base, making it a prime target for the authorities. Therefore, they needed to transport as much as possible, otherwise, it would probably be completely emptied next time they came. After filling everything up, the group prepared to return. At that moment, the group of women returned, fully dressed. Upon seeing their attire, Yang Bin and the others' eyes lit up. No wonder these women are in such a sorry state, they're all quite attractive. But what's with all that black stockings and uniforms? Are you bullying an honest person? Clearly, they misunderstood Yang Bin's meaning. Yang Bin took a deep breath and said coldly, "We're leaving soon. You can continue hiding here, or pick up the machetes on the ground and go out to kill zombies. Remember, in the apocalypse, if you don't want to be humiliated again, you have to become strong." After speaking, Yang Bin led Chen Hao and the others, pushing the cart towards the door. "Wait." At this moment, someone finally spoke. "Aren't you? You're overthinking it. In the apocalypse, although much humanity has been extinguished, there are always people who uphold their principles. Congratulations, you've finally encountered one. So, you're free. As for whether you'll encounter this again in the future, I don't know. You can only say that your fate is in your own hands. Chapter 74 Yang Bin's Past. Yang Bin and his group quickly left the supermarket. Before leaving, Yang Bin still made Chen Hao leave behind a dozen or so Tier 1 crystals. The zombies outside were all at least Tier 1. If they didn't evolve, even if these women had the courage to go out and kill zombies, they would just be throwing their lives away. Since they had already saved them, they might as well give them another chance to live. As for whether they could ultimately escape their fate of becoming playthings, that was up to them. Meanwhile, on the way to Jinghe Garden, the group carefully pushed a cart and carried a huge backpack back. Fortunately, the road had just been cleared, and there weren't too many zombies. In the end, the group safely transported all the supplies home. However, with their carts and large bags, they naturally didn't escape the notice of the villa across the street. They actually managed to get so many supplies? Kai Ge's eyes lit up as he looked at the villa not far away. Haha, Kai, these guys are pretty good. We were almost out of food, and they just brought us supplies, another person laughed. Yeah, I'll go talk to them after I advance to a 4th tier evolved being. They're neighbors, borrowing a few things shouldn't be a problem, Kai said with a smile. Inside the villa, everyone looked at the food piled up on the floor, and satisfied smiles finally appeared on their faces. This amount of food was enough for the few of them to eat for a month. Let's use this place as our base for now. From now on, every time we go out to kill zombies, we'll carry a backpack and try to bring back some food every day. That way, at least we won't go hungry for a while, Yang Bin said. But what if someone comes when we go out? This security door is sturdy, but it can't withstand a high-tier evolved being, Zhao Kun frowned. From now on, Little Orange will stay home and doesn't need to come out with us. Little Orange's advantage is its speed. It's fine in one-on-one fights or against several zombies, but it doesn't have much of an advantage against hordes of zombies. So Yang Bin simply decided to let it guard the house. Meow. Little Orange meowed, clearly agreeing to the task. Orange cats are inherently lazy, they'd rather sleep at home than go out and fight zombies. Haha, that's a good idea. With Little Orange's strength, even a 4th tier evolved human might not be its match, Chen Hao laughed. Although Little Orange hasn't reached 4th tier yet, its speed is incredible. This advantage will become more pronounced as it progresses, and ordinary 4th tier evolved humans would probably have a hard time encountering it. Alright, it's settled then. Hurry up and get some cured meat, we'll have a good meal today, Yang Bin laughed. Haha, that's a good idea. While they were scavenging, they also got a lot of cured meat, dried vegetables, and other long-lasting produce, so they wouldn't have to eat nothing but rice. With the others assisting and Yang Bin as the head chef, one fragrant dish after another was soon ready. Everyone took out their bowls and chopsticks and gathered around the table, happily eating. In the apocalypse, such a scene was extremely rare. Brother Bin, your cooking skills are definitely on par with a master chef. It's so delicious. Everyone praised as they ate. Yes, it's unbelievable that we can still enjoy this kind of treatment in the apocalypse. Alright, stop flattering me, hurry up and eat. Go to bed early after you finish, and we can look at the stars tonight. Okay. Everyone nodded, and finally, each person finished 3 bowls of rice and all the dishes on the table before reluctantly putting down their chopsticks. You guys can wash the dishes, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Okay, no problem. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Bin went upstairs, and the others quickly began clearing the dishes. Huzzy, what exactly did Brother Bin go through before? Why do I feel like he's more mature than all of us? And he seems to know everything, Zhao Kun asked curiously. Before, he had led a team, and he was in charge of everything. Since joining this team, he felt like a useless person, unable to help at all. Yang Bin could think of the same problems he could think of. Faced with any situation, Yang Bin could quickly make the most reasonable arrangements, which made Zhao Kun very curious about Yang Bin's past. It was impossible for a normal person to possess such maturity at such a young age. Chen Hao glanced upstairs, then sighed. Bin's childhood was much worse than ours. When Bin was 11, his parents died in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. Fortunately, he received a substantial compensation payment. Later, his aunt became his guardian and promised to raise him, so he went to live with her. But it turned out his aunt only wanted the compensation money. Bin, being young and naive, entrusted the money to her for safekeeping. After receiving the money, his aunt's family bought a new house, and their lives improved steadily. But from then on, he lived a nightmare. He had to do all the hard and dirty work around the house. His uncle would beat him constantly. His cousin would flaunt the toys Bin had bought with his money, but Bin couldn't even touch them. Chen Hao's eyes reddened as he spoke. Damn it! This family is disgusting. They squander the money Bin's parents earned with their lives, yet treat him like a slave. Everyone else was furious, including Yuan Liang, who was also learning about Yang Bin's past for the first time. And what happened after that? Later, Bin left that home and never went back. He made a living by collecting and selling garbage, and slept under bridges at night. You can't imagine what he went through. He fought with stray dogs for food, clashed with homeless people for territory. Once, he was seriously injured for mistakenly taking someone else's unfinished drink bottle, but he had no money for medical treatment and could only grit his teeth and endure it. It wasn't until he went to junior high school, when the school had dormitories, that he finally had a bed. His junior high school paperwork was all handled by his elementary school homeroom teacher because Ben was an excellent student. Knowing his situation, the teacher helped him with all the paperwork. However, Ben didn't accept any other assistance from the teacher and continued to support himself. I met him in junior high school. We were desk mates. After seeing him collecting garbage one time, I would secretly bring food from home to school and eat with him. Because of my good deed, I was bullied by a group of school bullies at the school gate one time, and Ben happened to see it. That time, I saw what ruthlessness was for the first time. He single-handedly beat 7 or 8 peers until they ran away in defeat. I still remember that ruthlessness. After that, I followed him. It was with his help that I, a poor student, actually got into a top university, which made my family very proud. From elementary school to university, Ben has always been on his own. How can you compare to him? After hearing Chen Hao's words, everyone fell silent. They finally understood why Yang Bin had a maturity far beyond his peers. Bin's childhood was simply too tragic. Chapter 75 Survival Base. Late at night, a group of people lay on the third-floor open-air balcony, gazing at the stars. The villa had reclining chairs, far more comfortable than lying on the floor. Stargazing was their key to gaining an edge over others. As long as this method remained unknown, they could maintain their lead, and with each passing day, their lead would widen. Especially Yang Bin, who had already gained over 300 kilograms of strength. Even at the 4th tier, this was a significant amount. Normally, a newly reached 4th tier evolver would have around 1,200 kilograms of strength, while he started at 1,500 kilograms, enough to overwhelm others of the same level. This advantage would only grow stronger over time. Chen Hao and Huan Liang had also gained over 100 kilograms of strength. While not overwhelming their peers, they were significantly stronger than others. Zhao Kun and the others, however, were just beginning and needed time to accumulate strength. After stargazing all night, the group slept for a few more hours. Around 8 a.m., they ate breakfast and headed out. They weren't just here for enjoyment, their main goal was to have a place to stay, and more importantly, to improve their strength. This time, their target was the residential area. There were more zombies there than at the school, and obviously, many high-level ones as well. However, the buildings in this area were densely packed, and the alleyways were narrow. These alleyways were already teeming with zombies. Making a move here would require careful consideration. Upon arriving at the area, the group was overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. "Brother Bin, what's the plan?" they asked Yang Bin. "Same method, try to break into one of the buildings and kill them in the stairwells." Yang Bin activated his true sight, looked around, and then pointed to a slightly newer-looking building, that one. This residential area was relatively old, many of the buildings were quite dilapidated. He dared not go into those old houses, fearing they might collapse during the fight. The zombies these days were quite powerful, most were at level 2, and level 3 zombies were not uncommon. Older houses might not withstand the impact. The group cautiously approached the building, trying not to alert the zombies. Unfortunately, it was impossible to completely avoid their sight. Soon, a zombie on one of the upper floors spotted them. With a roar, the other zombies turned to look, and a large wave charged towards them. "Speed up." The group didn't panic, they had already anticipated this outcome. As the zombies charged, they instantly accelerated towards the building. Along the way, Yang Bin dispatched any zombies that blocked their path with a single blow. Soon, they arrived at the building, which was now surrounded by zombies. Without hesitation, the group forced their way in. With the immense power of Yang Bin and Chen Hao, 2 4th-tier evolved beings, the zombies were no match for them. In no time, they reached the main gate. Chen Hao suddenly pulled the iron gate open, and the group rushed up the stairs to the 2nd floor. "Let's divide the work. Hazi and I will guard the stairs and kill the zombies. Zhao Kun, the 3 of you, drag the corpses away and throw them into the rooms. Liangzi, you're in charge of extracting the crystals." Yang Bin quickly made the arrangements. "Okay." The others had no objections and quickly began to carry out the plan. With 2 4th-tier evolved humans guarding the stairs, the zombies naturally couldn't rush up. The 2 men swung barbells casually, quickly killing one zombie after another that charged up. The old-style building didn't have an elevator. 4 families lived on each floor. Zhao Kun and the other 2 opened all 4 doors. Unfortunately, none of the 4 houses were occupied. They were either full of zombies or filled with mangled corpses. After clearing out the rooms, Zhao Kun and the others quickly moved the corpses from the stairwell into the rooms. Huan Liang then directly extracted the crystals from the zombies' heads inside the rooms. The group worked like a production line, fast and efficient. The zombies throughout the alley were alerted and rushed towards this location, forming a dense swarm that surged towards the stairs. Yang Bin and Chen Hao essentially took them all indiscriminately, whether they were first, second, or third-tier zombies, none could withstand a single blow from their blows. At this rate, third-tier crystals were quickly acquired. Huan Liang gave the third-tier crystals directly to Lao He and his team for immediate consumption, allowing them to improve their strength while fighting. Scarce City Survival Base. This was a massive base covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, the result of thousands of soldiers working day and night. The survival base was irregularly circular, with 3-meter-high walls constructed of stone and cement, its outer perimeter riddled with broken glass and spikes. Every few meters, there was an observation platform, where soldiers constantly monitored the outside situation. It could be said that this was currently the safest place in Star City. At least, living inside meant you wouldn't have to worry about zombies suddenly breaking in. However, due to the urgency, the soldiers only had time to build the city walls. Inside, there were only simple makeshift sheds, barely enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. The survival base already housed tens of thousands of survivors, some rescued by the military, and many others who had fled on their own. At this moment, these survivors were all being used for infrastructure construction. While the survival base eliminated the threat of zombies, it didn't mean they were safe, they still needed to work. Although the authorities provided food daily, each meal consisted of only one steamed bun. To obtain more, they had to earn it through labor. Moreover, the authorities promised that good performance would earn them crystals. This alone excited countless people, making them work far harder than they had before the apocalypse. However, some were unhappy. For example, the group of people brought back from Zhongxiang Academy by the military yesterday. Now, they were gathered together, all feeling extremely depressed. I say, are we just going to watch like this? Xin Wei asked Tang Weiwei. What can I do? We can't just go out here anymore. I should have never come yesterday, Tang Weiwei said, utterly frustrated. She actually didn't want to come yesterday, but she couldn't find a reason to refuse, so she ended up getting on the bus with them. Why don't we just force our way in? Staying here is a complete waste of time. If you're not afraid of being riddled with bullets by their rifles, you can try, Tang Weiwei sneered. Then what do? We can't stay like this forever. If we delay any longer, we'll all be useless, Xin Wei complained. If only we had left the school sooner, we wouldn't have had so much trouble. They were all ambitious people and naturally didn't want to waste time here. Going out might be very dangerous, but it would improve their strength. They knew very well that in the apocalypse, strength was king. The base is newly established, and many systems are not yet perfect. It's understandable that they don't allow free entry and exit. Let's go find their higher UPS and explain the stakes to them. I believe they should let us leave. Okay. Chapter 76 Ma Zongguo. Within the survival base, besides rows of factory sheds, a single, completed building stands in the center, currently the only structure. This is the survival base's command center, and also the residence of Star City's high-ranking officials. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse caused severe losses to the Star City government, with many department heads missing and internal systems in disarray. Furthermore, the loss of cell phone signal and communication with Kyoto has led many high-ranking officials to consider alternative plans. At this moment, 7 or 8 people are discussing something at a conference table in the command center. These people are all high-ranking officials from the Star City military and government. The first phase of the rescue mission is basically complete. More than 3,000 people, including students from several key universities and residents of key communities such as Jinghaewan and King Zuyuan, have been safely brought back to the base. When will the second phase of the rescue mission begin? Asked Lu Yong, the deputy division commander. He is currently the highest-ranking officer in the Star City military. The division commander and political commissar both perished in the disaster, so he is in charge of the military's operations. Deputy Division Commander Lu, please tell us about the difficulties and losses encountered during this rescue operation, said Ma Zongguo, the mayor of Xinjiang, sitting at the head of the table. The government also suffered heavy losses. The deputy mayor and the city party secretary were among those killed, but thankfully the mayor survived. Xinjiang is the provincial capital, and as mayor, Ma Zongguo's position is quite high. In peacetime, the military and government do not interfere with each other. But this is a special situation, and both sides must work together. At this time, a leader is needed. And Ma Zongguo, currently the highest-ranking official in Xinjiang, naturally became the leader of Xinjiang. The biggest difficulty is that our ammunition is insufficient. Most of the time, the soldiers are engaged in close combat, so this operation has also resulted in significant losses for the soldiers, Lu Yong said with some sorrow. Let's put the second phase of the rescue mission on hold for now. We have 2 more urgent tasks, your ammunition problem and our supply of provisions. There are already tens of thousands of survivors in the base, and the daily consumption is enormous. Our supplies are running low, so we must go out and find more as soon as possible. the ammunition problem is equally urgent. I remember there's an armory in your garrison area. Try to get those weapons back, that should solve the short-term problem. But there are still many survivors waiting for our rescue. If we delay, the death toll will double. Deputy Division Commander Lu, rescue isn't blind. We need to solve the main problem first to better carry out the rescue. Without supplies, even if we rescue them, they'll starve to death. Another man sitting below Ma Zongguo said. All right, when do we depart? Gather manpower and set off as soon as possible. Divide into 2 groups, one to the armory to transport ammunition, and the other to the Walmart supermarket more than 10 kilometers away to transport supplies. Okay. Lu Yong nodded, then left the meeting room to gather manpower. Ma Zongguo watched Lu Yong's departing figure, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Soon, everyone else had finished their work and left, leaving only Ma Zongguo sitting in the conference room. A moment later, the door at the back of the conference room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. This middle-aged man was Wang Zhenhong, the head of the Wang family, the largest family in Xinjiang, and he had always maintained a very close working relationship with the mayor. Ma Zongguo was not surprised by the man's appearance and gestured to the chair beside him. Sit. Wang Zhenhong did not stand on ceremony and sat down directly, then looked at Ma Zongguo. Mayor Ma, what do you think of my previous proposal? That's not urgent. Most of the military personnel still listen to Lu Yong. We need to find a way to seize control of the military. Ma Zongguo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Since Lu Yong is such a nuisance, why not? No, it's not the right time yet. We still need him for the battle. All right. Just then, a commotion arose outside the door. Soon, a knock sounded. The two frowned. You hide first. Okay. Wang Zhenhong nodded and went back into the back room. Come in, Ma Zongguo called out to the door. The door opened, and a soldier entered, saluting Ma Zongguo. Mayor, a group of university students are clamoring to come in and see you. University students? Yes, the group from Zhongxiang University. What are they doing here? Ma Zongguo asked, somewhat puzzled. Never mind, let them in. Yes, sir. Soon, Tang Weiwei, Qin Wei, and others entered. Hello, Mayor Ma, I'm so sorry to bother you. Tang Weiwei said politely. What's the matter? Ma Zongguo asked, looking at the group with curiosity. Mayor Ma, we want to go out, but the guards at the gate won't let us. Could you please make an exception? It's too dangerous outside, full of zombies. You finally got into the base, why do you still want to leave? We need to go out and kill zombies to improve our strength. Staying in the base is a waste of time, Qin Wei said. Ma Zongguo frowned. Without sufficient strength, going out is no different from suicide. You are all pillars of the nation, you can't take unnecessary risks. Don't worry, we're strong. We have several Tier 3 experts here, and the rest are all at the peak of Tier 2. Dealing with ordinary zombie hordes is no problem, Qin Wei said confidently. Oh, truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Ma Zongguo's eyes lit up, then he thought for a moment and said, since you have such strength, staying at the base is indeed a waste of time. However, the rule that you can't leave the base at will cannot be broken, otherwise it will have very serious consequences for the base's security. How about this, I'll arrange for a few people to go out with you, that way the guards won't stop you. Tang Weiwei frowned. Don't worry, they are capable of protecting themselves. This is the only solution I can think of. Perhaps in a few days we can come up with a better solution, then you can go out. Then please arrange for someone to come along, Mayor Ma. Thank you for your help, Qin Wei quickly said. If they wait a few days before going out, they might not even be able to defeat the zombies. Soon, Tang Weiwei and the others left the conference room. It seems Mayor Ma has taken a liking to these college students. The door at the back opened again, and Wang Zhenhong slowly walked out. In today's world, you need to have more powerful evolved beings on your side to gain a foothold, Ma Zongguo laughed. On the other side, Captain Tang, what's wrong? Qin Wei asked, looking at Tang Weiwei who was frowning. I was wondering what Mayor Ma's purpose was in arranging for a few people to follow us. Tang Weiwei pondered. Didn't he say that arranging a few people would prevent the guards from stopping us? Qin Wei said. Are you stupid? I really don't know how you've survived this long. With his power, he could have just sent us out with a single word. Why bother with all this trouble? Tang Weiwei finished speaking and left, seemingly afraid that staying with Qin Wei for too long would affect her intelligence. Qin Wei frowned, it seemed to make sense. Sija, what do you think? Qin Wei looked at Fang Sija, who had been silent all along. Fang Sija glanced at Qin Wei and suddenly said, Brother Wei, if Mayor Ma wanted to recruit you, what would you choose? Mayor Ma recruiting me? Would a mayor like him even look at us? You don't need to worry about whether he looks at us or not. Just tell me if you would agree, Fang Sija said. Of course not. We're perfectly free, why would we follow him? Okay, remember what you said today. What's wrong with you? You're acting weird. You don't actually think Mayor Ma will recruit us, do you? Not sure, but try not to let the brothers get too close to the people they send, and don't expose anything to them. That's so troublesome. Why not just not let them come along? It's not like you can just say no. If you don't let them come, we can't get out. Alright. Chapter 77 Intercepting. Wang Zhenhong returned to his residence from the conference room, where a butler-like man entered. Master, the young master sent word that he wants you to find a way to control Lin Yifei, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Lin Yifei? That good-for-nothing is still obsessed with that woman? No, this time it's because the young master discovered she's a superhuman, so he wants to control her. A superhuman? Wang Zhenhong's eyes lit up, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. The Lin family is too close to the military. Lin Yifei is currently under Lu Yang's protection, it's not suitable to touch her yet. Wait a while. Then, you can easily decide who you want. Tell Akai not to think too much. Focus on improving his strength. He'll be the key in the future. Okay. Residential area. Yang Bin and his group spent the entire day hiding in this building, killing zombies from morning till evening, without even taking a break to eat, munching on bread while killing zombies. In one day, they killed nearly 1,000 zombies. This pace was actually quite slow for them, mainly because killing zombies in the stairwell was too restrictive, and clearing the corpses was troublesome. Fortunately, the harvest was quite good. They obtained 1 tier 4 zombie and over 20 tier 3 zombies, along with thousands of other crystals. At this point, in their team, Huan Liang had already reached tier 4, while Zhao Kun and the other two were all at the peak of tier 3. With 3 tier 4 and 3 peak tier 3, they were still far ahead. However, Yang Bin wasn't very satisfied, mainly because there were too few tier 4 crystals. It seems we can't kill like this tomorrow. Only getting 1 tier 4 crystal a day is too slow, Yang Bin frowned. Yeah, crystals below tier 4 are useless to us now. Killing like this is indeed a waste of time, the others nodded. Let's go back first. There should be more level 4 zombies tomorrow. We'll think of another way then. Okay. The stairs were blocked, but it didn't affect them much. They went into the room, broke the security bars on the window, and jumped down. The zombies below swarmed towards them. Unfortunately, with their current strength, these zombies couldn't stop them at all, and they fought their way through. They ran back to the villa, and just as they were about to enter, Yang Bin inadvertently noticed figures moving in a villa not far away. He activated his true sight and looked towards the villa, quickly discovering 2 people inside who seemed to be watching them. What's wrong, Brother Bin? There are people in this neighborhood. People? Yes, there are 2 people in that villa. Yang Bin pointed to the luxurious villa not far away. I thought everyone in this neighborhood had been rescued, so I didn't really check it out properly. Looks like I'll have to go up to the rooftop and take a good look at the neighborhood later. So, should we deal with those 2? Just leave them alone as long as they don't cause trouble. Okay. After returning home and having a hearty meal, everyone went upstairs to rest. Yang Bin went straight to the rooftop balcony to check the situation in the neighborhood. After looking around, he found only one house with people inside, the other villas were empty. However, as Yang Bin carefully examined the villa, he discovered something that utterly astonished him. In the center of the backyard of the villa stood a massive iron cage, containing over 20 zombies. What surprised Yang Bin even more was that these zombies were all tier 3 zombies. Furthermore, 4 tier 3 evolved beings were hidden in the yard, constantly monitoring the cage. What are these people doing keeping so many high-level zombies locked up? Yang Bin wondered. Then, something suddenly occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. Could it be zombie raising? Holy crap, that's actually possible. How come I didn't think of that? Yang Bin seemed to have suddenly discovered a key point, his eyes widening. This guy's a real genius, I'll take this thing later. Looking at the massive iron cage, a greedy glint appeared on Yang Bin's face, his bandit instincts kicked in again. Late at night, the group went to the rooftop balcony again to look at the stars. As they prepared to go downstairs, Yang Bin glanced at the villa in the distance one last time, his eyes suddenly lighting up with surprise. Liangzi, Zhao Kun, you guys go downstairs and rest first. Hezi, come with me, I'll take you to get some good stuff, Yang Bin said with a smile. Okay. Although the group was puzzled, they didn't ask too many questions. They just did as Brother Bin said. It was an unspoken understanding within their team. Yang Bin took the fire axe from Zhao Kun, then quickly led Chen Hao to the back of the villa and climbed a tree nearby. At this moment, Chen Hao also saw the huge iron cage in the middle of the yard and the zombies inside. His eyes widened in shock. Yang Bin gestured for silence, then pointed inside the iron cage and whispered, "See that zombie in the gray plaid shirt over there? It's a newly upgraded 4th tier zombie. Go stealthily down there, kill it, take the crystal, and leave." Chen Hao's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Yang Bin handed Chen Hao the fire axe, instructing him, there's a third tier evolved being hiding in each of the four corners of the yard, but they're dozing off right now. The moment you strike a zombie, stealthily disappear again. If you time it right, your body shouldn't be visible, and they won't be able to find you. If they do find you, just kill them all. Understood. Chen Hao nodded, jumped down, and then stealthily vaulted over the yard wall, arriving at the iron cage in the yard. He brandished the fire axe, then swung it, splitting the fourth tier zombie's head open. The moment Chen Hao struck the zombie, his figure vanished in a flash. A commotion erupted within the iron cage of zombies. The third tier evolved humans hiding around opened their eyes, glanced around, and seeing nothing amiss, went back to sleep. The zombies would stir every time the stars disappeared, they were already used to it. Chen Hao removed the crystal from the fourth tier zombie's head and then left with a flourish. Soon, the two returned to the villa. Haha, this fourth tier crystal is definitely the easiest one I've obtained since the apocalypse, Chen Hao laughed, looking at the crystal in his hand. But Brother Bin, why are we sneaking around like this? Why don't we just take over that villa? All the zombies inside will be ours. Don't rush. With so many high-level zombies, those few people in the villa definitely can't catch them. They probably have even stronger forces behind them. Don't act rashly before we understand their strength, Yang Bin said. Wouldn't our actions today alert them? If we don't act today, this fourth tier zombie will be gone tomorrow. It's a fourth tier crystal. How can we just hand it over? As for alerting them, as long as they haven't discovered you, it's not an alert yet. Besides, this zombie just advanced. They don't even know it's a fourth tier zombie. As for what they think when they see a zombie with its head suddenly split open, that's none of our business. Seemingly imagining their expressions upon seeing that scene, Yang Bin's lips curled into a smile. Let's go to sleep. Chapter 78 Stealing Weapons. Early morning, inside the luxurious villa. The first thing Wang Rukai did after getting up was to call his follower, Wang Yueming, and head towards the backyard. Checking for any spawning of fourth tier zombies was his most anticipated activity each day. However, when they arrived at the backyard, they found that the four people who had been hiding there had all come out, looking at the iron cage with puzzled expressions. What's going on? Wang Rukai frowned. Young Master Wang, there's a zombie here that's been bitten to death, one of them said, pointing to the inside of the iron cage. Bitten to death? Bitten to death by what? Wang Rukai quickly went over. Sure enough, he saw a mangled corpse, bitten by a zombie. When we found it this morning, we saw quite a few zombies eating its body. That's impossible. Don't zombies not eat their own kind? Wang Rukai asked, puzzled. Maybe it wasn't hungry enough. If it were really starving, it might eat its own kind. After all, they've been trapped for so long, another person whispered. What about the crystals? It seems they were eaten too. The men replied somewhat awkwardly. What were you doing? Didn't I tell you to keep a close eye on them? Wang Rukai roared angrily. I'm sorry, young Master Wang, we didn't know zombies would eat their own kind. The men lowered their heads, avoiding Wang Rukai's gaze. Wang Rukai wanted to curse, but ultimately held back. These were the Wang family's most loyal subordinates, who had remained steadfast even in the apocalypse. He couldn't let them down. He took a deep breath and said, It's not your fault. I didn't expect this either. Now that we've discovered zombies can eat their own kind, you need to be extra careful from now on. Don't worry, young Master Wang, this won't happen again. The men patted their chests, assuring him. Wang Rukai nodded and asked, were any fourth tier zombies born today? Not yet, we just tested each one. Not yet? Are fourth tier zombies that hard to find? Or are the ones we captured just too weak? Wang Rukai muttered to himself. Brother Kai, reaching tier 4 is indeed difficult. There aren't many tier 4 zombies outside, but our group of zombies are among the earlier tier 3 zombies. We should be able to get one in a day or two. Alright. Wang Rukai sighed. He felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Inside another villa. Akin, this is for you. Yang Bin handed Zhao Kun the tier 4 crystal he had obtained last night. This was their agreement, those who could advance would advance first, and then one would be prioritized after everyone else had advanced. Zhao Kun looked at the tier 4 crystal in Yang Bin's hand with some surprise. Brother Bin, where did you get this crystal? Hee, I picked it up over there. Someone's helping us raise tier 4 zombies. Maybe we'll get tier 4 crystals every night from now on, Yang Bin laughed. He could see that many zombies in the iron cage were at the peak of tier 3. He estimated that some zombies would break through to tier 4 every night for the next few days. Such a good thing? The other's eyes widened. Hee. Chen Hao chuckled, then recounted what had happened last night. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They hadn't expected such a tactic. Let's go. We'll go to the gym first and get you guys some barbells, then we'll go hunting in the wilderness. Wildering? Yeah, we'll go to areas with fewer zombies and find level 4 zombies to kill. There are too many zombies in the residential areas. Although the probability of encountering level 4 zombies is higher, the efficiency is too low. Okay. Brother Bin, do you know where there's a gym? Yes, there's a pretty big one in that residential area. I saw it yesterday. Then hurry up, I've been wanting to get one for ages, Zhao Kun said excitedly. Although they now have quite a few weapons, including fire axes, machetes, and tang swords, the barbell still feels the most satisfying for group fights. As long as you're strong enough, zombies can't get within a meter of you. Soon, the group left the villa under the watchful eyes of Wang Rukai and Wang Yueming. Brother Kai, they're gone. Should we go get some food from them? Wang Yueming was still thinking about the carts of food they had. No rush. These people go out during the day and come back at night, probably to kill zombies. They seem quite capable, so let's not antagonize them yet, Wang Rukai said. Then, Brother Kai, should we consider recruiting them? We can consider it. We'll go and make contact with them tonight when they come back, Wang Rukai nodded. Okay. Yangbin led the group around the densest area of zombies in the residential area and arrived at a recreational area. This area had an indoor swimming pool, gym, billiards room, KTV, and other entertainment facilities. Upon arriving, the number of zombies noticeably decreased, but zombie corpses were scattered everywhere, indicating that there was definitely a group of evolved individuals here. Yangbin activated his true sight and looked around. Unfortunately, the group was in the gym, and several of them were holding the same barbells as them. Judging from their physiques, they were clearly gym enthusiasts or regular workers, all with enviable V-shaped torsos. Yangbin didn't hesitate and led the group upstairs. They were there to find barbells, and naturally wouldn't leave empty-handed just because others had taken them beforehand. What he wanted. The group quickly went up to the second floor and knocked on the gym door. To his surprise, the person on the other end opened the door immediately, clearly having seen them from the upstairs window. Come in, the person said, then walked straight inside. Yang Bin and his companions were taken aback. So direct? However, they followed. The gym was large, equipped with all sorts of fitness equipment. At this moment, there were over 50 people standing inside, looking at them calmly. To Yang Bin's surprise, more than 20 of these 50 people were at the third level, and 2 were even at the peak of the third level. No wonder they're gym enthusiasts, truly formidable, Yang Bin thought to himself. Put your backpacks down and open them so I can see if you have enough stuff. If you do, I might consider letting you come with us, said the leader, a man in a vest with intimidatingly muscular arms. What? Come with you? The group was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what he meant. Clearly, the other man thought they were there to seek refuge with them. Sorry, we're not here to seek refuge with you, we're here to collect something, Yang Bin said with a smile. Collect something? The muscular man asked, puzzled. That's right. Yang Bin smiled, then said to Zhao Kun and the others, go grab the stuff and we're leaving, we're in a hurry. Okay. Zhao Kun and his 2 companions walked over and, while the others looked completely bewildered, snatched the barbells from 3 of them, then turned and left. This time it was the group's turn to be confused. Holy crap! You stole my barbells. The 3 men whose barbells were taken from them stood frozen for a full 2 seconds before reacting. What do you mean? The muscular man said grimly. Just taking something, we saw it and wanted it, so we're taking it. Yang Bin smiled, then prepared to leave with his group. However, it was clear that the other side didn't want them to leave. A group of people instantly surrounded them. You think you can just leave after stealing our stuff? The muscular man said grimly. You can't stop us from leaving? I advise you to get out of the way, or you'll be in big trouble if a fight breaks out. Is that so? I've never been bullied like this before. Today I'll see what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Beat them up. Downstairs at the gym, Yang Bin and his group, each carrying a barbell, walked away. Inside the gym, over 30 burly men lay sprawled on the floor, unable to get up for a long time. Although they were all muscular men, unfortunately, they had encountered a group of freaks. A few blows, and they were all knocked to the ground, unable to rise. This was only because Yang Bin and his group had held back, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just lying on the ground. After all, having stolen their belongings, Yang Bin felt bad about killing them. Afterwards, Yang Bin led the group away from the residential area, heading towards a less crowded area to hunt in the wild. Although there were fewer high-level zombies, they wouldn't waste a lot of time killing low-level zombies, giving them more time to find 4th-level zombies. Using his true sight, Yang Bin led the group across several streets, finally arriving at a commercial district. Because the apocalypse occurred at night, there were far fewer zombies in the commercial district than in the residential area. However, since zombies roam freely, there were some here as well. The group found the tallest building and climbed up, using the open view from above to search for the 4th-tier zombies. With true sight, Yang Bin had no trouble finding the 4th-tier zombies. Soon, Yang Bin found 3 4th-tier zombies in this area. Moreover, because there weren't many zombies here, each of these 3 fourth-tier zombies was only accompanied by a few other zombies. Indeed, this method is reliable, Yang Bin laughed. Then, the group went downstairs, and led by Yang Bin, killed all 3 fourth-tier zombies. 2 crystals were given to Lao He and Xiao Ho, and Yang Bin ate the remaining one. He hadn't eaten a crystal in a long time, and now that everyone was at 4th level, he would prioritize eating the remaining crystals. After killing them in this area, the group moved to another location and repeated the process, finding the tallest building, climbing up to locate the 4th-tier zombies, and then going down to kill them. Although there were so few zombies in these areas that they often couldn't find a single tier 4 zombie even after searching for a long time, this method was still much more efficient than foolishly guarding the stairs and killing zombies. Walmart supermarket. 7 or 8 trucks, led by 3 troop carriers, stormed up to the entrance of the Walmart supermarket. Squads of soldiers disembarked, broke down the supermarket doors, and rushed inside, quickly unloading supplies. Inside the supermarket, a dozen or so women eating looked on in disbelief at this scene. At this moment, a young man in camouflage and a woman in a police uniform got out of the trucks and entered the supermarket. The two frowned as they looked at the dozens of corpses in the supermarket. These people were clearly not killed by zombies. The policewoman approached the group of women and asked softly, "Are you all right?" The women looked at her, then at the soldiers, and nodded somewhat blankly. "It's good that you're all right. You're the survivors here, right? Do you know how these people died?" The policewoman pointed to the corpses on the ground. A look of disgust crossed the faces of the group of women, but they all shook their heads. The policewoman frowned at the women's expressions, but didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she said, "Get in the car first. You'll come back to base with us in a bit." Hearing about returning to base, the women's faces finally lit up, and they quickly nodded. They had gone out to kill zombies before, but the zombies outside were too strong. After losing 2 of them, they dared not go out again, hiding inside the supermarket. At least there was food and drink there, so they wouldn't starve. Clearly, all Yang Bin had said to them was in vain. It was a pity, it was rare for Yang the madman to be kind. Some people's fates are not accidental. The soldiers moved quickly, and in no time, they had moved almost all the usable supplies from the Walmart supermarket, filling 7 or 8 large trucks to capacity. Then, the vehicles returned along the same route. However, as they passed through the residential area, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the residential area, running frantically towards them. Obviously, this group had just seen them pass by. However, this group was followed by a large number of zombies. Seeing this situation, the young man in military uniform frowned. Reason told him he couldn't leave these people behind, he had to leave immediately. However, his soldier's instincts prevented him from standing by and watching them die. "Commander Song, what are you thinking? Stop the vehicle and rescue them," the policewoman said anxiously. Hearing her words, Commander Song gritted his teeth and ordered the vehicle to stop. Then, the soldiers and the troop carrier quickly disembarked to meet the group. However, the main mission this time was to transport goods, so there weren't many soldiers. Faced with the dense horde of zombies rushing towards them, the soldiers could only fire to provide cover for the group. However, as the gunfire erupted, the residential area completely exploded. This residential area already had a large number of zombies, and after hearing the gunfire, even more zombies rushed towards them. And what was most horrifying was that many of the people running towards them, upon hearing the gunfire, immediately lay on the ground, trembling. Seeing this, Commander Song's face turned ashen. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out of here. Anyone lying down, I'll shoot them first." His roar spurred the men to their feet. After a while, the group finally arrived and scrambled into the troop carriers. "Move!" Battalion Commander Song roared. However, swarms of zombies had already appeared on the road ahead. The soldiers fired frantically, but the zombies only multiplied. "Don't go any further. Go around to the commercial district," Battalion Commander Song shouted. Then, the vehicles began to turn, heading towards the commercial district. However, turning around the 7 or 8 large trucks behind them wasn't so easy. The zombies quickly caught up, then pounced on the trucks, instantly engulfing them. Battalion Commander Song's face turned ashen. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon the supply trucks and flee in the troop carriers. However, the road hadn't been cleared, various wrecked vehicles blocked it, forcing the lead troop carriers to ram through them. Although the troop carriers were sturdy, this ramming significantly slowed their progress. The soldiers in the following troop carriers fired wildly at the pursuing zombies to prevent them from swarming them. However, this method rapidly depleted their ammunition, leaving them with little time to maneuver. After driving for a while, a huge pile of zombie corpses suddenly appeared on the road ahead. This made Battalion Commander Song curse in frustration. "Damn it! Who the hell is killing zombies here? Get out of the vehicles, run on foot. Target that building ahead." With such a large pile of zombie corpses, the vehicles obviously couldn't move forward, and moving them would take a lot of time. They didn't have that time right now, they could only hide inside the building first. Then, the group quickly got out of the vehicles and, under the cover of the soldiers, ran towards the building not far away. Over here. Yang Bin and his group were standing on the roof of the building, searching for fourth-tier zombies, when they suddenly heard gunfire and then saw 3 troop carriers driving towards them. Are these government officials crazy, driving their vehicles here? Yang Bin said speechlessly. Soon, he saw the dense swarm of zombies behind the vehicles, and his expression changed instantly. Damn it, I just wanted to hunt some zombies, what did I do to deserve this? Chapter 80 is all 4th tier. Yang Bin led the group downstairs quickly, trying to leave the building before the group could reach them. Unfortunately, their building was over 20 stories high, and they were on the roof. The elevators were out of service, and despite their rapid pace, they ran into the group rushing up from below on the 5th floor. The two sides stared at each other, bewildered. Yang Bin sighed. This unexpected disaster felt like a bucket of shit being dumped on their heads. There was no escape. These weren't just a few hundred or a few thousand zombies, but tens of thousands. He didn't know how these people had stumbled into a zombie horde. Battalion Commander Song stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin and his men running down from above, surprised that there were people up there. Before he could speak, Yang Bin said, "Don't run any higher. Block them in the stairwell below. The higher you go, the lower your chances of escape." The policewoman beside him seemed about to say something, but Battalion Commander Song immediately understood Yang Bin's words and shouted to the rear, "Don't run upstairs. Block the stairwell." Soon, the soldiers running behind stopped, put away their rifles and switched to bayonets, firmly guarding the stairwell. The others also left the stairwell, quickly pushing open the fire doors and entering the building. This was an office building. The 5th floor housed a large technology company, occupying the entire floor. There were over 400 people in total, including the soldiers, but fortunately, the floor was large enough that it wasn't crowded. Just as Yang Bin and his men were starting to panic, a group of women suddenly appeared in front of them. "Hello, you guys, we didn't have a chance to thank you last time before you left. We didn't expect to see you again so soon. Thank you for saving us," the women said gratefully. Yang Bin frowned as he looked at the women. He could tell that these women had just reached the level of evolvers. They had only consumed the crystals they left behind and hadn't gone out to farm crystals themselves. Sighing, Yang Bin didn't say anything. Like he said, they were making their own choices, and their future depended on their decisions. No one would help you forever. Yang Bin had only given them another chance on a whim, but it had ultimately been wasted. He decided to avoid doing things like that in the future. A dozen or so crystals would be enough for Little Orange's meal. Shaking his head, Yang Bin looked at them calmly and said, "No need to thank me, we just happened to run into each other." At this moment, a very attractive policewoman suddenly walked over. "Did you kill those people in the supermarket?" Clearly, the policewoman had overheard the women's conversation. Yang Bin glanced at her, didn't deny it, and nodded, "That's right. Everyone's already struggling to survive, and you're still killing people." The policewoman said angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is still the world of the past?" Yang Bin said speechlessly, "What's wrong with the world now? Does this mean we can kill people at will now?" The policewoman said, her emotions running high, "Officer, they weren't just killing randomly. Those people were a bunch of demons, they deserve to die." At this moment, a woman beside her spoke up. "Even if those people did something, that's for us police to handle. It's not an excuse for them to kill. Don't think that just because they have some power they can do whatever they want. It's because of people like them that this damned apocalypse is even more terrifying. You handle it. Where were you when they needed you? There are people out there who need you, what are you hiding here for? Go and save them." Yang Bin was also getting angry. "You, Captain Lu, enough!" Battalion Commander Song shouted. "Battalion Commander Song, are you trying to protect these murderers?" Lu Jiao didn't back down. "What era are we in? Don't you know? What? Even you think that the apocalypse allows for lawlessness? Incomprehensible," Song Tylan said angrily. He really didn't understand why the higher UPS sent someone like this to carry out this mission. Wasn't this just harming people? "Battalion Commander Song, I hope you understand your position. You are a soldier. Then what do you want? To kill them?" Song Tylan roared. "At least we need to subdue them and take them back to base to await trial. Arrest them if you want, damn it, I'm not putting up with this." Song Tylan cursed and left. Seeing Song Tylan's attitude, Lu Jiao's chest heaved with anger. She thought to herself, "I'll definitely report him to my superiors when I get back." Immediately, Lu Jiao pulled out a pistol from her waist and pointed it at Yang Bin and the others, saying, "Hands behind your heads, squat in the corner." However, Yang Bin and the others didn't move, only staring at her coldly. "Did you hear me? I told you to squat in the corner. What if I don't? Then don't blame me for shooting. You can try," Yang Bin said coldly. Neither side would give an inch, and the surrounding crowd immediately dispersed, looking at Yang Bin and his group as if they were fools. How dare these people go against the police? However, what they didn't know was, if Yang Bin hadn't been wary of the soldiers with rifles, Lu Jiao would already be a corpse. Lu Jiao, haven't you made enough of a scene? Put your gun down. Song Tylan, who hadn't originally intended to get involved, had to step in again. If this woman were one of his men, he would have executed her long ago. But she was sent from above, leaving him helpless. Battalion Commander Song, these are dangerous elements. Have your men deal with them. Battalion Commander Song, I advise you to keep this woman in check. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to throw her down to feed the zombies. Yang Bin said, looking at Song Tylan. 01, 02, 03, take her gun and take her to the other side. Yes, sir. Soon, 3 soldiers came forward, snatched the gun from Lu Jiao's hand, and led her away. Song Tylan, you dare arrest me? You wait. I will definitely report you to the mayor. Lu Jiao shouted. Soon, Lu Jiao was taken to another room by 2 soldiers. Song Tylan looked at Yang Bin and the others and said, I've taken her away, but not to compromise with you. It's because this is a special time and not suitable for internal strife. But you're so disregarding the authorities, do you think the apocalypse has arrived and the authorities are no longer a threat? Commander Song is overthinking it. If she weren't an official, she'd be a corpse by now. Yang Bin said calmly. Song Tylan looked at Yang Bin and the others for a long while before saying, your killing intent is too strong. Do you think mercy can survive in this world? Song Tylan fell silent. He didn't refute Yang Bin because he knew Yang Bin was right. Do you know why I've been stopping her from causing you trouble? Because you know that attacking us won't bring you any benefit, and might even cause you heavy losses. Yang Bin laughed. Heh, you're too confident. But I do feel considerable pressure from you. Some of you are at the 4th rank, right? Yes, all 6 of us are at the 4th rank. Chapter 81A Safe Approach. Song Tylan stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin and his group, a storm raging within him. Even the official ranks only had a handful of 4th-tier zombies, and this group of 6 was all 4th-tier. It was hard for him to accept. At the same time, Song Tylan was incredibly relieved that he hadn't gone crazy with that woman, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although they had guns, only he knew that they had almost run out of ammunition along the way. This wasn't an open area, the enemy wouldn't be foolish enough to let them fire. Once they ran out of bullets, their entire group might be wiped out. How did you manage to attract so many zombies? With your intelligence, you shouldn't have gotten yourself into this mess. It wasn't that woman's fault again, was it? Yang Bin suddenly asked. Not entirely, I've had my share of problems too, Song Tylan said with a wry smile. Damn, it really is her. Old Song, I think you should just throw this woman down into the zombies' graves. Otherwise, she'll definitely get what's coming to you when she gets back, Yang Bin said, patting Song Tylan on the shoulder. Don't bring this up again. Soldiers have their own bottom line and principles. Sigh. Yang Bin sighed. He admired the soldiers' principles, but he knew very well that in the apocalypse, such principles were incredibly foolish. Shaking his head, Yang Bin looked at Song Tylan and said, let's discuss how to leave this place. You have a plan? Song Tylan asked excitedly. No, if I did, I wouldn't be discussing this with you. You're all 4th-tier evolved beings, can't you even do something? We're human, not gods. Tens of thousands of zombies unless we can fly, going down means certain death. Fine, looks like we can't count on you. Doesn't your military have those high-powered grenades? Just throw a few dozen down and it'll be over, right? If we had those things, would we need to hide here? Song Tylan rolled his eyes. What about rocket launchers, Italian cannons, and the like? No. Song Tylan's face darkened. These weapons were usually kept in armories, how could they be carried around? Then it seems we can't count on you. Yang Bin shook his head. Can you call for backup? Yang Bin asked again, still somewhat unwilling to give up. Yes, but the communication equipment is in the vehicle, we didn't bring it. Song Tylan said awkwardly. Then the authorities, seeing you haven't returned for so long, should send someone to pick you up, right? Definitely. This batch of supplies is very important to the base. About how long? Tomorrow at the latest. Tomorrow. Yang Bin frowned. He didn't want to spend the night here. He wanted to go back and collect the crystals tonight. If he wasn't mistaken, at least 1 or 2 level 4 zombies would spawn there tonight. He couldn't let the people in that villa get them. Looking around at the people, Yang Bin suddenly said, how about I lead you guys out? Flee? How are we supposed to break through tens of thousands of zombies down there? You're probably trying to lead us to meet the King of Hell. Song Tylan wasn't stupid. I'll just wait for rescue here. You can't just wait like this. At least someone should go back and report the situation here. They don't know there are so many zombies. If we don't send enough rescuers, aren't we just feeding them? This, Song Thailand frowned, clearly worried about this possibility. I have a safer method. Go ahead. We have over 400 people here right now, about 100 soldiers and over 300 burdens. Who are you calling burdens? Hearing Yang Bin's words, the group immediately objected. Fine, since they're not burdens, then come with us down to kill zombies. With that one sentence, the group fell silent. Yang Bin ignored them and turned to Song Thailand, saying, these burdens don't need to fight, they'll only be a hindrance. Let them go to the rooftop and throw things down. With over 20 floors, even a simple table can kill several. This will also draw most of the zombies' attention, allowing us to break out from the other side with the soldiers. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Song Thailand's eyes lit up, seemingly tempted. However, after a moment's thought, he frowned and asked, what about them if we break out? Are you stupid? If you break out, you can go back and call for reinforcements. You know the situation here, you'll know how many people you need. Then you can rescue them. That's true, this method seems feasible, but the risk is high. If we can't break out quickly, by the time the zombies realize what's happening, we could be surrounded and wiped out. With 6 of us 4th tier evolved beings here, what are you afraid of? Alright, let's do it. Song Thailand wasn't one to hesitate. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. He then looked at the group and said, you all heard the plan, right? You don't need to kill zombies, you can at least throw things from a height, right? Yes, yes, yes. But Battalion Commander Song, you're not just going to leave us here, are you? I'm not that kind of person. Hurry up, get upstairs. Remember, throw them in one direction, don't just throw them everywhere. Okay. The group quickly ran upstairs. Then, Song Thailand looked at Yang Bin and said, how do we get down? The stairwell is probably blocked by zombies. Which floor are they blocking the zombies on? The 3rd floor. Then it seems we can only jump down from the 3rd floor. The 1st floor of this building has a high ceiling, almost 5 meters high, and the 3rd floor is more than 10 meters above the ground. Jumping down won't be easy. It's difficult, but there's nothing we can do. Who told you to keep climbing up? If you just blocked the stairs, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Song Thailand lowered his head and didn't dare to reply, mainly because he hadn't thought of this at the time. The soldiers train regularly, and they're all at least tier 2, so it might be a bit difficult, but they should be able to overcome it. Yes, Song Thailand said firmly. Alright, let's go down. My men will lead the way, you guys follow closely. Okay. The group descended to the 3rd floor. 4 or 5 soldiers were still guarding the stairwell to prevent the zombies from rushing up. However, the stairwell was now blocked by zombie corpses, making it difficult for the zombies to advance. The group entered the 3rd floor and approached a company window. Just then, a loud crash resounded as something heavy fell to the ground, causing chaos among the zombies below. Clearly, action had begun from above. Yang Bin looked down and saw a desk. The zombie hit by it was instantly mangled. After the first crash, a series of thuds followed as various objects rained down from above. The zombies hit were mostly reduced to mincemeat, even a level 3 zombie couldn't withstand the fall of over 20 stories. The zombies below were in disarray, roaring at those above. Zombies from other directions, hearing the noise, also rushed towards the scene. Seeing this, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. The effect was even better than he had imagined. However, Yang Bin quickly froze again. It seemed that only low-level zombies had fled, zombies of level 3 and above remained. Sure enough, zombies of level 3 and above aren't so stupid. It seems a tough battle is inevitable. Chapter 82 Visit. Gather your men and prepare to go down. Seeing that most of the zombies below had already fled, Yang Bin looked at Song Thailand and said, okay. Song Thailand nodded. Following his order, squads of soldiers in camouflage uniforms quickly entered, about 100 men in total. Looking at their resolute faces, Yang Bin nodded. Indeed, the spirit of soldiers was different, even in the face of such difficulties, they remained fearless. However, Yang Bin's face soon darkened again, because he saw that the woman had also arrived. Why bring this burden along? Let her stay here with the others. Yang Bin's disdain was undisguised. Who are you calling a burden? I'm a 3rd tier evolved being. Lu Jiao puffed out her chest arrogantly. Tier 3, hey. Yang Bin looked at Song Thailand. If you're taking her, then let her clear the way. I won't take this job. This. Song Thailand suddenly felt a headache coming on. He knew very well that without the others clearing the way, they would have no chance of getting out. Clear the way then. Who's afraid of who? Lu Jiao walked towards the window without fear. You're pretty brave, Yang Bin smiled. I forgot to tell you, don't be fooled by the fact that there aren't many zombies left on this side. These zombies are at least tier 3. Lu Jiao froze in her tracks. All tier 3? Song Thailand stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. No, I said at least tier 3. There are even tier 4 ones among them. Captain Lu, you stay here. Song Tylan said directly to Lu Jiao. No, I want to go down and fight. Captain Lu, I hope you consider the bigger picture. Song Tylan's tone became more serious. Seeing that the other party wanted to say something, Song Tylan gave a single glance, and 01 and 02 quickly stepped forward and dragged Lu Jiao away. They were also at the third rank. Alright, those in the way are gone. Everyone get ready. A few of us will jump down first, you guys hurry up and follow. Yang Bin said seriously. Okay. Song Tylan nodded just as seriously. Yang Bin carefully observed the situation below, suddenly smashing the window glass with his club, then leaped out, landing slightly before stabilizing himself. At the fourth rank, his physical strength was far superior to what it used to be. This height was naturally no problem for him. As he appeared, the surrounding zombies swarmed towards him. Yang Bin swept his barbell across, quickly killing the charging zombies. At this moment, Chen Hao and the others also jumped down, joining the battle. Immediately afterward, Song Tylan led a group of soldiers to jump down as well. They rolled on the ground upon landing to dissipate the impact, then quickly stood up and rejoined the fight. It must be said that the difference between soldiers and ordinary people is truly obvious. An ordinary person, seeing such a height, probably wouldn't even dare to jump. But these soldiers didn't hesitate at all. From jumping down to dissipating the impact to joining the battle, it was all done in one smooth motion, without any pause, which made Yang Bin inwardly admire them. And as they joined the battle, Yang Bin's eyes lit up even more. Most of these warriors were tier 2, with only a few tier 3. However, facing a vast majority of tier 3 zombies, far outnumbering them, they showed no fear. Their teamwork was seamless. One would hold off a zombie's attack while another instantly severed its neck. Yang Bin had fought against higher tier zombies a few times before, but he couldn't match their clean and decisive action. Looking at these warriors, Yang Bin's eyes burned with admiration. These were truly divine teammates. Unfortunately, soldiers are loyal to their country and difficult to sway. While he didn't necessarily want to oppose the authorities, given the collapse of social order, he didn't want to be bound by official constraints any longer, and sometimes his actions might clash with those of the authorities. Like that woman, peaceful coexistence was difficult, so such teammates were only a dream. The warriors' combat capabilities exceeded Yang Bin's expectations, making their breakout even smoother than anticipated. With Yang Bin and his 6 companions leading the way, the group advanced with unstoppable momentum, quickly carving a bloody path through the enemy lines. By the time the other zombies arrived, they had already broken through the encirclement. Yang Bin and his 6 companions killed 2 tier 4 zombies and over 100 tier 3 zombies. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to collect the tier 3 zombie crystals, but Yang Bin did manage to collect the tier 4 crystals when he had a spare moment. Then, the group quickly fled into the distance, weaving through alleyways with a large horde of zombies, finally shaking off their pursuers after more than 10 minutes. Alright, farewell. I hope you all survive. Reaching an intersection, Yang Bin said to Song Tylan, then led Chen Hao and the others in the other direction. Song Tylan wanted to say something, but they had already run off, so he could only sigh. Such a strong group, it would be great if they joined the military. Looks like he needs to report this to his superiors as soon as he gets back. To have a team entirely composed of tier 4 zombies so quickly is terrifying. Afterwards, Song Tylan also led his soldiers towards the base. Although they didn't possess Yang Bin's true sight, they had their own reconnaissance abilities, so returning wouldn't be a problem. Yang Bin and his group, after circling around several times, returned to the villa. Despite some minor incidents today, the overall gains were quite good. Not only did everyone reach the 4th tier, but Yang Bin also consumed 4 4th tier crystals. Adding to the 2 4th tier crystals he obtained during the breakout, he now had 6 4th tier crystals, significantly boosting his strength. I reckon I'll reach the peak of the 4th tier after consuming 2 more 4th tier crystals. Yang Bin clenched his fist. Just as the group finished preparing to cook, there was a knock at the door. The group immediately became alert. Yang Bin activated his true sight and glanced outside, then chuckled, "Don't be nervous, just a few idiots." The people in that villa? Yes. Did they discover that we stole that crystal? Chen Hao asked. What do you mean steal? That's take. Right, it's take. Judging from their expressions, they don't seem to be here to interrogate you. They're probably here to find out what's going on. Monkey, go open the door. Okay. The skinny monkey quickly went to open the door. Soon, the door opened, and Wang Rukai and Wang Yueming appeared in the doorway, followed by 2 bodyguard-like figures. Wang Rukai was quite cautious. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. We live in building 12. Everyone else has left, leaving only our 2 buildings with residents, so it was only right that we come to say hello, Wang Rukai said politely. You visit without bringing anything, that's quite impolite, Skinny Monkey said bluntly. Sorry, we were in a rush and forgot. We'll definitely do it next time, Wang Rukai said awkwardly. Alright, since you've said hello, you should go back now. After all, it's the apocalypse, and we don't have anything to offer you, Skinny Monkey said, turning to close the door. No, no, no. We're neighbors, no need for hospitality. We'll just come in and sit for a bit. Monkey, let them in, Yang Bin's voice came from inside. He was curious to see what the other party wanted. Come in. Chapter 83, he's taken a liking to the other person's superpowers. Soon, Skinny Monkey led the group into the living room. Sit down, Yang Bin said, gesturing to the sofa. Okay. Wang Rukai and Wang Yueming sat down, the two bodyguards still standing behind them. Yang Bin activated his true sight and scanned the group, his face immediately showing surprise. He hadn't paid much attention before, but he hadn't expected this person to be a superhuman, and this guy's superpower was quite strong. His superpower should be a metal-type superpower, allowing him to metallize parts of his body, greatly increasing his defense and attack power. This superpower provides an extremely strong boost to combat. At the same level, he'd probably have few rivals. Moreover, these four were already at the peak of the 3rd tier, probably waiting for the zombies in the backyard to break through to the 4th tier, at which point they could advance to the 4th tier. Sure enough, even in the apocalypse, having a powerful background still gives one an edge over others. There are zombies everywhere outside, and I see you guys still going out every day. You must be pretty strong, Wang Rukai said casually, as if making small talk. Strong my foot. We have no choice. We have to go out and find food, otherwise we'll starve to death if we stay at home, Yang Bin said with a helpless expression. Heh, you're joking. How could you possibly be short of food? Wang Rukai's lips twitched. If he hadn't seen you guys pushing several carts full of supplies back, he would have believed it himself. It's the apocalypse. Who doesn't need food? If you're not, could you lend us some? We're almost out of rice. Sure, Wang Rukai said awkwardly. Since you're short on food, why don't you go to the survival base? I think you're strong enough to go there on your own. The survival base isn't as comfortable as this place. I've never lived in a villa before. Didn't you want to experience what it's like to live in a villa now that the apocalypse is here? You know, rich people really know how to enjoy life. This villa is so comfortable. Yang Bin leaned back on the sofa, looking completely relaxed. Wang Yueming looked at them with disdain. He was right, these were a bunch of poor wimps who had never lived in a villa. The villa is indeed comfortable, but it's only temporary. It's not as safe as the survival base. If a large number of zombies come one day, we're finished, Wang Rukai laughed. It's alright, as long as I enjoyed it, it's worth it even if I get eaten by zombies. I see there are only 6 of you. Have you considered joining a larger organization? At least that would be safer. What do you mean by a larger organization? Like a large family. Large families offer better treatment. They not only provide supplies but also crystals, and they can let you continue living in villas, even living a life of luxury. Sounds pretty good. Which family are you from? We're from the Wang family. This is our eldest son, Wang Rukai. Wang Yueming said arrogantly. The Wang family is the #1 family in Star City. Oh, so it's young Master Wang. A pleasure to meet you. But the officials are still around. Are you planning a rebellion? Brother, you're joking. You know what kind of world this is. The authorities can't control it anymore. In this apocalyptic world, heroes rise up everywhere. From now on, strength is king. Choosing a powerful force will truly give you a competitive edge, Wang Rukai enticed. So, how strong is the Wang family now? My Wang family currently has over 100 3rd-tier revolvers, over 1,000 2nd-tier revolvers, and countless 1st-tier revolvers, Wang Rukai said proudly. Sounds pretty impressive. I wonder what the requirements are to join the Wang family. Yang Bin asked curiously. As long as your strength reaches the 3rd tier, I can directly approve your joining the Wang family and enjoy all its resources. 3rd tier, huh? What a pity, we don't have a single 3rd tier member here, Yang Bin said helplessly. Wang Rukai frowned. This wasn't what he expected. He thought that these people, who dared to go out every day, should at least be 3rd tier, but he hadn't expected that this group didn't even have a single 3rd tier member. If their combat abilities are exceptionally strong, even a peak 2nd tier zombie would be acceptable. Wang Rukai lowered his standards again. Yang Bin shook his head again, saying, Sigh, looks like we're out of luck. We don't even have a peak 2nd tier zombie. Brother, you're joking. How dare you go out like this without even a peak 2nd tier zombie? Wang Rukai clearly didn't believe him. We haven't gone very far, just wandering around looking for food. Maybe we've been lucky, but we haven't encountered any powerful zombies so far, Yang Bin shrugged. Wang Rukai scrutinized Yang Bin, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, his brows furrowed deeply. Could I have guessed wrong? Are these people just low-level evolved beings? Wang Rukai wondered to himself. If they were low-level evolved beings, there was no need to waste time here. Thinking this, Wang Rukai suppressed his murderous urge and forced a smile, saying, "We've troubled you for too long today, we'll head back now. We'll come again next time. Can we still join the Wang family?" Yang Bin looked at Wang Rukai expectantly. Wang Rukai's lips twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, "I'll go back and discuss it with my family." Okay. Watching them leave, Yang Bin's lips curled into a cold smile. "Brother Bin, it seems the Wang family is making some big moves," Zhao Kun said thoughtfully. "That's normal. These powerful families were already making moves before the apocalypse. It would be strange if they didn't make some big moves now that it's here. It seems like it might really evolve into an era of warring factions. That's still a long way off. At least for now, the government is still the strongest. However, the government's focus is currently on the zombies. I estimate that once the government and the zombies are almost completely outmatched, these people will emerge. So, Brother Bin, what do? We should continue with our plan and focus on improving our own strength. As long as we are strong enough, no matter how they fight, it won't affect us. Besides, as the zombies get stronger and smarter, the difficulty of killing them is also increasing dramatically. What's the point of winning if we don't solve this biggest crisis?" "That's true." Everyone nodded. "But Wang Rukai is too close to us. He could easily drag us into the conflict, so I'm wondering if we should just kill him," Yang Bin suddenly said. "Wouldn't that be stirring up a hornet's nest? The Wang family will definitely retaliate fiercely. Families like that definitely have firearms, and we could be in a very troublesome situation." "That's not a problem. We can just move to another place. It's just a bit of a waste of this guy's ability. I wonder if there's any way to take it away." "He's an ability user?" Everyone's eyes widened immediately. "Yes, and it's a very strong combat type ability. He can metalize parts of his body, greatly increasing his defense and attack power. If I'm not mistaken, once his strength reaches a certain level, he can metalize his entire body. He'll definitely be a fighting machine." "That's amazing?" "Yeah, very strong. That's why I'm a little reluctant to kill him. Maybe when he becomes stronger, he can convert his ability." "Should we kill him?" "Forget it, let's keep him for now." Chapter 84. They ran away. Meanwhile, damn it, what bad luck. I thought they were a bunch of strong guys, but they're just a bunch of trash. What a waste of time, Wang Rukai said grimly. Exactly. We were so polite to them. If you ask me, we should have just killed them and taken all the supplies, Wang Yuan said unhappily. Young master, thank goodness you didn't act impulsively. A bodyguard behind him said, frowning. Why? Wang Rukai looked at the bodyguard. The people inside, each one of them gave me a huge sense of pressure. I feel I couldn't beat any of them. The bodyguard said gravely. How is that possible? Wang Rukai and Wang Yuan both stared wide-eyed, looking at each other in disbelief. He's right. You can't feel it, but we too used to be mercenaries, often walking the line between life and death. So, we have an instinctive sense of danger. If we had made a move just now, we would have died. The other bodyguard said seriously. Didn't they say they didn't even have any Tier 3 members? Brother Kai, I remember he said something like they didn't have a single Tier 3 member there. Is it possible they're all Tier 4? Wang Rukai wanted to say it was impossible, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Even Asan and the others said they weren't a match for them, so what else could they be but Tier 4? However, a team of 6, all Tier 4, was simply too hard to accept. At this moment, Wang Rukai's expression was incredibly complex. What did I miss? 6 Tier 4 members. If they could join the Wang family's strength would definitely increase exponentially. Xiao Ming, do you think we'll be kicked out if we go back? Wang Rukai whispered. Brother Kai, how about we bring some things and go visit again tomorrow? Going back now feels a bit. Yeah, that's true, let's prepare some things and go again tomorrow. Luckily, we didn't offend them today, Wang Rukai said thankfully. Late at night, Yang Bin and the others lay on deck chairs, gazing at the stars all night. Although their daily progress wasn't significant, the skill relied on perseverance. As long as they persisted, they could maintain an unlimited lead. And tonight, there was good news. Little Orange had broken through to the 4th tier. Little Orange was different from Yang Bin and the others. It cultivated entirely on its own, requiring no crystals for advancement. Aside from occasionally needing crystals as food, it was very easy to raise. Acquiring Little Orange was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, but now they realized it was incredibly wise. At least with Little Orange guarding their home, they didn't have to worry about being raided. Now that Little Orange was at the 4th tier, their safety was even greater. Unless a large number of zombies or high-level evolved beings came, they basically had nothing to worry about. Yang Bin activated his true sight eye and looked towards the villa's backyard not far away, his eyes immediately lighting up. Not bad, there are 2. Then he looked at the others and said, you guys go to sleep first, Hazi and I will go collect some crystals. Okay. Soon, Yang Bin and Chen Hao returned to the back of the villa. The 4 people inside the villa were still guarding the perimeter. Perhaps because of yesterday's mistake, all 4 of them were trying hard to keep their eyes open and avoid falling asleep. Yang Bin led Chen Hao up a tree and pointed to the 2 zombies in the iron cage. Those 2 are 4th-tier zombies, but they're in different locations. It'll be difficult to retrieve the crystal without alerting them. Don't worry, Brother Bin, watch me. Chen Hao smiled and then stealthily climbed into the courtyard. Chen Hao picked up a rock in the yard and smashed it against the window pane. Clang! The sound of shattering glass startled the group hiding nearby, who quickly rushed over to investigate. As the sound of shattering glass rang out, the zombies in the cage began to roar. Chen Hao seized the opportunity and cleaved one of the zombies in 2 with an axe, disappearing in a flash. He then quickly retrieved the crystal and stuffed it into his pocket. The zombies roared even louder, but because they were already roaring, the group didn't realize anything was wrong and continued to stare curiously at the suddenly shattered glass. This glass is so bad quality, it broke for no reason, it was terrifying. One of them said. The person who installed the glass probably used inferior materials. We'll have to have a good talk with young Master Guang tomorrow. Yeah. While they were criticizing the glass, Chen Hao had already taken the opportunity to deal with the other 4th-tier zombie and then left gracefully. When the group turned around and saw the scene inside the iron cage, they were immediately shocked. Holy crap, how come 2 more zombies died? These zombies probably knew we were watching them, and they started fighting amongst themselves when we weren't looking? Hurry up, dig out the crystal first, or young Master Guang will definitely not let us off tomorrow. Okay. The group quickly ran to the iron cage and hurriedly reached into the heads of the 2 zombies whose skulls had been split open. Nothing? How could nothing? They were eaten so quickly? These zombies wouldn't be attacking their own kind just because of the crystals, would they? But I've never heard of zombies eating crystals. Is it possible it wasn't a zombie that killed them? The head wound looks a bit like an axe cut. Holy crap, don't scare me. There's not a soul in sight at night. Who the hell would use an axe to chop down zombies? How should I know? But the wound really does look like an axe cut. Damn it, could there really be a ghost? The group suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. In the dead of night, 2 zombies had their heads inexplicably chopped off. The thought sent shivers down their spines. So what do we do now? Should we wake Wang Xiao up? You want to get yelled at in the middle of the night? And how are you going to explain waking him up? Just tell the truth. Tell the truth? Ha! You don't even believe it yourself, do you think he'll? He might even suspect we stole it from him. Knowing his personality, I don't need to tell you what will happen then. Then what do we do? If we don't wake him now, we'll still be in big trouble if he finds out tomorrow. The group fell silent. Damn it, it's the apocalypse, and we're still being controlled by others? I'm done. Anyway, apocalyptic money is useless now. With my peak 3rd-tier strength, where can't I survive? I'll just leave Star City. I don't believe the Wang family can find me in this world, one of them suddenly said. The others were startled. Their long-standing fear of the Wang family had prevented them from even considering this possibility. However, they quickly realized that it was the apocalypse, and the Wang family didn't seem so important anymore. Their eyes lit up. Alright, let's go together. Maybe we can do something big. Haha, I wouldn't dare call it a big undertaking, but at least we won't live such a pathetic life. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. How about we kill all these zombies before we leave? These are all 3rd-tier crystals. Don't bother. If we make too much noise and wake them up, we won't be able to leave. Okay. Chapter 85. Let's do something big. Early the next morning, inside a luxurious villa in Jingyi Garden, Wang Rukai woke up early and excitedly ran to the yard to check for any spawned 4th-tier zombies. What he found, however, was 2 more 3rd-tier zombies, reduced to mangled limbs. What were you doing? 2 more zombies have been eaten. Wang Rukai roared. However, the surroundings were silent, no one responded. Where are they? Wang Yuan, who was standing nearby, quickly looked around and returned, his face ashen. Brother Kai, they're all gone. Gone? Killed? I don't think so. It seems more like, they ran away. Ran away? Yes, there are no signs of a struggle, no bloodstains. They must have run away on their own, probably afraid of your scolding. Humph, you dare betray the Wang family? You're finished, Wang Rukai said grimly. Brother Kai, what do we do now? They're gone, and no one's guarding this place. I'll have to ask my father to send some more people. Go try and see if there are any 4th-tier zombies. Okay. Wang Yuan conducted a strength test on all the zombies, then shook his head. That doesn't make sense. How come there haven't been any 4th-tier zombies yet? Wang Rukai frowned. Could it be that those who died were 4th-tier zombies? Those few who were guarding the place stole the crystals and ran away? Ah, you're all dead. No matter where you run, I'll find you. Wang Rukai's roar echoed throughout the villa. In another villa, Yang Bin and his friends were leisurely eating breakfast. Brother Bin, did you hear anything? No, hurry up and eat. After we finish, we're going to do something big today. Big thing? What big thing? Kill that 5th-tier zombie. Yang Bin gritted his teeth. Brother Bin, isn't this a bit risky? Zhao Kun asked worriedly. They almost died there last time, and he still had a lingering fear. The sooner the better. That guy advanced to the 5th rank so early, he's definitely exceptionally talented. I'm afraid if we delay any longer, he'll advance to an even higher rank, and then we won't be able to fight him. The main thing is that after eating the 2 crystals I got yesterday, I'm now at the peak of the 4th rank, and I just need a 5th rank crystal. Then, Brother Bin, if you face him again, how confident are you? Chen Hao asked. 50 or 50-50. The peak strength of the 4th rank should be around 1,600. Thanks to my cultivation, my strength has reached 2,000 now, about the same as his. However, a few days have passed, and his strength should have increased considerably, so I can't say I'm completely confident now. If it really comes down to it, Huzzy, you can help me. Okay, no problem. Chen Hao nodded. That guy probably has a lot of minions now. The rest of you are all at tier 4, so his minions are yours to handle. Okay, no problem. Alright, let's head out after we finish eating. Meanwhile, more than 30 troop transports departed from the survival base, heading towards the scene of yesterday's incident. This time, the person in charge wasn't Song Tailan, but a man named Lu Xiang personally appointed by the mayor. Song Tailan was naturally responsible for the lost supplies, and this time he could only accompany them. More than 30 troop carriers and over 1,000 soldiers swept through the area, quickly arriving at the location where the supply trucks had been intercepted. There were still quite a few zombies there, but this time the forces were sufficient. The 1,000 soldiers engaged in close combat and quickly cleared them out. Then, the soldiers quickly inspected the supplies on the trucks and the condition of the vehicles. A moment later, a soldier ran up to the 2 men, reporting, "Sir, most of the supplies on the vehicles are intact, only a small portion is damaged. 2 of the 8 supply trucks are unable to start, the other vehicles are severely damaged but still drivable." Good, use tow ropes to tie the 2 unstartable trucks to the troop carriers, and set off back immediately. Lu Xiang said. Yes, sir. Wait, are we just going back like this? Song Tailan frowned. Commander Song, is there any other question? There are still hundreds of people waiting for our rescue over there. Commander Song, I hope you can see the situation clearly. You yourself said there are tens of thousands of zombies over there. Even if we can kill them, the consumption will be enormous. The base is already short of ammunition. There's no need to waste so much ammunition on unimportant people. Unimportant? If it weren't for these unimportant people, we wouldn't have been able to escape at all. I promised them I'd go back and call for backup to rescue them. They're still waiting for me. Song Tailan shouted. Commander Song, I hope you can calm down and prioritize the overall situation. You should know what to do and when. Our main task now is this batch of supplies. These people must be rescued. I, Song Tailan, will never be a person who breaks his word. Song Tailan said firmly. What? Commander Song, are you going to disobey orders? Have you forgotten a soldier's duty? Song Tailan opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a moment. Back to base. Lu Xiang ordered directly. As soon as Lu Xiang gave the order, the vehicles turned around and headed back. Song Tailan looked at the distant building, as if he could see the expectant eyes inside. I'm sorry, I'll report back to the higher UPS once we get back to base. They'll definitely come to rescue you. On the other side, Yang Bin and the others watched the departing troop transport vehicles before slowly driving onto the road. Why didn't they go to rescue those people? Zhao Kun frowned. They probably abandoned them. Tens of thousands of zombies, how easy is it to rescue them? Yang Bin said. No way, that battalion commander Song doesn't seem like that kind of person. He might not seem like it, but he might not have the authority. Don't think the authorities are truly above the people. In the apocalypse, many things will slowly be exposed. Sigh, looks like those guys are doomed. Not necessarily. That woman probably has some connections, maybe she'll be a breakthrough. Damn, Brother Bin, you didn't anticipate this outcome, that's why you left that woman there, did you? I'm not a god, how could I possibly predict that? I just genuinely dislike that woman and didn't want to take her with me. Really? The group looked skeptical. Alright, stop guessing, hurry up. They've cleared the way for us, we'll just follow at a distance. Okay. The group drove smoothly towards their previous location. With over 30 troop transports leading the way, they encountered no obstacles all the way to the survival base. After the survival base, there were some scattered zombies, but they posed no threat. Soon, they arrived back at the spot where they had been surrounded before. The group parked the car and got out. Brother Bin, how do we find it? No need to search much, we'll just kill zombies here. It'll probably appear soon. That guy holds a grudge even more than we do. Okay. The group walked, killing the scattered zombies as they went. After walking for a while, they suddenly noticed that the number of zombies around them was decreasing. They all seemed to have hidden themselves. They're coming. Let's go to that house over there, so we don't get blocked in the middle of the road. Chapter 86. Killing a level 5 zombie. The group quickly ran towards a house not far from the roadside. Just as they approached the house, hordes of zombies suddenly sprang out from all sides and surrounded them. Charged to the stairwell. Yangbin still thought of using the stairs to fight, as it was the safest way. The group frantically swung barbells, killing the zombies blocking their path, and quickly rushed into the stairwell. They then positioned themselves there, killing the pursuing zombies. However, just as Yangbin thought he could easily fight off the numerous zombies using the stairwell again, a huge zombie roar suddenly came from afar. Then, the zombies that had been chasing them stopped, no longer pursuing them, but instead surrounding the house downstairs. This level 5 zombie's intelligence is a bit too high. Seeing this, the group's eyes widened. They didn't know if this one was particularly smart or if all level 5 zombies were this smart. If all level 5 zombies were this smart, then they would have a lot of headaches later. Brother Bin, what do we do now? If they don't come up, we'll have to go down and kill them. Once down, fight against the wall to avoid being attacked from both sides. When we get tired, we can retreat and rest. As long as we don't get surrounded, with our current strength, we don't need to be afraid of them. Okay. Then, the group went down the stairs and began a frenzied slaughter of the zombies ahead. Although most of the zombies were now at least tier 2, with tier 3 making up almost a tenth, the 6 of them were all tier 4. With their overwhelming strength and the long barbells they wielded, the zombies had a hard time getting close. While occasionally encountering a tier 4 zombie would be a bit troublesome, it wasn't a big problem. With the wall behind them, they only needed to face zombies from one direction, and with the 6 of them cooperating, even tier 4 zombies couldn't get close. However, there were about 2,000 or 3,000 zombies, so killing them all wouldn't be easy. Yangbin attacked the zombies ahead while searching for the location of the tier 5 zombies. This 6th brother is particularly fond of sneaky things, so be careful. While everyone was killing hundreds of zombies, Yangbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Found you. A zombie dressed in black was slowly approaching from behind a group of zombies. This zombie looked very ordinary. Amidst the large horde, no one would guess it was a level 5 zombie. However, this didn't escape Yangbin's true sight. Yangbin gave the others a wink, then continued killing the zombies in front of him without making a sound. Watching the level 5 zombie slowly approach, Yangbin calculated the best time to strike. The two 6th brothers were both thinking about how to ambush each other. Soon, the level 5 zombie was less than 2 meters away from Yangbin. Suddenly, the level 5 zombie shoved the 2 zombies in front of it aside, then leaped high into the air, its axe slamming down towards Yangbin's head. "Humph, I've been waiting for you." Yangbin sneered, completely ignoring the 2 zombies being pushed towards him. He swung the barbell instantly, striking one of them first. Bang! The 5th tier zombie, who had just leaped up, slammed to the ground even faster. Yangbin shoved aside the 2 zombies in front of him, grabbed the barbell with both hands, and hurled it at the 5th tier zombie lying on the ground. The zombie quickly rolled away, dodging the blow. Yangbin followed up swiftly, giving it no time to breathe, and hurled the barbell at it again. Roar! The 5th tier zombie suddenly roared. Then, the surrounding zombies pounced on Yangbin like madmen. Yangbin's offensive was thwarted, forcing him to deal with the onrushing zombies first. That old bastard. Yangbin was speechless. Couldn't this guy fight fair and square? As Yangbin was held back, the 5th tier zombie quickly got up and stared intently at him. "Brother Bin, we're here." Soon, Chen Hao and the others rushed over, helping Yangbin deal with the surrounding zombies so he could focus on the 5th tier zombie. Yangbin nodded to the crowd, then grabbed the barbell and charged at the zombie. He was determined to kill it today, no matter what. Seeing its subordinate blocked, the 5th tier zombie knew its sneak attack was ruined and also swung its axe at Yangbin. Clang! The axe struck the barbell with a piercing sound. The immense force sent Yangbin staggering back several steps, his arm going numb. Yangbin frowned. This guy's strength had indeed increased significantly, at least 2300 to 2400. Luckily I arrived early. If it were a few days later, this guy would definitely have leveled up again. After a brief moment of shock, Yangbin swung the barbell at the zombie once more. In terms of weaponry, Yangbin still held the advantage, as the barbell was much longer than a fire axe. However, in terms of physical strength, the zombie had an absolute advantage. Yangbin's barbell strikes seemed to have no effect on the zombie's body, and every time he aimed for its head, the zombie blocked the blow. It was basically an attitude of "you can hit anything except your head," leaving Yangbin frustrated. The zombie could do that, but he couldn't. If he got hit, he'd be half dead, if not dead. Looks like I need to change my strategy. Yangbin thought to himself. Soon, the zombie lunged again, the axe aimed at his head once more. This time, Yangbin didn't use the barbell to block the axe. Instead, he gritted his teeth and slammed the barbell down hard on the zombie's wrist. Crack! With a sound of bone breaking, Yangbin snapped the zombie's wrist, sending the axe flying towards Yangbin's head. At the critical moment, Yangbin swiftly tilted his head. The fire axe grazed his ear and struck his shoulder. Hiss! Yangbin gasped, his face paling slightly. This risky attempt, while successfully disarming the opponent, hadn't yielded any advantage. However, without a weapon, it was much easier to fight. Yangbin endured the excruciating pain in his shoulder and grabbed the barbell, aiming it at the opponent's head again. The zombie, now unarmed, could only block with its arm. Bang! A low thud sounded as the barbell slammed into the zombie's arm. However, unlike when dealing with 3rd and 4th tier zombies, it didn't simply shatter. The zombie had actually blocked the blow with its arm. Yangbin wasn't surprised. His attacks continued relentlessly, smashing down on his opponent again. Finally, a cracking sound of bones breaking rang out as the opponent's arm was smashed off. At this moment, a look of terror appeared on the 5th tier zombie's face, and it quickly ran into the horde of zombies. Trying to run, Yangbin sneered, lunging forward and slamming the barbell down on the zombie's feet. Thump! The barbell struck the zombie's feet, not breaking them, but sending it crashing to the ground. Just as the zombie was about to get up, Yangbin slammed the barbell down on its head. This blow, though heavy, didn't shatter its skull, only knocking it back to the ground, bleeding profusely. Damn, that's tough, Yangbin muttered, but without hesitation, he smashed the barbell down on the zombie's head again. Perhaps still reeling from the heavy blow, the zombie's reactions were sluggish, and the attack landed squarely on its head. This time, the skull shattered, but the zombie wasn't quite dead yet, still roaring for its minions to save it. Its minions, seeing its condition, went berserk, but Chen Hao and the others held firm, even using their bodies to withstand the attack, preventing them from advancing. It's over. Yangbin swung the barbell again. This time, without fail, the zombie's head shattered like a watermelon. Chapter 87 5th Rank. Yangbin swiftly extracted the crystal from the zombie's head and then looked at the group, saying, "Retreat back to the stairwell." Hearing Yangbin's words, the group decisively retreated, quickly returning to the stairwell. Chen Hao and Zhao Kun, whose injuries were less severe, dutifully guarded the stairwell, blocking the pursuing zombies, while the others collapsed to the ground. This time, to buy Yangbin enough time, they had fought with their lives on the line, each covered in wounds. Hu Wenliang immediately began treating everyone. Yangbin's shoulder wound was severe, cutting into his scapula. Without Hu Wenliang, this wound would have taken at least 10 days to 2 weeks to heal. Hu Wenliang, a 4th-level cultivator, treated normal injuries quite quickly. In no time, Yangbin, Lao He, and Xiaohao's wounds were almost completely healed. Later, Lao He and Xiaohao relieved Chen Hao and Zhao Kun, and Hu Wenliang continued treating them. After healing everyone's injuries, Hu Wenliang was exhausted. By this time, the stairwell was blocked, the zombies had stopped rushing up. Lao He and Xiaohao returned and collapsed to the ground. "Brother Bin, look at what a 5th-tier crystal looks like," Chen Hao asked Yangbin curiously. The others also looked at him expectantly. Yangbin smiled and took out the crystal. It was also red, but much larger than a 4th-tier crystal, about the size of a marble. Feeling the powerful energy contained within the crystal, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. This is a 5th-tier crystal. Even just looking at it is awesome. Brother Bin, hurry up and eat it. I bet you'll be the first to reach 5th tier, probably even before the official level, Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. Not necessarily, after all, the authorities have too many advantages. However, given the physical strength of a 5th-tier zombie, ordinary submachine guns and automatic rifles probably can't do anything to it. Only large-caliber machine guns or powerful sniper rifles can likely kill it. So even if the authorities have some, there are at most 1 or 2, Yangbin chuckled. He then wiped the crystal clean and swallowed it. Soon, an immense amount of energy surged into his body, and the last corner of the first star in his mind lit up. Following this, an even greater amount of energy merged into his body, continuously improving his physical attributes. It took Yangbin a while to absorb all the energy. How was it, Brother Bin? Did your strength increase a lot? Several people looked at Yangbin with curiosity. Not bad, about 400 kilograms. A 5th-tier evolved human strength should be around 2,000 kilograms. With what I gained from cultivation, I'm now about 2,400 kilograms, Yangbin said. 2,400 kilograms. I'm barely even 3,300 now. Brother Bin could probably crush me with a flick of his wrist, Old Hei exclaimed. Brother Bin, has the first star in your mind been completely lit yet? Chen Hao asked. Not yet, all 5 corners are lit, but the center is still black. I have a feeling that once a star is completely lit, there should be a qualitative change. Perhaps our abilities will all change. Really? Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. It's just a feeling, I'm not sure yet, we'll know when we get there. Haha, maybe we'll have special abilities too when we reach the 6th rank. Zhao Kun said excitedly. He couldn't be more envious of Yang Bin and the others' special abilities. Calling the next stage 6th tier isn't quite right. The first star in my mind corresponds to Yao Guang in the Big Dipper. I think calling the next stage Yao Guang realm would be more fitting. Yeah, I think that's more appropriate too. Haha, this power system is indeed clearer and more understandable. Yao Guang Kai Yang Yu Heng Tian Quan Tian Ji Tian Xian Tian Shu. What about the last two? We'll talk about the last two later. Whether we can even reach them is uncertain. If humans keep relying on crystals to improve, it's like being forever one level below zombies. Having the advantage of firearms in the early stages is fine, but in the later stages, the effectiveness of these firearms will definitely decrease. If we can't even achieve independent cultivation, then it'll be truly dangerous. Right now, humans can still fight against zombies one level higher using intelligence and weapons, but as zombies become stronger and more intelligent, they will also use weapons. This advantage is gradually diminishing. Just now, that 5th tier zombie, if I hadn't cultivated and increased my strength so much, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat him, Yang Bin said solemnly. Well, Brother Bin, do you think looking at the stars every day counts as self-cultivation? Zhao Kun asked. I guess so, but I think we haven't grasped the key yet. Zombies have far more spiritual energy around them when they cultivate, which is why they can improve so much in one night, while we only improve a little. To improve your realm through cultivation, you probably need to master the secrets, maybe some kind of technique. I once saw the Yi Jin Jing formula online. Brother Bin, do you think we could try it next time? Hu Wen Liang suddenly said. I think the sunflower manual is more suitable for you, Chen Hao laughed. Alright, stop fooling around. The most important thing now is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Rest for a while, then continue killing. Try to finish off all these zombies today. I just checked, there are more than a dozen 4th tier zombies in this batch. If we take them all out, at least 2 more peak 4th tier zombies will emerge. Okay. Everyone nodded, then took some water and food from their backpacks and started eating. After eating and resting for half an hour, the group moved some of the zombie corpses aside and then charged down the stairs. While killing zombies in the stairwell was safer, it was too slow, efficiency was their priority. Our leader's already at level 5. Does he still need to hide in the stairwell to kill zombies? Who do they think they are? Once they reached the bottom, Yang Bin led the charge, hacking through the zombie horde. Without the level 5 zombies command, the zombies became more scattered and easier to kill. Wherever Yang Bin's barbell struck, the zombies' heads exploded like watermelons, utterly defenseless. Chen Hao and the others followed behind Yang Bin, easily eliminating zombies attacking from the sides. Finally, after more than 2 hours, the group had killed all 2,000 plus zombies. Then, the group began their crystal digging journey, a journey filled with both excitement and frustration. Brother Bin, when are we going to recruit more people? Otherwise, isn't it a waste to collect so many crystals? Chen Hao complained. Yeah, I think we should recruit more beautiful women. It's so boring being with a bunch of grown men all day long, Lao Hei said. Are you looking for teammates or wives? Normally, women are physically weaker than men, so recruiting them would likely just be a burden, unless it's someone like Liang's wife, Yang Bin said. Who's Liang's wife? Lao Hei asked curiously. It's Tang Weiwei from school, Chen Hao said. Oh yeah, you guys seem to have mentioned her before. Brother Liang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call her over. If we had a few more people, would we be in such a mess? Hu Wen Liang looked at the group speechlessly. Was this ever going to end? Chapter 88. You're a 5th tier being? Collecting crystals from over 2,000 zombies was a massive undertaking for a group of 6. This was when the pain of being outnumbered truly became apparent. Just as the group was diligently collecting crystals, a large bus sped past on the main road. Initially, they paid it no mind, but then the bus reversed. Finally, 40 or 50 people carrying various weapons got off the bus and walked towards them. The group frowned, this was going to cause trouble. Soon, the group arrived, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the large pile of zombie corpses on the ground. Brothers, did you kill these zombies? The leader, a man in his 30s, asked Yang Bin and the others. If we didn't kill them, then who did? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. Looks like your group is quite large. Where are the others? Stop testing us. There are only 6 of us here. Just tell us, are you after these crystals? Yang Bin said directly. Yang Bin's directness caught the group off guard. They didn't know whether to stay or leave. Since you've got your eye on these crystals, then go ahead and collect them, Yang Bin said with a smile. This statement not only confused the people opposite him, but even Chen Hao and the others were a little bewildered. However, trusting Yang Bin, they didn't interrupt. The man frowned, not understanding what Yang Bin meant. Brother Sen, I just looked carefully. There doesn't seem to be anyone else around here, just these 6, a young man behind the man whispered. Zhong Yuansen nodded. Perhaps other large groups had killed these zombies but hadn't had time to collect the crystals, allowing these few to get a bargain. He would never believe that over 2,000 zombies were the work of these 6 people. These guys must have chickened out when they saw so many of us, so they gave up the crystals, Zhong Yuansen thought to himself. Thinking this, Zhong Yuansen smiled at Yang Bin and said, "Since you're so generous, brother, we'll accept it without hesitation. Brothers, collect the crystals." Then, a group of people behind him excitedly reached for the zombie corpses on the ground. Yang Bin watched them with a smile. Chen Hao and the others, though puzzled, stood quietly behind Yang Bin. "Haha, I found a tier 3 crystal." Suddenly, a man looked excitedly at the crystal in his hand. Brother Sen no longer needed the tier 3 crystal. The team rules stipulated that whoever found it could keep it. Amidst the envious gazes of the others, the man excitedly held the crystal, ready to swallow it. However, at that moment, a barbell suddenly swung down, smashing his arm holding the crystal. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and everyone glared angrily at Yang Bin, who had suddenly intervened. "What do you mean?" Zhong Yuansen asked, his face darkening as he looked at Yang Bin. "You can pick it up, but you can't eat it," Yang Bin said calmly. "Whether we eat it or not is our business, it's none of your concern." "No, you only have the right to pick it up, not the right to eat it. You don't actually want us to collect the crystals for you, do you?" Zhong Yuansen wasn't stupid, he quickly realized what was going on. "Yeah, pretty smart. You think you're qualified?" "Yes." Yang Bin nodded seriously. "Damn, they're too arrogant. Brother Sen, kill them. Brother Sen, my arm's broken. You have to avenge me." The man with the broken arm cried, his face contorted with grief. Zhong Yuansen took a deep breath and said coldly, "Dare to lay a hand on my brother? You're all finished today. Kill them." As soon as Zhong Yuansen finished speaking, the already enraged men opposite him grabbed their weapons and charged at Yang Bin and his group. "Don't kill them. We still need to keep them alive to collect the crystals," Yang Bin said to Chen Hao and the others. "Okay, got it." Chen Hao and the others met them with cold smiles. The two sides clashed quickly. A series of screams followed, and a large group of people collapsed to the ground, except for Chen Hao and his group who remained standing. Zhong Yuansen's eyes widened, staring at Chen Hao and the others in disbelief. "They're all 4th tier? Heh, if you can be 4th tier, why can't we?" Yang Bin chuckled. "How can this be the same? Our team of over 100 is down to half its original strength, and we struggled so hard to get even one 4th tier member like me. And you 6 are all 4th tier?" Zhong Yuansen roared inwardly. Although Yang Bin hadn't actually attacked, with everyone below him at 4th tier, how could the leader be weak? He simply couldn't understand how the other side had managed it. Zhong Yuansen's expression shifted constantly. 1 or 2 4th tier members wouldn't be a problem, but 6 4th tier members would definitely beat him to a pulp. "Stop thinking about it. The people below have already made their move, let's join in." "Let me see your Earth-type ability," Yang Bin suddenly said. "How did you know I have an ability?" Zhong Yuansen asked in shock. "Never mind that. You're given a chance to act, so make the most of it, or you won't even have a chance to fight," Yang Bin said calmly. Since you want to see, then I'll show you." Even among 4th tier beings, there's a huge difference between an ability user and an ordinary person. Zhong Yuansen snorted coldly, without making any move. Suddenly, Yang Bin sensed something moving below and almost instinctively dodged to the side. The instant Yang Bin dodged, an earth spike pierced through the spot where he had just been standing. Judging by its height, if Yang Bin had been a little slower, he probably would have been crushed in the rear. Seeing this, Yang Bin and Chen Hao and the others gasped. "Damn it, I just wanted to play around with you, and you actually tried to assault me." This guy couldn't take it anymore. Enraged, Yang Bin grabbed the barbell and swung it at his opponent. However, the next second, a huge rock suddenly appeared in midair and crashed down on Yang Bin. Yang Bin's barbell struck the rock, shattering it, but he also felt a tremendous force of recoil in his arm. The opponent's blow had a force of 2,000. The combat power of superhumans is indeed formidable. Fighting opponents of higher levels is no problem for them, Yang Bin thought to himself. Seeing Yang Bin shatter his rockfall spell with a single blow, Zhong Yuansen's expression changed drastically. He knew very well how powerful his attack was. At the 3rd rank, he had used his rockfall technique to kill a 4th rank zombie, successfully advancing him to the 4th rank. However, now at the 4th rank, his rockfall technique, which had consumed so much energy, had been shattered by a single blow from his opponent. How could he not be shocked? Zhong Yuansen seemed to realize something, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Bin. "You're a 5th rank. Chapter 89 Slice Study. Congratulations, you guessed right." Yang Bin smiled. Hearing Yang Bin's admission, Zhong Yuansen's face became incredibly interesting. He never imagined that a 5th tier evolver would appear at this stage. However, whether he believed it or not, the fact was undeniable. Besides a 5th tier evolver, who else could so easily shatter his falling rock? You've had your fun, now it's my turn. Yang Bin snorted coldly and swung the barbell at his opponent again. Perhaps the previous falling rock had exhausted his mental energy, because Zhong Yuansen didn't use the falling rock technique again. Instead, he quickly erected an earthen wall in front of him to block Yang Bin's iron bar. However, it was useless. The earthen wall was completely ineffective against Yang Bin, and was easily smashed to pieces by his barbell. Immediately afterward, Yang Bin swung the iron bar at Zhong Yuansen again. Zhong Yuansen quickly raised his Tang sword to block in front of him. Clang! The Tang sword snapped in two, and Yang Bin's barbell struck Zhong Yuansen squarely in the chest, sending him flying. He coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Yang Bin didn't pursue. Instead, he put away the barbell and looked at the group of people lying on the ground, saying, "Those who aren't dead, get up and collect the crystals. Those who can't get up, I'll give them another whack." Hearing Yang Bin's words, those who had been knocked down by Chen Hao and the others scrambled to their feet. Then, limping, they went to the zombie corpses to collect the crystals. Are you kidding me? This is a 5th-tier zombie. One whack and Brother Sen was dead. If he hit them with that, would they even survive? With 40 or 50 people helping to collect the crystals, the efficiency was greatly improved. Before long, all the crystals were collected. Alright, hand over the crystals. Yang Bin took off his backpack, unzipped it, and placed it on the ground. Seeing this, a group of people instinctively stepped forward and tossed the crystals from their bags into their backpacks. Although reluctant, they knew they were just laborers and these crystals weren't for them. As the first man finished stuffing all the crystals he'd collected into his backpack and prepared to leave, Yang Bin suddenly spoke up. Wait, what's wrong? The man was startled. You still have 2 crystals in your left pocket. Aren't you going to take them out? Yang Bin said coldly. These 2 are mine, the man said, his face contorted with despair. What do you mean mine? They're all mine. Hurry up and take them out, or do you want a beating? The man felt like crying. These really were his own stash. Exploiting labor only meant paying less, but this wasn't just not paying wages, it was about paying him extra. However, faced with the powerful Yang Bin, his resistance was so futile that he could only obediently hand over the goods. After the first one, the others were much more obedient, but not all of them were. There were always some who thought they were well hidden and wouldn't be discovered. But how could they know that the man before them could see through things? So, Yang Bin caught all the troublemakers. After killing 2 as a warning, the rest finally behaved themselves. A short while later, all the crystals were retrieved. Yang Bin slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at the group. Alright, you're probably heading to the survival base, right? Just walk straight ahead for about 10 kilometers, and you'll get there, Yang Bin said helpfully, pointing the way. Thank you. The group of people thanked him with long faces. If they had known this would happen, they would never have let him back up. Now look what happened. They didn't get the crystals, got injured, and even used up all their crystals. It was a complete disaster. Unfortunately, there's no going back. The group could only helplessly lift Zhong Yuansen and prepare to leave. Wait, everyone else can leave, but this person stays, Yang Bin said, pointing at Zhong Yuansen. The group hesitated. This was their boss. How could they sell him? What do you mean, this? Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, stay here. Let's go. The group decisively threw Zhong Yuansen to the ground and ran quickly towards the bus. So what if he was their boss? Wasn't their boss just someone to be sold? Soon, the bus floored the accelerator, launched itself, and disappeared in an instant. This time, it didn't come back. Brother Bin, are you keeping him here to recruit us? Chen Hao asked, looking at Zhong Yuansen lying on the ground. Yang Bin also glanced at Zhong Yuansen, a strange smile playing on his lips. I'm thinking about that. This guy's ability is pretty good, but we'll see if he knows what's good for him. If he does, we'll keep him, if not, we'll dissect him and study him to see if we can convert his ability. Aside from Yang Bin, the others didn't notice that as Yang Bin finished speaking, Zhong Yuansen's body trembled slightly. Dissect him and study him? Brother Bin, you're pretty ruthless. Old Hei swallowed hard. I don't know if it's ruthless or not, but if we really find a way, I'm going to give you his superpower. Give him to me? Holy crap, Brother Bin, just ask. Leave the slicing to me. I used to slice sashimi all the time. I guarantee I'll slice him thinner than sashimi so you can study him properly. Old Hei's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Yuansen's body stiffened. Yang Bin smiled and said, alright, take him to the car, let's go back. Although it was still early, it wasn't convenient to take action with an unstable person on board. Okay. Old Hei was incredibly eager, immediately lifting Zhong Yuansen up and muttering to himself, brother, you better be tough, that way Brother Bin can slice you up and study you. If we figure it out, then I, Old Hei, will have a superpower too. Little did he know, his words were causing immense psychological trauma to Zhong Yuansen on his shoulder. Afterwards, the group returned to their car and drove towards Jinghe Garden. Meanwhile, at Jinghe Garden, at Wang Rukai's villa, Kai, are you telling the truth? A middle-aged man asked Wang Rukai with a look of surprise and delight. He was Wang Zhendong, the second in command of the Wang family and Wang Rukai's uncle. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Great. We're currently lacking top-tier experts. 6 fourth-tier experts are extremely important to us. No matter what, we must bring them to our side. Wang Zhendong exclaimed excitedly. It might be a bit difficult. Those people aren't easy to deal with, Wang Rukai frowned. After returning yesterday, he reflected on his interactions with them and realized that he hadn't extracted any information. Instead, they had extracted a lot of information from him. This greatly displeased Wang Rukai, who always prided himself on his intelligence. Let's try diplomacy first, then force. They're still here, so we won't lack opportunities. Kai, spend the next couple of days getting to know them, and ideally, find out if they have any relatives in Star City. These people must be kept under control. To have this kind of strength at the beginning of the apocalypse, there must be some extremely powerful superhumans among them. Okay. Wang Rukai nodded. This 4th-tier crystal was sent by your father. I originally thought that with so many 3rd-tier zombies captured, you'd be the first to advance to 4th tier. I didn't expect a traitor to appear. But don't worry, those people won't escape. Wang Zhendong said coldly. Yes, if you capture them, hand them over to me. I'll make them know the consequences of betraying me. Wang Rukai's face turned incredibly grim. Because those people delayed his advancement to 4th tier by 2 days, his killing intent towards them reached its peak. By the way, how's things going with father? Don't worry about your father. He's reached a cooperation agreement with Mayor Ma. It won't be long before the entire Star City is ours, Wang Zhendong said excitedly. Wasn't it said that dealing with the military was difficult? Right now, only Lu Yong is in control of the military, but his position is lower than Ma Zongguo's. Ma Zongguo will probably find a way to get rid of him and seize control of the military. Then, we'll be in charge of the entire Star City. That's great. It seems our Wang family will soon rise completely in this apocalypse. Wang Rukai's eyes gleamed. There's no rush. Ma Zongguo isn't simple either, so we must cultivate our own strength. This force doesn't need to be large, but they must all be top-tier evolved beings. If we discover any superhumans, we must do everything we can to recruit them. Our strongest fighting force in the future will definitely consist of superhumans. Okay. Then, that Lin Yifei? Big Brother is already keeping an eye on her. As soon as Lu Yong is dealt with, Big Brother will take control of her immediately. That's good. Wang Rukai breathed a sigh of relief. He had to get that woman, no matter what. I'll leave Wang De and Wang Er here to assist you. They're both already at tier 4, and with you, even if all 6 opponents are tier 4, you don't need to fear. Okay, thank you, uncle. Well, the people I brought will stay here to guard the backyard. The reinforced iron cage should be finished in a couple of days. It can hold tier 4 zombies. We'll send it over then. Next, we'll consider training tier 5 zombies. Great. That way, I can level up all the way to tier 5. Okay, I'll head back now. I'll leave things here to you. Don't cause any more problems. Don't worry, uncle. A short while after Wang Zhendong and the others left, Yang Bin and his group returned by car. Before entering, Yang Bin habitually glanced at the villa not far away and immediately frowned. There seemed to be more people at that villa, and they seemed quite strong. It seems the Wang family does have some resources, Yang Bin thought to himself. Upon entering the living room, Lao He tossed Zhong Yuansen onto the sofa and raised his hand to slap him awake. But the other man suddenly opened his eyes and glared at him. For a moment, the air seemed to fall silent. After a while, Lao He sheepishly withdrew his hand. When did you wake up? Just woke up, Zhong Yuansen said cautiously. Good that you're awake. Brother Bin has some questions for you, so you have to answer honestly. I will. Yang Bin smiled and looked at Zhong Yuansen, saying, what did you do before? I used to work in a steel factory, Zhong Yuansen answered honestly. Where were you on the night of the apocalypse? That day, I was upset about some family troubles, so I went out drinking. I didn't go back to the factory until late at night, and I got so drunk that I passed out on the street and slept all night, Zhong Yuansen said somewhat awkwardly. Yang Bin nodded. It seemed this guy wasn't lying. What was your relationship with those people before? Some were colleagues from the factory, some were people I rescued along the way. Because I have superpowers, they all followed me. How did it feel to be abandoned? It was just a makeshift team anyway, so this is perfectly normal, Zhong Yuansen said with a wry smile. Okay, one last question, are you willing to join our team? Yes. This time, Zhong Yuansen's answer was incredibly urgent. Brother, I advise you to think it over carefully, Lao He said with a dark face. No need to think about it, I'm willing. Think it over carefully. My team isn't just talk. Once you join, you can never leave. If there's any betrayal, I will kill them. Yang Bin said with utmost seriousness. And in my team, everyone has to listen to me. I understand. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want a powerful team? Only by joining a powerful team can one have a better chance of survival. Your strength is the strongest I've ever seen, bar none. If I could become a member of your team, I don't think anyone could refuse. I also understand that the reason I have this opportunity is because of my special ability. Otherwise, even if I were a 4th-tier evolver, you definitely wouldn't consider me. Therefore, I understand even more how rare this opportunity is. I'm willing to join you, there's no need to think about it anymore. Don't worry, the thing I, Zhong Yuansen, hate most in this life is betrayal. I would never do anything like that. Zhong Yuansen said firmly. Hey buddy, I've already planned out how to cut you off, and you just agreed like that. I don't know what to do. Old He said unhappily. Brother He, from now on you're my brother. Besides Brother Bin, your word is law. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhong Yuansen said obsequiously, he was genuinely frightened. Well, this seems pretty good, Lao He said, stroking his chin. Yang Bin looked at Zhong Yuansen seriously. Are you really sure about this? I've thought it through. Zhong Yuansen said firmly. Alright, welcome to our team. Yang Bin smiled and extended his hand. Zhong Yuansen quickly extended his hand to shake Yang Bin's. Soon, the others also shook hands with Zhong Yuansen, signifying their agreement to his joining. However, they naturally agreed unconditionally to Yang Bin's decision. By the way, Brother Bin, what's our team's name? Zhong Yuansen suddenly asked. It seems we don't have a name yet, Yang Bin said awkwardly. Brother Bin, I think with so many people, we really need a catchy name. Maybe one day it'll be known worldwide, Chen Hao said. Okay, let's come up with one then. What do you guys think would be good? I think Black Panther, how powerful. Lao He said. Powerful my foot. Don't include black, it'll make our team look dark. How about Wolf Clan? Fierce like a wolf. Hu Wenlian said. No, not powerful enough. The group discussed for a long time without reaching a decision, finally looking at Yang Bin. How about Starfall? Yang Bin said. Starfall? Everyone looked confused. Starfall symbolizes death, but Starfall also sounds like good luck, so hopefully it will bring us good fortune. Hey, that's a good name. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha, okay, let's call it Starfall. From now on, we're members of the Starfall Squad. Chapter 91. My orientation is normal. The Starfall Squad was officially formed, and Yang Bin splurged, bringing out his long-treasured cured meat and some dried vegetables he'd been saving to cook a feast to celebrate the team's founding. With Zhong Yuansen's addition, the Starfall Squad finally had a true combat ability user. Previously, although their team had 3 ability users, they were all support type. Even Chen Hao's invisibility wasn't very useful in group battles. Therefore, their combat abilities were essentially similar to ordinary people. Their only advantage was that Yang Bin could accurately locate the zombies they needed with his true sight, which allowed them to maintain a lead. However, this battle against a tier 5 zombie put him under immense pressure, so Yang Bin desperately needed a combat-type ability user. Especially after fighting Zhong Yuansen, he clearly understood the terror of ability users. They could absolutely crush ordinary people of the same level, and fighting opponents of higher levels was not difficult. It's important to understand that Zhong Yuansen has only just advanced to the 4th rank, yet he can generate 2,000 kilograms of force from a single rock, already meeting the standards of the 5th rank. It's obvious that once he reaches the peak of the 4th rank, he'll be able to fight against a 5th rank opponent. That's why Yang Bin tried to recruit him into the team. If his abilities could be transferred, Yang Bin would choose to do so, since he didn't know Zhong Yuansen's character well. However, the possibility of transferring abilities is slim. Although it's said to involve dissecting and researching, what can be learned from dissecting something other than being disgusting? After all, it's not inside the body. Now that Zhong Yuansen has joined, it's a relatively perfect ending. The only thing to consider is Zhong Yuansen's character. However, this will gradually become apparent. Yang Bin will observe him closely, and if he doesn't perform well, he will eliminate him without hesitation. After finishing their meal, the group played for a while and then went to bed early, making Zhong Yuansen, who had always lived a life of constant fear in the apocalypse, feel quite out of place. He even wondered if he'd gone back to the pre-apocalyptic world. Life was too carefree. Old Sen, go to sleep early. I'll take you upstairs to see the stars tonight. Old He patted Zhong Yuansen's shoulder. See the stars? Brother He, I'm straight. Why don't you find someone else? Take it or leave, Old He said, then went back to his room. Just as Zhong Yuansen looked puzzled, Yang Bin also patted his shoulder. Go to sleep early. We'll see the stars tonight. Since they were members of the Starfall squad, there was no need to hide anything, doing so would be counterproductive. Although this method was currently known only to them, it would be discovered sooner or later. For now, they could only try to gain as much of an advantage as possible. Seeing Yang Bin say the same, Zhong Yuansen guessed it was some kind of special code. Although somewhat doubtful, he nodded and then went into an empty room. Looking at the luxurious room, Zhong Yuansen couldn't believe his eyes. In such a harsh post-apocalyptic environment, he could actually live in such a house. This wasn't the apocalypse, it was practically a vacation. The survival base. Thanks to the tireless efforts of tens of thousands of people working day and night, the survival base was nearing completion. Over the past few days, people have been arriving at the survival base, bringing the total number to over 40,000. The authorities are also clearing out the surrounding zombies and gradually expanding the perimeter wall to make the survival base more spacious. In the central conference room of the base, the more than 1,000 soldiers who went to the armory have all perished. Lu Yong said with immense grief. How could this happen? Those 1,000 plus soldiers were all quite strong and fully equipped. How could they all be killed? Ma Zhongguo frowned. The weaponry was extremely important to them. With a large quantity of weaponry, he could directly wipe out the surrounding zombies, not only resolving the zombie crisis but also obtaining countless crystals. They had thought they would soon obtain a large quantity of weaponry, but unexpectedly, this news arrived. The city is more than 60 kilometers from the armory. The journey is too long. They fought their way there, but halfway there, they were attacked by a group of mutated beasts and were completely wiped out. Lu Yong said sorrowfully. Mutant beasts? Yes, they're the old ferocious beasts that have mutated. They have a natural physical advantage, and after mutation, that advantage becomes even more pronounced. The soldiers are simply powerless against them. Hearing Lu Yong's words, everyone present frowned. Zombies were already terrifying, but it seemed that mutant beasts were even more terrifying. How could so many mutant beasts suddenly appear in the city? They must have taken Furong Road. There's a large zoo there, a middle-aged man said. Tigers and lions were already extremely powerful. Now that they've mutated, it's obvious they're even more ferocious. No wonder they were all wiped out. No matter what, we must find a way to bring the weapons back. The base's ammunition reserves are severely depleted. Ma Zhongguo didn't dwell on the casualties of the soldiers, his concern remained the weapons. With the increasing number of people at the base, the number of zombies has also increased. Just dealing with the onrushing zombies has consumed a lot of ammunition, not to mention sending reinforcements to other areas. Therefore, the issue of ammunition is extremely urgent. Lu Yong frowned, but still said seriously, I will send more men to the armory. Why don't you go yourself? Take more men, this batch of ammunition is crucial and cannot afford any more mishaps. Okay. Also, I arranged for Captain Lu Jiao to go with Battalion Commander Song Thailand to transport supplies, but Battalion Commander Song returned and abandoned Captain Lu. Captain Lu is Director Lu's orphan, we have an obligation to protect her. Battalion Commander Song's actions are a bit excessive. Song Thailand? How could he? Go back and ask about the situation. These are special times, I hope we don't have any more problems like this. Okay. Lu Yong nodded, but still didn't believe it. He knew his men well, they shouldn't have done such a thing. Back at their lodgings, Lu Yong immediately called Song Thailand over to inquire about the situation. Song Thailand didn't hesitate and recounted the events in detail. So you're saying that Lu Jiao offended those people back then, and they wouldn't allow her to come along? Yes. How confident were you if you had attacked those people back then? Before seeing them fight, I thought we could kill them even if we lost some men. But after fighting alongside them, I know that if I had attacked them, our entire team probably wouldn't have survived. Song Thailand said with a wry smile. I didn't expect there to be such a strong team outside of the official ranks. 6 tier 4s, that's really strong at this stage. Lu Yong said with some surprise. Yes, Commander, those people are really strong, brave and resourceful, definitely promising talents. Should we? Lu Yong shook his head, somewhat helplessly saying, the authorities might not be the same as they used to be. Let's not go and cause them trouble. Commander, what do you mean? Nothing. Tai Lin, while there were reasons for Lu Jiao's situation, it's also true that you abandoned her and came back on your own. This has a significant impact. Go back and take men to rescue her. Yes, Commander. Chapter 92. Perhaps this is what a teen should be. Late at night, Zhong Yuansen followed the others to the rooftop balcony. When he discovered that the so-called stargazing was just that stargazing, Zhong Yuansen's expression was incredibly complex. Fortunately, Yang Bin explained it to him. Afterwards, Zhong Yuansen watched more intently than anyone else. Having survived more than 10 days in the apocalypse, he understood the importance of strength. The fact that they had shared such a secret with him so readily upon joining the group deeply moved Zhong Yuansen, making him feel that his choice was right. Perhaps he was initially frightened by the dissection, but he had genuinely considered joining this team. For more than 10 days in the apocalypse, he had relied on his supernatural abilities to advance step by step, diligently killing zombies to reach the 4th rank. He understood how difficult the journey had been. And this other group, with only 6 people, had achieved 1 5th rank and 5 4th rank in the same amount of time that spoke volumes. This team definitely possessed something that others could not match. In the apocalypse, such a team was everyone's dream, and he was no exception. He had initially thought it would take a long time for them to accept him, but unexpectedly, on his very first day, they shared such a huge secret with him, clearly considering him one of their own. This warmed his heart. He had led teams before, but he knew he could never have done this. This showed that Yang Bin had a broader perspective. After a night of stargazing, everyone had gained something, with Yang Bin being the most successful. His 20-kilogram lead over everyone else meant that even if this method became widespread, he wouldn't have to worry about being overtaken. Afterwards, Yang Bin immediately looked towards the backyard of the villa not far away. However, upon seeing the situation there, a helpless expression appeared on Yang Bin's face. "What's wrong, Brother Bin? Can't collect crystals tonight?" Chen Hao asked. "Yeah, those guys have gotten smarter. They're already checking the zombies' advancement status. Why don't we just rob them instead of stealing?" Hearing Chen Hao's words, Yang Bin was somewhat tempted. After all, they still had a significant shortage of 4th-tier crystals. Yesterday they killed over 2,000 zombies, but only 17 were 4th tier. Chen Hao and Yuan were already at the peak of 4th tier. But Zhao Kun and his 2 companions, along with Zhong Yuansen, still needed a considerable amount of 4th-tier crystals. However, directly robbing them meant going against the Wang family. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Wang family, but now wasn't the time. They needed to at least wait until their strength was sufficient to ignore ordinary firearms. Forget it. 4th-tier crystals aren't that difficult for us right now. Let's wait until they can get the iron cages to cultivate 5th-tier zombies. Yang Bin sighed. Alright, they'll get lucky. Brother Bin, what are you talking about? Zhong Yuansen asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Someone over there was raising zombies, but we can't get any now. By the way, you're so much older than me, don't call me Brother Bin anymore, it makes me sound old, Yang Bin said helplessly. Then I'll call you boss, Zhong Yuansen said. Okay. Then Brother Bin, how about we call each other boss too? I'm probably older than you too, Zhao Kun said. Do as you please, I'm going downstairs to catch up on some sleep. Okay. At the villa, Wang Rukai's eyes lit up as he looked at the 4th-tier crystals brought up by the men below. Sure enough, their method was very effective. This way, they could quickly reach the peak of the 4th tier. Then, once the special iron cage arrived, they could begin cultivating 5th-tier zombies. Once they reached 5th tier, they would be unstoppable in the early stages. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Wang Rukai's lips. He found himself somewhat enjoying this apocalyptic world. In the following days, Yang Bin continued to lead the group in hunting in the wild. With Zhong Yuansen's addition, the team's combat power increased significantly again. Especially when encountering large numbers of zombies, Zhong Yuansen could actually build walls on the spot, preventing them from being attacked from both sides. Although each attack only lasted a few minutes, it was crucial. This made the others greatly admire Yang Bin's decision. Bringing Zhong Yuansen in was incredibly wise. And Zhong Yuansen also gained a deep understanding of the team during these days. He had guessed this team might have superhumans, but he hadn't expected there to be 3. While their abilities weren't combat-related, both Yang Bin's and Yuan Liang's were far more useful than combat-related abilities. As for Chen Hao's ability, it terrified him. He had initially thought he couldn't beat Yang Bin in this team, but he hadn't expected there to be another terrifying presence. Perhaps Chen Hao's ability wouldn't be as practical as his against a large group of zombies, but he knew that in a one-on-one fight, Chen Hao could easily slit his throat. His seamless invisibility was everyone's nightmare. Even Zhao Kun and the other 2 without superhuman abilities, he didn't dare underestimate them. These guys were incredibly ruthless in fights. In 3 days, under Yang Bin's leadership, they not only killed over 40 level 4 zombies but also killed another level 5 zombie. Yang Bin accidentally discovered this tier 5 zombie while searching for tier 4 zombies on a rooftop. At the time, the zombie was hiding inside another building, acting as the 6th member of the group. After Yang Bin discovered it, he secretly led his group around to the back of that building, climbed inside, and the 7 of them ganged up on the zombie. The zombie initially tried to escape by jumping out of the window, but Zhong Yuansen blocked the windows, and it ultimately died a miserable death under the combined attack. This was probably the most pathetic death of a tier 5 zombie. However, Yang Bin noticed that tier 5 zombies seemed to dislike wandering outside, preferring to hide inside and act as the 6th member. This situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that if you spotted the zombie first, you could directly gang up on it like this. If it spotted you first, you might be ambushed and killed. However, if you wanted to spot the zombie first, you needed sharp eyes like Yang Bin, otherwise, you'd only get ambushed. After killing the 5th tier zombie, Yang Bin still gave the crystal to Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao shook his head. Brother Bin, after the 5th tier comes the Yao Guang realm. Didn't you say that reaching the Yao Guang realm might bring about a qualitative change? So, I think you should take the 5th tier crystal first. Once you reach the peak of the 5th tier and no longer need it, you can give it to us. That way, if there really are Yao Guang realm crystals available then, you can advance to the Yao Guang realm immediately. Huzzie's right, boss. I think we should adjust the crystal allocation a bit. We need to prioritize giving up a high-end combatant. I think you should only give us the crystals you can't use anymore so you can maintain your lead. Giving us the crystals you still have will slow down your progress, Zhao Kun said earnestly. I think so too. Actually, even if you reach the peak of the 5th rank and then give us the crystals, we'll still be ahead of everyone else. But we need a top-tier combatant, not just ahead of most people, but ahead of everyone, Hu Wenliang said. Zhong Yuansen looked at how these people were deferring to the 5th rank crystals, and then thought about how his subordinates had been secretly hoarding crystals before. Zhong Yuansen seemed to understand. Perhaps this is what teamwork is all about. After listening to everyone's words, Yang Bin thought carefully, then nodded and said, okay, then I'll eat first. Chapter 93 Sweep. Survival Base. Dozens of military transport vehicles slowly drove into the survival base. Under Liu Yang's personal leadership, nearly 3,000 soldiers were mobilized, and they successfully transported back a large quantity of weaponry. The journey of over 60 kilometers would have been enough in an hour before the apocalypse. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, this journey took a full 2 days. To bypass the zoo, they added more than 10 kilometers to their route. Moreover, the road was swarming with zombies. They practically fought their way through. Especially after their ammunition ran out, the soldiers were forced into close combat, resulting in heavy casualties. Fortunately, they finally reached the armory. With the large quantity of weaponry, the return journey was a breeze. Ma Zongguo looked at the vast amount of weaponry, his face showing excitement. With this weaponry, he could sweep away the zombies and plunder the crystals. In the conference room, Deputy Division Commander Lu, you've worked hard. Ma Zongguo said excitedly to Lu Yong. Lu Yong shook his head. I'm not tired. Now that the ammunition has arrived, let's begin the rescue operation. Are you sure you don't need to rest? No, it's been almost 20 days since the apocalypse. Besides the evolved humans, there are very few ordinary people left alive. We need to save as many as we can. Alright, in that case, the rescue operation is yours. Okay. Soon, Lu Yong left the conference room. Upon returning, he immediately assembled his team. Not long after, troop carriers carrying a large amount of weaponry drove out of the survival base. From the survival base as the center, they began sweeping outwards. That day, artillery fire raged. With sufficient ammunition, the military demonstrated its formidable strength. Wherever they went, zombies were annihilated, areas were recaptured, and groups of people were rescued. Among them were low-level evolved beings and ordinary people. Some of these ordinary people had stockpiled enough supplies at home, while others left the soldiers unsure how to deal with them. The reason was simple: these people had survived until now because they ate people. They had only heard of such things, but never imagined it would actually happen before their eyes. When the soldiers rushed in and witnessed this cannibalistic scene, even these resolute warriors were hard to accept and didn't know what to do. In the end, Lu Yong ordered everyone to be taken back first. If they were eating people because their loved ones had died and they couldn't bear the hunger, that would be understandable. But if they killed and ate people because of hunger, they absolutely deserved to die. However, it was currently impossible to determine which category they belonged to, so the only option was to take them back first. The large number of zombies killed also brought the authorities a large amount of crystals, significantly increasing their combat power. However, these crystals were only at the 4th tier at most, because 5th tier zombies were all low level and would run faster than rabbits at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, several miles away from the battlefield, on the rooftop of a building, a female zombie in a black dress coldly watched the distant battlefield. This zombie's face was not rotting. Apart from her red eyes, she looked no different from a human. Tens of thousands of zombies surrounded the building below, watching the rooftop and awaiting their king's command. Roar! A zombie on the rooftop roared. Countless zombies below roared in response. Then, the female zombie on the rooftop descended. That night, Yang Bin and the others returned to the villa. Yang Bin made a plate of shredded potatoes and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. There was no other way. Ordinary vegetables couldn't be stored for long, so they had only brought vegetables that could be stored for a long time. Don't underestimate the simplicity of the dish. In the apocalypse, it was something countless people envied. The 7 of them sat around the table and ate with relish. Old Sen, can you elemental ability users freely change elemental forms? Yang Bin suddenly asked. I don't know about others, but for myself, I have earth-based abilities. So I can make earth spikes grow from the ground, erect earth walls, and gather earth elements in the air to create boulders to smash into targets. That's about it for now, Zhong Yuansen said. Can't you do anything else, like conjuring a stone club to use as a weapon? That works, but it's not very useful, it shatters at the slightest touch. I see. So the form can be changed, but there's no corresponding amplification. Only a few are truly useful. That's still pretty impressive. Compared to your elemental abilities, I feel like my invisibility is practically useless, utterly worthless, not even a skill. Chen Hao said helplessly. How can it be useless? I think your ability is pretty good, Hao Ge. If you can't win, just become invisible and run away. If you want to kill someone, just become invisible and slit their throat. How cool is that? Skinny Monkey said. Our ability is a special kind of ability. Although we haven't seen many other ability users yet, I guess our ability is extremely rare. Have confidence in yourself, Yang Bin comforted them. Okay, hopefully, like you said, things will change when we reach the Yao Guang realm. Otherwise, just invisibility. I think its biggest use will be peeping at beautiful women bathing. After dinner, everyone volunteered to wash the dishes, while Yang Bin habitually went to the rooftop balcony to observe. This was a daily routine. He needed to check for any approaching zombies so he could prepare in advance. Although Jinghe Garden was surrounded by greenery and not many people, the zombies were now running around randomly, and they often encountered them. It was because Yang Bin carefully observed the area every day that they could sleep so soundly. After looking around, he didn't see any zombies, but Yang Bin noticed a new iron cage in Wang Rukai's backyard. This cage was made entirely of steel bars as thick as an arm, and inside, there were even several 4th-tier zombies. Is he planning to raise a 5th-tier pet? Yang Bin's eyes lit up. He'd lost interest in 4th-tier pets now, but if it were 5th tier, he'd have to fight for it no matter what. These past few days, Wang Rukai had been coming over almost every evening. Yang Bin would spend time with him every day, practicing Tai Chi. He couldn't help it, Wang Rukai always brought something with him, and it was always something they needed, so Yang Bin couldn't turn him away. After all, there aren't many people left in this world who will still deliver supplies to you every day. However, Yang Bin sensed that the other side's patience was wearing thin, and they were probably preparing to use force. Therefore, a battle with the Wang family was inevitable sooner or later. According to this guy, the Wang family seemed to have a good relationship with the current leaders of the survival base, and probably possessed a considerable amount of weaponry. So, it was best to be cautious. If a fight broke out, they needed to leave as soon as possible. It was a pity to waste such a good place. Chapter 94 The Siberian Husky. The next morning, the group left home again. Today's target was singular, 5th-tier zombies. Now, everyone in the team was at the peak of 4th tier, and the only useful items were 5th-tier crystals. Although other crystals were of little use to them, Yang Bin still instructed everyone to collect as many as possible. After all, these were energy sources, and they must have other uses, or perhaps there was a way to synthesize higher-tier crystals. 5th-tier zombies were currently extremely few in number, and they had already killed off most of the higher-tier zombies in the vicinity, so today the group decided to venture further afield. A road stretched out, and the 7 of them rode bicycles at high speed. These bicycles were ones they had found along the way. They were quite good, requiring no fuel, making no noise, and fast. Don't think that riding a bicycle is slow, it depends on who's riding. When you can pedal like they do, creating afterimages, the speed can be absolutely lightning fast. Of course, riding that fast, falling down hurts quite a bit. Just as the group was enjoying their ride, a figure suddenly darted out from the green belt on the left, colliding head-on with Chen Hao, who was riding on the left. Then, Chen Hao crashed into Yang Bin, who in turn crashed into Hu Wenliang, all falling to the ground. Zhao Kun and the others behind, unable to brake in time, rear-ended each other, causing secondary injuries to Yang Bin and the others. Damn it, what the hell was that? Chen Hao exclaimed, clutching his backside with an annoyed expression. The others quickly got up. Although somewhat disheveled, they were all 4th-tier evolved humans, so they were naturally unharmed. Soon, everyone saw the culprit, a dog the size of an ox. That's a husky. Zhao Kun asked uncertainly. Obviously, it's a husky, Hu Wenliang nodded confidently. Such a big husky, you must be really good at destroying things. Definitely. Before, I might only be able to tear apart the sofa or something, but now I guess I can really destroy the whole house. Brother Bin, what level is it? Level 4. Shall we take it? Definitely. It's been so long since I've had dog meat. Yang Bin licked his lips. Haha, that's a good idea. So, a group of people walked towards the husky with smiles on their faces. The husky looked at the group cautiously. It might be silly, but that doesn't mean it's stupid. Judging from their expressions, they definitely had designs on it. It thought it had found food, but it seemed like it had kicked a hornet's nest. However, this husky is no longer the husky it used to be, it's now a super invincible husky. After the group approached, the husky launched an attack without hesitation, pouncing directly on Yang Bin, who was walking in the middle. Seeing their target, everyone was speechless. This husky really had no sense of proportion, going straight for the strongest. Dogs are stronger than cats, but less agile. Faced with the husky's attack, Yangbin simply kicked it away, sending it flying to the ground, rolling several times. Sensing the strength of its opponent, the husky quickly got up, turned tail, and ran. However, a wall suddenly appeared in front of them, and the husky, unable to break in time, crashed headfirst into it. Immediately afterward, a huge rock appeared above its head, smashing directly onto its skull. Instantly, blood gushed from the husky's head, and it lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, but still baring its teeth at the group. Yangbin shook his head, walked over, and smashed the husky's head with a stick, killing it instantly. Huskies, even before mutation, were rebellious. After mutation, they were even more uncontrollable, a menace if kept alive. For guarding the house, Little Orange was enough. There was no need for another one. Besides, not all mutated beasts could be kept as pets. Little Orange's eyes were very human-like, which was why Yangbin had this sudden idea. But this husky only had ferocity in its eyes. It was clearly impossible for it to be a pet. Yangbin dug the crystal out of the husky's head. Unlike zombies, the crystals in the mutated beasts' heads weren't round, they were irregularly shaped. To test the effect, Yangbin swallowed one of the crystals. The result was similar to the effect of the zombie crystals. This meant that if zombies were harder to kill, they could consider killing mutated beasts instead, since there were far more mutated beasts than zombies. "Let's go find a place in that neighborhood up ahead and cook a dog meat feast," Yangbin said with a smile. "But we just finished breakfast before we left." "We're still full," Zhong Yuan said, rubbing his stomach. "You're full? Then don't eat later." Boss, I was just saying. I'm not full anymore. Cycling around already used up all my energy. The main problem is this thing is too big. Carrying it is too much trouble, and the smell of blood along the way will attract countless zombies, so we need to deal with it quickly. Let's have a taste first, and roast the rest into dog meat jerky to save for later. Boss is brilliant. Old Hei patted Zhong Yuan's shoulder and said, "Old Sen, remember, in the team, don't question the boss's decisions. All his decisions are correct. We just need to listen." "Okay." Zhong Yuan nodded quickly. Yangbin rolled his eyes. "I'm not that autocratic. We're a team. We discuss things together. I'm not a god, how can I not make mistakes? I think old Hei is right. Anyway, I feel like I haven't been able to use my brain since I started following you," Quan said. Soon, the group arrived outside the residential complex. This was a fairly ordinary complex, not very large, containing only about 10 buildings of about 20 stories. At this time, there were quite a few zombies wandering around the complex. Even the security guard at the gate, now a zombie, was still standing guard in his post. It wasn't hard to imagine he must have been a very dutiful security guard in life. This number of zombies was nothing new to the group, and they weren't afraid at all, simply forcing their way in. They charged and crashed their way through, quickly reaching the base of a building. They forced open the iron gate, and several of them went inside, leaving 2 to guard the stairs for a while the others went up to the second floor. However, when they reached the second floor, they suddenly heard a sound coming from inside a room. "Someone's there?" The group exchanged glances, and Yangbin immediately activated his true sight to peer inside. Sure enough, he saw 5 people in the room, 3 men and 2 women, all staring nervously at the doorway. However, it didn't seem like a family of 5. The 2 women looked quite alike, probably mother and daughter, but the 3 men were all burly men in their 20s and 30s, not belonging to the family. Most importantly, Yangbin also saw half a human body in the kitchen. Seeing this, Yangbin roughly understood what was happening. Clearly, a family of 3 had been broken into, the male head of the household killed, the mother and daughter taken advantage of, and the male head was being eaten. Sigh. Yangbin sighed. This was the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. This kind of situation was probably common in many neighborhoods. Most people rarely stockpile 20 days' worth of food at home. Without food and afraid to go out and fight zombies, they could only look to their neighbors. They had been hunting in the commercial district recently, so they hadn't encountered any. However, this situation is quite common in residential areas or neighborhoods. Chapter 95: The situation of the 2 school teams. Yangbin was no longer interested in getting involved in these trivial matters. Although it was just a small favor, sometimes getting involved might bring trouble. Like the group of women at Walmart, while not a real problem, they still annoyed him. However, seeing the wounds on the mother and daughter inside, and their expectant yet fearful eyes, Yangbin sighed. He wasn't a heartless person after all. "Kun, go in and kill those 3 men." "Okay." Kun nodded, then kicked the door open and went inside. Yangbin led the others to another house. The door was open, a fight must have taken place. Everything was a mess, and the floor was covered in blood. "You guys clean up the house. I'm going to the kitchen to stew dog meat." "Okay." On the other side, Kun's sudden intrusion startled the 5 people inside. "You, what do you want?" one man asked fearfully. The other person kicked the door open, clearly an evolved being, which terrified him. Zhao Kun glanced at the room and roughly understood what was happening. Without hesitation, he swung the barbell, and with 2 blows, the heads of 3 men were instantly shattered. The 2 women huddled together, trembling with fear. Zhao Kun frowned at the 2 women. His boss had only ordered him to kill the 3 men, not what to do with the 2 women. But since his boss hadn't said anything, he probably meant they should leave it alone. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Kun looked at the 2 women and said, "Close the door tightly, don't let the zombies in, wait for rescue." With that, Zhao Kun left, leaving the 2 stunned women behind. The survival base. With the military's frantic sweep, no zombies could be seen within a 5-kilometer radius of the survival base, which was constantly expanding, growing larger and larger. And the number of people inside the survival base was also increasing. Everything was developing in a positive direction. The elimination of zombies is good news for most, but not necessarily for some. Many evolved individuals within the base needed to kill zombies to obtain crystals. However, now that the military has cleared out the zombies, the crystals have all gone into the government's pocket, which greatly displeases them. To obtain crystals, they must travel further afield. But the further they go, the greater the danger. Of course, there is another shortcut: joining the government. Mayor Ma has offered conditions. As long as one joins the government and obeys its management, they can obtain the desired crystals. Therefore, many people succumb to the temptation and choose to join. But many others, unwilling to be bound by constraints or harboring ambitions, have consistently refused to join the government. Tang Weiwei and her group are the most typical examples. During this time, Tang Weiwei and her teammates go out every day to kill zombies and improve their strength. However, there is always one member in their team who doesn't belong to them. This person was impossible to shake off, and Tang Weiwei dared not kill him, leaving her utterly helpless. And because of his existence, Ma Zongguo also learned that Tang Weiwei was a superhuman. As a result, Ma Zongguo paid even closer attention to Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei was increasingly annoyed by Ma Zongguo's constant attempts to recruit her, both openly and covertly. She wanted to leave the survival base with her team, but because of this man, their movements were constantly monitored. If they didn't return by evening, a special car would pick them up. Such preferential treatment made Tang Weiwei want to thank his entire family. Unfortunately, while their abilities might be decent, they couldn't go against the authorities. What she found most unacceptable was that many in her team had already been turned. The authorities were adept at bribing people. In just a few days, many in her team had begun urging her to join them. At this point, Tang Weiwei finally understood how despicable Ma Zongguo's tactics were. Qin Wei was in a similar situation. Although he wasn't a superhuman, their team was indeed quite strong. After several days of development, everyone had reached level 3, and Qin Wei and Fang Sijia, among others, had reached level 4. Ma Zongguo naturally wouldn't give up on such a team. Facing this group of college students who hadn't experienced the harsh realities of life, Ma Zongguo was confident he could take them down. Meanwhile, on a road more than 20 kilometers from the survival base, Tang Weiwei led her team quickly. "Captain Tang, aren't we going a bit too far?" A middle-aged man approached her, frowning. "What, Mr. Zhang, are you now even controlling where our team goes?" Tang Weiwei said coldly. "Of course not, it's just that if we're too far from the survival base, I'm afraid we won't be able to get timely rescue if we encounter danger. I don't think I've ever needed your rescue. The authorities have cleared all the zombies near the survival base. If we want to kill zombies, we have to go further afield. You don't need to go that far, there are zombies everywhere along the way. You can kill them anywhere." "I want to. So what?" Tang Weiwei said, somewhat angrily. Okay, I was just giving you a friendly reminder," Zhang Tianming said awkwardly. "Weiwei, maybe we shouldn't go any further. It'll be troublesome if we run into real danger," Mou whispered. Tang Weiwei glanced at him and sighed. Then she pointed to a residential area in the distance and said, "Let's go kill them there." Okay. Their team consisted of 200 people, all at the 3rd tier, with Tang Weiwei already at the peak of the 4th tier. With her abilities, she could definitely fight a 5th tier zombie. She desperately wanted to improve her strength, to reach a level sufficient to face the authorities. Meanwhile, Qin Wei's team had just finished a major battle. In this battle, they faced over 1,000 zombies, including 2 4th-tier zombies and dozens of 3rd-tier zombies, resulting in the loss of more than 10 members of their team. Qin Wei looked at his dozen or so dead brothers, his face filled with grief. Several of them were members of his basketball team. They had known each other for years and had always had a good relationship. From the beginning of the apocalypse, these people had followed him. He was the one who brought them out of school. Unexpectedly, he ultimately couldn't hold on until the very end. Fang Sijia's face was also filled with grief. He understood Qin Wei's feelings. "Captain Qin, please accept my condolences." A pretty woman approached the two of them. "Perhaps if Captain Qin had agreed to my suggestion yesterday, this tragedy wouldn't have happened today. Can you leave?" Fang Sijia said coldly. The woman shrugged, turned, and left. She understood that going too far was pointless, it was best to stop there. Sijia, do you think they wouldn't have died if I had agreed to join the government yesterday? Fang Sijia paused, looking Qin Wei in the eye. Don't forget what you said. I know, that's why I kept refusing them. But is freedom really more important than life? With government support, wouldn't the brothers be much safer? If it were just about joining the government, I wouldn't be so resistant, but it doesn't represent the government. What do you mean? Nothing, Brother Wei. This water is too murky. We have to stay away. Once we get involved, it's not just about losing our freedom. I hope you can give up on this idea. If you really want to join, I'll leave. Fang Sijia finished speaking and walked away, leaving Qin Wei alone, lost in thought. Chapter 96. The dog meat smells delicious. 5 kilometers from the survival base, in a residential area, a group of soldiers were rapidly clearing away zombies. With sufficient firepower, the zombies were no longer a threat. Under the barrage of fire, hordes of zombies fell. While rescuing survivors, the soldiers also searched supermarkets and convenience stores for supplies. The number of people in the survival base was increasing, and so were the supplies needed. The supplies previously transported from Walmart wouldn't last long. Therefore, the soldiers' mission wasn't just rescue, they also needed to search for supplies. Just as the soldiers finished clearing the zombies from the supermarket and were preparing to scavenge for supplies, suddenly, tens of thousands of zombies emerged from all directions and swarmed towards them. The soldiers were immediately startled. Didn't we clear the rear? How come so many zombies are appearing again? Battalion Commander Zhao Yongjun frowned. I don't know, they just appeared out of nowhere. The company commander beside him was equally puzzled. Prepare for battle. Fortunately, they had brought plenty of ammunition this time, so they weren't afraid at all. Soon, the soldiers set up their machine guns and unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the charging zombies. Zombies were killed in droves. However, more zombies stepped over the corpses of those in front, rapidly advancing towards them. Boom! High explosive grenades halted the zombies' momentum. Did you think it was because we were short on ammunition before? Zhao Yongjun sneered. The ample ammunition gave them enough confidence that they remained fearless despite the overwhelming number of zombies. However, at that moment, 5 zombies suddenly jumped down from the houses behind them, pounced on the crowd, and began tearing at them. Instantly, screams filled the air. Tier 5 zombies. The soldiers were terrified and quickly drew their knives to engage in close combat. However, the soldiers, mostly level 3 or 4, were no match for 5 level 5 zombies. Their formation crumbled instantly, their firepower weakened, and the zombies swarmed in from all sides. Soon, the soldiers were overwhelmed by the horde. On a rooftop not far away, a female zombie in a black dress coldly watched the scene, a slight smile playing on her lips. The news quickly reached the survival base. Lu Yang's face was incredibly grim upon receiving the news. He hadn't expected that even with ample firepower, they would still be wiped out. However, Lu Yang initially assumed they had accidentally attracted too many zombies. But soon, more devastating news arrived. Another squad of several hundred soldiers had been wiped out. This time, Lu Yang couldn't sit still any longer. The number of soldiers was already small, they simply couldn't withstand such losses of hundreds. In the makeshift military camp, what exactly happened? Lu Yang looked at the men below with a serious expression. Commander, I don't think this is a coincidence. These zombies seem to be launching an organized and purposeful attack on our soldiers, a regimental commander said. Organized and purposeful? Commander Sun is overestimating the zombies' intelligence, isn't he? Another frowned. I'm not kidding. Why didn't these zombies target the main force? Why did they specifically target small teams of a few hundred? And their actions were swift and decisive. They killed and ran, and by the time we arrived, not a single zombie was left. You should know that zombies usually stay behind to feed on the corpses after killing someone. However, they didn't do that these 2 times. Doesn't that prove it? Hearing Commander Sun's words, the group fell into deep thought. Looking at it this way, it really was an organized and purposeful attack. But, have zombies really become this intelligent? Even 5th-tier zombies only know to hide and be the 6th among them. They couldn't possibly be this intelligent. Could it be? Everyone suddenly looked up, exchanging glances, and saw shock in each other's eyes. 6th-tier zombies. Lu Yang took a deep breath. His guess was the same as the others, it was very likely that they were indeed 6th-tier zombies. According to the star map in our minds, the 6th tier is like completely illuminating a star, potentially leading to a qualitative change. The same should be true for zombies. Reaching the 6th tier will definitely result in a qualitative leap, making it relatively easy to prevent zombie attacks. Have all teams withdraw. The rescue teams must number at least 2,000 people and remain on high alert at all times. Also, send out scouts. Make sure you find out exactly what's going on, Lu Yong said sternly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Tang Weiwei and the others arrived at the entrance of the residential area, only to find it littered with zombie corpses. Someone's been here? Tang Weiwei frowned. The blood is still fresh, they must have just been killed, perhaps by someone in the neighborhood, Mou said. In that case, let's go somewhere else. She just wanted to quickly improve her strength and didn't want to get into conflict with anyone. Can you smell the aroma of meat? A chubby woman sniffed, looking utterly delighted. It smells so good. Oh my god, I haven't had meat in ages. This aroma is intoxicating. Judging from my years of foodie experience, this is stewed dog meat. Damn, it smells so good, I can't resist. The group, who had been preparing to leave, found their feet rooted to the spot, unable to move. Everyone sniffed hard. In the 20 days since the apocalypse, having food to eat was a luxury. Even these evolved beings mostly ate bread and biscuits. Sometimes they could find other snacks in the supermarket, but dog meat was a luxury. There are actually people eating dog meat in the apocalypse? They're living too comfortably. Tang Weiwei also sniffed hard. It smells so good. Sister Weiwei, shall we go take a look? The chubby woman who spoke first had a look of longing on her face. That building is full of zombies, how can we get there? Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. The aroma of dog meat attracted almost all the zombies in the entire neighborhood, but because the stairwell was blocked, the zombies couldn't go up and could only roar from the bottom of the stairs. These guys are crazy. Cooking something this delicious even in the apocalypse? They won't even know how they died, Zhang Tianming said coldly. However, his eyes revealed his own craving. Maybe they're fearless? Tang Weiwei sneered. Fearless? Heh, the downstairs is swarming with zombies. If the authorities don't come to rescue them, they're just waiting to die. Not everyone needs your rescue. Tang Weiwei snorted, then looked at the group and said, let's go somewhere else. However, her words received no response. Everyone stared longingly at the building not far away. Sister Weiwei, why don't we just kill zombies here? The smell of dog meat makes me feel so powerful. Yeah, let's lure those zombies over, then block the entrance to the complex and kill them. Looking at her teammates' eyes, Tang Weiwei knew exactly what they were thinking. They simply wanted to clear out the zombies downstairs and see if they could get some dog meat up there. But to be honest, it's not entirely impossible. This dog meat is so delicious. Chapter 97 Liangzi comes to cultivate their relationship. Inside the room, a group of people sat around the table, their eyes fixed on the kitchen, drool dripping from their mouths. It smelled so good. The aroma wafted far and wide, even to those of them at home. The dog meat is here. Finally, the kitchen door opened, and Yang Bin emerged carrying a large pot of steaming hot dog meat. Everyone was already impatient. As soon as the dog meat was on the table, they couldn't sit still and started scooping it up. Don't rush, there's plenty, help yourself, Yang Bin said with a smile. Brother Bin, your cooking is absolutely amazing. It's so delicious, I can't believe I can eat this kind of food in the apocalypse. I've realized that joining Starfall was definitely the best decision I've ever made, Zhong Yuansen exclaimed. This is what life is all about. The apocalypse? That's someone else's apocalypse, what does it have to do with the Starfall team? The group, ignoring the scalding heat, wolfed down the dog meat. The aroma was incredibly enticing, even the mother and daughter next door were drooling. But the thought of the ruthless killer across the street kept them from approaching. Half an hour later, everyone was patting their bellies, looking thoroughly satisfied. The husky weighed over 300 pounds, and although Yang Bin had only cooked a small portion, it was enough to fill them up. Yang Bin chopped the remaining dog meat into strips, dried it, and packed it into their backpacks. They'd make dog jerky later, it was much better than bread. After eating their fill, Yang Bin went to the window and suddenly noticed a fight below. Activating his true sight, he glanced down and a smile crept onto his lips. Liangzi, your wife's here to see you. Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes, but still came over. Sure enough, though they said no, they still wanted it. The others also curiously gathered around, but unfortunately, they were too far away to see their faces clearly. Tang Weiwei and the others? Zhao Kun asked. Yeah, how did they get here? Who knows? Probably followed Liangzi's scent. Should we go down? Liangzi's wife can handle these zombies, but there's a tier 5 old 6 hiding in the horde down there. I can't let her have him, after all, she's not married into the family yet. Yang Bin smiled. Let's go, we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to get down to business. Okay. The group broke through the security bars on the window and jumped down. Over here, Tang Weiwei's team was methodically killing zombies. This horde of zombies numbered around 1,000, mostly tier 3, with a few tier 2, a few dozen tier 4, and a tier 5 leader hiding among them. Tang Weiwei's team of about 200, each at the peak of tier 3, with a few tier 4 members, were backed by the wall, and normally there wouldn't be any problems. However, when the Tier 5 zombie suddenly attacked, instantly killing 2 team members, their formation was breached. After all, not everyone can spot a Tier 5 zombie, so this sneak attack was very successful. And as the Tier 5 zombie made its move, the other Tier 4 zombies also joined in, and in an instant, the team's formation was thrown into chaos. Fortunately, Tang Weiwei reacted quickly, immediately stopping the 5th tier zombie. She then had her team's 4th tier fighters hold off the 4th tier zombies, stabilizing their formation once more. Tang Weiwei's ability greatly enhanced her strength. At the peak of her 4th tier, she possessed over 2,000 kilograms of strength, making her no match for the 5th tier zombie. The fight between the human and the zombie was evenly matched. However, just then, a commotion erupted behind the zombies. A group of people were rapidly clearing them out at an unbelievable speed. 7 people, all wielding barbells, swiftly dispatched swarms of zombies with each swing. "It's them!" Tang Weiwei exclaimed, her eyes wide as she stared at the group. The members of Tang Weiwei's team recognized Yang Bin and his group. Their expressions were filled with surprise. They hadn't expected to run into them here outside the school. The only one they didn't recognize was Zhang Tianming. However, Zhang Tianming's eyes lit up upon seeing the ferocity of these men. Shortly, Yang Bin and his group rushed towards them. Tang Weiwei suddenly realized something and panicked, shouting, "This is mine!" Unfortunately, she was too late. Yang Bin had already circled behind the 5th tier zombie, and before she could finish speaking, his barbell had already smashed into the zombie's head. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, and the 5th tier zombie's head was smashed to pieces. Killing a 5th tier zombie was difficult for a 4th tier zombie, but for a 5th tier zombie, it was naturally no longer so difficult. A sneak attack, one blow was enough. As the 5th tier zombie's head shattered, Yang Bin swiftly reached out and, before the zombie's corpse even fell, had already taken the crystal. "You!" Tang Weiwei glared angrily at Yang Bin. She hadn't expected to encounter this situation again. This person had stolen her crystal again. "Hi, Tang, it's nice to see you again. Liangzi has been missing you," Yang Bin said with a smile. "You stole my crystal again." Tang Weiwei snapped. "What do you mean stole? I killed the zombies, so it's only right that I take the crystal." Tang Weiwei sighed. She knew this guy was a bandit. Once the crystal was in his hands, there was no going back. "What are you doing here?" Tang Weiwei asked curiously. "We came here to kill zombies." "What a coincidence. We just happen to be here killing zombies too." "Oh, it's a coincidence. I thought you came here specifically to see Liangzi. Did you make the dog meat?" "Yes. Is there any more?" Tang Weiwei licked her lips. Clearly, she was tempted too. "I'm out, but Liangzi probably has some. Can you please stop calling me Liangzi all the time?" Tang Weiwei said, utterly exasperated. "What can I do? He likes you. Pfft, if he were a real man, he'd be the one pursuing me." "You said it. Liangzi, stop killing zombies, let's build some rapport." Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. He was surrounded by dozens of zombies, he had no time to build rapport. Everyone else was still killing zombies, except for Yang Bin and Tang Weiwei, who were now free of them. However, with the arrival of the Starfall squad, the zombies were no longer a threat. At this moment, Zhang Tianming, seeing the two chatting so enthusiastically, walked over. "Captain Tang, you two know each other? Why don't you introduce us?" Tang Weiwei glanced at him but didn't speak. Yang Bin looked at Zhang Tianming with some confusion and said, "I remember your team is all students from our school. When did you get someone this old?" Chapter 98. He won't dislike you. "Young man, how can you talk like that? I'm only in my 30s, how am I old?" Zhang Tianming said, annoyed. "He's not on our team," Tang Weiwei explained. "If he's not on your team, why are you bringing such an old burden along?" Yang Bin rolled his eyes. He had just glanced at him. This guy was only a 3rd-tier cultivator, not a superhuman. He really didn't understand why Tang Weiwei was bringing him along. "Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhang Tianming, the assistant to the mayor of Xinjiang City." Zhang Tianming extended his hand to Yang Bin. Yang Bin frowned and looked at Tang Weiwei. "Official? Yes. Are officials that free? Why aren't they rescuing so many people in need? What are they doing following someone else's team?" Yang Bin asked Zhang Tianming. The military can handle the rescue. Mayor Ma was worried that Captain Tang and the others might be in danger, so he sent me to accompany them." Zhang Tianming reluctantly withdrew his hand. I think you're the biggest danger. With your strength, if someone really gets into trouble, you'll be the one dragging them down." Puffed. Hearing his words, Tang Weiwei almost burst out laughing. Seeing Zhang Tianming get humiliated by Yang Bin, Tang Weiwei immediately felt much better. Sure enough, this kind of person needs Yang Bin, the bandit leader, to handle him. Zhang Tianming took a deep breath, still maintaining a smile, and said, "May I ask your name, young man?" "That's not convenient for you to tell me. I don't want to deal with you." You're not young anymore, you should go back to base as soon as possible. If you get eaten by zombies, we won't be able to explain it to the authorities. Knowing that the other party was from the government, Yang Bin didn't want to deal with him. Military people were fine, but government people were a different story. They were all smiling tigers. Moreover, the fact that someone accompanying a mayor would be in a group of students clearly indicates that he's interested in Tang Weiwei's abilities and wants to recruit her. Young man, you must be students from Zhongxiang Academy too, right? Why didn't you go to the survival base? As a seasoned veteran, Zhang Tianming naturally wouldn't give up on his goal just because of Yang Bin's words. This person was very likely a 5th-tier expert, and he had to find a way to recruit him no matter what. I can barely survive outside, so I won't waste food at the survival base. After all, finding food isn't easy for you either, Yang Bin said with a smile. Zhang Tianming stared speechlessly at Yang Bin's greasy mouth. They're eating dog meat, and he's telling me he can barely survive? If he weren't outmatched, Zhang Tianming would have loved to give this guy a good beating. His words were infuriating. Zhang Tianming took another deep breath, his smile unchanged, and was about to say something when Yang Bin spoke directly. You go to the side first, I need to talk to Captain Tang for a bit. Zhang Tianming's expression froze. After a long while, he forced a smile and said, okay, you guys talk, I'll come back later. With that, Zhang Tianming awkwardly retreated, secretly pressing a button on a personal communication device. However, this action did not escape Yang Bin's notice. Yang Bin's face immediately turned cold. Why is he with your team? Yang Bin asked Tang Weiwei. That day, the rescue team came to the school, and we followed them to the survival base. But once we got there, they wouldn't let us out. Finally, we found Mayor Ma, and he let this guy stay with our team, saying that would allow us to get out. And then, it just stayed like that, Tang Weiwei said helplessly. That Mayor Ma wanted to recruit you. Yes. Since you don't want to join the government, why don't you just not go back to the survival base? You think it's that simple? As long as he stays with us, they can track our movements. If we don't go back at night, the government will send someone to pick us up. Wow, that's pretty good treatment. Yang Bin laughed. Don't laugh at me, I'm almost driven crazy by this. Why not just kill him? Please, he's an official. If we touch him, will our team even survive? Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. Yeah, it's quite troublesome, but that guy seems to have his eye on me now, so I can't let him live. Yang Bin stroked his chin. Don't do anything reckless. Doing this is tantamount to going against the authorities, and with our current strength, we simply can't compete with them, Tang Weiwei said nervously. Sigh, I didn't want to run into them so soon, but I know that if I don't kill him, I'll be in endless trouble later. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. It has nothing to do with you. Meeting him here was purely coincidental. I guess I was just unlucky to run into this guy. Are there any members of your team who he's turned against? How did you know? Just a common tactic used by the authorities. He's been following you for so long, if he couldn't turn a few people against him, he'd be a complete failure. I will kill this person. You decide what to do next. You can run away, or you can shift the blame onto us. After all, so many people saw it, the authorities won't bother you. Of course, you can come with us, but only you. I don't want to take anyone else. The Starfall squad only accepts strong individuals. You. Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at the other party. Is this the difference in power? A single word decides life and death. Killing an official without hesitation? Did she want to kill this person? She desperately wanted to, but she dared not. If she did, she would face the wrath of the authorities, a burden she and her team couldn't withstand. So, she had endured it all this time. But the other side, simply because this person might cause them trouble, wanted to kill him without the slightest hesitation. She truly didn't know whether to call them decisive or reckless. Did they really think they could defy the authorities with just these few people? Are you sure you've thought this through? Tang Weiwei asked Yang Bin. You're the one who should be thinking. Have you decided whether you want to join our Starfall squad? Tang Weiwei thought for a moment, then shook her head. I know joining your team might be comfortable, but everyone on your team is very strong. My joining would only be icing on the cake, not really making a difference. You'd also have to share more crystals, which might even slow down your progress. Besides, I can't abandon my teammates. They're people I brought from school. I promised them I'd help them survive the apocalypse. I can't just abandon them and leave. So, I appreciate your kindness. Alright, whatever. If you really can't make it, come find Liangzi. He won't look down on you. Chapter 99 Wanted. With the addition of the Starfall squad, the more than 1,000 zombies were quickly dealt with. The Starfall squad seemed to have inherited Yang Bin's core principles. The 6 of them managed to snatch most of the 4th-tier crystals from about 200 people, infuriating Tang Weiwei's team members. Soon, everyone returned to Yang Bin's side. Hu Wenlian secretly glanced at Tang Weiwei. Some things, originally insignificant, become a parent once talked about too much. Hu Wenliang was like that. He initially only had a slight liking for Tang Weiwei, but after Yang Bin and the others kept talking about it, he genuinely felt something different upon seeing her again. Yang Bin patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder and said, "Liangzi, Captain Tang agreed to let you pursue her. She said you're not a man if you don't." Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. "Did I mean that?" Hu Wenliang was also taken aback, but seeing Tang Weiwei's expression, he knew that Brother Bin was definitely talking nonsense. After thinking for a moment, Hu Wenliang faced Tang Weiwei directly for the first time and said, "Don't worry about it. That's just how Brother Bin is. I don't actually have any feelings for you. It's the apocalypse now, nobody's in the mood for romance. If we can survive and establish ourselves in this world, and if we meet again, I'll pursue you to prove I'm a man." Tang Weiwei looked at Hu Wenliang seriously, then nodded. "Okay, that's more like it." Yang Bin smiled. "Let's go. Farewell." Yang Bin finished speaking and led everyone away. Captain Yang, wait." Seeing Yang Bin and the others about to leave, Zhang Tianming quickly caught up. He had already learned about Yang Bin from the others. Seeing Zhang Tianming actually catch up, a cold smile appeared on Yang Bin's lips. "Assistant Zhang, is there anything else? It's like this, Mayor Ma wants to see you. The official car will be here soon. Come back to the survival base with me." "I'm busy. Captain Yang, it's Mayor Ma Zongguo of Xinjiang City who wants to see you," Zhang Tianming emphasized. "Just because he wants to see me doesn't mean I have to go. Who does he think he is?" Yang Bin said coldly. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhang Tianming could no longer maintain his smile. "Captain Yang, watch your words. Some things you can't say carelessly, or you'll get yourself into trouble. Do you know that some things you can't do carelessly, or you'll lose your life?" "Is Captain Yang threatening me?" Zhang Tianming said coldly. "No, I never threaten people, because I prefer to take action." After Yang Bin finished speaking, he swung the barbell, smashing Zhang Tianming's head in his horrified gaze. This scene shocked everyone present. Aside from Tang Weiwei, who already knew, everyone else stared at Yang Bin in disbelief. This was an official. How dare he? Especially those in Tang Weiwei's team who had been turned, they were completely dumbfounded. Yang Bin, however, acted as if it were nothing out of the ordinary, waving to Tang Weiwei and the others before leading the Starfall squad away. Watching their retreating figures, Tang Weiwei sighed. She hadn't expected them to be so decisive, killing without hesitation. "Weiwei, what do we do? Zhang Tianming is dead. Mayor Ma will be furious," Mou said anxiously. "So, we have to leave too," Tang Weiwei sighed. "But if we leave, the authorities will definitely think we killed him. Aren't we finished? Are we just supposed to stay here and wait for them to arrest us? He died with us. Whether we killed him or not, we can't escape responsibility. I told you to stay away from them. See? Running into them always ends badly," Mou complained. "Sister Weiwei, I think we should just wait here. As long as we give the killers information and agree to join the authorities, we'll be fine," another person said. However, before he finished speaking, Tang Weiwei suddenly drew her Tang sword, and with a single stroke, a head flew high into the air. The entire team fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed at the scene. Anyone who dares mention joining the official organization again will suffer the same fate as him, Tang Weiwei said coldly. At this moment, Tang Weiwei displayed her swift and decisive methods. She knew this was a crucial moment, she had to reorganize the team, otherwise, she would be in an extremely passive position. Everyone was trembling with fear, not daring to speak. "I know many of you still want to join the official organization. I'm giving you a chance now. Those who want to join, step forward. I won't make things difficult for you. When the officials arrive, just follow them. However, if you don't step forward this time, and I find out you still have this idea next time, I will show no mercy." Hearing Tang Weiwei's words, many people's eyes flickered with conflicting emotions, clearly struggling with their decision. "Sister Weiwei, I'm sorry." After a while, someone finally stepped forward. Zhang Tianming had told him that following the official channels would guarantee his safety, he wouldn't have to worry about food, and he'd even get free crystals. With his strength, he was sure to be valued. Between the official channels and Tang Weiwei, he decided to choose the official channels. Living in modern society, he still felt the official channels were more trustworthy. If he continued to follow Tang Weiwei, he might be on the run forever. With the first one, others would soon follow. One by one, those brainwashed by Zhang Tianming stepped forward. Finally, after more than 60 people had stepped forward, no one else stepped forward. Anyone else? This is your last chance. There won't be another chance like this. This time, no one stepped forward. The remaining people all had very firm eyes. Very good. Tang Weiwei nodded, then looked at the more than 60 people who had stepped forward. You'd better watch yourselves. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Let's go. Tang Weiwei then led the remaining people away quickly. Watching them leave, those left behind wore complex expressions. Was what we did a bad thing? What's wrong with that? Joining the official ranks is the proper way. I really don't understand why she's so resistant to joining. I think she's just too ambitious, she wants to be king herself. Exactly. With the official forces around, these ambitious people won't end well. We'd better leave as soon as possible. Yeah, that's right. Shortly afterward, a troop carrier sped up and stopped nearby. Quickly, a group of soldiers carrying submachine guns and two middle-aged men in formal attire got out of the vehicle. The two men approached the group and frowned. Why are there so few people? Where's Captain Tang? The group quickly recounted the events. Upon hearing that Zhang Tianming's head had been smashed open with a single blow, the two men were instantly enraged. How dare they kill even government officials? Absolutely lawless. These people must be punished. And Tang Weiwei and her group, they actually dared to defy the authorities. Do they really think the apocalypse means the authorities can't touch them? Add these two groups to the wanted list. Once they're spotted, arrest them immediately. Okay. Chapter 100 Official Actions. Meanwhile, boss, was that someone from the government? Zhao Kun asked doubtfully. Yeah. Then, if we killed someone from the government, will we get into trouble? Yes, but not killing them will cause even more trouble. Okay, but this way, we've completely offended the government. We'll have to be careful from now on, Zhong Yuansen said. Scared, Yang Bin looked at Zhong Yuansen and Zhao Kun. How could we? It's just the government. It's not like before, what's there to be afraid of? That's good. Remember, in the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. As long as we're strong enough, the government will have to be wary of us. Besides, the government has a lot on its plate right now. They wouldn't make such a fuss over Zhang Tianming, unless they've started serving private interests. Brother Bin, you mean? Chen Hao's eyes widened. It's strange that Zhang Tianming appeared in Tang Weiwei's group. There are people everywhere who need rescue. How could the authorities be so idle? But if this is a private matter, then it's not surprising. Some people want to cultivate their own private power. Could it be? The others also widened their eyes. Alright, let's not speculate. Just be careful. Okay. Yang Bin led the group to another commercial district, then climbed the tallest office building. Using the open view from a high building to find high-level zombies is the most effective method, and Yang Bin's greatest advantage. This method has always worked. Not long after, Yang Bin found a level 5 zombie and led the group to kill it. Survival base. When Ma Zongguo learned that Zhang Tianming had been killed, he was furious. He immediately issued a wanted notice and posted portraits of Yang Bin and his group throughout the survival base. Anyone who found Yang Bin and his group and provided clues would receive an official crystal reward. This time, Yang Bin was wrong. Ma Zongguo really intended to make a big fuss. He wanted everyone to know that even in the apocalypse, the authorities were not to be trifled with, so he needed to make an example of them. As soon as the wanted poster was issued, all the evolved beings with any strength in the survival base were excited, thinking about how lucky they would be to run into those people outside. Because the poster indicated that if a precise location could be provided, the authorities would reward the captured individuals with 4th-tier crystals. 4th-tier crystals were something most evolved beings couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, at Wang Zhenhong's residence. Are you sure it's the group Akai mentioned? Wang Zhenhong asked the butler below. Yes, I'm sure. I specifically showed the picture to the young master to confirm, the butler affirmed. I didn't expect these guys to offend the authorities so quickly. That's fine. Let Kai go find them again tonight and tell them that as long as they join the Wang family, they'll be safe. Okay. While Ma Zongguo was thinking about how to capture Yang Bin and the others, Lu Yong was plagued by headaches due to the 6th-tier zombies. He had already reorganized his teams, with each mission consisting of at least 2,000 people. He originally thought that would solve everything. However, just moments ago, a force of 2,000 men was also attacked by zombies. Although not completely wiped out, they suffered heavy losses because this time, a tier 6 zombie had attacked. The sight of the zombies charging into the crowd and slaughtering indiscriminately, ignoring a hail of bullets, chilled everyone to the bone. Although Lu Yong hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could sense the helplessness from the surviving soldiers. Ordinary submachine guns and rifles posed no threat to the zombies. High-powered weapons could wound them, but because the zombies were too fast, these weapons were too cumbersome and ineffective. Lu Yong had considered that firearms might gradually become ineffective, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. This made him panic. He knew very well that once firearms became ineffective, the unshakable position of the government would be completely altered. It was laughable that some people still considered themselves government leaders, still thinking they could control everything. Lu Yong sighed, then took out a crystal. This crystal was the greatest gain from this battle, a tier 5 crystal. As previously agreed, the high-level crystal needed to be discussed and its distribution. But this time, Lu Yong didn't plan to give it away. Because if it were distributed, the government's high-ranking officials were currently higher than the militaries, and if decided by vote, the crystal would likely fall into the government's hands. The ones risking their lives out there were the military personnel. The government officials were only managing internal affairs within the base. What use would they have for such a high-level crystal? However, Lu Yong didn't intend to use it himself. The crystal wouldn't be of maximum use to him. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yong put the crystal away and left the room. Meanwhile, the Starfall squad, led by Yang Bin, continued searching for Tier 5 zombies. Unfortunately, there were very few Tier 5 zombies now. Even though Yang Bin climbed building after building searching, the results were still unsatisfactory. By night, they had only found 3 Tier 5 zombies. 2 were hiding in rooms, and 1 was hiding in a horde of zombies. The simple creature inside the room was easily cornered and killed by the group. The one in the zombie horde, however, took them considerable time, requiring them to kill over 1,000 zombies before finally taking him down. After killing that zombie, it was already getting dark, so everyone had to head home. Nighttime was not a good time to fight zombies. The streetlights outside were mostly destroyed by the zombies, making it pitch black. Zombies could see you, but you couldn't see them. How could you fight them? Even Yang Bin didn't dare fight at night unless he could maintain his true sight. Therefore, as soon as it got dark, everyone consciously went home. Although the power system wasn't completely down, no one dared to turn on the lights at night, as that would simply be guiding the zombies. However, this didn't include Yang Bin and his group. Since there were no more zombies inside Jinghe Garden, and there were no other buildings around it, they mostly kept the lights on, turning them off only when they went to sleep. They had traveled quite far this time, so as soon as it got dark, they hurried home. By the time they arrived, it was completely dark. They had barely gotten home and hadn't even started cooking when there was a knock at the door. Yang Bin shook his head helplessly and gestured for Skinny Monkey to open the door. "Hey, didn't bring anything again?" Skinny Monkey remained as honest as ever. "Can you stop thinking about things all the time? This time it's something important." Wang Rukai looked at Skinny Monkey speechlessly. "Even if it's something important, you still have to bring something. Where I'm from, if you visit someone and don't bring anything, you'll get kicked out." "Monkey, let them in," Yang Bin said with a smile. "Okay, come in. Remember to bring something next time."